Microshock making comments like you got a micro penis.
So, just to be clear, right? With the sort of glitch you showed, right? 2 color channels are being switched. Right? Like I could take that video and without having any information about where the green screen is at, I switch, the blue and the red color channels for a moment because of a transmission error, and you'll see the same artifact. Next.
You're apparently missing a few other things in here where you're able to see the strings too.
Was that in the same video?
Yeah. I mean,
It's
I don't
10
know.
minutes
Some
long,
people
I
just have
gotta...
this really awesome ability to pay close attention to multiple details. I mean, I'm one of those people.
It's
I
like
can
just a
see all the
10-minute
details.
video and you shared it like, 5 minutes ago and stuff.
Oh no, I'm sorry for your short attention span or whatever.
No, that's just how time works, lady.
So you didn't watch the whole video? Because that's how time works?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
Okay, so you didn't watch it? The whole thing? You didn't watch the whole thing?
Yeah, I watched the part with the color inversion, and the guy keeps on, yipping on about the fucking Blue Man Group or whatever, so I stopped paying attention at some point. Do you want me to keep watching it? Give me a timestamp.
Oh, okay, I get you. You're looking at Adam in the chat with the Blue Man Group or whatever.
I mean, yeah, the guy was like harping on about like how she looks like the Blue Man Group for like 5 minutes of that. That's not quite true. Maybe 2 minutes, all right? That was long enough.
Micro penis wants to know. I mean, Microshock wants to know how many teeth I have left in my head. Microshock, I have all of my teeth. Thank you for asking. All my real
that's
chompers.
okay. I remember him now. That's right. He's the guy who he's convinced that no flat earther has a full set of teeth.
Really?
That I knew. I remember his voice sounded familiar.
That's
Has
pretty
his
funny.
only proof of the globe is that flat earthers have some dental, as a group, have
That's
dental
funny.
problems.
Yeah, I've got all my teeth.
Or is he trying to say that
Like,
Globers are
don't make
violent or
mouse
something
sounds
like
into the
that?
mic,
They
please.
violently impose their beliefs on you? Is that?
Oh yeah, they
is that
knock
the idea?
teeth out. Do you guys ever hear about this guy Shady? Jerry probably remembers this, where he did a bounty for my teeth.
Oh yeah, General E. Shady. Yeah.
He was gonna hire hitmen to gather, like $100 per tooth or something. I don't remember what the figure was, but it wasn't even that much. I'm like, that's it? Shit.
Micropenis has gotten more and more triggered as the days have gone on. He's losing it completely. The more and more he sees that there's nothing back in the globe. Poor guy. He's in a downward spiral now. It's all our fault.
Yeah, good thing you don't have any more convincing, arguments.
What, like
More
water?
people might lose their minds.
Yeah. Arguments? What do we need an argument for? You're the one trying to argue with water. We don't even need an argument. That's how stupid this is from your side.
Dude, the
Hey, how
irony
do
of
you
You're
have,
arguing with
using the
water.
internet,
Well, why do I need to put
do
up
you
an
have-
argument when you're just arguing with axioms and natural law and shit? Go ahead, Timbo.
No, it's just replying to the chat. I was just thinking, how do you have cavities galore if you've only got one tooth?
That's pretty good. Yeah, it contradicts.
He's
He's so mad about the way water turned out to be flow.
I just posted a selfie in the chat showing that I have all my teeth and a pretty good smile. Fuck that guy.
My God, the fact that you need to feel... Oh my God. Anyway. God damn, he really got you, didn't he?
Honestly, he's just mad. I bet he don't even have a girlfriend.
mean, is he mad? I don't think you could get him to post a selfie.
I don't
Although,
know. Something tells me he's
if
got
that
mommy
is-
issues. Hey, micro penis. I mean, micro shock. You got mommy issues? I'll be your mother.
That's right. Unverified
Mother
as to the bottom
fluffer.
teeth. Also, could be edited, you know? Could be edited. Mother fluffer, huh?
Could be, but
You know,
not
Yeah, I
how do we
mean,
know?
you
extraordinary.
can. I mean, if you really think that photo of me is edited, go ahead, grab it
No,
up,
I mean, the
go
only
run it
way to
through every
verify is
analysis. Shut the fuck up! I'm sorry,
it's a
I'm not
live
interrupting
stream.
you. Go ahead and run it through every photo analysis you need to. You know, just like every flat earther
We
did
could
with every fucking
verify it.
globe image. That's how we know. That's how we know what images are just images as opposed to what are photos. Real photos. Come on, bro.
We could get her
Yeah.
ID. We could get her to go on video. There's all sorts of things we could do.
Yes,
We
Million
can't
different
verify.
things.
There's nothing we can do to verify those
photographs,
ISS movies.
not images.
Yeah, exactly.
Plus,
Exactly,
there's nothing
Heretic.
extraordinary about this. I'm not like, doing a somersault in the air or something and being like, dude, believe me, it's no gravity.
Jeez.
Yeah. What she posted is replicable by anybody. What you claim the ISS is showing you is not replicable by you or anybody.
Yeah, I mean, not like anybody could just get an app and look at the ISS that goes overhead, right?
I've seen it
Crazy
before.
like that.
I can't see anybody doing
See
summer.
it, talk to them. Crazy. You can even shine up a laser pointer and they'll take a picture. Somebody actually did that.
Oh, doesn't
The
prove
thing
that
is,
people are
I
doing
can take
backflips.
a real photo. I can take a real photo, like a whole photo can be taken of myself. A whole single frame photo cannot be taken of the entire Earth, and that's the big point we're trying to get across here.
Of course it can. If you're far enough away. why not?
No, of course you cannot. I'm sorry. You may think you can, but you cannot.
Why is that, Jenny? Jenna, sorry, why is that?
You honestly believe that any human being has been far enough away from the Earth to view the entire Earth in one frame?
Yeah. Yeah,
Really? I mean, all of these images, right? They're just images, right? So that's why we call them images. They're not photos. They're not real photos. They're images. So they're just images, and they're stitched together, but they're not single frame real photos of the Earth in its entirety.
There are composites, but there are also, single frame photos of Earth.
Yeah.
With
They
its
bend them,
entire
and they
thing in a-
bend the horizontal lines through a computer.
No, nothing like that. Real, even
Nothing
analog
like that.
photography.
No.
On
Could
film.
never be nothing
Like a
like that.
photograph with a film camera, even, right?
Shoot, nobody would ever lie to you. Gosh.
Hasselblad lens.
Can you show us,
You can
please,
see the entire
the
Earth.
whole
on it.
Earth?
Fucking nobody
Yeah.
ever told you
Can-
about Santa or the Tooth Fairy either. Nobody could ever lie to you, huh?
Can you show us the whole Earth then? The photo you're saying? Can you show us?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, let's see.
He left.
Me? No, I'm here.
Oh, no, there you are.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey,
obviously it
don't
takes
you,
time. Again, I have to keep reminding you guys how time works, right?
You have a picture of the curvature of the Earth, right? As well, from the ground.
Don't you have something to do with satellite sex or not?
Not currently, no.
No,
I
but you
used
did.
to work on a microset. Yeah.
Can you explain what that is?
It's a small satellite that, is about the size of, 2 shoe boxes that is in low Earth orbit capturing data.
Two shoeboxes.
What data?
More or less. Depends on the mission. One that we were working on was doing, climate surveys. Mapping,
Climate service.
collecting data for
What?
fucking climate scientists.
What data is it collecting though? Like, because why would you be up in low Earth orbit to get climate data?
The thing that they were interested in was evaporation and the activity of plants. Right. So they were.
So was it taking
photo?
Was it taking photos, or what was it doing?
Yeah, it was taking photos at a specific wavelength, right? Looking for a specific thing. Now the details of that, honestly, don't know because the research group, I wasn't involved in like what the final science was.
It's interesting. So is the planet getting greener?
There you go. I found it. It's a picture, taken with a film camera, analog film camera, by a human on the surface of the moon. Isn't it beautiful? And you can see the whole Earth. Fascinating. Oh wait, I'll even post a picture of the exact camera they used.
That looks real.
There you go.
That actually wasn't taken on the surface of the Earth.
No, I didn't claim that.
Yeah, you
Can't
did.
get the whole Earth in a shot like when you're on the surface. No.
You just said it was the surface of the Earth.
Moon.
Surface of the moon.
Yes.
Yeah, that wasn't
you can
taken
see on the photo.
It wasn't taken from the surface of the moon. That's not the claim.
Of course you're saying that, but like that's my claim.
It was the claim was it was taken from the
But actually,
lunar
it might
orbit.
be from the orbit, right? Yeah, it might be from orbit. That's right.
Because if it was taken from the surface of the moon, it would have been directly above their head.
I don't think exactly, but yeah, more or less, sure.
Because of where they landed.
They wouldn't have seen an Earth rise because Earth is always facing.
It was always facing them. So the story goes.
No, like
isn't this the one
lunar orbit? They go around and then they can observe the Earth rise, right?
Isn't this the photo that they changed all the saturations and there's a big square behind it?
Yeah.
This
is the one.
That is the one, isn't it?
It's a single shot, right? No editing, no compositing, just a single shot from an analog camera. Photograph.
No, it's not though. I don't know where you've been, but that's been proven to be a fake photo. Let me find it.
Oh, you're right. This one actually got color added to it. Here's one of the originals.
Seriously.
Oh, they did actually take color photos. There we go. That's one of the originals too.
Yeah.
Some are color, some are black and white.
A bit of a tinge to it.
From the same camera or what?
Might be different cameras. They have many cameras on board.
No, they only took one type of camera.
One type of camera. It might have taken multiple types of film. If you look at do you want to look at the equipment they had? Figure it out if you want.
It was a Hasselblad,
I mean, they were Hasselblads, right? Was it just one? I don't think so.
He didn't understand when you told him that the Earth should be above their heads. He didn't understand the reason why.
Before astronaut Anders found a suitable 70mm color film, mission commander Frank Borman took a black and white photograph of the scene with the Earth's terminator touching the horizon, which is the black and white photo I shared. Yeah.
Ooh.
There you go.
I think it is worth pointing out he didn't know.
Close the server down.
It's a photograph, I guess that's it. Globe confirmed. That's right.
Let me find that one where they changed saturation.
But this one they didn't, right? I mean, the last two I shared, they're original.
Well, if they did it on one, then I'm sure they did it on all of them.
I mean, there are many photos that they did edit, but then they also told you that they edited them, right? So, you know, can't really use that.
I'm not using anything as proof of, you know, I don't really care what they did, whether they went there or not. Doesn't, I couldn't give a shit.
I guess. I mean, you know,
It doesn't
one
make a
would think.
difference to me whether they went or not.
But you think like the moon landing not being fake would not change your perception about the Earth being flat?
I know it. I know it's fake. I just don't really need to argue about it.
Somebody says zoom in and look around. Fake. Yes. Right. You want to point out anything specifically?
Right,
Yeah. The Blue Marble claimed photograph, it's showing water seeking a curved equilibrium that goes against the physics of water, so the whole thing is just a con job. It's obviously a bunch of fraud. Throw it out.
Oh, that's some backwards reasoning if I've ever heard it.
Really? What was wrong with it?
I mean, your premise
Hey,
is
look.
that that's how physics is, right? Which is like wrong. And
Really? It's wrong.
So
Water
that's why your argument is flawed. There you go.
I'm wrong about physics. Water doesn't seek a horizontal surface level at rest. Hydrostatic equilibrium and all that, that's all wrong. Apollo astronauts trumped all that, right? Well,
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta talk to someone who actually has a brain.
Okay, yeah, so bailing out now.
Exonaut.
You're the one brain farting here, but yeah, you go find someone who has a brain because you'll know what to do with them when you find them, right? You'll even be able to keep up with somebody who has one of those, right?
Exonaut, so why do these pictures come through like this when they change the saturation? 59 minutes past the hour.
He's gone kaput. His brain just exploded. Mind melted.
Again, you guys, time, right? Like time works in a way where, like, you know, you need to like give me time to do things.
Again, the physics of water just melted your mind. Anyway, sorry, Timbo. Back to your question.
No, that's all right, man. I don't mind. So Exonaut, 59 minutes past the hour. Why, when they change the saturation to all these squares show up like it's been cut and pasted in there? I'm not making a claim about it, but it is a little bit suspicious, don't you think? That you'd have to edit photos that they supposedly took with a camera in Photoshop. Yeah.
Timbo, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's BritNet was talking about a container around the Earth. That's it. When you change saturation, you can see it.
yeah, that's it. That's a container. We found it. Where? Don't you think, Exonaut? Don't you think it's a little bit weird? You must admit it's a bit weird, yeah? Okay. Are we doing the time thing again, are we?
I'll let you know when I'm done, bro. Go play by yourself. Come on. You're a big boy.
Apollo missions, where they landed, the Earth was always above their heads. So it will never be able to take that picture from the moon on the sideways.
That one
cannot
be from the orbiter.
Yeah, but he put a few pictures. One of them apparently it was from the moon. It was just coming up.
I think he made a mistake. Yeah.
The black and white one is like that was like very, very. I don't know. I mean, they all look bad anyway. So.
Oh yeah, look at the foreground of the moon. It just looks like from a 1980s computer. Pretty bad. Anyway, you could argue about the moon landings
But I
all
mean,
day. You're never going to get
it's
anywhere, you know.
yeah, but it's
Go
crazy. I
ahead.
mean, why they cannot show us the picture of the curvature of the Earth that we can't see? We have to be able to see. Just show me the picture of the curvature. It's like they have to go up, down, here and there, and they can never get to one. It's like crazy. They have to only fake it. It's like, oh, this is it.
Well, they didn't even do a very good job, but they've got all these guys defending them tooth and nail, you know.
Yeah, and the other day there was a guy as well, and he was arguing about the geometric horizon, and he didn't know what was the radius. And it was like, what are you talking about? He's arguing for hours. This is how it works, the horizon. This is what is the horizon. And I tell him, what is the radius? And he goes like, oh, doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Oops.
yeah. Oh, well, yeah. You know what I blame? I blame it when now that they give awards to people just for turning up.
California
Here you
veterans
go.
have given everything for our, often at extraordinary cost to themselves. Prop 1 is for them. It's disgraceful that we've left 10,000 veterans living on the streets, many suffering PTSD. Prop 1 directs.
What are you doing?
All right, I'm back. What's up?
I
Anybody?
don't know what that.
You had
I
a
don't know
question
what.
for me still, or?
Not really. I'm not kind of hanging around waiting for you.
What?
You're not that important.
We know you will not get anything, so. Look at the pictures that NASA shows us as pictures of the Earth, yeah, the globe. Look at from 2000 and 2019, 2000, different years, and you see completely different geography in there. It's like, I mean, and they tell you this is a image. It's not a, and they tell you who made the art, the artist name as well underneath it.
Rob Simmons.
Yeah, he's one of them. I'm sure they have many. Now you have these pictures of the black holes.
Pictures of black holes that you shouldn't see.
Yeah, but apparently these guys they have amazing eyes. I don't know. Oh man, it's on the globe at the size they are telling us. It could be so easy to find the curvature. I mean, it should be there. Like everybody must seen it like for thousands of times. Show me where I can see the curvature. Don't take me to the moon, don't take me to the sun, don't take me anywhere. Let's stay on the ground that we are living on. They cannot do it. That's why they want to go always up somewhere and escape from the reality. Like the other guy, he was talking about the celestial navigation. He doesn't have a clue how the celestial navigation works. He knows a little bit geometry, that it's pseudo geometry. Triangles, they don't have any more 180 degrees. It's like, I don't know. But it works.
It works. It must be a globe.
Yeah, and they tell you don't understand. Of course, because it's a stupid thing that doesn't make sense. There is no logic in there. And they will come and argue with you about your logic. And who was it? Before there was a guy who was telling, yeah, if I listen to your logic, that means I don't know, whatever. I mean,
Oh yeah, that was Ambo. Yeah, he wasn't making any sense.
I mean, I was working and I tried to come in the conversation a few times, but it was on Bluetooth in the car and I was driving, so it was not. My point was not getting through, so I stopped. So I waited until I come home.
Yeah.
That guy was talking about the gas pressure. Oh, then why we have a low density and low pressure here, and we have you have the low density, low pressure, and you have the high pressure. High pressure will go to the low, and it will equalize. And why are you bringing density? It just gases. And he doesn't realize that all these things is happening because there is a container. Without the container, you cannot have all these things because the air will be all gone and we will not be here. Picture, right?
Hey Sean, do you want to jump in the chat and talk to whoever you're talking to without texting? Must be easier to talk. You there, Sean?
Matthew, is it Globe Proof Day today? Again?
Nah, that was a couple days ago. It was a full moon. So I changed the name to Strong Globe Evidence Day instead of Globe Proof Day.
Oh, thought we were finally going to get a proof.
I don't think you're ever going to get a proof for the globe.
I agree. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I don't think you're ever going to get a proof for flat Earth either. To be fair, I'm just saying. I think
That's
it's more
right
like evidence, not proof.
So every day or every time it's a full moon, you look up and say, man, the ground is a ball.
No, I say, hey, look it's the same size all night long, and that is well explained on the globe Earth model.
Except when it goes down to the horizon, then you're fucked.
No, it's the same size then too.
Even when it's humid?
Even when it's humid, even when it's right next to the horizon, get a protractor out and actually measure it. I know that there's something called the moon size illusion, that it appears to be bigger. You know, our mind thinks of it as bigger, but if you actually
they
measure
say
it's the same size.
you also get lending.
Maybe a little bit, but it's not going to be more than a couple percent.
Or maybe a little bit, but it stays the same size.
Well, and besides, that sort of is backwards what you would expect from what you would expect if it were following the rules of perspective, like a physical object traveling over a flat plane.
I'm not claiming it does anything. I'm just saying you claiming that it stays the same size is incorrect, and you just admitted that.
I did the test myself.
You show me that?
Yeah, take me a sec.
Yeah, my refrigerator is the same size all night too.
The lights in my sky, the lights in my ceiling are the same size as all night.
Can you show us that? I'd like to see some independent evidence, please.
Of my lights
I
being the
posted
same
the
size in the ceiling?
I posted my full moon observations, and I would submit to you that your fridge doesn't appear the same size all night.
I see what you did there.
This is new from Matthew. Okay.
I see.
Let's hear it.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, I'm talking about the appearance of the moon. The moon appears the same size all night long on full moon.
Yes, because it's apparent. It's like the sun.
Right.
It
No,
appears.
that's the whole point. The
apparent.
apparent size is the same.
Because it's apparent size, right? Yeah.
Right.
It's not the actual size. It's apparent size.
Right, maybe
But
they
that's why sometimes
change
you
the
see big,
size of the moon
sometimes-
throughout the night so that it
sometimes you see
stays
big, sometimes
apparently
you see
the same
small.
size.
But he's saying sometimes you see big, sometimes you see small, but it's your eyes making you to see like that. So we don't know what size it is then. So we only know its apparent size. So we don't know its actual size.
Right. So I'm saying that if you're standing on the side of the road and you watch a car come towards you, its apparent size changes. It gets bigger and bigger. And then when it passes you, it
Okay.
gets smaller and smaller.
Now you came down on the ground. Before I was saying something about the ground, and you said no. I was talking about the moon, and now you want to come to the ground. Why
No,
we
I
don't stick
don't. I
on
don't
the
care
moon?
if it's in the sky or the ground. I'm talking about physical objects coming towards you.
So you are saying that the moon is physical object,
Yes.
and how do you prove that?
It looks like one.
Looks like one.
Yeah. So I'm going to
But
assume
maybe
it's a physical
apparent.
object until
You see,
proven
because
otherwise.
it's apparent, right? It's apparent in the end.
Yeah.
Because you don't know really the size, you don't know really what is it. All you know that it's just there.
Right. I can look at it and see that it's there. Just like if I watch a car coming at me or an airplane, I'd look at it. I can
No,
see.
the car, you can go and touch it and see that it's made from aluminium or from plastic or from whatever, wood or whatever.
Okay. How about Air Force One?
How
If
do you
Air
know
Force
that
One flies over me.
What?
If Air Force One, that big 747 the president flies in, if that
Yes.
flies over me, then I can. It looks physical, so I'm going to assume it's physical.
Because you can hear it, you can say yes, you can go and see it as well. You can touch it. Maybe not you.
You're not going to touch Air Force One. I don't think you're going to touch
Yeah,
Air Force
I know, but somebody that has a permission, he can go and many people they've been there.
So you
And
trust government agents? Because all
no,
government people are
no,
going to be
it's
allowed
something
anywhere
that-
near Air Force One.
But it's something. It's tangible. It's doable because
Not
there is
to
similar
me.
things there as well. Not to you. But
Right.
the same thing is with the moon for me. But I know that this is made from rubber, made of this material, made of glass, made of whatever. But the moon, how can you tell me what it's made of?
Well, I mean, you can't just by looking at it. You can't tell what it's made of. I'm just saying that it looks like a physical object. That's all.
Yeah, it looks like. So we're only in assumption yet. Yeah, we don't. It's not solid proof. It's assumption.
That's why I think it's evidence, not proof.
You went a little bit quieter. I didn't hear you. But
I said exactly. That's why I think of it as evidence, not proof.
not even evidence. It's only assumption. It's something that you are thinking of. It's like it's in the mind. It's on the papers maybe, but not in reality. You see, it's in the mind.
Yeah, we all see the same thing. So I'm just saying, hey, look, I have a good explanation for what's happening with the moon.
Explanation, but it's not like really. You can put your feet on the ground and say that this is it. You know, it's just like assumption and it's like an idea. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I look up in the sky. I
That's
have
what
an
I'm
idea.
saying. You cannot
My
prove
idea
it.
works.
It's just an idea. That can be this, can be that, and
Right. No, I fully admit that it's just an idea. I look up in the sky. I think it looks like a physical object, and so I'm assuming that it is until proven otherwise. And so you're welcome to come up with a better explanation. I just haven't heard a better explanation.
yeah, but you're just saying a story. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Because I don't have a story attached to something, that doesn't mean that whatever you're saying is true.
Right. So I have a story that explains things pretty well. I'm welcoming you to have your own story.
It's a nice story. We're not disagreeing with that. It's a cool story.
Do you have a
All the globe thing is a nice story, but I mean, you know, we're not disagreeing with that.
I'm asking if you have a better story than I do.
I don't have a story. I have reality.
Yeah, so we all have reality that the full moon stays the same size all night long. I'm asking if you have an explanation or a story that explains why.
You just said before that it looks sometimes bigger, but it's in our eyes that thinks like it's bigger, but it's the
Yeah, it's
same
an
size.
illusion.
That's what you are saying.
No, it's
So if I'm seeing different size, and now you are saying that it can be different size, but it's apparent size, so we don't know the real size.
It's measured actual angular size. Its apparent angular size is always the same.
Apparent. You're coming to the apparent angular size.
Yeah, that's all we have.
Yep.
That's
all you have. Nothing. And you cannot create this. You can only create an idea on that.
Exactly. So I have an idea. Do you?
I don't have to, but doesn't mean that your idea has to be true. You see?
Right.
Yeah, that's what I told you. It's a beautiful idea. I had the same imagination as you have. I used to sit down and like watch the stars, watch the moon like for hours and hours, and and I still do. I love it. But now I don't have any. I just look at it and enjoy it. I don't put any thought around it. It is what it is. I don't have to create a story which is fake just to make me intelligent that I know something. No, I just take the picture of it, I enjoy it, I look at it, and we talk about it, we discuss it. Oh, look at this one, look at that one. Oh, did you see that shooting star? Wow, yeah, you know. We enjoy the moment.
So I agree with you. I like the moon. I like the moon a lot. It is a cool looking object. It's beautiful, and I enjoy looking at it. So I agree with you there.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I don't know how many thousands of pictures of it. It's like it's my favorite object in the sky. It's like it's amazing. I love that one. And I have the P1000, the P1000. I just like zoom all the way into it. You know, it's like amazing, and you see so much things. Sometimes I look at it and I say, "Man, it really looks like a real object, maybe." But no, then you look. Oh man, I can see through it. It's like, damn. If it was real object, how I can see through it? It's like.
Well, yeah. I mean, I would say if it looks like real object, then maybe it would be okay to say it's a real object.
But sometimes you can see through it. It's like transparent.
What do you see through it?
The blue sky.
No, the blue sky is in front of it. It's black, and so through the black parts of the moon, when it's not, you just see the blue sky in front of it.
I can zoom into it. I can see the sky behind it.
It's not behind it. It's in front.
Okay, that's what you think. You see, it's another story. Because you think it's all the way up there. That's what you.
Yeah, I think the sky is closer than the moon. That's right.
Because you think the moon is outside of the sky, right?
Yeah, I mean, by sky, I mean the air. And so I think the air is closer to us than the moon is. I'm breathing the air. I can't touch the moon.
At least that is right. That's all right, yeah.
Talking.
Matthew,
Hey, how's it going?
have you ever spoken to Bev before?
Yes.
You're a maths professor, right? Or you're a maths teacher? Like, what are you?
I teach math and computer science part-time. Not the complicated stuff, but the basic stuff sometimes.
What went wrong with Bev? Like, why is he? What happened?
I don't know. It's been a while, so I can't remember exactly what he was saying.
Like the straight line. Can't have. It's like things like spherical triangles aren't triangles. You can't have triangles that add up to more than 180 degrees. That sort of stuff.
Yeah. Well, so I can't remember exactly if he was said that when I was talking to him. But the simple answer is that spherical triangles aren't triangles. They're spherical triangles.
Correct.
They're different things.
Yeah. It's like a weird semantics issue because they were never triangles; they were spherical triangles, but they just looked and were practically triangles at smaller scales, right?
Interesting. Yeah. Well, I mean, they're different definitions in mathematics. It's basic geometry, geometrical definitions. So I don't know why he's reading that.
So how do you get a spherical triangle from 3 points of sight?
So any 3 points define a triangle. So if you take any 3 points anywhere and draw straight lines in between them, then you have a triangle.
Yeah, 180 degrees. Yeah. You only get a spherical triangle when you transfer that triangle onto a ball.
Right. And then a spherical triangle also has 3 points that are all on the surface of a sphere.
Yeah, but you never measure them, do you?
The lines in between them are arcs, not straight lines. So they're not.
Yeah, but they're never measured, though, are they?
I'm talking about the mathematical concept of what a spherical triangle is. What are you talking about measuring them?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can have a spherical triangle. It's just not a triangle. But the way that they use it, they say, we measure spherical triangles. No, you don't measure them. You get 3 lines of sight, and then you place it on a sphere, and you end up
You're talking
with...
about spherical excess?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Spherical excess is a thing. I mean, they've been recording that for over 100 years.
Well, not recording. It's not recording it.
No?
Placing it onto a sphere, and then coming up with an equation. Get spherical excess. They measure a triangle, and then they put it onto a sphere. They transfer it, which gives you spherical excess. You don't measure spherical excess because you don't have 3 points of sight. Can't do it.
Okay, but I don't know anything about about that kind of geodetic surveys or whatever. But I thought that they listed spherical excess in books.
Your mic keeps on getting further away, I think.
Oh, sorry, I don't know why that is.
I asked AI about that, Timbo, and it said exactly the same thing. It's calculated, not measured.
Well, it has to be.
Yeah, I got to correct myself. The other day, I was telling Britt that there's there's only gas pressure. I was thinking he was referring to the definition of atmospheric pressure, and he actually used the word air pressure. And you understand that we use air pressure in a general sense for, like, describing inflation of tires or the pressure under the wing of an aircraft, blah blah blah. Yeah,
really?
so
Are you dying right now, T-Dub? What happened?
No, I'm not dying. I'm fine.
Okay.
It's very, very warm here, but no, I'm not dying.
Well, to that point, I say gas pressure or air pressure interchangeably because there's absolutely no use in in separating them if they're being equivocated. It's to show why gas pressure, using ideal gas laws and so on, to apply it to the atmosphere is disanalogous. It doesn't apply, and then you could raise the question. One or two things have happened. Either you would have misunderstood gas laws, or it's the case that they're being misapplied somewhere, the wrong environment. But I use air pressure and gas pressure interchangeably for the purposes of conversation.
Yeah, I assumed you were talking about the definition for atmospheric pressure. And Jedi was trying to jump in, and I think he was going to like point that out and and correct me. Not sure, but I spoke over the top of him. I'm not sure if that's what he was going to do, but yeah, I think he was trying to jump in time, and that was probably what he was going to say.
My new container argument, I think it serves because it's kind of annoying as an argument because everyone has, like, right now, a lot of the flat earthers have different views. So Heretic might have a different view from Get Beget, and Get Beget has a different view from Lunatic or whatever his name is. So it's like it's hard to navigate whom I'm actually speaking to at the time. But it's good in the sense that there's, at least in my mind, 3 known objections. One is air pressure is an absolute zero. Sorry, vacuum is absolute zero. In which case, if we only have to separate ourselves from a vacuum, and it's absolute zero, then bloody well put it as far away as I possibly want, right? But that's really just in response to Get Beget, not anyone else. That's just his weird definition of vacuum. If you're someone else who thinks, well, it has to separate you from a high to low pressure differential, basically a vacuum, as defined in that image, then you could make a strong guess which pressure differential the container should be around, and we could test and see if it's there. And if it's not there, then you can only push it so far back before it becomes a useless container.
Yeah, no, there's no treating the air we're breathing at any altitude as separate volumes.
Yeah, well, I mean,
not in my mind anyway.
Yeah, the drop off is quite extreme. So I think it's 5.5 for every. Sorry, 1 second. A third for every 5.5 kilometers in altitude. By the time you get to the Kármán line, it's about a billionth of the atmospheric pressure that you'd get on the surface of the Earth. That's quite extreme. But that's just the beginning. Once you get a bit further up, you are reaching insane levels of low pressure. And
I don't know that anyone's been that high or sent anything that high. I just don't like.
Yeah, I was going to ask, where did you get the readings from?
I would say 100 kilometers.
You just made them up. Did you just make up the readings from an article or something like that, or?
They're sourced in the image with the weather balloons. But I will say, right?
Have you got that image?
I'll agree. 500 kilometers might be a bit of a stretch to convince a flat Earth. We've gone to that point, but I definitely think we might agree 100 kilometers has been achieved because flat Earthers have done that, right?
No, have they?
No.
Yeah, I'll show you the video. This is what Bacon sent me.
What?
With balloons, by the way, not like they haven't literally gone up there.
Balloons,
3
there's
kilometers with a
no...
balloon? What the
No
fuck?
one's gone higher than 120 or 140,000 feet.
About 23 miles max, you know?
There we go. Yeah, 120 kilometers. Well, no, this one's 100. Like, I don't know. One sec, let me see the altitude in this one. The reason why I say 100 kilometers is a safe bet because that's 65 miles. I don't know if you use imperial metric, but I'd say 65 miles isn't too high, really, in my view. I mean, it's the V2 rocket went about that high.
The go
This
fast,
is
it went to about
120,000
70.
feet. This is 120,000 feet, yeah? Altitude in feet, 120,000.
Right, I'm just doing the conversion because I can't do that on top of my head.
That's 20 miles.
That's only 36 kilometers, not the right video.
Have a look at T-dub, the pressure that's directly related to temperature. It's nothing to do with height.
Not related. Look,
it's yes, it is.
This
So
is funny because
gas pressure can be influenced by volume.
I'm not
or
going to
temperature.
debate this one, but
It-
I've
it's
noticed
not-
that Globers
it's
will
not a
post
debate,
this to
that's a
show how
gas
it's
law.
not related and flatter, and now you're saying that they are related in that image?
Yeah.
It's
So that's another
empirically
thing.
validated. Yeah, so increased temperature, increased pressure. Or you can increase pressure by decreasing volume.
Right, yeah. And Embo was talking before about higher density and lower density going up. I don't know that is the case.
No, nothing to do with densities. Mass of
yeah,
gas
right.
has no influence on pressure.
Hey,
And also something that I have contention with is parts per volume. Like, so, you know, the amount of molecules per whatever area. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know that what that is at altitude. I just know that there's pressure readings, but I don't know that. I'm not sure. I think people do claim to know for a fact that there is actually less gas with altitude, but I don't know that.
hey,
Have a look on
hey,
that.
Britnat, you've got
Yeah,
something
what's
wrong
up?
in there, mate. You're taking distance travelled in miles 69. You're taking that as the height. The actual altitude is 120,000 feet.
Wait for the image or the video?
The video.
Oh yeah, I said that was an incorrect video.
Yeah. Okay, so did you post the other video?
No, I'm just gonna have a cigarette first, and I'll go back to my desktop.
Sucking on a fag, are you?
Exactly.
I don't think that is the incorrect video. I think he's been arguing 69 miles as the altitude, but it's the distance travelled in the balloon. I think he's fucked up.
So yeah, with the gas at at high altitude, there's a lot that I have to just take on faith or not, or disregard it, or just go, well, that I'm told this, but I don't personally know. I haven't verified like the amount of gas particles area and square inch, whatever cubic meter. I don't know, and also so I guess we can get temperature readings through amateur people putting is on amateur weather balloons. There was something else.
Well,
Yeah.
I will add this is one thing that I think is worthy of note. That I think if I've successfully made the container a tricky thing, right?
I just wanted to be clear. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth thus far, right? But it does, and it's nothing that I think a flat earther should stake so much on, because although people say you have to say this, I mean, even I mean, like if I was a flat earther, I would look, to different directions of why I would care if there was a container or not. I mean, the essence is you want to deny if there's space, or like you can access space if there was such a place, or try to make the globe seem harder to justify. But even in but it's not like this isn't biblically written, right? There's nothing in the Bible or any other
God, you
text that says it
waffle
can't
on.
be the case. I'm just trying to say that in the Bible that it alludes to a void. The earth is hung up on a void, right? So I'm sure you could get by without a container, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. There's also look at the temperature. Now, do gas particles freeze or no?
That you have to ask Manufactotum on that one.
No, they don't freeze steamboat. They lose
They
energy.
don't.
Yeah.
No,
So
yeah, they don't lose. They don't freeze. Yeah.
Okay.
they will condensate and bonds will form with low enough temperatures. So
At what temperatures?
So say for nitrogen, it's like minus 273 degrees Celsius.
There's an ongoing beef with Manufactotum and Redwin over whether or not gas or water freezes and then boils in a vacuum. I don't know if you've heard about that beef. That's the thing that's been going on.
And
it's called
freezing is a bit of,
sublimation.
freezing is an emotional term. It's crystallization. So freezing is it's not what happens. Say liquid crystallizes. It doesn't freeze.
Yeah.
Right.
Cool.
Solidifies.
But yeah, until gas forms bonds, it's completely elastic. So under normal condition on Earth, it's comparable to ideal gas and all of the ideal gas laws apply.
What barometric pressure gauge would this guy be using to work at those temperatures?
In the video or in the source?
Yeah,
digital.
in the video.
Digital version.
The only information I have is Bacon actually sent it to me, so I don't know if Bacon has more information on it. But the only information I have is what's in the video and then in the description.
Because at those temperatures, is that Celsius too, isn't it? That's Fahrenheit. Okay, it's not as cold as I thought it was. Oh yeah, I always get confused with Fahrenheit. What's minus 36.5 Fahrenheit in Celsius?
It's about the same
Let me look
because
that
it's
up.
crossed at negative 40.
It what? What does it do?
That's around 0, isn't it?
Negative 40 Celsius is the same as negative 40 Fahrenheit.
Okay. Well,
What?
Then
Really? Negative 40 Fahrenheit is the same as negative 40 Celsius, did you say?
That's where the two lines cross, yes.
so it's close to that.
Okay.
So it's close to 40, minus 40 Celsius. It's pretty fucking cold. I don't think any barometric pressure gauge would work at those temperatures.
That's right. That's the other thing that is up, like that I don't know, is the types of gases with altitude, like at high altitude.
And what kind
I
of
don't know
pressure
that.
they exert.
Yeah, I don't know that.
said nitrogen condensates at minus 270 degrees Celsius. Who is that clown?
You
I
have to
checked.
answer to your fellow flat earthers. Why are you the only one who thinks the only definition of a vacuum is zero pressure?
Shut up.
I mean, everyone was saying that you were wrong earlier. I don't know.
If they don't know, that doesn't mean you are right.
Look,
No matter how much you try to defend this bullshit, listen, no matter how much you want to defend this bullshit vacuum of yours, yeah, which doesn't exist, it cannot be achieved in reality.
Perfect. Yep.
Therefore,
so let's
we have
call it a
nothing to
medium
talk about.
vacuum.
You're not talking about science. You're talking about imaginary, ideal reference systems.
No, I'm saying that there's a certain low pressure.
Yeah,
called
in
a
physics,
medium vacuum.
a vacuum is not just pressure or presence of matter. Vacuum means absence of matter.
Yeah,
If
it's
you
not a
don't have
perfect
matter, then you don't have any sort of
If it doesn't
pressure.
exist, it's a useless concept to
No
describe.
force. Listen, pressure is a force.
It's a useless concept to describe if it doesn't exist. So
You cannot get a force without matter.
So, if you look at what's his name posted, he's currently called Scott Mackey is insane, but he's called FE Victory Lab. He posted a meme, very interesting meme.
I don't care what clowns are saying, illiterate people are saying. Okay? I don't care about you guys. You show me a Nobel Prize laureate in physics which claims that a vacuum is actually gas pressure.
Yeah. So.
And then I will believe you.
Yeah, doesn't matter. We could say that.
I even told you, listen, you moron, because you start to annoy me.
Somebody
I
who
even
doesn't
gave
care
you
about the
source.
people in here,
I
you sure
told
spend a
you.
lot of time yelling at them.
I told you to go read what Alfred Kastler wrote on matter.
But I'm telling you,
you asked for source, and I gave you a Nobel Prize laureate.
I'm telling you,
in physics.
there are options that you have.
I don't care what you're telling me,
and
because you have no. Listen, you have no scientific background.
Yeah, neither do you, right? So let's go with the three
I
possibilities.
do have scientific background.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
Anyway, either
as an ex-evil hacker, I do have.
A hacker.
Then why do you say scientific?
Yeah.
Scientific.
That's hands-on.
So, you do have a number of possibilities. I'll let you pick which one you want. So you can have gas pressure can be next to an extremely low pressure without a container, in which case, thank you for space, right? Or you can have the container can be at the edge of the universe due to it only separating you between yourself and a vacuum, meaning get vacuum where it's a zero pressure, in which case, thank you for space. Or at some point you decide randomly that there's an arbitrary point of pressure where the container must be.
Well,
that is not too far
don't
away.
have any
You'll need to tell me where that location is.
Listen, shut up. Listen, that thermosphere actually demolish and debunks any bullshit religion belief that you have that there is a vacuum up there. Yeah, the thermosphere has a pressure of approximately 600 millibars. That's like 7 psi.
7 psi.
Therefore, yeah, it is half of the air that we breathe. The 0.5 atmosphere. And if you have oxygen up there, then at minus 80 degrees Celsius,
what did you say it was?
you can safely breathe. You can safely breathe if you have oxygen concentration in that air.
Yeah, what did you say was the air pressure at?
One sec. Can I just say something before because I got to get going.
Yeah.
I've just been looking up these high precision barometric pressure gauges, and they say they're only accurate up to minus 20 degrees.
I don't know much about that. I don't know if it's relevant to the kind of pressure.
Yeah, it is very relevant because at
barometer that
high
he's using there.
altitude you reach temperatures below 80 degrees Celsius.
I'll explore
Yeah,
that
so
with
that video says that video says they're getting what the reading is almost 40 degrees, minus 40 degrees Celsius.
By the way, that video is more to show a high altitude, not so much to show the pressure readings on it. I think if it's not going high enough, then I guess the point.
But it's not a high. It's 100. It's only 120,000
Yeah, I know. That's why I
feet.
said it was a bad video. Yeah.
Yeah.
But either way.
Sorry, Gebby. Go ahead, mate.
I think he's disappeared. Goodness me. He said, "What did he say? Did anyone catch what he said? The thermosphere pressure was at. Did anyone hear him?
You'll have to ask him, mate. But I think he said 7 psi. Huh?
7 psi. I'm seeing it right now.
PCI.
I'm seeing
okay, sorry.
0.000.
Jerry heard it. Don't quote me on that. What was it, Jerry?
I think he was just saying what you said, but in a slower voice.
Yeah, I heard.
Yes, I don't know what he said.
I'm seeing 0.0005 kilopascal. So I don't know what that is in psi. Love to know what. Let me see.
Well, this is being live streamed, so.
So 50 kilopascals would be 7.25 psi. And we're talking 0.0005 kilopascals. I don't know where you got that from. I better shut up.
Why?
Because I know I can get annoying after a while. I have this ongoing beef with Get about this container thing because he told me that a vacuum is zero pressure, so my entire argument falls apart. But it's a strange thing to say because if you say that, I mean, you don't need a container anymore. If you think that's what we have to separate ourselves from.
Huh. How's the GF6 campaign going?
I'm not speaking to you until you unblock me.
Oh, come on.
It's going well. It's going well. Got our own little Discord server. Where we brainstorm. I mean, there's some
GF6. Is this like a flat earther convention?
No, it's a Globe Earther convention.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, where we all discussed the globe. Anyway, I think that of all the arguments I've made, like I think the best one has got to be this one. I think it's a beauty of an argument.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. And this was the one I didn't prepare. It was kind of like winged. I winged it the first time.
That's how good you are.
Yeah, I'm telling you. A big deal around these parts. But I winged it in Earth Awakenings, and then someone made that image when I was speaking, and we ran with it.
Oh, you found your way over there?
Yes, a very exciting place. Only Only if you make it exciting, though. When you go in there like randomly, it's boring as fuck.
Because they're all circle jerking each other off, aren't they?
Yeah, most of the time.
Yeah, I used to spend a lot of time over there a few years ago.
It's
I
like
was actually one of the first people in there.
if you don't talk about flat Earth there, they'll just go in this some sort of weird spiritual ramblings, and I don't find that interesting.
But gas pressure without a container, you think that's interesting?
It's interesting because it itself, right, on its own, as an argument, doesn't go anywhere beyond saying we can access a place called space, right? There is not an impassable boundary. There is a boundary you can cross if you have enough kinetic energy. There's no hard like silver boundary, but that's not the only thing that's interesting. Is where you might lead with that to say, if there is no container, then what is this thing containing kind of effect that's containing the gas here on Earth? Now that opens some interesting questions. That could lead to all sorts of places, including shape of the.
You think that leads to a ground equals ball?
I think not very indirectly. It's definitely supporting evidence, not deductive, like follow down that deductively.
And not ground equals pretzel.
Not ground equals pretzel, yeah.
Well, how do you discern?
Between the two?
Yeah.
Well, you'd have to align certain observations up together. So, for instance,
Certainly not a Taurus, that's for sure.
So, for instance, if you say that everywhere on the Earth, has great circle roots and all gravity has a similar like constant when you drop things and so on and so forth, and there's nothing, there's no physical boundary containing the air here on Earth, you might start to, over time, when you start to snowball these conclusions up together, come up with something that sounds a little bit like Mavity.
Right. I just start with, if it's a globe, then everything I see will confirm my belief that it's a globe. Everything I see does confirm my belief it's a globe. Therefore, it has to be a globe.
What if you misunderstood something that pointed at it being a globe, and you thought that that particular thing said that it's actually flat?
Like what?
I'm not saying any particular thing, but I'm just saying if you came across evidence, a singular point of evidence, by the way, not the majority.
Are you going to have to give me an example? Like, if I can imagine that triangles can have more than 180 degrees, then the ground can be a ball.
I'm not disagreeing with you on any particular point. I'm just saying, theoretically, if you came across something that pointed out that, and I'm not saying it's true, I'm just saying pointed at something that you didn't believe in. That, like, if it's particular one factoid that you just misunderstood, but it actually still points at the Earth being round at the end of the day. You just didn't understand it originally, and therefore you thought it pointed at it being flat. All theoretical, by the way, not in reality.
You're misunderstanding the fundamental axioms of the dogmatic globe. So the first axiom is it is a globe. It has to be. You understand that?
I get the point. I'm just like, I'm a philosophical point of view on it, but that's beside the point. Same thing about the universe, if it's flat or curved. Which I
I'll
actually
post
think
the
is a
axioms
better
for you.
conversation, but that's just me being silly.
There you go. See? Those are the axioms.
Yeah, those are ridiculous axioms. I don't like those.
How dare you? How dare you? I could choose anything I want to be my evidence, like the moon staying the same size, or seeing a sunset, or dropping something. See? Those all count.
No, those are just observations. The question is, how do you take those observations and explain them?
By saying the ground is a ball. See, if I can't explain something, that means the ground is a ball.
No, if you have an explanation that says the ground is a ball and that's a good explanation, then that's evidence for that, compared to zero evidence or zero explanation on the other side. So I'd just say go with the best explanation.
Exactly. And who decides what's best? Me.
The rational
Yeah,
method.
so things like which explanations sound rational and reasonable, use things that we know and can predict, and
Virtues of science, like being analogous, simple, and so on.
internal consistency with other things that you know to be true, stuff like that.
Well, that's why I say it has to be a globe, right? Because you're never going to see water sticking to a ball due to gravity in reality. You can only picture it in your head. So I have to say it has to be a globe.
Sure, I can show you evidence of that. I just have to go into space, actually, and show you that.
Wait, that's not true. The other day I had a rubber ball. I sprayed it with a hose. I picked it up, and there was a bunch of water droplets all over there.
Are you being
Well, he's saying like eventually all the water would drop off of the ball if you held it up from the ground. And I get that.
Well, it sounds like Jerry agrees that there's like a stronger gravitational force pulling those water droplets off.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, seems like it comports with the globe reality. I'm just not
Has
sure
to
what
be.
the argument is.
There
Do
is
you
no
go by the
argument.
syllogism?
Yeah, if the ground is a ball, then the ground is a ball. The ground is a ball, therefore the ground is a ball.
Well, it sounds like that's settled. That's a valid argument. Modus ponens.
Yeah, so get wrecked.
Okay.
Noobs.
Up. Another win for the globe Earth.
Ham, are you being an honest interlocutor today?
Well, I don't know what you mean by honest, but I'm a good faith interlocutor.
Good faith
Yeah,
interlocutor.
There's a series of traits involved with being good faith. Honesty is one of them.
Also, not having a headache after the end of a statement.
But are you feeling like you represent that today, Ham?
Well, I mean, Jerry, Heretic, if he wasn't... Oh, he's not deafened yet. Heretic, Jerry, pretty much everybody in this chat room can attest to the fact that I'm a good faith interlocutor, so...
Your voice is a little deeper today, Ham. How come,
No, puberty. This is wonders to people.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Are you under the weather?
Well, I ate some gochujang earlier today. So
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
I'm
that does me too. Yeah.
feeling a little bit sick. I appreciate your worry for me though.
Oh yeah, it's a virtue. The virtue of Globe.
Well, yeah, we keep each other strong, right? Well, Jerry just provided a syllogism, right? And everybody knows on the internet, the syllogism is one of the strongest argumentative forms. So I just want to know, like, are we now 4-7?
I think your mic cut out.
No, I think maybe your headset cut out, Jerry. Everybody else heard me, so. I was wondering, the other day, I was doing some observations, and everybody knows observations, that's science. So I was really just doing science the other day, right? I noticed a certain uniformity in nature, right? That a certain, a certain, like, type of object kept on reappearing on large scales. That type of object is an oblong spheroid. I'm just wondering.
Oblong?
Yeah, an oblong. Yeah. I'm just wondering, what's the mechanical explanation for why Earth is the way it is?
There it is.
Ben.
Bend?
Ben. As
We're
in the
like,
Earth spins.
we're like one quote away from Ham saying that, talking about the big slam. It's approaching very soon, I think. He would have completed his rounds.
Well, the Big Slam, that's flat Earth conspiracy nonsense. So I don't believe in that.
A globe can spin.
The globe? What? I thought you guys were flat earthers. I don't
Oh,
understand.
I'm not flat earther. I come in here for the fun of challenging them.
Amen, brother. Amen.
How
Looks like
can you
another.
tell if your globe is spinning?
Because we have a day-night cycle as we orbit the sun, and
Okay, let me write this down. If it's dark out, then the ground is spinning. Is that good?
if there's a day-night cycle, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so it gets dark out and then it's light out again. Therefore, the ground is spinning.
Yes.
Well, that's not true.
Excellent.
I was playing Minecraft the other day, and there's a day-night cycle in Minecraft. So.
Yeah, but that's not. I mean, there's a day-night cycle in WoW, but you can also make it day at any time you want.
Yeah, so it doesn't follow that just because there's a day-night cycle that it must be spinning around, right? Because you don't think WoW is a circular or spherical plane, right? So that doesn't follow.
Spherical plane.
A spherical plane. Yeah.
Never heard of that. Can I write that one down too?
Put it in your notes. You might want to remember that one.
Yeah, I'll put that next to the big slam.
All right. Nobody takes the bait for the mechanical explanation. Big sad. Have a good one, guys.
No, it's because the ground is a ball. We all agree.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just read the. I'm a first time comer here in a while, and I read 24/7 Flat Earth. I thought it was a bunch of flat earthers, but seems like this was all soft. So sounds like a good one. Have a good one. I appreciate you guys being, good faith inquirers into the scientific method. So
yes.
Have a good
Troll defused, and that's how it's done,
Nice.
everybody. So, Guardian, do you think the ground is a ball?
I believe the Earth is a oblate spheroid that orbits around a star that we call the Sun. Yes.
And how did you prove that?
I didn't prove anything. I went by the evidence that was submitted to me by scientists and people in academia. Yeah. Wow, words are hard tonight.
Did you say
Yeah.
Void?
I said oblate spheroid that because it is round, but there's a small, like the equator. If you went all the way around using the equator, you'd have a shorter distance if you went all the way to the North Pole and then all the way down to the South Pole and then all the way back up to the North Pole.
Okay. So we have 3 circles.
No, 2.
Well, the equator, right? And you're talking about the tropic
Yeah,
of
just pick a
Cancer.
line that basically takes you all the way north, then all the way south, and then all the way back north.
So a bunch of circles then, right?
Well, yeah, that's, I mean, a sphere is only a 3D circle, but, you know, that's just me.
A 3D circle.
Yeah.
Wow. Never heard of that. Is that new?
Okay, there are 3 dimensions in space, right?
A sphere is a 2D drawing of a ball.
Yeah. A circle is a 2-dimensional drawing of a ball. Yes.
No,
You think
a sphere is. That's what a sphere is.
Okay, so we have these circles, these big flat circles, and you're saying that means the ground is a ball?
Yes.
Excellent. So if I walk in a circle around my kitchen table, then my kitchen floor is a ball, right?
No. Okay. Put it this way. You know the Greenwich Mean line that is on the thing that they call a globe?
Yes.
If you followed that line all the way around, you'd end up back where you started, right?
A big flat circle, yep.
That line, if you stretched it out and basically made it into a straight line instead of having it going around the globe, would be shorter than the one if you went around the equator. That was all I was saying by a oblate spheroid.
All right. Bunch of circles equals sphere. Is that what you're saying? Yes, no?
Yes.
Excellent.
2 circles, and both of them wrapping around a oblate spheroid. Yes. One being shorter than the other.
Right. So again, if I walk around my house, does that make my lawn a ball?
Only if you could walk from one end of your lawn and then pop back out at the other side of your lawn.
Yeah, that's what I did. I went in a circle. Does that mean the lawn is a ball?
Have you ever played a game of Asteroid?
Yeah.
And what happens to your spaceship as you go from all the way to one side and then come back out on the other side?
Oh, you mean like in Pac-Man?
Yay! Yes.
Okay. Yep. Good
Did you
time.
do that with your lawn? Because that's what I'm talking about.
No, you're talking about a circle, and that's what I did on my lawn. How many beers have you had tonight?
None.
Must be some other reason why your responses are so delayed.
No, you just make my head hurt by saying obnoxious things. That's all.
No, you're just using your brain for the first time. You're actually thinking now. That's why it hurts. You're thinking about the reasons why you think the ground is a ball. It's hard for a lot of people to do.
Small-minded people tend to hurt themselves.
You'll get better at it the more you do it.
You know, I'm standing. Well, my character in that game is standing in Valdrakken, and it has a circular area. By going around it doesn't make the fountain into a ball. By the way, I'm just saying. You know.
Very good. I agree.
What I'm talking about is going in a straight line around the Earth and contiguously, which you really can't do unless you have a vehicle that can go both on water and land. So maybe a hovercraft. There we go.
I'd say you can't do it at all. Because
So
a
what
straight
happens
line.
when I? Okay, so if I go in a straight line, what happens? In your Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, if you go in a straight line, then you're not going to return back to where you started. First of all.
If you're on a globe and you're following around the globe, yes, you will end up back
No.
where you started.
No, then you went in a circle. A big flat circle.
Magellan, what did he attempt to do?
Go in a circle.
Okay, thank you. And you believe Magellan existed, right? Please say yes.
Well, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Sure, some guy wants to sail around in circles. That's not such a big, outlandish claim. I like the thumbnail of what Kiwi Buzz posted at 32 past the last hour. Pretty good there. It says, number 1, Earth is a globe. Number 2, find radius. Number 3, therefore, Earth is a globe.
Yeah, that's affirming the consequent. That's circular reasoning.
You know, Yui says that the more stipulations you add to an affirming the consequent, the more valid it gets.
That's exactly what I say.
There you go.
Obviously not. I just say that a biconditional, by the way, Matthew, just so you don't think I'm an idiot. Biconditional does not affirm the consequent.
What if I have a
Because they're logically
tri-conditional?
equivalent.
Right, of course.
Man, they must have raised the ceiling in WoW. I just took my character way up to just see the city that I've landed in.
Did you find any horizontals that weren't parallel to the plane of the horizon in your journey?
Nah, not really. It's definitely a flat plane, WoW. Or
No,
at least each continent is a flat plane.
See, that would be a good black swan. All right. Find any horizontal that is not parallel to the plane of the horizon. Or a vertical that isn't perpendicular to it. Nobody talks. I'm going to have to unmute Talon.
Please actually do. He did message me just now, coincidentally.
That's fine. I like to hear some stuff.
Yeah, we need some Talon time.
You want to hear some gobbledygook?
Yeah, I think
Yeah, something will probably hurt my head, but I'm happy to hear it.
Go ahead, Talon.
Hello.
What do
What's
you got
going
for us
on?
today?
So, World of Warcraft is a series of globes. So, Azeroth is a globe, Outlands is a globe.
Oh
Everything is the globe,
boy!
right?
I'm sorry. Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
Yeah, that's
If your character
Cyber.
can my character right now, since I can fly, go from Northrend to Pandaria or from Kalimdor to Eastern Kingdoms without going through a phase, like a zoning area. Basically, you zone through
No, you're
a
going across.
loading
You're
screen.
going across an ocean. You're crossing an ocean, my dude.
Yes, but can I?
That's the load. The load screen is an ocean crossing. That's why you can go from. That's why you can go to any continent from any other continent. So when you're in Kalimdor, you can get on any of the blimps because they fly across the respective ocean that you need to go to. So it's a globe. So sorry, Azeroth is a globe.
I'll argue that each continent is a plane unto itself.
It's not. That's why there's Azeroth and then Outlands and then there's another one where it was
There's the Shadowlands, and there's
Draenor.
yeah.
So yeah, those are planets. Planet during a specific time.
There's also Argus, by the way, which is only like 3 zones because it's nearly destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, you got an Alienware computer too?
Argus. Yeah, see, Argus is another planet. I mean, they're literally curved in all the pictures. You can see all this round shapes. Argus is a planet. Argus is probably a moon.
Actually, a loon is a moon. We haven't visited that yet. It'd be nice if we could actually go visit a loon. You know, they
Outland might be. I think Outland might be a piece of a planet that got knocked out, and because that is very. There are edges. For Outland does have edges, and so would show evidence of being flat.
Yeah.
But definitely Northrend and Azeroth. All the Azeroth mainlands are planetary round. Yeah, because Pandaria is in the south. You got Zandalar, Broken Isles. That's why we keep finding more continents. Because Pandaria was in a mist in the ocean.
Mm-hmm. I'm not arguing that, but I'm saying within the mechanics of the game, you can't literally do the same things you can do in reality. Which, if you could actually fly in reality, I mean, you'd realize that the Earth is a sphere.
Well, dude, you can't fly that high in WoW because you're on an animal. Like you like the atmosphere only goes so high, so they can't. Like birds aren't flying at 50,000 feet.
I'm on a rabbit. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we could talk about azimuths, Jerry, because we were having a really good conversation. I'm sorry that we got cut off. I wanted to because I think I understand what you're saying about the horizontal angle when you're establishing a level baseline with theodolites, and so I want to know like where you go from there because that's where the triangulation only just begins. And so when you take that horizontal and then you take the theodolite and put it on each point of that horizontal, you can triangulate a point from that horizontal with 2 more lines and make a triangle to another point and know exactly the deviation and elevation of that 3rd point. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Okay. So that slope, because then what you do is you can turn you can take any of that triangle and make a new horizontal and use that as the horizontal.
Okay.
And that's how you try. And so once you start chaining the triangles together, you can establish the curvature of the Earth over a distance.
Curvature of what?
The curvature of the Earth over a distance by chaining all those measurements together. So
measurements of what?
The measurements of the curve of the Earth.
Curve of what?
The Earth.
No.
The line of sight measurements?
The triangles that were chained together.
Yeah, and along which plane are these angles being measured?
In which plane?
Yeah.
The plane is relative to the baseline.
Yeah. What would that be
called? The plane that they're creating is over the is a set of triangles over the surface of the Earth.
Yeah. Which plane are the angles being measured on?
So the plane is from the baseline, I think. If that's what you're talking about, like the horizontal baseline.
Yeah.
Okay. So I mean, you don't understand that like the angles from a single horizontal doesn't give you anything. Like you need to do a triangulation. The 3rd line is the actual measurement, not the horizontal. You're like forgetting to do the next step.
The next step would be what?
You would triangulate. You wouldn't just stop at the horizontal line.
Right. So all of these triangles exist on what kind of plane?
So like on no. You're
measuring the deviation from that plane that you established. You're taking a horizontal plane and then you're triangulating another point in a distance, and then you can tell because you have that horizontal level plane that you made up with what you're talking about with the horizontal baseline, you can tell if the third point is higher or lower in elevation from the horizontal.
Okay, so you have elevation changes, right?
Elevation changes, correct.
Great.
So then you can go to that. So once you have the elevation to that point, then you go and do another horizontal right there, and then you can triangulate from those 2 points.
Okay.
You can continue, and so once you make another triangle, and then those triangles, they'll either be perfectly flat, and it'll all be like x equals 0 for all these triangles, or they can bend at an angle, and so you can do all the trig. So then you do trigonometry, and you take that planar, all those planar measurements, and you can convert them into curvature.
Convert and bend.
Yeah, you convert them into. You use trig to convert them into polar coordinates.
What are you bending?
Bending the straight lines that were just
so
established with all the triangles.
You're bending it afterwards, correct?
So the Earth isn't. So Jerry, I don't know if if you've ever looked at the surface of the Earth. It's not like a bunch of straight lines. It's actually quite smooth, unless you have like mountains and but plain. Like the Earth is just like a very natural terrain, and so there's no like perfect angles on you wouldn't have like horizontal planes. I mean, there's plenty of like flat areas all over the planet.
Elevation changes, right?
It's a huge thing, right? But then, and so when you measure those elevation changes with a planar set of triangles, you have to use trig to what you said is bend all those straight lines, because you're going to have a lot of spherical excess underneath all those angles, because all those angles aren't there.
What kind of triangles can you measure with a theodolite?
What kind of triangles? No. You create you triangulate the surface of the Earth with triangles, with a theodolite.
And when you use the theodolite, the triangles exist on what kind of plane?
What? They would exist on the earthen plane, the surface of the Earth.
No.
Yeah, they will. That's what you're doing. You're not just like measuring them from. Because now you see, but you keep like you want to stick to that one horizontal plane, but the Earth isn't horizontal plane, dude. You got to keep going. So you don't just stay. You're just sitting there with one line, and I'm trying to tell you that you have to add more lines, but you don't want to. You only want to look at the one line. That doesn't make any sense.
You measure the angles along what kind of plane with the theodolite?
A horizontal plane.
Right. So there's no bend in a.
No, but that's just a plane we established. Right? We just established that with level. Right? Yeah. So do you think the point that we just measured, that we triangulated with, do you think that's exactly as level as the plane we just made up?
Well, if you establish horizontal, yeah, that is horizontal.
Well, what do you mean establish horizontal? Like, you're not the one making the decisions on where the next point is. The Earth is the one deciding that. If there's a big mountain in front of you, aren't you going to go to the top of that? Wouldn't the point be at the top of that mountain, not at your horizontal plane?
Well, is it possible? Yeah, if it's higher,
okay.
then
the horizontal. Then what? There's elevation change.
Right.
Okay.
And then when you go to that mountain, the one you started at will be lower.
How do you know?
Because it's taller than you, right? You just
no, that's what you have to. Well, no, that's what you have to. That's what you're measuring.
No, it's already been measured.
Well, what do you mean it's already been measured? You haven't measured it yet.
That's
what we're talking about. We're talking about measuring like 20 mountains in one, and we're going to go from west to east, and we're going to measure every single mountain from the horizontal plane that we established with the theodolite. Yeah. Okay, and so what do you think? So do you think those mountains are exactly just going to zigzag up and down in elevation over a flat plane, or do you think that there's going to be there might be something else?
They all change in elevation relative to a horizontal baseline.
Okay, but what if that starts to like dip and like it starts to be not more than flat and starts to curve?
What starts to dip?
Well, what happens if like what happens if like the even a taller mountain is actually like not. It's taller relative to its base height, but then when you actually compare it to the deviation elevation, it's not. Like it's actually angled slightly away from the mountain next to it.
Well, you'd wind up with something like what I just posted, an elevation profile.
Okay.
Of a bunch of different
Right,
heights.
and so, but then like when you actually, what is this? Only, that's only a 2-dimensional thing.
Yeah, it's a vertical elevation profile.
Right, but you see how it goes up at an, but when you actually if you actually look at if you look at the left or the very left side, you can see that it's only at 8,000 feet. And then you can slowly see how it starts to angle upward slope. You can see that the dotted line begins to disappear. So there's clearly a slope in that in your picture.
Yeah.
So that's not flat. That's not flat at all. That's actually it's angled. It's angled at a slight angle upward. So
yeah, there are mountains and valleys. Yeah, Earth is not flat.
If you think you kept going, do you think that's that elevation's just gonna keep going up forever and ever, or do you think it might actually start to go down?
It might go
What
back
happens
down.
after? What do you think happens after Mount Whitney?
It probably goes back down.
Okay, so that's a curve. That's not flat.
Yeah, the mountains go up and down, and there's a gradual grade higher and higher, and then it goes lower and lower, all measured relative to a horizontal baseline. Yeah.
No, you can clearly see that the mountains do not follow. You can see the horizontal baseline in your picture. The mountains do not follow that straight line, my dude. The mountains go very, very clearly at an angle away from downward.
I agree.
Now, so that's
I
a
agree.
curve. So if you kept that going, and you measured that on all the continents, you're not going to find any flat. It actually would start to curve.
Do you know what the theodolite or an autolevel establishes?
A horizontal plane?
Yeah, the horizontal plane that goes all the way from the left side of that picture all the way to the right.
Yeah, I see it. It's a dotted line, right? It's a dotted line.
Okay, so all those horizontals are parallel, right?
All those horizontals are parallel to what?
Each other.
Only one line.
Yeah, they're all parallel to each other.
The dotted lines are?
The horizontal lines.
Okay. But the mountains are not horizontal.
Right. Earth is not
They're
flat.
sloped.
Right.
Oh, I mean, you can still clearly see a slope.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying, though. That's Earth. That's a curve.
Yeah. Well, Earth is not
That's
flat.
the beginning of a curve. That's the beginning of a curve right there.
Curve of what?
A curve of the Earth, the mountains.
Right. Right, but it's not curve of a horizontal, is it?
Why would you? What? Why would you? That contradicts yourself.
Exactly. There is no such.
That's
thing
what
as
you're
a curved
saying. Why are
horizontal.
you contradicting yourself, Jerry?
I'm not.
What?
Earth
That
is
doesn't
not
make any
flat.
sense. You literally just said that the mountains follow the horizontal, but then you say they don't follow the horizontal. I just don't know which one you're choosing.
No, they're measured from a horizontal.
What is measured from a horizontal? The mountains?
Yes.
Okay.
Now that horizontal.
So then how come?
Hold on.
Wait a minute. But then why don't the mountains follow the horizontal? Why are they up below and above it?
Because Earth does that. It goes up and down. It curves up and down.
No, you're talking about the individual mountains?
Yes.
But dude, can't you see the grading? Like the core, like do you think that those mountains are horizontal from like Upper Yosemite Falls? But isn't Upper Yosemite Falls? That's at 8,000 feet, right? Okay, and then the Mount Whitney's at 14,000 feet, right? Okay, and we got those measurements from what?
Surveyors.
Okay, and so if we drew a line from Upper Yosemite Falls to Mount Whitney, would that be parallel with the horizontal?
You mean from peak to peak?
Yeah. No, just like you can. You can pick any. You can pick the base to the base, peak to peak. It doesn't matter. Either way. Are either of those lines parallel to the horizontal?
Well, slopes aren't going to be parallel to a horizontal.
But all the mountains together, are they horizontal? Do they match the horizontal or do they slope?
No, they go up and down.
No, I know, but you're not okay. So are you able to like look at all the mountains as one line? Like, I want you to go ahead and like take a ruler and draw a line from Upper Yosemite Falls to Mount Whitney, just peak to peak. Okay.
Yeah, it contours up and down.
That ruler, if you do a straight line, is it going to be parallel to the horizontal?
Well, if it's not horizontal, it's not going to be parallel to horizontal.
All right. So, but how is that? If you're saying that the mountains are horizontal, how come they're angled?
Because are you trolling me right now?
How come the surface that they're on is angled? Is what I'm trying to say. Like, you see how the surf like if you do like all the valleys, like there's no parallels in any of that data.
Sure, all the horizontals are parallel.
What? But the horizontals aren't real. That's just a dotted line.
Right.
So the mountains are real. So like all like Lyle Canyon, Mammoth Trail, those average, like you can tell where it starts to average about 8,000 feet. But then right at Mary Lake and Muir Trail Ranch, they start to like, you got Evolution Lake and you have Muir Pass, and then you have one more canyon. But then from Palisade Lakes all the way to Mount Whitney, all those mountains are clearly taller than all the mountains before it. Because that's why, because you can see, you notice how like the horizontal, like you have like all the dotted lines, and then you only have a little bit of dotted line, and then the dotted lines keep getting less and less as you go along. So that's showing me that it's not that the mountain range itself, like the whole mountain range, is not parallel. It's sloping upward. If you were to do a correlation line, a gradient line, okay. So then why are you so obsessed with this imaginary horizontal line?
Well, you brought up theodolites, right?
Yeah, but I'm actually looking at the measurements of the surface of the Earth, not the imaginary horizontal line. You're like stuck on the imaginary line and not going any further.
I brought up measurements of the surface of the Earth.
Did you?
Yeah, that's an elevation profile.
No, but all you're doing, you're talking about the plane that the theodolite is measuring. You refuse to talk about the surface of the Earth.
No, the Earth is not flat, right? I've said that maybe 17 times, just in this one conversation.
Okay, is the Earth a globe?
I would say no.
Do you think? What shape is it?
I don't know.
So like just because the Earth is rough doesn't mean it's like just like a straight plane. You think it's just a horizontal plane, right?
You're not saying it's flat, not flat, are you?
You just think the Earth is flat, not flat? Yes, I'm definitely saying that. It's obviously not flat.
Wow. How's that for logic, Huey?
Well, I mean, the Earth isn't flat. The Earth is a globe.
Well, I just say it's not flat. Now,
well, that's a negative, though, and that doesn't really explain. And flat isn't a shape. Like we're trying to find the geometric shape of the Earth, so that we can find the figure. What's the figure of the Earth?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you showed us a bunch of mountains, so it's obviously not flat.
Yeah, I stick with what I know, right? So now,
okay, but you're not. But you won't tell us what the shape is. Like this is just a mountain range.
Now those horizontals will be parallel to the plane.
It's only 200 miles, and actually 217 miles. You know, the interesting thing
of the horizon. That's what those horizontals are.
Do you think I'd be able to get a radius out of that angle from like the Yosemite Falls to?
You can do whatever you want.
Whitney?
You can do whatever you want. All I know is all of those horizontals are parallel to the plane.
Wait, what are all the horizontal? Like, what do you mean all the horizontals? I only see one horizontal line.
All the lines going left to right.
Okay, the dotted lines, or like night 1, night 2, night 3.
When you say the bottom solid line, top solid line, the dotted line going from left to right, they'll all be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
What does that mean? What horizon? This is a side view of the measurements.
Yeah.
It's the elevation, and then the
from where is
distance from the trailhead, and the distance in miles.
When you say 14,000 feet, from where?
This is distance from Yosemite Falls trailhead, and then elevation in feet, because Mount Whitney goes up to 14,000 feet.
From where? From where? 14,000 feet.
Oh,
Elevation.
from base, from Falls trailhead, because like it eventually goes all the way down,
Sea level.
like sea level or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. So all the horizons, they are on the sea level, parallel to each other.
No.
Any elevation you take, 4,000, 8,000,
No, no.
14,000, 200, 100, you're measuring from sea level. So they are all parallel to the sea level.
What is parallel to the sea level? The mountains?
The horizontals that you are measuring.
What horizontals do you guys keep talking about? I don't know what you're what you mean by horizontals. There's only one horizontal line that I see at 10,000 feet.
10,000 feet from what?
What do you mean? Do you see the picture in the side chat?
No, 10,000 feet elevation from where?
You need to read the blue strip that Fuseli Jerry put in the channel at 4:45 a.m.
You made 10,000. You made horizontal plane on a 10,000 feet. From 10,000 feet from where? From sea level, horizontal level. So that horizontal line is parallel to the sea level horizontal. So there you have two horizontals. One is the sea level, and the other one is 10,000 feet. Oh my God!
What?
You have to go back to school, man. I think
those are both imaginary lines. You're talking about zero. You're talking about the zero line. Do you think that's where like the Earth stops, and it's just like that section?
Where is the man? You're measuring from sea level, right? When you're measuring the depth of the sea, you're measuring from sea level. It's from the sea level is deep so much. You are measuring height from sea level so much.
The elevation in feet. So relative to sea level, it slopes upward.
Level, yeah, they go upward from sea level.
The mountains are still not parallel, dude. You understand the mountains are still not parallel to that bottom line at zero. Like
What do you mean parallel?
Okay, wait a minute. Just try not to. Just stop yelling. You don't need to yell, dude. You can talk like normal tone. And secondly, you're still trying to say that the mountains are parallel to the horizontals, but they aren't parallel to any. There's no horizontal line in those mountains anywhere. The bottom zero line is just like relative sea level. So like there isn't an ocean that's like flat underneath the surface of the Earth. That's all continent, solid Earth. We're just looking at the surface of the Earth, not the imaginary line that was cut off on the bottom, and not the imaginary dotted line at 10,000 feet. Okay, go. Do you understand? Do you agree now? Are we both on the same page that both of those lines are imaginary?
To measure the elevation of the mountain, you are measuring from the zero. You take the horizontal line and you make it straight to the height of the mountain, and you make a 90-degree, and you make your angle, and you see how high is the mountain. That's how you make your height of
90
elevation.
degrees?
From the bottom. How do you measure the elevation, man? How do you measure
slope,
it?
Right?
What?
So there's a slope. Like, why are you getting lost in the math when we're just looking at the angle of the mountains and how the overall surface is not horizontal. It's quite clearly starts low and gets higher, grades higher.
Yes, when you go up,
it's not parallel.
The mountain has a slope, but every elevation.
I'm not talking about the individual mountains. I'm talking about the whole mountain range in one line, in one angled slope. If you just took a ruler and went from 6,000 feet to 14,000 feet and made sure to hit all those fucking mountains, all the center. You could take the center point of each mountain, median of each mountain, and boom, you got a fucking you have an angle going upward. Right?
The straight line that you made, that all these mountains, very different mountains they are sitting on, is one straight line, right? Horizontal.
So that's just a planar. Right. Because again, that would also be so like that would be a third imaginary line. So it's not exactly what the mountains are doing, but all I need to do is demonstrate that they're not horizontal. So that's your problem. Like if Jerry's gonna if he's gonna put evidence in the channel and say that that these mountains are parallel to the horizontal, he needs to like look harder because he needs to give me mountains that are actually parallel to the horizontal because those are not it.
What do you mean mountains parallel to horizontal?
Yeah, I was just
We're trying to figure out what Jerry was going with those imaginary horizontal lines, but then mountains that are not parallel with that horizontal.
You mean they're not parallel?
It's clearly a slope. There's like an overall slope. If you added up all those mountains, it starts at 8,000 feet on average, and then as you can see, the dotted lines start to disappear by the time you get to Mount Whitney because they're like those mountains are slow. Like if you were, like I said, they're slowly going up. If you took a ruler and like picked either the middle, you could do the valleys of each mountain. You can do the peaks. They on average slope at an angle, not parallel.
From what angle are you viewing it?
I mean, because it's like a cross section, so it's a really it's not like the best thing, but it's, I mean, again, like when you do a cross section like that, you're only going to see like the slope. You're not going to see a curve because it's too small. Like that's only like because we're looking at you're looking at a cross section of the mountains. It's 240 miles. So like that
from any fucking angle.
Like the drop over distance for those mountains is only like 8 inches per 8 inches squared. Like because at 217, like at 217 miles
from all different angles.
Sorry.
Fuck, you talk too much. Take multiple
just wait for me to finish, and I won't talk as much.
All different angles.
What angles?
Like from all different points of view. Should all match. They should all.
Well, see, I would prefer, like I said, I would prefer a triangulation set of triangulated points over the surface in order to get a more accurate measurement. Not like a cross section of mountains that are clearly not parallel to the horizontal. I would love to see that cross section continue on and do like 500 miles, do the whole continent and see what the arc looks like, or flat. See, is it, because if it's just angles straight up forever, then I don't know. Maybe we'll talk, but it's only 240 miles. If we did like 1,000 miles cross section of the curve of the continent, what do you think it's going to look like?
Thing I like about this channel is I join and I don't even know who is pro flat earth and who is anti flat earth.
I just want to know what the shape of the earth is, and I want the measurements to be accurate and understandable for everyone to comprehend.
That sounds reasonable.
In your diagram, the blue mountains, you have the baseline, right? And then you have on the 10,000 feet, you have that dotted line. These two lines, they are parallel to each other, right? The 10,000 one and the bottom one, they are parallel to each other, right?
Yep.
So what are you talking about? The mountains, they're not parallel? What are you talking about?
The mountains themselves. You're talking about the two imaginary lines, the baseline and the horizontal line at 10,000 feet, which I'm not even sure why it's like there, unless it's there to just make it really obvious that it's not parallel, that the mountain range is not parallel to the horizontal.
The mountain range has its up and downs.
I mean, do you honestly not see? Do you notice how okay, so
by the way, have you either of you looked at the average? Put it in the channel.
The average slope from the 0 mile to 240 miles. Do you see that how all the mountains on the left side are shorter than all the mountains on the right side of that picture? You understand what I'm saying? Do we all agree that the left side mountains only average?
Because they are shorter, they are on the slope.
Correct. That's what I'm talking about. They are not
So
horizontal.
why the
A
baseline
slope
is
is
straight? Then? Why the baseline is straight then?
because it's a baseline. It's just imaginary. That's the sea level. Because you take a baseline at sea level.
How can you measure a straight horizontal line, but it's not horizontal?
Well, no. You can establish level with a spirit level, and then
Yeah, horizontal level, horizontal.
and then measure it, but then triangulate. But then once you have that baseline, you
Yes,
can
you
triangulate.
Yes, with the heights of the mountains. Right.
Right.
You're right.
That's why we know. That's why we know those mountains are taller on the right side than they are on the left side, because it slopes on an average. There's an average
you think
slope.
that all the mountains they have to be the same size? Are you saying that all the mountains they have to be the same size, the same elevation?
No. What? Well, I mean, if you want to say that they're parallel,
They are lower, right?
what's that?
There are mountains they are higher. There are mountains that they are lower altitude.
Yeah, but there's clear gradient.
Yes, you can see that. What's your problem? I don't understand.
That's disputes what Jerry was saying, that they match the horizontal. They don't.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I don't know.
So if we kept going, if we added like another 1,000 miles, like that would curve. That would curve.
Parallel with the 10,000
curve.
at the bottom.
Yeah.
If you add another line of 12,000 horizontal level, it will be parallel with the 10,000, with the 12,000, with the 8,000, and with the 0. They will all the horizontals they will be parallel to each other, but not the vertical cannot be parallel to the horizontal.
Well, I'm waiting for this.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean.
I'm trying to show an image that most flat earthers accept as being their image of Earth, and I'm like, it isn't even accurate.
Which one is it? The one with Azeroth or not? You never know. Azeroth might be out there.
What did you say? Azeroth.
Or is it like Tirith? I want to go. I want to go to Atlantis. I really want to go to Atlantis.
This guy just spammed the chat.
I'm sorry.
Azeroth.
Like I said, I meant
That's World of Warcraft.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking there's like a play on words, like Azerothal,
Whoa.
equidistant projection.
What did you do, Max? Or MW?
I'm sorry. I just was trying to hold down my press the talk button, and that happened by accident.
Nice.
I'm sorry, guy.
I was gonna say, like, you can't it takes skill. Someone's triggered. Oh man, I would be putting so many machine gun gifs in the chat right now. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
But yeah, the image I was trying to show is it's basically, it's got the North and South America, Europe, and all of the continents, but it's just, and it's
We're
trying to
talking
put,
about an elevation profile. We're not talking about the whole
it's
Earth.
trying to, negotiate the idea of it
you're
being
trying
on
to
a flat
derail.
plane, which it can't.
You're derailing.
Not derailing. I just
Change
like
the subject.
We're talking about
moving
elevation
around
profile.
things.
So okay. So I think one of what we're kind of stuck on right now is I was also one of the things that we were talking about yesterday was the azimuth. Jerry, do you know what an azimuth is?
Yeah.
Can you please tell us what it tell the chat, the group here, what an azimuth is?
No.
Why not?
You could look that up for yourself.
It's not his job to educate you, Sweaty.
When I looked it up, it said like a direction, but I didn't really understand what they meant.
Maybe you should ask.
Because that's where I think that's where they get the triangulation from, and so I was just wondering what
We already talked about
if you could explain it. Like, what do they do? Like, where are they going?
We
Once
already
they get
talked
the
about this.
horizontal level, oh, I'm sorry. Hang on. Once I was just gonna say, because I think once they establish the horizontal, they have an azimuth from to the next point, and so I was wondering, is that to the third point that they're triangulating, and is that like where like the guy's holding the stick? Is that is the guy with the stick?
Wow, you think they use a stick with a theodolite?
The total. I mean, is that this total stations? Isn't that what they're using the theodolites for when they're out in the out doing
You
like
think
surveying?
Wow.
Surveyors.
See, you should maybe look up a YouTube video on basic surveying, and it'll
Yeah,
tell
right.
you.
They use theodolites and they use total stations. That's what they said.
Okay, so you did watch one, but you still don't know what an azimuth is.
So that's what
Is
I'm trying
that
to
what
figure
you're looking
out.
for?
So this is the angular measurement and spherical coordinate system. Represents a
Azimuth is-
horizontal angle from a cardinal
Yep.
direction.
Yeah, it's a horizontal angle. Very good.
From a cardinal direction. What does that mean?
North, south, east, west.
So the azimuth is the horizontal angle.
Very good, Talon. You're learning.
Yeah, I mean, that was the whole point.
Yeah.
Is that what is it? What does it mean when it says that is the angular measurement in a spherical coordinate system which represents the horizontal angle from a cardinal direction?
Cardinal direction, north, south, east, west. Those are all horizontal headings. Horizontal directions.
No, that's the horizontal angles from a cardinal direction. The north, south, east, west is the direction, I think.
Doesn't cardinal imply north in particular? Like polar north?
Yeah, I think it is. But isn't that
Is it?
on a sphere though?
Is what on a sphere?
A polar north.
From what I'm looking at, yeah, it assumes a sphere.
North is just a straight line heading.
What's a
like a
spherical
flat Earth model.
coordinate system? Well, I think the azimuth from a cardinal direction, it's perceived to be a straight line, but it's actually a curved.
Perceived.
What you posted
It's all
there, that diagram
angular
looks like a flat
measurement.
Earth model.
It's all about
Altitude,
perception,
star,
isn't it?
azimuth. Wait, so the azimuth is the horizontal angle from the cardinal direction. So, like, if you're trying to find like Arcturus, the star Arcturus, you would
Go to the
go
center
from
of
the
the Earth,
North Star, yeah, because the
taking
North
away
Star
measurement.
arcs over to Arcturus, and so then you would do.
Earth
So
is
the
half.
azimuth is the horizontal
To the center.
angle from north. So then you're going from the North Star to Arcturus, which is like what? West? I think
Is it?
Arcturus is west. Arc over to, and then the azimuth is the. So is the azimuth like a degree?
It's a degree on a horizontal plane, like you said earlier.
Okay, I clicked it. You said it's mathematically the relative position vector from an observer to a point of interest is projected perpendicularly onto a reference plane, the horizontal plane. What's a reference plane?
The horizontal plane.
Orbital in celestial mechanics, the orbital plane of reference is the plane used to define orbital elements. Is that latitude? No, wait a minute, hold on. Inclination, longitude, the ascending node. Okay. So the reference plane. Okay, so the azimuth is the horizontal angle from north.
Very good.
Azimuth marker. Wait, so a compass is just an azimuth marker. So azimuth has also been more generally defined as a horizontal angle measured clockwise from any fixed reference plane or easily established base direction line, which is what I was talking about, the baseline, base direction line. Today, the reference plane for an azimuth is typically true north, measured at 0 degree azimuth, though the angular units can be though other angular units can be used. Moving clockwise on a 360 degree circle, east has azimuth 90, south is 180, west is 270. There are exceptions from navigation systems use south as a reference vector. Remember, that's the south. Remember the south compass? You guys know there's a compass the Chinese made a compass that pointed south.
Okay.
Any direction can be the reference vector as long as it is clearly defined. So north and south is 0 degrees. And then the horizontal angle is measured clockwise. But I don't get it. Is the horizontal angle curved?
No.
It's in degrees?
No.
True north-based azimuths. 22 degrees. Is that a curve or a straight line?
It's an angle.
22.5 degrees. That's an angle on what?
On a horizontal plane.
It's a horizontal angle.
No, it's from the horizontal plane. The horizontal plane is
Yeah, it's a horizontal
it's
angle.
just the reference plane.
Yep.
It's 45 degrees from the horizontal.
No.
Or from
That
north.
would be an elevation angle. You
That's
go
45
from the
degrees from
horizontal
north.
up, like into the sky. That's an elevation angle.
Wait, what?
Vertical, perpendicular.
We're not going. No, we're not going into the sky though.
Right. You brought up away from horizontal. Though,
True
for some reason.
north-based azimuths. Or
Angle
northeast.
between two horizontal lines.
Yeah, horizontal coordinate system. In the horizontal coordinate system, is a celestial coordinate system that
The
uses
little
the
diagram
observer's
shows
local
it, man.
horizon as the fundamental plane to define two angles, altitude and azimuth. Therefore, the horizontal coordinate system is sometimes called the AZ-EL system, alt-azimuth system, alt-azimuth, among others, in an alta-zimuth mount of a telescope. The instrument's two axes follow altitude and azimuth. So we got the picture right. But it's on a ball.
What's on a ball?
No.
The fucking azimuth
That little
is.
diagram.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is, dude. Look, the azimuth is a curved line on a circle.
An azimuthal angle is a horizontal angle.
Yeah, but that just means it's going left to right. But you're measuring it but you're measuring it in degrees from north.
That's right.
Because north is 0 degrees, and then the
You're
azimuth
right
is
again.
either like 45 degrees or 180 degrees, or. But if you keep going, you're just going to end up right back in north. So that's a circle, dude. On the horizon.
Yeah, that's a big, flat, horizontal circle. Yep.
Yeah, but there's tons of those. Like you can do that in any. But that's just like. That's just like a reference point. The horizontal is just the reference point, dude.
Yep.
So why is it showing a ball and not a flat plane?
Why is what showing a ball?
The picture of the azimuth. And the horizontal coordinate system is on a sphere.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely drawn there. But
Okay,
in
wait a minute.
reality, you're using.
Oh, I can't put it in. Here, I'll give it to Guardian. I'll have Guardian do it.
Yeah.
Guardian, are you there? Can you be my helper?
What do
Are
you?
help him
can you
out.
be my globe helper? Well, I'll knight you an official circle helper if you post that horizontal coordinate system.
I just put up azimuth. So what's
No, wait. Just put. I sent you the next thing. It should say horizontal coordinate system. See how mine says horizontal? It's the same picture, but this is talking about the horizontal coordinate system.
I'm looking for your message. Is it in chat or is it? Oh, okay, message request. I see it. Never mind.
Personal. Yeah.
really weird, like hearing you try to work this out in your brain because you're like, but it's a ball. As you look at this photo that's been posted 10 minutes after the hour. But the question you have to ask yourself is, are you standing in the Earth's core mantle that you believe we live, above? Because in this picture, the observer is in the center of the ball in your reality.
Yeah.
But you're not grasping that that's the position on the ground, right? On the flat, that's being represented in this diagram.
Yeah.
That's just the center of where you stand, and then 360 degrees around you, you're going to see, because that's the way our eyes see. And that's the ball that is actually creating. Almost like the bottom part of this photo doesn't need to exist because we don't know what's under our feet other than just ground. And we don't know how deep it goes or the shape of it underneath our feet. But we do, like, very, very precisely, we can say we understand that we could get a zenith, which is to our position, and then we could have an azimuth and elevation. And that is going to be this little dome that's above us that's in this diagram, because every time you change a degree to the left or right, and every time you change a degree, vertically up or down, then that's going to give you every single position above the ground that you stand on in every direction, 360 degrees. It creates a dome. Do you understand? Can you grasp that?
Yeah, why
It
though?
creates a dome.
Why?
Because that's the way our eyes see. That's the way it works. That's reality. That's why.
No, we could do that. What are you talking about? There's like way more to that. We can
There's
see way
really
more.
not. There's really not more to that other than now we could have distances, like how far we're able to see away from the observer's point, and that also matters because if the conditions are right, you can see 10 feet only in front of you. Because if it's like let's say foggy or something really weird thick in the sky, you can't even see 10 feet away from you. Like if you've ever been in like a blizzard, there's obstruction, right? Now let's take just the sky in general. Sometimes you can see 3 miles away from you. Sometimes you can see 10 miles. Oh, not your eyes, but a camera or a telescope. Would you disagree to that?
Yeah, that's just like too many things in one.
It's
thought
really
to
simple
agree.
though. It's really easy though. It's
I
like
know it was
super
very
simple. You just have
You're
to.
saying
You
that
just
the
have to
sphere is
like.
made because like this is just the sphere of like perception from the with this, but like the horizon's curved, the azimuth is curved, the altitude is curved, like everything around the observer is curved, including
Because
the
of our
celestial
eyes.
meridian.
Because of our eyes. Do you understand?
No, it's because.
that?
But what do you mean the horizon isn't our eyes though?
No. But see,
It's our position.
Yep.
no. But because of our eyes, because if our eyes weren't the way they were, then it wouldn't create
Here, I'll
this
do it again.
field of vision, if you will, around us. Do you
Oh
understand
boy.
that?
Well, that's okay. That's
Wait a minute.
basically the idea that you can't trust your reality. I'm sorry.
Wait,
Nope.
no, stop. Wait. No. That's not what he's talking about.
Well, if you can't trust what your eyes or your senses are telling you.
So like if like let's say like the Earth was, so like if like the surface was completely flat and there was no horizon.
In water. Go ahead.
Then why is the azimuth curved? Like wouldn't the azimuth be
Because you see no because again your eyes, like when you look at, have you ever been deep sea fishing?
What? No.
Okay, when you go, let me put it this way. When you're in a body of water to where all you can see is nothing but water to the horizon all around you in a 360-degree view, then when you look straight out to the water at the edges and your peripherals, it'll look like it's curving, right? Like down, like it'll look like it's like a rainbow, not that extreme, but at the tips it looks like it's curving. And then if you turn a little to the left, where your peripheral was picking up a curve, will now be straight. But that curve, that you can literally go do this on your own and figure out the whole Earth in your own eyes, through your own eyes. When you go do this and you see that curve on the edges, That's because your eyes are taking that straight horizontal line, but to the maximum of how far you can see in the 180 degrees that we see things, right? There's a peripheral where it curves the ends though on the left and
Yeah,
right.
but how come we can only see 180 degrees exactly all the way around us? Like, how come we can't see like farther?
Because your eyes are on the front of your brain, not or front of your face, not the sides of your face.
That's just depth. That's just depth perception. We're not. That's
No,
nothing to do with what this is.
No, I get what he's talking about. Why don't we see like geckos?
Yeah, we're not like we're not like looking all the way all around us all at once. We're
Right,
like, we have depth
exactly,
perception.
exactly. Our eyes are only allowing us to see what's in front of us, not behind. Like if you can see behind you, you must be related to my mom because she could always see behind her head. But I'm just saying, she could. I don't know how she did it, but she did it. But the thing is that we see forward, and everything in that view, that field of view that we have, the way our eyes work, you could look at, you have a certain vertical and horizontal, right? You
Can you
understand
put
that, right?
Hey, Guardian, can you put that horizontal coordinate system? That's just but the horizon is just the reference plane. Like you can't.
Okay. If you're not getting it, if you're trying to justify what the horizon is, that's not even what we're talking about. We were talking about the azimuth being curved in this diagram. The reason why it makes sense that it's curved, because when you look around you, you yourself create like a hula hoop, like a circle around you. Hence 360 degrees, right?
Okay.
Because 360 degrees, you're going to only see so far out. And if you're able, let's say you're a god right now, and as far as you can see, you could put a humongous pencil, and then as you spin, it's going to be like you're drawing a circle around you because that's the maximum distance you can see. And then when you spin, you're going to make a circle around you.
That's
Do you
just
understand that?
so like a local horizon.
That every horizon would be local to your eyes. Would you agree to that? Because it's only going to be as far as you can see. And by the way, it's an apparent position of where the sky and the ground meets. In this case, we're going to say the surface of the water. Okay. And
Yeah,
so
it's
that's
pretty
why,
like perfectly in 360 degrees. The horizon is a reference plane. The horizontal.
Correct.
So that's all we can see.
To the observer, yes, to the observer.
To the
Now,
observer. Okay.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Because if you remember, let's play God real quick. You put a pencil and you spin around.
So like, let's say you're in the middle. We're in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. And we want to go to America.
Okay, good. Yep. Okay. Then what?
What would be our azimuth?
I don't know. Depends on where you're at in the ocean.
Middle
right?
of the fucking
Like
Atlantic, just straight
Yeah,
between,
okay.
perfectly
Okay,
between
great.
Europe and America.
Okay, great. Your azimuth is going to be that section of water around you. Okay, that's where you're going to create. Now, by the way,
You can't see it. Remember, you can't see either. You can only see water all around you, right? 360 degrees.
Correct. So what you could
Okay.
do here's what you could do.
And you got your compass pointing north. We do our azimuth.
Right.
But
And here's what they used to do. Let me share something with you. Here's the way they used to do it, and then actually here they can still do it this way too. It's amazing. Before they knew that the Earth was a globe, so apparently they used to do it this way. What they would do is they can choose 3 celestial objects in the sky, okay, and they would get their angle to those 3 celestial objects in the sky, and then they can map where they were according to the understanding of what position you would be in at any given moment when certain things were at certain angles in the sky. Isn't that crazy?
So wait a minute. Okay, wait. So what you're saying is that like if we take the compass, right, and it's pointing north, and we want to go to America from the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, we would then rotate 90 degrees to go, or 200. I guess it would be like 90 degrees from south. You go 90 degrees to west, right, and then you just follow that.
Okay.
Straight.
Could You're gonna have to.
Right?
You're gonna have to adjust every hour.
Why?
Because when you are traveling in one direction from, let's say, Polaris is a center, when you start
Yeah, but we
traveling,
just but dude, but wait a minute. But
if
our
you want to let
azimuth
me
was nine.
finish, I know. If you
wait,
want, let
what?
me finish though. Okay, look at. If you have a position in the water, okay, and you're gonna travel east or west, either way. If you travel for an hour or roughly around there, depending on the speed, right? If you keep going that same direction, you're no longer going to be going west or east. And I want you to understand this. Put it this way, okay? If you're on a racetrack that goes in a circle, okay? If you don't turn your tire a little bit around this curving racetrack, then you're going to run off into the stands. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
You have to turn your tire because now think of it this way. Imagine lane number 1 on a racetrack, which is the tightest, closest to the center of that track. Let's say that is, we could give it a degree. Let's say, just for shits and giggle, let's say that's 40th degree. Okay, it's not, but let's just say it is. Okay, now if we're going to stay at the 40th degree to make sure that that's going to represent us be a certain distance away from the center of that track. To stay on that 40th degree, every so many, minutes of us traveling, usually an hour, we're gonna have to turn a little bit, just a tiny bit, just a degree, right? Or maybe in this case, might even be 15 degrees per hour. I don't know. Whatever you guys want to mathematically
Well, no,
conjure up.
no.
It's
Well,
fine.
once you start turning a wheel on a car, like
Mhm.
if you just turn just a teensy bit enough to like go
Mhm.
around in a circle, like a perfect circle, you never
Uh-huh.
have to. You don't have to change your tires, dude. You just hold. You know that when you're like, you don't like.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true, but you have to understand that this track is so big because 40 degrees around the center of the track. Now, if we want to put it in Earth's
Right, and
terms,
so you could, but
it's going to
then
be
no, but it's a
you go
perfect circle though, right?
no. Because if you barely turn it, you're going to go straight for a good part of it on a big, huge scale. So
Okay.
that's why after so
But that's
far
not how
you
like an azimuth. You can't get an azimuth out of like a straight line.
the azimuth, if you're doing it from your feet, you can get an azimuth because it's just a straight line
Right
across.
now.
But when you're hold on, when you're doing it to the horizon, like if you're nothing but ocean around you, then that azimuth, if you're trying to get the furthest away from you, as you spin, it's going to create its own circle. It's still just a straight line to the point, like from you to that. Like if you're to look north and be like, okay, that's my azimuth right there. That's a straight line. But as you turn, you're literally cutting a circle around you, and then that's when you're looking east. You go, okay, there's another straight line to that point. Now those straight lines, they're all straight lines, but because the distance that we're creating, it's going to create a natural circle. Can you grasp that? Do you understand how that works?
No, I understand what you
It's
mean by turning. Like I've gone sailing before, and you don't. And like if you set your bearing to your azimuth to 90 degrees, the
okay.
compass would never move. Like you're just going straight 90 degrees
Okay,
from
if
north.
you if
You're
if you
never turning.
travel, okay, look at if
You
you
think
travel,
do you think the compass turns? Do you think the compass would like start to point in a
if
different
if
direction?
you yes,
You go.
this is why
Wait a minute.
this is
If you follow east, if you ever go
uh-huh,
east with a
right,
compass,
right.
you turn.
Yeah. Yeah, because
When
here's what
wait,
happens.
well,
Look
how
at
wouldn't
look
that
at
change your azimuth though to like a different degree?
no. It's still look like
But wait a
hear
minute,
me
but
out
you
real
just
quick.
established a horizontal plane, so that would
Correct.
change the azimuth.
No, hold on. You're missing it though. You're missing. Remember, from the center that we're pointing at, right? We're saying north, so we're going to say north as this. We're just
So you're
going to
going
go
90.
on.
You're
Yeah.
going perfectly 90 degrees from
Yes.
north. So
Yes.
we're
Yes.
going
Now, guess what?
clockwise, but we're doing it
No,
counterclockwise because we're trying to go
okay.
west. So it's 90
Okay. We're going to
degrees
go.
from north.
Okay. Okay. So now we do 90 degrees from north,
Now
right?
we're
So
going
now
straight
when we
east, or we're going
okay
straight west now. 90 degrees
okay
from north.
when we go west, okay, on that 9-degree line, okay.
Yeah.
If you just like this is why planes do it too as well. Planes do the same thing. If they don't bank a little bit every so often, they're not going to keep their position of east. Eventually, they'll be going southeast, right?
Why?
Not just east. They'll be going southeast
Why?
because
Why?
it's a circle around the center. That degree is a circle around the center. Let's just say that 40th degree.
Doesn't a compass always point north?
Okay, yes. So guess what?
Well, wait. So then it doesn't. So a compass never turns, right? Like if I were to go 0 degrees north.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and I just went straight.
Uh-huh.
If I just
Now you're
followed
getting
that, if I just kept the needle on north all the time, do you think that compass would ever change?
Yeah. Okay. So imagine if you just went north all the time, and then let's say you passed north.
And every step I took, I didn't go a single degree off.
Okay. North and south, that's one thing, but east and west.
Okay, I'm gonna go east. Wait a minute. I'm gonna go east, and I'm gonna go. Hold on. I even have my compass up, so
Okay.
I'm gonna go. West is
East.
270 degrees.
Okay.
West is 270 degrees. Okay, so I'm gonna lock this bearing in, and every step,
Okay.
I'm never going to take a step without keeping the needle at 270 degrees. So will I be able to just go west?
Okay.
On a west azimuth.
Okay, let's say if you were able to mark the ground behind you and walk for like 5 hours, and you wanted to keep that west or east position, then if you were to get a drone and go up and look down, you're gonna see that it's actually a slight little curve, a slight curve.
Why?
Because you had
I watched. No, the compass didn't move. I made sure the compass needle never
Did
went
you walk
left
for
or right.
5 hours? Did you walk for?
Yeah.
Did you
No,
go,
but I never. No, I'm telling you, dude. I
Did you
didn't
go
take
100 miles?
I didn't take a
Oh, no, I'm
step
telling
forward without. I went 2,000 miles. I didn't take a step for either. I didn't change the azimuth a single degree. I just went 270 for the whole time.
Then it's going to be. Then you're not traveling a true west. Then that means at that
What are you
point,
talking about?
if you didn't
That's what
change
270 is. My azimuth is 270 degrees.
Look it. If you were to take that position of 270 and then send it out, you'll be south. You'll be way south of that position that it's supposed to be. If you're to draw it out, you could do it on Google Earth.
But wait a minute. But
You
that's
could
270
take
degrees
that
from
angle.
north. North is 0. You're saying north is always 0, right?
Yes.
So.
Right. So if you have it pointed and then you go 90 degrees, right? You could literally do this on Google Earth. If you take the line and you stretch it out straight across at a 90 degree, then when you click it, when you point it, you're going to realize that line is actually going to be it's going to be south of where you should be on your position. If you actually do, you have to zoom in though and do
No,
it.
man,
And you're
that's
gonna
not.
realize.
I don't know. I mean, I'm an Eagle Scout. I literally have done map and compass work. I know how compasses. That's not what compasses do. Compasses don't turn.
Look, okay, hold on. Okay, you turn. The compass is a position, right?
Well,
The
how?
compass
But
is a
I'm following
position.
a compass. I'm following the
Okay.
compass degree. So I'm going.
Okay.
I'm following a specific azimuth on a
As an Eagle
on a
Scout,
circle.
as an Eagle Scout, did you ever go directly towards north and then you just kept going and then all of a sudden north is behind you because now you're traveling south because you flew over the north? As an Eagle Scout, have you ever done that?
No, I haven't traveled
Okay.
the North Pole. No.
Okay. So if you were to get in a plane and head north and not change direction, eventually you'll be headed south. Would you agree to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Once
So
you get to the pole, so that's 0 degrees.
okay.
That's like.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
doesn't that make it curved?
That's just you could do that on your backyard. If you put a pole in the
No,
center of
I
your
mean I can go to the
backyard.
North Pole in my backyard.
No. The
So can I only
logic
go to
of
one
it.
latitude?
Hold on. The logic of it.
I'm in Chicago. Where's my latitude?
Hey,
What's the
listen,
Chicago's latitude?
You're spiraling. Just hold on. You said that if you go over the North Pole and then it's south on the other side of it, you said it has to be a ball then. I said, no, you could do it in your backyard. You can put a pole in the center of your backyard, which will represent the center. And as you walk towards it and you go past it, now it's going to be behind you. That doesn't mean your backyard's a globe, a ball. Do you get that? You understand that? Like you just have to get the globe mentality out, and then maybe you can start thinking about this, like critical thinking and logically,
So
and then
what
it'll make
shape?
sense.
Wait, Well, what shape would a spherical coordinate system work on?
What do you mean on?
Like
Well, I mean,
because we're talking. I mean, you're talking about a compass that's like it's all based on a sphere. So like it
no,
doesn't
that's
matter where
absolutely
you.
false.
So like no, it doesn't like you said. No matter where you are, you're always going north until you get to the polar north, which is the
Right.
top of the sphere, and then you start
Yeah.
heading towards. So like if you go past north, then the compass is going to turn around and point behind you because you've now put north behind you on relative to where you are to the polar sphere, the pole of a sphere that you're on. And so when you start going to south,
Of magnetism, not of spherical objects.
because then when you start going south, you're still going straight the whole time, but you'll eventually start going north again.
No, that's
right?
see, that's the problem. No, you won't be. And a matter of fact,
Wait, why not?
that's something that we question all the time. What if there's millions of routes traveling east to west? Why is there not at least 1,000 routes that people are circumnavigating? Poles. They don't do that. I think it's only recorded 3 times, and those 3 times are very questionable because they didn't even do what they said they did. They flew down, then flew back up, and they call that circumnavigating. They didn't even go.
No, they went east to west
the
though.
ball.
They didn't go north
East,
south.
yes. East, yeah, exactly. East and west, you can do that all day. You can go on
You
a
can go
racetrack.
straight. But that's still like. But if you're 270 degrees, from north, like you're not turning. You're going straight the whole time.
Okay. So what you're not maybe grasping here is that when you are keeping that degree from north, from that center point, we'll call it the North Pole. We'll call it that. Okay.
Yep, that's what it is.
Where Santa lives.
The North Pole.
Okay. Yes, the North Pole. Okay.
That's 0 degrees. That's where a compass always points, right?
Okay. Now, let's say we get on a plane from the North Pole and we fly to the 50th parallel from the North Pole. Is that safe to say? Can you grasp that?
No. I want to go from Chicago, which is at the 87th, 87.6 latitude.
Okay.
87th parallel. So the 87th parallel.
Okay.
And then I want to go all the way around.
Okay.
But I'm only gonna go west.
Okay. So what you're going to do is when you fly from Chicago in the sky, to keep that 87 degree parallel, what you're going to have to
north,
do,
north to your
what you're going to have to do is as you're flying west, every so often you're going to have to turn the plane just a little bit. Because
why?
You're
no,
making,
you don't. No, I don't. Absolutely, do not do that. I've been sailing. I'm an Eagle Scout. Compasses, you would not. I would never turn
around the world.
A compass would never. You would never need to turn to go west.
Dude,
west is a straight.
Listen,
azimuth.
Hey, buddy, let me share something with you. Even your globe friends.
I don't agree with that.
Listen, even your globe friends and false believers, they would even agree that yes, and even in a plane on a ball, you would circle around it. Even on a ball. See, the problem is you're so stuck.
That's what I'm saying. On the ball, we go around it. On the ball. That's what I'm saying. That's why the azimuth
oh my gosh.
works.
So now it makes sense. So now you could go around it because you just said that you can't go around it. As I'm telling you, you would go around it. Okay, so for instance, let's create the Chicago 87 degree parallel, okay, on a circle map, okay, on a frisbee. Let's put on a frisbee. Or you guys like to make fun and say that's pizza, right? The Earth pizza, the pizza Earth, whatever you think it is. Now we're going to draw out a circle on the 87 degree, okay, and we're going to say to keep that degree, okay, if you just if you just fly straight away, okay, without a
hold your 270 degree azimuth.
Okay, if you just turn off your compass but you know the angle I'm going to go fly.
We need the compass. We need the compass to go straight.
I agree because that compass is going to keep you true in a true direction.
True west, right? Because you want to keep north to your right.
Now look at as you're going west over this pizza. Okay.
Yep.
The only way you know you're veering off is when you start to go southwest. So remember, it's a circle. So if you find a straight line, like what you need to do is get a bunch of toothpicks and put it like
No, what
on a
you're saying?
circle.
Are you saying that the compass starts to move and point a different
No,
direction?
no. You're moving. All
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm
compass
saying. But
doing
I'm following the
is just
compass. My movement
okay.
is aligned with the compass. So the
Okay.
compass is not moving. I am only going in one direction. I'm not deviating to
You're
a
going. No,
single
you have to
degree.
deviate. No, you have
I'm
to
not
deviate.
deviating. No, I'm not. No,
Even
I'm
your
not. I'm
globers
not
are gonna.
deviating
Yes,
a
you have to.
degree. I'm not
You
deviating
have
a single
to.
degree.
You don't get it.
Can I?
You don't get it.
Oh, I'm sorry. You keep telling me that I have to do something, but you won't tell me why.
Yeah, because it's a circle,
But it's not though, because you're not
dude.
changing your
It's a,
direction. You're not changing you're not changing your direction.
dude.
Your
Okay,
north is
in a
true north the whole
plane.
time.
Look. In a plane, you're
Yeah.
not constantly sideways, bro. Go ahead. Someone's trying to talk. Go ahead.
How did you say your name, by the way?
The north is a point. So you are going, if you have a 90 degree to the north, when you're going west, you will deviate if you keep straight. You have to keep the 90 to the point that you are going west to keep the west.
No, the north just stays where it is. I don't have to do anything. I can just go straight.
No, you're not getting.
I can just hold a 270 degree azimuth, and boom, I'm fucking
Something's
wherever
not
the
no,
fuck
but
I want.
something's not kicking. Something's not clicking though in your brain. Like you're not grabbing.
Is it me or is it you?
No, it's you.
Yeah,
Because
I feel like it's clicking.
Look at. If you're traveling, okay, you know,
Yeah.
planes do not constantly bank, bro. Have you ever seen NASCAR
No,
drivers
they don't.
how
They
their
go straight.
cars are? Okay, exactly. But because they're going straight,
straight west.
listen. Because they're going straight, every so often they have to bank to make sure they're now going along that imaginary circle that's below them because that's the parallel according to the center of that north. So they have to bank.
Okay, wait a
They
minute.
will
So,
turn.
wait, do you
They will
fly? How
turn.
often do
They
you
will
fly?
turn.
Do
They
you
will
fly
turn.
pretty often?
Yeah, I was just going to say.
I've been in a plane. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. I went to New York twice.
No, wait a
So
minute.
1,
I was
2,
just
3,
talking to a
4.
pilot yesterday.
No, hold on. I went to New York twice, so that's 1, 2, 3,
Okay.
4, going back and forth. I went to Texas twice, that's 4 more times. I went to Arkansas twice, that's 4 more times. I don't think I took a plane to Washington, so I'll just say 4. I've been in a plane 12 times, but
Okay,
that
so
doesn't.
wait a minute.
But
Wait a minute.
hold on. But it doesn't matter how many times I've been on a plane for you to understand that. Actually, Scott's here. Let him tell you because he's on your side. Scott, maybe you want to
Okay.
share some truth with this guy. He doesn't get it. It's weird. He's
Scott?
not getting it.
Hey, Scott, you there?
He's one of your
God,
guys.
Mackie. So, like, if a plane goes up into the air and it wants to fly, if a plane goes up into the air and it wants to fly from Chicago to DC, would it have to once it got to flight altitude, would it have to bank at all, or would it be able to just go to would it take a solid, like probably like what, southeast azimuth, about 97, like what, 95 degrees, maybe 100 degrees azimuth, and
Yeah, as far
does it
as,
ever
as
have to
far as
bank?
as far as I know, just take a great arc or a great circle path and go straight there. Wouldn't have to bank. No.
No, I didn't think so.
So Scott, are you saying that planes when they're traveling like a great distance east or west, are you saying that after so long in the air, they don't bank a little bit to stay on the parallel on that degree?
No.
Let's
They
say
never.
like
They don't travel on latitude lines. That'd be stupid.
Oh, wait, you got the great circle stuff. Okay, are you banking on the to stay in the great circle? You don't turn at all. Really?
No.
We have video
No.
of that. That's why I'm asking you. But see, I'm
No,
trying
we
to
don't.
walk you down this logic. Yeah, we do. There's a pilot that he records his flights, and you
I
see
don't know
that
what
after.
video you have, but on a great circle, you wouldn't have to
Yeah, but you know
bank.
how a plane like takes off and then comes down, it arcs over the
No. Him
over the globe.
flying for it's like I forgot how many hours the flight is.
What flying
But
is.
every so on the video it's sped up, but every so often he turns a little bit. Every so often he turns a little bit. Every so often he turns a little bit because he's keeping his that degree. Because he
Wait,
what
what
you
do you
guys
mean? The
what you
compasses
guys
doesn't
call a
move.
great circle. What you
Compasses do
guys
not
call a
move.
great Oh my God! It's not about the compass moving, bro.
But wait,
It's
then why do you
about
have to
your
turn? Why do you have
position.
to turn to
You're the one
keep the
moving
compass?
because you're on a
Oh my
straight
god! But why?
line. And
Yeah, I'm
if you're
moving with the
you're on a
compass.
straight if you're on a straight line and you're curving around because because that's going to keep the parallel.
Wait a minute. Did you
Dude,
just say I'm on a straight line curving around? Please
look,
clarify on
yes,
how I could
yes,
possibly be
because you're
curving
flying.
around
Look
and
at
going on a straight line
dude.
at the
You
same
can't.
time.
You don't get it. It's so weird. It's like
Okay, yes, I
something's
don't get it
keeping
because
you
that
from
sounds
understanding it.
impossible. It
Okay,
sounds impossible
when
to
you're
do a straight
flying,
line and curve around.
look at when you're flying in a straight line. Okay, you're just flying straight. Okay, and that's
east.
you're like you're saying this is east. Okay, I'm flying straight, but because it's a circle to that degree to the center from the North Pole to where you're at to the center. So to keep that degree, you're gonna have to turn a little bit to the right, right? And then you go straight, and then you're gonna have to turn a little bit to the right, and then you go straight, and then turn a little bit to the right because you're keeping a circle. Because otherwise, if the circle was small enough, that plane would just be constantly banking because you're gonna just bank around a circle, like the way NASCAR
Is
cars.
it? But wait a minute. Isn't eastward a straight direction?
When you're at your position,
If you go east or west, wait a minute. If I pick like a southwest, if I want to go southwest, am I going straight or am I turning?
You're going to go straight up to so far to where
how far?
because it's curving. It depends. Up to so far.
It depends on what?
It depends on how close you are to the center. Do you understand that? So like the farther away you are from, so the farther the center of that north position. Do you understand that? So I want you to vision this, okay? I want you to like draw like a spider web, okay? Now that spider web, like the center where the spider remains, the degrees, you know, from the closest center of it are going to be very very close, and then the farther away you get from the center, it's wider, right? They're going to be wider, right? Because that's the way reality is. Because those lines are going away from each other respectfully in a 360 degree. Now, the further away you are from that center, you're going to have to turn because it's going to be a much greater distance. You're
So
going
when
to
I'm
have to
going
turn
straight east,
less.
when do I have to turn when I'm going straight east? How far? How
God,
many
bro.
miles? do I have to
Because
fly-
it's a circle around you.
What is a circle? Wait, are you assuming that? Like, I don't understand where you're getting that.
No, that's
if I'm
reality.
Going east, if I'm going east, I'm on with a compass. I'm going on a straight line, right?
East is
No,
relative to north.
You're not getting it, bro. It's
90
weird.
degrees from north.
It's so weird, bro.
Life, my friend. What's
So
happened?
So you're
if I point
constantly
a compass
making
north,
micro adjustments to stay on east. That's what it's trying
I'm
to
taking
explain
this
to you.
compass, right?
And you
0
turn
to I see
around.
north,
Okay,
but I want to go east.
okay. And if you
90
turn
degrees
around,
east.
what will happen to the compass if you turn around to the right?
It goes west to 70.
Where is
I
the
can
north?
go 100. I can turn around 180 degrees, and now I'm facing west at 270 degrees to north.
It will point the north 90 degree west, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But Talon, east and
If
west
you
is only
turn
a straight
left,
line if you start on the equator.
90 degree east. And then if you want to keep that 90 degree east, you have to go around it because he's not moving with you. You cannot go a straight line parallel with it. He's not moving with you. He's stationary. You are the one who's moving. You have to keep that 90 degree. If you want to go around the equator, so you have to keep the equator line. The equator line is round. You have to go round. If you want to take the 60 north, so you want to keep that on that 60 north around it. If you want to go straight, you will lose the 90 degree from the north. It's very simple. You never use the
It's super simple.
It's very simple, man.
And another thing is the further south you go from the north center, the less you're going to have to bank over time because it's a greater circle. Do you grasp that? So, like when you're closer to the
No,
center,
there's literally no banking involved. I'm still waiting for you to tell
oh
me
my
how.
God, I'm not saying you're gonna turn the
When
train
they, you gotta
sideways,
tell me
bro.
when they bank. Tell
You
me
have
how
to
far.
adjust.
What's the
You have
distance?
to adjust.
What is the
Dude,
distance?
you don't get it, bro.
At
You don't
what
get
distance
it.
do they have to adjust? Why do you keep
You
on
don't
telling
get
us
it,
what
bro.
the distance is? Because like every compass that I've ever used, and anytime I've ever like gotten onto done any driving whatsoever, the compass is always very, very
You're
consistent.
first of all, you're never gonna
Jesus,
go.
you're going up windy,
Because if I
bendy road.
turn, wait a minute.
You're never dead
Okay, wait a minute.
reckoning when you're driving cross country, bro.
If I turn a little
Shit
bit, so let's
example.
say the compass does turn. You know,
You're
like if
gonna
I'm
run into a
facing,
building trying to do that, bro.
like wait a minute, even if like let's say the compass does turn and like I'm going north, but then the compass turns a little bit, wouldn't I still just follow that?
You're going to
degree?
adjust to make sure that north is still pointing 90 degrees to you. Do you understand that? Here, look at if you were to take your south.
I mean, I wouldn't use
right?
a compass. It sounds like the
Okay,
compass would fucking
okay,
suck. It wouldn't take me to where I would want to go.
You don't know what is a compass.
I wouldn't know where.
Oh
I
my
wouldn't
God,
know where.
bro.
If the compass started to turn on me, I wouldn't know where to fucking go.
Dude, you're not.
Oh, here's a question for you, man. How do you find
You know,
these?
it's like you give a knife to the kid.
When you
he
guys
will-
start freaking out if the compass started to turn on its own,
Crazy,
Man,
bro.
you don't know
I would freak the fuck out.
You don't even know what is a compass. Stop talking about this shit. You don't even know what is a compass.
I mean, I'm an Eagle Scout. I literally know what compasses are.
You're sharing
I've
something
done like
that
orienteering. I've
He
done
knows
map.
the world's a
I've done
ball because
sailing.
he's an Eagle Scout.
I've literally looked at map and I've sailed with a compass, and so like the compass has
You
never.
sailed with a
The compass has been never fucking failed me.
you sailed with a compass
Yeah.
and you don't
And
even
the-
know how to go around. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Let's see.
You're a big liar.
Yeah, I mean, I sailed across Lake Huron in Michigan.
You never saw a compass in your life.
We
You
went to
don't
the
even
North
know
Channel.
what the compass does.
Like we never had to turn to like when we went north, we never had. So like if you so
How
wait
far
a
did you
minute.
travel?
So
How far did you travel?
if we travel north, we never have to turn to go north.
How far did you travel? Well, if you're on a road, obviously, dude, you're gonna have to go, bro. Like, come on. You run into mountains and buildings if you don't
Only when you go
fucking
west,
drive
I'm
around.
from flying. I have a flying
Hey,
car.
you sailed across the lake, you said.
Yeah, just
When
sailed
you
across
go-
the lake.
How big was the lake?
What, like 100 miles?
It was
or something?
a Great Lake. It was Lake Huron. I sailed into
And
the North Channel.
how
What
far
was
is
the
that? How
distance?
far
What was the distance?
Let's see.
Just the
Roger
ballpark. It
City
doesn't need to
to
be exact.
Belle Bay by boat. Let's see.
I don't think you went far enough to where you had to adjust.
I mean, I
that
couldn't
much.
see. I could not see. Well, I mean, you never adjust. I mean, when you want to go a direction on a compass, you move. The compass never moves. You always pick a direction.
Yeah.
Always. The compass never fucking changes.
Yeah. I asked you earlier,
If
how
it
do you
changed,
find
we'd be
east?
fucked.
How do you discern which direction's east?
What? The compass is pointing that direction?
No, compasses don't point east.
Yeah, compasses do point fucking east.
No, they point north.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot, bro. Come on.
Where does east point?
Try
Where does
north.
north point?
It's called cardinal. It's called cardinal direction.
Relative to
Cardinal
north.
direction. Please,
Doesn't
please
even know what the
bring it back.
compass
to Cardinal
man.
direction.
Yep.
Compass never points to the east or west. You stupid.
Compasses don't point east or west?
No. Where
You
the
sure?
compass points?
You sure about that?
Where the compass points?
100% sure about it. 100% sure. 100%.
Compasses are 360 degree dial.
Always
They have
north.
they
No,
point
no,
in every
but where
direction.
they point,
And they
from.
have two other
Which
points on them
direction
that
are they
do point
attracted
east
to
and west.
magnetically? Where does
The
needle
middle
attract to?
line does not point north. It does point north, but yeah, there are two other points on a compass that do point east and west, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
A compass
and
doesn't
south,
track to the
and
east,
there's
west,
also
or
three.
south.
There's it's weird.
It tells
Like
you
how
which
come?
direction's north,
That's
and
how
from
you
that
know
you
your east
discern
and west.
where east and
That's
west
how you know
and
your
south
east and
is.
west.
How is this difficult to understand?
Well, I just like to go towards the rising sun or the setting sun, just, proof.
Proof of what? It points north. This is how you know where is the west, where is the east. If you don't know
The
where is the
east,
north, you will not know. If there
that
is
would be
no
the rising sun, and the west would be
yes,
the
you will
setting
wait for the
sun.
rising sun. Yes, of course, you will wait for that. Yes. But if you are
Oh,
at night,
I'm. By the way, if you believe the Earth is round, I'm totally with you. I just wanted to let you know that. Because there's a lot of confusion in here about who believes what.
Hey, I
round
want to
doesn't
get back.
circle.
Cardinal
Round doesn't.
direction, man. The cardinal direction. That's where I
Wait,
was.
so a cardinal direction, it means the compass only points north 100% of the time, no matter where you are on the Earth.
That seems to be the case. Yeah, correct.
Well, magnetic north.
Magnetic north. Yes, we'll go with that.
So you
100%.
literally go up to the North Pole, and then it starts spinning and shit.
I don't know,
Yes, it
man.
does.
I never been to the North Pole to check it out, but
because everybody.
I don't know. Does it spin?
Same
happens
Dude,
with
I got the
South Pole,
same
by the way.
question.
If you
Does
find
the fucking compass spin at the North Pole? I got the same question.
south is. I think if you take the compass to the North Pole, it'll start spinning, and
That's that we need to do that, bro. Together. Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's
Check
go
it out,
phone
man.
and let's do
Let's
it,
go
man.
check it out. That's all we got to do. Go check it out. We live on Earth. We can go check it out, man. North Pole is a place
That's why it's made for.
we can check out. It's on Earth. Last time I checked, man. Yeah. It could have moved.
Dudes, hang on. Whoa, wait up. Do you realize that it's aligning with poles, right? Pole.
Yes.
So it's going to align with either end of your magnetic field, right? And east and west are just relative to that. You can depict it on a compass by having, right, cross section, arms pointing in those directions, right?
Yeah.
You also understand that it's going to point towards the opposite, right? It's so technically, when you get a north bearing using a compass, it's pointing towards magnetic south. Magnetic south is actually, off a little bit of geo north. Yeah, but you can look that up. It's the claim. The magnetic north is at the south pole in the globe model, and magnetic south is at the north pole in the globe model. Yeah, you can look that up. It's true.
Do you mean because the south is behind the?
Because opposites attract, right?
Why is not pointing the one behind? It will
It'll
point.
align with its opposite pole, right?
What do you mean? If the north is in the middle.
Two poles the same pole. So it's gonna align with its opposite.
We have only one pole.
Not its equal, right?
We have only North Pole. We have south.
We call it the North Pole, but like technically, it's aligning with its opposite. So if you're getting a north bearing, it's pointing north. It's pointing towards magnetic south. It's aligning with magnetic south. If you want to think of it as an attraction,
if you turn
not an alignment.
If you turn around,
north
you go
attracting
straight
to the south.
If you got when it points to north, and if you turn around completely and you go straight, you will go to south. And if you cross the north, if you go straight, you will go to south. Right?
Wrong.
No, man.
Where is the south from the north?
I think it's safe to say it's just a waste, bro. He said that the compass points east. I mean that's probably where we should have stopped, to be honest. That was a wrap.
Because I know that he doesn't know even what the compass does. I mean, I told him he doesn't know what the compass does. He never used the compass in his life.
But he's an Eagle Scout, bro. Trust him.
Yeah.
It's aligning with a field, right? So there's a field it's going to align with, and east and west are just relative
to it.
Know, yeah, that's right. It's
even the south. To find
aligning
yourself.
with an east and west pole.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really weird that you can't grasp it, dude. I'm sorry, but it's crazy. And Scott, by the way, I when I was going flying from Arkansas and back, I was actually live, like on Discord, sharing my, like going live streaming, and I actually spoke to a pilot. I just walked up to some random pilots, and out of the 4 of them, 2 of them said flat. They're like, yeah, it's not moving. It's stationary. Didn't say flat though. He's like, yeah, but it's not a ball and it's stationary. 2 of them said that. A third one said that it was a ball, and then he's like, no, yeah, it's a ball. And then the 4th one said he can't answer that. And matter of fact, I sat next to him on the plane and I took photos, like showing in my server, like, look at it, I'm right next to the pilot all the way through. We're sitting next to him. That's the pilot that said I can't talk about it. He didn't even want to share anything, bro. He was like, nah, he probably knows what ends up happening. But 2 of the pilots did say, yeah, it's stationary and it's not a ball. So you can't just blatantly say all pilots say believe it's a dude. That's just false, bro. That's 1,000% false. Stop spreading lies like that.
And how do you know they weren't just telling you to get the fuck out of their way?
Oh, here we go with the bullshit. Yeah, they were just shooing me away and saying it was fun. Yeah. So when you ask like a fireman, like, hey, is it really hot next to fire when you're in the house? And they're like, oh yeah, it is. They're just saying that because they just want you to get the fuck away from them. Scott, that's just come on, dude. You're so defensive, bro. And
you do know how crazy you sound to. You do know how crazy you sound to other people, right?
I'm the one that's crazy. You believe that water's sticking to a ball as it's spinning through a vacuum. That's crazy.
So you don't know how crazy you sound to other people.
Do you know how crazy you sound?
I don't.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. I think I only sound crazy to the ones that are still stuck in the brainwashed, indoctrinated falsehoods. I sound crazy to them, absolutely.
Which is 99% of the world's population.
That's false. That's again another falsehood, dude. There's no way that you are still saying falsehood after falsehood. You know that
you are in the minority. Will you please admit that you are in the minority if you believe the Earth is flat? Still,
yes, I agree that it's a minority, but it's not a 99%. That's fallacious, bro. Because when they did polls back from 2016 to 2020, when they did polls, they only polled 8 countries, and there was over 300 million people within just a few of them. That's just 8 countries, bro. That's not even everywhere. And that was years ago. Imagine how many more today. So, dude, you can't say it's 99% of the people believe that the Earth is a ball, because even in that fucking statistic, quote unquote, it's way more than 1% of the population. That's crazy, bro. Like 8% of the population of, I think it was Italy, believed that the Earth wasn't a sphere, and it's even more in other areas. But overall, the billions of people, they should just poll India, because there's a lot of people there. But but I'm just saying, you can't just say 99%. That's just a lie. That's a falsehood lie. What you do, the reason why you say that is because you want other people to hear that, don't go with these guys. They're 1%. They're nothing. They're nobody. It's like a tactic.
Just say weird. It's an appeal to the majority.
Nobody's listening to us.
Oh my God, there's another lie. No one's listening to us.
I will also tell you that science isn't determined by a appeal to a majority, because it is actually done by actual testing and observation.
Right.
Not consensus then.
Yeah, wasn't Einstein a renegade? Didn't they all think he was wrong? And then he just Came
Yeah,
up
but
with
you
a good
guys aren't
theory.
Einstein. That's the difference.
Well, I mean, someone in here could be Einstein.
No.
That's what all of the people who doubted Einstein said and thought. They probably sounded just like you.
No, they didn't.
Right.
Not even close.
He knows. He was there. So you have to
He was
understand.
there. He was
Glober's
definitely
were-
there.
They said
you have to
they said you're
understand
not
Glober's-
Newton.
You understand
Right? They said,
Glober's?
you're not Newton.
Hey, this is what's funny. You have to understand Globers, all Globers, they have been there since the beginning of creation, and they know billions and billions of years ago what happened. They know it. They are the smart ones here. We're the stupid ones. They also know everything
Yeah.
about everything until you question them and you realize they don't know shit. Quite amazing.
question
It's so
for you.
funny.
Well, just because you disagree doesn't mean we don't know the thing you say we don't know. Just
Oh,
because you
well-
say a wrong thing that contradicts our correct thing does not make you right.
That is
Oh my goodness!
really
Somebody is
funny.
reasonable.
That's so funny that you say that because you guys still don't understand how
Okay, if
light works.
tomorrow I
You
could take
understand
you
how
in a
optics
space
work?
shuttle up into actual orbit of Earth and demonstrate to you that the Earth is a globe, would you finally concede to that?
No, because you can't do that. You can't even do that with. They can't even do that now. You want to do that
Oh
tomorrow,
my
but they can't even do
goodness,
that.
dude! We've been to the moon and back. I know you don't believe it, but
I know
it's
you believe the
happened.
lies. I know you believe the lies. It only happened in your imagination, and that's what they sold you. You know what? Also, you sound like my little kids were like, Santa
I
Claus
can't wait
came last
for
night.
at least
He
one more
brought me
country to make it
presents.
back to the moon because we're going eventually back
Oh,
there, and then
how's
tomorrow.
that carrot? How's that carrot, buddy? They keep feeding you that carrot, don't they? Poor you. I feel bad for you. You're one of those
You're
guys that
gonna
are
be
like,
so pompous, bro. Like, there's no
hey,
need to be
you're
We've had
pompous.
3. Hang on.
you're
Let's see.
you're one of
1,
those guys.
2, 3. I think 4 nations land, probes on the moon in the
Oh yeah,
last few
I
years.
saw China's. And India's was the funniest, by the way. Yeah, I saw all of them. I saw all the fake. You know, yeah, yeah. India was the latest. It was funny.
And so, hey, how about our probes have gone to Mars? How about
Oh
those
my
ones?
God, no one's landing on Mars, bro. How about this? How about this fact? Okay. How
So
about
those
the
are just
fact?
done in the
It's
Atamana
all fake.
Desert or some desert
All
way
fake.
far away?
All fake, buddy. I'm sorry to break it to you, but it was all fake. Hey, here's what's funny.
Oh
How about
wow,
this fact?
you
How about
you
this
are
fact?
truly deluded, and I
Yeah,
congratulate you on that.
Who cares?
I know. I'm deluded, but here's the funny part, bro. Here's what's sad for you is how many years, and be honest, how many years have you been championing and cheerleading and waiting for us to go back to the moon? And those assholes keep kicking the can down the road. How long has it been now? And first of all, condolences to your feelings and ego because they keep it's so close. Have you ever seen that commercial where they have like a fish line with $1 and then the guy reaches for it and he will zoop, and then he's like, oh, no, not today. Like, that's you, bro. Like, oh, it's so
So
close you can grab
Elon's
it.
just
And then they
wasting his money on
no, they're not
SpaceX.
wasting the money. No, they're not wasting money. They're not wasting money. They're doing exactly what that money's supposed to do. Doing exactly what it's supposed to do.
Oh,
And you're
okay.
a product
I
of
love
that.
you, man. I really do.
And you're a product of that.
Fooling
You're a
you,
product of
clowns.
that. Yeah, you're a product of that. You are the result of what all that money's pumping into and what it's for. It's to sell the entire humanity a lie, and they are doing a very good job of it. Very good job of it.
And why
And
are they
you guys
doing it?
Okay, here's
you're,
a question.
you're scraping the plate.
How do you explain asteroids that hit Earth on the regular?
How do I explain things that are falling from the sky?
Really, really
Yeah.
fast. Big
Have
rocks.
no idea.
Yeah,
Have
little
no
rocks.
idea. Have no idea how that is. I am not the creator of this place that we live in. I
Are you
don't
not a
know
bit
how
curious?
that works.
Oh boy.
Just a little
I
bit
am
curious?
a full-on, like, not full creationist, but I am a guided evolutionist belief, but I
For
am
real?
not that far, dude.
Wow.
I believe in reality and observed reality.
You
Bro,
clearly
what are you talking
Except for
about, bro?
evolution.
You've just spent the last 10 minutes talking about how you believe the
Well,
TV.
guided evolution, I believe in.
I know, exactly. You believe the TV when they landed on Mars, they went out on the moon. You don't believe in reality. You're believing in a screen. And that screen is representative of where we get the imagination. That's why when kids see like cartoon characters and dogs talking and cows speaking, that's their imagination to make it think, oh, that's
boy.
reality. Do you understand that?
Nope.
That's why kids believe in Santa Claus, because Santa Claus goes on TV. Oh, going to check in my list. You better be good. And then the little kid's like, oh my God, Santa Claus is coming. And then the next morning they wake up and the cookies are eaten and the milk's drank and then the presents are there. Voila, Santa Claus exists. All in the imagination.
And then kids stop believing in Santa Claus, but they keep believing in the round Earth. Why do you think that is?
But they keep. I know.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Why
Because
is
a lot of
that?
money.
Come on,
because
why
a
do you think
lot
that
of
is,
money.
man?
Because a lot of
some
money
adults-
goes into.
When they
some
come into
adults
contact with people that
because
know
some
better,
adults-
they don't take them seriously and actually try to learn what we're trying to teach you.
What are you trying to
some
teach me?
some adults are just as gullible and naive as children, Scott. And you're a
Exactly.
perfect example.
There's no empirical evidence for living on a sphere.
Well, there's plenty of it.
Oh boy.
Okay, so you got
okay.
measurements of the surface of Earth demonstrating that
Have
it's
you
curving
paid
at the
attention to
necessary
anything
rate.
I've
Do you?
posted into the chat, by the way?
No,
No,
you're never gonna
actually,
get them evidence, man.
Actually, Guardian, you posted a perfect. I actually used what you posted against that other guy because that was perfect for our argument. Thank you. You know that you're from the observer's point. You're not in the center of your mantle core, melted lava. Is it turning or not turning nowadays? Fucking center. You posted something that proved our point. So thank you, Guardian. I appreciate that.
Let's put it this way: if they invested as much money as they do into the heliocentric lie, into convincing you Santa did still exist or did exist in the first place, you'd still all fucking believe it.
That's the best thing I've heard all week,
you know?
man. Yeah, that's the best thing I've heard all week right there. Thank you. You nailed it. Fuck yeah.
No, we can't all be as smart as you guys, I guess. I don't know what to do about that.
We're not that smart, man. I mean, we don't, we're just a bunch of fucking
Can all be
idiots.
Einsteins.
And you come in here to hang out with us, bro. What's up with
There's
that?
varying levels of intelligence in flat Earth as there is in any other demographic in the world. But you treat every single one of us as if we're, cave people.
How many scientists and engineers do you have in your?
There's plenty of people that hold
the
PhDs,
ultimate
work in the
secret thing.
scientific field, and do all types of things that you would consider scientific and educated.
Like what?
Architecture.
Okay, can you name at least one person in the scientific field that believes in flat Earth? Just
no, we're not.
somebody that is at least well known enough.
And
And isn't like a
science, and then in the next word, you're talking about beliefs. So you obviously don't understand what science even is. Beliefs nothing.
there's
to
a-
do with science.
Your
Hey,
standard
there's
is who believes this, therefore I'm going to believe it. We're not talking about believing things because someone else believes it. That's what you guys are doing.
No,
We're
we
talking
don't do
about
that either.
empirical evidence.
That's exactly what you do.
Scott. Yeah,
No, we
Scott,
don't.
you already confirmed
Okay.
it. Scott, you literally said the other night you don't need to actually validate these claims because why would you? It's already been validated. You literally already agreed that you just believe whatever's being fucking told to you. So don't
You know what that
start.
reminds me of?
That's just not
That
what I
reminds
said.
me of the
but I
movie
know.
Yeah, that
Truman
is what
Show.
you said.
That
I know
reminds
that's
me of
what
the
you
Truman
heard,
Show
but
when the teacher tells
that's
him,
what you
"Why do you
said.
want to be explored? Everything's been explored." That's what that reminds me of. Like the Truman Show was spot on, dude. When that
Anyway,
teacher
it's
told him when he was a little kid, "Why do you want to be explored? What? Everything's been explored, so you don't have to go nowhere." That's like a Glober's mentality. Like I don't have to prove it; it's already been proven for me. That's
anyway,
like
it's redundant taking
genius.
this approach. It's redundant taking this approach because we're just talking about who believes what. So, Globies, it's your time. Step up. Show us your best evidence, your best verifiable evidence that you live on a ball that spins. That's your time to shine.
Well, apparently the only evidence you accept is evidence you can do, but you won't do
not you,
anything.
Scott.
Yes.
Scott, you already told us the other night you just believe what they're saying and you haven't bothered to verify anything because they've already done it. So you're disqualified. So someone else.
I would like to see the curvature if I can. If somebody can show me, we can go together and look at it.
Hello?
Because it's geometric, it must be there.
You got
What
an
about
ocean
Guardian?
near you?
Guardian? What about you? You got that? You got that globe proof?
Oh, it's got Mackie.
Guardian?
Just a moment, guys.
What?
I don't have. Okay, for one, I can't give you the evidence. I can show you other people who have shown me the evidence. And this is my. Here's my question.
Well, what's the
What
best
would you
evidence that they
accept
showed you?
as evidence if I was to present it to
Well,
you?
hold on. Well, what was the evidence that you... Well, hold on. What was the evidence that you were shown that made you believe it?
The pictures from NASA.
So let him answer. Don't answer for him.
Pictures from the moon. I don't know. Plenty of things, but
Well, it didn't sound like plenty of things. That sounded like one thing, and then you said, I don't know.
there are many things, but
Okay, the pictures. So how did you verify those pictures were real?
oh boy, this is where I'm going to, guys. What will you accept as actual
So
proof?
just answer the question. Just answer the question. You said pictures. I asked, how do you know the pictures were real?
Okay, so you won't accept that we've gone to the moon.
So how did you verify that those pictures were real, and then we'll consider it? What was your method? Or did you just see them and believe them?
Okay, here's a question, and I've asked this a lot of times, and people will not
You can ask the
answer it.
question, Guardian.
And
You'd be
this is
helpful, man.
what is the motivation for trying to deceive the entire population into the idea that the Earth is round when it's actually flat? What is the motivation? What is it?
Okay, so are you conceding then that you don't actually have any
What is the
verifiable
motivation?
evidence?
What is
Okay,
the
well,
motivation for
Well,
convincing
first, let's remember. I asked you the question. Let's just first remember I asked you the question. So are you saying you don't have any verifiable evidence of the globe to share with us, and now you want to move on? Is that right?
You give me real motivation, I might begin to listen to you, but you will not.
Listen.
None of you will give me real motivation behind it.
Bro, if you realizing that you don't actually have any evidence that you landed on the moon other than these images that you can't verify, doesn't motivate you want to try and understand why.
Okay, I live in Florida, and you know what my next goal in life is going to be? Is go watch some rocket launches, and you can have some fun with that. Okay, guys?
Fucking do. Shit goes up in the air.
So is
what?
that your evidence now? The rockets?
Yes, that's a good example. You can watch it actually go in this is a fun thing. You'll watch it go up, but it doesn't go in a straight line. It goes up, and it's slightly tilted. You know why that is? That's because the Earth is spinning. Hello, thank you very much.
So you see a rocket. So you see a rocket go up, and then you see it come back down. Yeah.
I can see a rocket go all the way into space and then come all the way back down, and that's something I can do from Florida. So thank you.
So when it comes back down, where do you think it's landing?
Yeah. Wow. It doesn't necessarily have to land in Florida, but it can. It can do a full orbit of the planet and come back down.
Oh, it can in your imagination, yeah? But you don't see that. You just see it go up and then come back down. Like a golf ball.
Okay, and that's that's fun. I love you guys. This goes back to my definition that the imaginary game that I play in the imaginary world that I play in, it's actually flat. Yes, I can prove that game, and I can prove that world is flat. I will not accept that this
guy is boring.
reality, and I can show you that the world is round.
Well,
The imaginary game I play in, Azeroth, yes, that is flat. This world? No, I'm sorry. It is a sphere
Guardian, now you just sound like a butthurt 5-year-old that doesn't want to accept Santa's not real.
Show me the curve.
Santa,
you
realize, Guardian.
Emotional, psychological reaction going on here, man.
Hold on. Guardian, do you realize they tell you that you observe the Earth to be flat?
Okay, what shape is it? Is it a disc?
Why can't you answer the question? Why are you always so evasive?
It is a sphere, an oblate spheroid.
Do you know they tell you it's a sphere, but you can't see any curve because it's too big, so it just looks flat to you. Do you know that?
I really just want to go out to the middle of the United States
Then
where they
leave,
just
bro.
it goes
You're
on
annoying
forever and
as
just
hell.
prove you guys wrong.
So can you face that reality that they tell you that you observe a flat
Just
Earth?
because I can't go out and actually show you because I, you know,
Shit, I can't
Right.
do
because
a
of
fucking
like
Narnia,
financial
Guardian,
means,
but
I can't go out
Okay.
and show
definitely real,
you.
man.
Okay. So you're agreeing
No,
that
you can go
only
hiking.
observe it.
Does
Wait.
not make that true.
Wait.
You can go
Okay, so you
hiking.
agree. So you agree at least that you do observe a flat Earth. You agree with that, yeah?
You can observe a lot of things, and it's like I said.
The Earth is flat,
You
yeah?
go out to the middle of the.
Why don't you
You
wanna
want to give me
admit
the
what
money
we
to go
all
out to the middle of the United States? I could show you that the Earth is curved.
Right.
But
So
I don't have that money to do that, so
Right,
there
so
you go.
you can't do anything else. Right, so you can't do anything else but currently observe that the Earth is flat, yeah?
Wow, you guys.
Yeah? That's what you
Because
just said,
I
right?
observe a thing that I might.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is hilarious.
Does not
You
make
wouldn't
that
kick and fucking scream
statement
this part
true.
here saying you observe
you
the sky is
observe it.
blue. You'd be like,
So
yeah,
you-
I observe the sky is blue.
Like there's curvature to the Earth. Just because
But
I
you don't
can't go
observe
out
it.
and show you right now that there's
Right, so
curvature
you've
to the
never
Earth
seen it.
does not
Yeah,
make
yeah.
that true.
Yeah, so you've never seen the curvature of the Earth, though, right?
Personally, no. Sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
I have not done that. I wish I could. It'd be one of my dreams come true.
Okay, and so you don't accept what you experience in reality.
Oh,
because-
I accept what I experience in reality. Yes, from what I can perceive
so-
in this
so
little
you
tiny,
accept-
as this
so you-
tiny little speck of a person on this planet.
Right.
Yes, I accept what
So
I
you
can
accept-
observe.
So you
What do
accept
you
I'm
observe?
just a little speck on a big ball.
What is
compared to
it you observe, Guardian? You want to tell us?
You observe a flat, motionless Earth, so you accept that?
Oh boy.
What's the hang up
Well,
here?
you just said you accepted it. You accept that you observe a flat,
No,
motionless
I
Earth? Yeah?
accept that I cannot show you something that
You
does
see how
not make it
you're not
that the
intellectual honest,
opposite
Guardian.
immediately true.
Okay,
You
so
see
you
how
don't
you're-
accept that you observe a flat, motionless Earth.
No, I do not accept that. I accept that I
But you do
cannot
observe it.
demonstrate that I am on a sphere to you with my
Okay.
current finances in the way that you want.
You
That
can't
is
demonstrate it to
but I
yourself
can show
either.
you plenty of other people that have demonstrated it in their
Well, you can show
NASA
us
and their.
claims. You can show us claims, yeah, but you can't show us or demonstrate even to yourself that it's actually curved or in motion, right?
Oh, I love you people.
Yep. I know. Oh, that's fun. All right, someone else can pick it up.
Other, okay,
He's
here's
halfway cooked. He's
like I
halfway
said,
done.
if tomorrow, if I could demonstrate it to you, would you accept it? And I don't think you would, because you
What,
would
you
try
can
to come up with
demonstrate?
some other explanation of it.
Yeah, but bro, you haven't accepted what you've experienced every single day of your life.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Guardian here. I'll phrase it to you.
Go ahead. You're good.
Irrelevant of what the Earth may or may not be beyond our immediate experience, what is our immediate experience of the Earth?
That we live on it?
Yeah, that we live on it, that we're tiny specks that can't observe anything other than maybe the short distance what our eyes will show us. Yes.
You'll fucking flap your gums about everything else except what you know. I'm waiting to hear from you. Why is that, man?
This will go to any globalist too, by the way. Tomorrow, if I could demonstrate the Earth was flat
Nobody
to
cares,
you,
man. What is your
would
immediate
you believe it?
experience
Yeah.
of the fucking Earth?
It is
Answer it,
about
man.
a willingness to accept it. But I've seen
You're talking about
what
unwillingness
other
to
people have
accept it. You
shown me
can't even
to
admit what
be
your lived life experience on the ground here on Earth in reality when you walk outside
okay. I've
the
been
door
to the
is
top
the
of
Earth.
hang on.
You're just like an intellectual coward.
You didn't
You
accept the
can't even give us
reality
that
of your life.
baseline to take the conversation
Okay, do you
from because
know
you're fucking
what?
terrified
Do
of
you
where,
know
where it leads.
Melpodden?
Wait, you didn't accept your reality all your life, and you want us
Okay. And by the
tomorrow.
way, I've been
For
all the
one
way
day,
from
you show
Maine
me
to
something, and
Florida,
you want me
so
to change my
I can
belief.
tell you the temperature is at least different. So can you give me a
Oh my
reason for
God.
Now
that?
we're talking about fucking temperature.
Because would you give me an explanation for that? Why it's colder here? Colder in Maine than it is in Florida.
You can start with admitting
Why is it colder in
what
Maine
your
than it
lived
is
life
in Florida?
experience
Please
of
give
the
me
Earth
an
is.
explanation. Please, please.
No, you've already you've like obfuscated away from the
No,
question.
I've lived
You
in
already
Maine,
lost your
and I
ball,
know people
boy.
that currently still live in Maine.
You have to man
And
up.
why is it colder there than it is here right now?
It's painful,
Fuck,
right?
when you walk away from a heat
That's
source,
my lived
does it get
experience.
colder?
So
Does it
can
get
you explain
warmer?
that to
What?
me?
What do you want to hear? What's your point?
That is definitely colder than in northern atmosphere
So
and northern
what do you think
northern
that proves?
latitudes than it is down here in the lower latitudes.
Oh,
Can you
couldn't
try
you
to get a hold of your brain, please?
couldn't you just say is that
Like, can you
grab a
explain that to
significantly
me?
good
There's a
camera?
tilt to the Earth that causes that, and
Well,
it's
it's like
because it's a sphere. I know.
you can grab a significantly good camera with good optics like a P900. Go to a port city and just observe the ships coming and
I
going.
live in a port city, dude.
I mean, do it.
Guardian, how do you experience the Earth?
By walking upon it.
I never asked you for me to
Hey, here's a
I mean, how do you
here's a
experience
fun
what is
thing.
the nature? How does the Earth present itself to you?
Yeah, where do you see this
I am
tilt?
too tiny and too
Yeah, I'm gonna
small for me to tell you. Other than that, my experience is yes. The ground I walk upon appears to be a plane that I can walk to a certain distance, but I can show you pictures that show the horizon, that show where the Earth actually bends.
Do you feel
I
like
could
you are
go
in
out
motion?
tomorrow to friggin' the
Guardian.
Tampa Bay and show you ships going
Can you
over
shut
the
the fuck up?
horizon.
Guardian, you need to calm down, man. Relax. We got somewhere.
I'm
You're at least admitted
fine with you guys.
you
I'm chilling,
experience the
but
Earth
I just
as a
can
plane.
you give me a
Do you
reason
feel like
why
you're in
it's
motion as well?
warmer here in my wonderful state of
We
Florida
can get
and
to
back
all
home
of
where
that,
I came
Guardian,
from,
but
it is
you're like
way colder.
You're like a crayon munching 3-year-old that doesn't want to get past what 1 + 1 equals, and you're asking what
Oh yeah, it's because you won't
5,941
do it.
times
That
fucking whatever
I
it is.
understand. Yes.
Let's just go step by
You
step.
won't do it because you can't do it.
Do what?
Oh, you make me laugh. Thank you.
Okay, spiral more, bro.
I think he's too drunk. Tomorrow he will not remember all this.
He's not fucking drunk.
I'll try to forget this, but man, you guys are fun. I love you.
You're embarrassing, man.
It's funny that you live in Florida because that was measured, right? That's the flattest state in America.
Okay. Why do you think they launched rockets from Florida and not like I don't know Maine?
Who cares? Do it anyway.
I
You just said you saw them go up and come back down.
said I could. I haven't yet, but it's one of the things I'd like to do because I live now in this state.
Yeah, so you could watch them come up and come back down. Amazing.
Yeah.
Then what? Then what? How'd you get to spinning ball Earth?
Goes up and down. Fuck yeah, man. Shit goes
Because
up.
I can watch videos from those rockets. How about that one?
Oh,
Yay!
so then you still have to switch on the TV.
Oh my
I wonder
goodness.
why.
This goes back to what I'm saying.
I
You
wonder
guys
why.
will not accept evidence when it's put in
We will.
front of you.
Is the TV your evidence then? You gonna put the TV in front of us and say, "See"?
I could show you a million videos and you will still not believe it.
So if you put a million
So if I
TVs in
show
front
you
of
the
us,
Avengers are real.
King Kong chasing blonde ladies.
King Kong, Bigfoot.
Be
We've got
careful.
all this
Kong
evidence.
fighting. You could go to Universal Studios and you will be in a trance.
Godzilla.
And King Kong will fight the pterodactyls and the T-Rexes for you, bro. It's crazy.
What other things do you see on TV and except for that question, Guardian?
It's so real.
Okay, here's a question for you guys. This goes back to like fantasy and this type of thing in gaming. Do you know why I would accept that somebody has actually gone in one of the games I had and proved that they could walk around the entire sphere inside that game?
What?
Yeah,
What?
there's
Now we're talking about a video game?
look, yeah, there's a
We're
game
talking about
called No
reality,
Man's Sky.
Guardian.
You can go around and explore the entirety of that universe, and it's filled
So what
with
does that game
billions
tell you
and
about
billions
reality?
of planets.
Right, what does
And
that
guess
game tell
what?
you about reality?
You can land on one of those planets, and you can
Oh, wow.
walk all the way around it, and come
Congratulations.
back to where you
So because you
started
can do
originally.
something in a video, so because you can do something in a video game, you think that means it's true in reality?
What about reality?
That I'm saying, do you know why I would accept that? That they can do
Superman
that?
flying.
You've never fucking done that in your life.
Because they showed me in a video.
Yes, we know. You
Superman
believe
flying.
videos. Very good. It's a
And
high
guess
standard,
what?
guys.
I can probably
You'll never
go
be
do the
fooled.
same thing if I had the time to waste to do that. But I
Hey,
don't.
Guardian, do you believe everything you see on TV?
I'm surprised you can even fucking tie your shoelaces, Guardian.
Oh, I love you, peeps. I really do.
You keep saying that. So do you believe everything you see on TV? Or no?
No. There's such a thing as 3D effects.
wow.
There's such a thing as AI generated images. I understand what you're saying. But there is such a thing as going out and touching grass occasionally. And yes.
On the flat Earth that you experience, yeah.
Oh, I love you. I really do.
So what is it like? We live on like a horizontal infinite plane. Is that what it is? Like it's just like some like infinite horizontal plane.
And you know
You
what?
live
I'd
on Earth,
rather
bro.
discuss
We don't know.
that's something that
Well,
has
I
not
don't
been
know.
determined in
So then
the
how can you
majority or
affirm that it's
minority
like
yet.
flat then?
And that is the
'Cause there's no
universe
curve.
curved or is it, flat and continues out into infinity?
But like lack of evidence
Well,
for the
what
claim
do you
doesn't mean that
believe?
the negation of the claim is true. Like just because there's lack of evidence for the
No,
claim that the Earth
direct
is round, like
measurement,
if there's even if
direct
we grant
measurement of
there's
the
no like
surface does that.
there's no measurement of curvature or whatever, that doesn't follow from that like the negation of the claim, which is that the Earth is flat, is true.
Yeah.
Like
Okay, but
that's a strong
when you
claim to make.
measure it flat, so it must be flat.
What's the
If there's no,
argument for
if there's
that?
no,
It
if there's
doesn't
no
seem like you have a good
observation,
argument for that, right?
Rev, here
well,
it
you're
is.
the
Look,
one. All right.
when we measure the surface to not be curving, it at the very minimum falsifies the dimensions of a sphere.
By the way,
No, that's all gonna like
your
reduce down to
icon, by the way,
synthetic truths.
disproves
Wait,
your
wait.
whole
Johnny, shut
point.
up, man.
That's gonna reduce to
Rev,
some like set
Your
of synthetic
icon.
truths. What I'm
Look
asking
at
is
your
like
icon and
if it's like at
observe
least
the
logically
day-night
possible.
cycle on that.
If it's at least
That's
logically
just
possible for the Earth to be
conception, man.
round, right? For there to be curvature, then like it just seems like you'd have to
Then
provide a
you would
defeater
have to
for that
evidence
being
that.
like at
You would
least
have to
analytically
evidence
true.
that.
Like if
Okay,
you
evidence that.
if you can't provide a defeater for that, then it would just be like
No,
more
we
like
can dismiss
theoretically
your
virtuous.
claim.
What
To say
about
the
the
Earth is
evidence
curved.
if it's flat? What about
It
the
would just be
evidence
more
if it's
theoretically
flat?
virtuous. It'd be more
No,
What
theoretically
about
virtuous.
evidence if it's flat?
No. See,
Is
you're
it
getting
measured flat?
confused. You're getting confused.
Someone
The
mute
positive
Guardian.
claim is your one.
Your
That you need
day-night
to
cycle on
evidence
your
curvature.
icon.
Here's the
Do
thing:
you
you're
believe
making the
that?
claim that the Earth is not curved, right? So
Oh
what
my
is the argument for
goodness.
that? That's a
Guys, you gonna
if
listen
that's
to
a
me?
necessary
Yeah,
claim.
you've got no curvature. You've got no curvature.
If
That's it.
that's a necessary claim, what's the argument for that? And you can't appeal to like empirical, like sort
It's
of like
simple,
methods at
bro.
all, because
I
those
just
would
told
just
you
be
it's
synthetic
simple.
truths.
You've got no
If
curvature.
you appeal, do you
So
know
how
the
can it
difference
be?
between analytic and synthetic truths? Do you know the difference?
Bro, it's easy. Just show us where the curvature is. If it's
Okay,
not.
again, you didn't hear what I just said. Do you know the difference between analytic
You're
and synthetic
dancing
truths?
around it. You're saying, how
No,
can you
I'm
know it's
not.
not a ball?
Look, here's the
You
problem.
said, how can you
Even
know
if
it's
I
not a
grant to you,
ball?
hold on, you're not listening to me. Even if I grant to you
no
there is
curve.
no curvature, even if I grant to you there is no curvature,
Oh, then you're
that's just
fucked.
going to be a
There
synthetic
you go.
truth. So how on
There you
your
go.
view do you account
There's
for
no
like
curvature.
analytic truths?
If
Go
I
ahead,
if
answer
I
the
measure,
question.
if I measure a ball to be 6 foot long, is it a synthetic?
On your
or
view, how do
analytic
you
or
account for
what?
analytic truth? That's what I want to know.
The reality we experience is flat.
Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Motionless.
No curvature.
Yeah, again, you're just repeating like the claim without providing an argument for it,
I'm
right?
repeating what you
Reality.
said. You believe
Reality.
there's no curvature.
Can you debunk your reality?
Again, you're just repeating the claim. That's it.
I'm repeating your agreement that there's no curvature.
No,
Yeah.
I'm saying that even if we grant that there's no curvature, that's just going to be
Yeah,
a
there's no
synthetic truth.
curvature. That's
That's
it.
just going to be a
That's our
synthetic
claim.
truth. But at the same
That's our
time, you're
claim.
saying,
There's no
hold on.
curvature.
At the same time, you're saying it's necessary that there is no curvature. But if you're appealing to analytic truths to ground
It's
that
not about
claim,
being
but
necessary. It's just
if you're
what's in.
appealing to analytic truth or synthetic truths to ground that claim, then I just want to know the argument for that as to how synthetic truths
Nobody has said it's
provide.
necessary. There's no
That's the
curvature.
argument.
It has nothing to do with semantics. It has nothing to do with semantics.
Them words have
Yeah.
never came out any flat
I
Earth
need. Look,
surface,
here's the
man.
thing. You're invoking a
Yeah, it's
necessary
redundant.
proposition, right?
Hey,
You're
answer me
appealing
this.
to a necessary
Is it
proposition.
necessary that the surface of a
Oh,
sphere
okay, so
curves?
it's logically possible that there's curvature then?
Is
Yes
it
or no?
necessary that
No.
the surface
You
of a
already agreed.
sphere curves, Rev? Yes or
That's what I
no?
want to know. Is it logically possible that
Can
there's
you answer
curvature?
a
Yes or
fucking
no?
question?
What's the
No, it's
question?
not.
Is it
Well, can you evidence
necessary
that?
for the
Oh, I
surface
don't think
of a
anything's
sphere
necessary.
to curve?
I don't think anything's necessary. I don't think that's necessities
Well,
or
then you're a
criteria.
fucking retard, man. So
How?
shut the
How? What's the argument? What's the argument that there needs to be
Can
necessity?
you answer a basic question?
What is the
Basic
argument
geometry.
what is the
Is
argument that
it
there needs to be
necessary for the
necessity operators
surface of a
applied to?
sphere to
I'm
curve?
sorry, wait. So what is the argument that there needs to be necessity operators applied to propositions? Give me the argument for that.
You need to answer a basic question first.
Okay,
Is it
because you're making a
necessary
claim, right, that
for
it's
the
necessary
surface
that
of a
there's
sphere
necessary
to
propositions.
curve?
You're making a claim that it's necessary that there are necessary propositions.
Okay,
What's
so
the argument for
you don't
necessity
believe
operators
in
applying to
what you
propositions?
don't believe in basic geometric shapes then? Is that what you're telling the whole panel here? Your brain is fucking bricked, bro.
Just a word salad. He just have a few words. He's just repeating them. Nothing else. He don't want to listen. He don't want to answer. Nothing.
They can't.
Who the fuck was it that says, "Oh, adults still believe in the globe"? Why is that? There is exactly why the fuck you clowns still believe in globes, because you come in and you interact with us like that and think that's going to be constructive conversation.
It's weird to me that when he says it logically can be, that he's just convincing himself that it still is. That's all he's doing. And he's trying to look for validation from someone in this room to say, because if you said, well, yeah, logically it can be, then
He's a
boom,
fucking
and he's
brain
going to prove
retard,
himself right.
dude, man. Nothing's real. He's like 99.9%.
He's not making any sense anyway to anybody logically to agree with him.
There's hypocrisy on both sides. I can see. I
Just
think what he
repeating
was.
5-6 words.
I think what he was trying to say is, well, I don't really understand. I came in a little bit late. I think he was trying to get to a point, and I don't think you guys understood it, and I don't think he explained it the best way because I couldn't figure it out. But also the way you guys explain it, I'm not coming in here shitting on you guys. I'll admit I'm globy, but I come in here to learn.
Hey, I'll tell you what, man. That guy came in a little bit drunk, man. Can I just say he was drunk? Can I go with that? You guys, anybody back me up on his drinking?
I'm drunk,
Please.
but I'm fine drinking.
No. I mean, yeah.
The only way I can ever tolerate you guys, by the way, if I was actually, listening to you drunk.
Are you drinking or not, man? Just tell the truth, man. What do you got?
Of course, man.
I haven't had anything tonight, but last night, yes, I had a little something. Not a lot, a little.
You didn't drink anything tonight. Nothing.
Nothing.
Holy shit, man. Okay, I'm gonna mute up.
What you're swallowing then?
Holy shit, help me out.
Smoking something.
Oh,
Yeah,
finally I got an ISS picture.
Everybody's smoking.
like I said, like I was trying to say though, is the wrong way to approach coming in this server is immediate. You know, flat Earth is fake. You come in to learn. It's a bad approach. I agree with you guys on that. You're not gonna try to. You're not coming in here to validate a
No,
point. You're coming in
You're
to
not
have
coming here to learn either,
it's
because I
not
haven't learned
that. If we can
anything.
prove we are wrong, we will be accepting that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I come in here to
Don't do it on
listen
a
and
stupid way. It's just like
acknowledge.
bubbling the same words like word salad, if couple of words and like and don't listen, don't answer, don't let anybody talk.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand.
Last night there was a
Put
guy came in and
argument,
said,
and we talk.
"Why
We
shouldn't
talk about it.
we, give attention to you guys?" And you know what? I think attention should be given to you guys because bad ideas should be shown and brought out to the
Guardian, you
light.
could fucking debunk an idea to save your life.
You couldn't debunk
I love
You
you guys.
can't even fucking
Dude, you've been
admit
destroyed
the first
tonight,
step
man.
in the conversation
Oh,
to agree on what
did you
we
call me by my real name?
experience the
Because
Earth
that's
as.
cool.
So just
I know it's in my profile. Hey,
thanks for participating and being such an obvious misunderstood individual, man. But you're great, brother. I love you. Keep it up. You got close, man. You questioned it for 1 second, man. I heard it. You fucking questioned where the fuck you live. And you're like, where the fuck do I live, man? And that's all you got to ask yourself. Where the fuck do I live, man? Really?
In Florida.
How can I verify
And I live
where
in
the
Maine,
fuck I live?
and you've yet to answer my question about the temp. So, thanks.
Listen to Flat Earth dude. He's the wise man. Right?
question, Guardian.
You guys brought up.
Do
When you guys brought up a good point too. Also, like, what does it matter too? I mean, I don't think it'll affect us either way, right? Whether it's flat or globe. I don't know if that's
I'll agree. Yeah.
No offense to you, Little Earth, but generally that only comes out the mouth of people that are yet to understand it's actually flat.
I understand what you're talking about. I've delved very deep into it. I convinced myself.
I mean, anybody that could conclude that a deception regarding the fundamental nature of where we exist that influences how we define ourselves, our identity, our positions in existence.
Yeah, no, I know. I've gotten into that. Yeah.
That doesn't matter. That's like what's
I know.
bigger than that. Can you give me an example of something that matters more than that?
Nothing really does.
I mean, is that what we should pay attention to?
No. I mean, what I can really akin it to is like if it's like there's a good example to that. Like, what does it really matter for? Is like simulation theory, right? If that is real, like we are in a simulation, we're living like in a GTA world, right? We can't really change that. We can't affect that. Yes, it's fucked. Like, what is the point of life type shit? Like, I mean, you can't really change it at that point. And yes, you may know, but you really can't do much about it. Your day goes on.
Well, you know what? You want
enjoying the reality and not worrying about all these things. Just enjoy the reality how it is. I mean,
I agree with that.
Why you have to put so much complications in life? Life is very simple.
I agree with that too. It's about be happy.
Why you have to put all these complications? It can be this, it can be that, it can be this. I mean, even with Matthew before, like he was saying, yeah, it can be, but I like to put an idea on it. It's just an idea, right? Simulation, all this. Why not to enjoy and prosper in this reality that we have?
I mean, that's what the point of free will is. We have the free will to, choose how we live.
Look, the easiest tangible reason why this matters that you could think about is just think about the amount of money that is pissed away on this immense charade that could be used elsewhere.
Yeah, brother, man.
That's my point. What is the motivation for wasting that money.
To make you fucking dipshits that don't know how to think, so you don't know
It's
how
all
to
done for the
challenge
purpose.
anything in your life. That's
But
pretty much
there
the
should be
fundamental reason.
motivation to say that it's of why you would go through such means.
Money, money, money,
Look at how
money.
hard you defend something you fundamentally have no clue about. Like a
Money,
religious
money, money,
zealot.
money.
You're a fanatic, you're a follower, you will do as they say. However they guide you, as long as they present it in the right way, from the right character,
Yeah.
you will follow
Put
it.
it
to the
Obvious
end.
as it be,
Take it
obvious
off.
as it be, it
Put it
seems
on.
it
Take
seems
it off.
immediately obvious to me. Obvious it be that that you are doing exactly what your YouTube daddy wants you to say. You're saying exactly what he's
I don't
said on
have
his
any
YouTube video, and you're just repeating it without really knowing the garbage that's coming out of this YouTuber's mouth, because that's where you get your information from, YouTube.
What are you talking about? The question itself of why would they lie is completely irrelevant anyway.
Yeah, but when you say we
Why
just
is it
follow what
irrelevant?
what
For the
they
sake of
say,
followers.
you follow what your
We know
YouTube
better
says.
that motive's not even relevant. Evidence
It
is
is relevant. You're accusing
Motivation
someone
is
of just
very
following
important.
what
Stop for a
If
second,
you're
man.
trying
a
to,
Guardian, just
murderer's
stop.
motive to convict him of murder.
yes,
If the evidence points to the conclusion that that's the person that did it, that's the person that gets charged with the crime.
a motive is an important part in that because you must try to understand
Motive
why
is
a
an
person
extra.
did a
You may
thing.
find it out, you may not.
Yes. You may
So
never
why
know
are
the
you
motive
asking
of
us
the
what the
person.
motive is?
By the
Go
way,
ask them. They're
since
the
I've
ones
got you here,
lying to
do
you.
you really believe what your icon is showing? Do you really believe that?
No, that's just a conception.
Okay, so that's
not
just a
claim to
conception of
that's what reality is.
what you think
like that,
reality
man.
is. Then.
What?
The
Outside?
day-night cycle on your freaking icon.
Yeah, what about it?
Do you
The
believe it to
reality
be
is what you
real?
experience. The reality is what you
I don't claim
experience.
to how these mechanics are
What
operating.
you are experiencing is that your reality. You go outside. What are you experiencing? Are you experiencing the curve? Are you experiencing the spinning? Are you experiencing?
Oh
What are you
boy,
experiencing?
somebody doesn't understand gravity and
What gravity?
simple
You see,
physics.
you jumping. You're like the monkey. You know, it's like jumps from one branch to another one. They cannot sit on their feet for 2 minutes. It's like you want to jump from one subject to one subject, from
No,
curvature
I'm
to
going where the
temperature to
conversation's going,
now.
where you're leading it. Actually, in this case,
So, somebody doesn't understand such and such. Oh, that means you do?
I'm not leading.
You're going to be the one to enlighten us and teach us? Guardian? Yeah, that's what I thought.
why do I have to be the one to teach you when
Because
there are
you
plenty of
only
other
ask.
people who have
You see,
tried to
you are
give you
here.
the
You
evidence
are here.
and tried to prove to you?
Okay,
I
I
know
tell
there
you
are
one thing.
probably plenty of people in your lives that have tried to tell you that you're wrong. But you
Yes,
know,
my
why
friend.
should I have to be just the one?
Guardian, do you
Yes,
think we were
know what?
born believing the
You're
end was flat?
saying you're having these thoughts that is telling you, ask a question. Any question doesn't matter because the question you're asking, they're not irrelevant and they don't even
Okay, if it's not
follow each
irrelevant,
other. So
why
you're
am
just asking the
I in a
questions.
warmer climate than I was 10 years ago when I was living in Maine? Can you please explain it? Because I would really love to hear it. Please.
So you tell me then why the temperature now you have different temperature in your place. You tell me that.
I
I
lived in
don't know.
Maine and I now live in Florida.
Because
I
what
was
that
living
has
in
to
a
do with the
higher.
shape of the earth? What that has to do with the shape of the earth?
Oh boy.
You
What
farted too
doesn't
much,
it?
maybe. You drank too much beer and you burped too much. So that's why you
Let
have
me
the
just
cloud.
pour something so I can actually be intoxicated.
Migo. Hey, man, it's fucking cold outside. It's got to be a globe, bro. Come on.
Okay. Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Right now, I live in
Where the
Florida.
fuck we going,
It
man?
is nice. Well, to me, it was when I first
Holy
arrived here. It
shit,
would be
man.
nice and
Who
a nice
cares?
temperature. And when I was living in Maine, it
We're
was
talking
not so
about the
nice. It was
shape.
below
We're talking about the
freezing.
shape, not temperature, man. Come on. We're talking about shape, not temperature.
Oh, I just love you guys. Can you
It's
give me an
flat.
explanation of why it is the way it is then?
It's flat,
If it
and you
isn't
know it.
the globe, what is the
And you
definition?
know it.
What explains it? I know you
You
can't,
don't
so
have a globe,
therefore
Guardian. You have
there
no
is a
curvature.
reason, and I can give you one.
It doesn't matter what you want to
Thank
say.
you. Holy
Thank
shit.
No,
Thank
we
you.
are telling
Thank
you, you're
you.
not listening, man. This is the problem.
Jeez.
We are telling you the reality. You are experiencing it and you agree with it, but you cannot accept it. This is your problem. You have to breathe and say, let it go. New beginning comes.
Can I
Just
ask the
trust
question?
your insight, man.
I know what he's trying to ask, but he's
Oh,
too
Brick,
drunk to
that's a
ask
good
it.
one you
Perhaps
posted
I
there.
could elaborate for him because he's too drunk to
See
ask
what
any
you're trying to
question.
do.
He's saying, so a better
I
question
mean,
would
he's
be,
drunk as well. Yeah, I mean, he's pretty drunk, and we know that. And yeah,
better,
but he knows how to jump from one subject to another subject. He's jumping from because when he found he himself cornered, he cannot answer. Jump from temperature to moon, from moon to the earth, from this to there. He would go around. It's like the monkey, because the mind is like that, because the mind is not stable, right? He wants to always his safety. He wants to find, because whatever the mind is believing, it's his ego, it's his belief, he's there. And when it comes that destruction, that no, this is not the reality, it's only your imagination, it's very hard to release that. And the mind is like fighting. So it's like jumping left and right. Just no, 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 no. This cannot be true. I cannot. No, I cannot release my ball. This is mine. No, it's holding like a child.
yeah, so when I go to the 24/7 hour Discord server, the general consensus is that the sun goes above the Earth and rotates around not around the Earth, but above the Earth. So that does not account for places in South America where there's 17 hours of daylight, or maybe Alaska where there's days of daylight, right? The midnight sun and everything. So how would you explain how there's places in the Earth that have like 17 hours of daylight, or let's say a whole day of daylight?
That would require a full understanding of this potential construct. So,
Can I interject, Obvious, if that's okay? Can I interject?
go for it, Skinny.
Go on.
If that's okay, could I interject? Obvious, it be if that's okay.
Yeah, man, I wasn't really speaking.
All right, just to these two gentlemen here, it doesn't matter whether you're on the Glober side or Flat Earth side, really, at the end of the day, in regards to this. Look, the basic thing is you guys are asking answers that neither side actually have actual proper answers to. What we, from our side, we work off what is actually 100% provable via the scientific method. A lot of what you guys bring to the table is assumption, which is admitted by people like Matthew Learns and other people like that. We work of what can actually be proven. We don't have answers to every single question. We work off of what can actually be proven. So asking these questions and, give me this answer, give me that answer, give me this answer. We're not encyclopedias, and not everything can be proven. So it really is, it's just going off on a tangent that doesn't need to be gone off on for anything from either perspective, globe or flat earth. Are you following me?
So You can rule out any criticism by saying we don't know,
the thing,
and that.
Do you have answers to any questions?
the thing is, what we okay. You're saying there is two conversation: globe and flat Earth. The thing is, what we are experiencing, what we are seeing, what we are going and seeing outside. We can all do that thing. If we are on a globe, we would have certain geometry, and we don't have it. But
Can you be
if
more
we are
specific?
in at least flat, but we don't know where we don't know the whole thing. We don't know. We are saying that we don't know the whole thing. What it looks like. If you want to tell me it's like a basin, there is something else behind it. I don't know. But there is a few things that we know that we are not on a globe.
What?
So there is no argument about the globe because we are not presenting a shape or a model doesn't mean that we are on a globe and we are not safe on when we say flat.
So
No, we
are
are saying flat as description because flat is not really
It's not a shape.
thing. Yeah, it's a description.
So hold on.
Because
So
we
on
cannot
which
see
side,
the
which
shape.
side are you on? You specifically.
Yeah, so solid point, Nigo. Solid point, and look, Globe is cool as flat earthers. We don't actually believe the Earth is a friggin' pancake, all right? At all. I'm just trying to reiterate that we work off of what is actually proven via the scientific method, and that's it. So, asking questions that are not provable from either perspective, when neither actually have a model, an actual proper working accurate model, is just going off on a tangent that doesn't do either side any favors. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, but they
I can
do have a
understand that
model, and
point
they do have a model. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I can understand that point that people they wanna always some explanation, some 100% proof. What's wrong with saying just we don't know exactly the whole truth? Like you don't know exactly who made all this place. Yeah, we don't know who is really God. We have idea about it, but we know that somebody did this place. So it comes to this
100%.
thing that we cannot understand the totality. Our mind it cannot understand. Our mind is made to only react to these five senses. If it's very hot, you want to go to a little bit cold. If it's very cold, you will put something on. If it's the senses that you have.
What, bro?
Reservoir,
that's
I want to
correct.
back
That's
to what
correct.
you said there. You
This
said
is your
you
reality.
can avoid
This
all
is your
criticism
reality.
by saying you don't know. That's what you said,
Okay,
right?
but the thing is, like, you're just spouting.
Yeah,
the
we
same...
don't know exactly how
You can't
the
just sit
whole
there.
shape.
But hold on.
We know that
You can't
whatever
just sit there and
we
spout.
experience is flat.
You can't just spout over and over again that it's all about perspective. You can't, like, that's not even fucking.
What do you mean?
That's what he's doing. What he's literally sitting.
He was talking about
He's just saying he goes out into reality. Well, he's in reality and he just experiences. He's just describing his experience. He's not saying, "Well, I'm just going to explain it away with this and that." No. He doesn't even have to make a claim about this shit. Globers come in, right, and they want to say, well, then how does seasons work? Do you know why? Because their explanation for it relies on the surface being spherical, being curved, and being on a sphere. That's why. And if someone says, oh, guess what? It's not a sphere, then that explanation makes no fucking sense, does it? So suddenly they're like, but I need an explanation. No, you don't. No, you fucking don't.
So you're can you hold on? Can you repeat that very first point you said about the seasons, please? Sorry.
As people come in and say things like that, they come in and say, "Well, then explain seasons if it's not a globe," right? Because their reliance, their explanation for seasons relied on Earth being a globe. That was the reason they had for seasons being the way they are. Suddenly, right, because it's not a sphere, I need a new explanation. No, you don't. You can just experience seasons and the Earth be flat. You don't need to explain it.
Yeah, let's just not explain anything about anything, and then hope people believe us because we see it as flat outside.
No, that's not what he said.
That's exactly what he said.
No,
Okay,
it's not.
that's not what he said,
he
but
said.
that's
It's
what.
not what he said. Your fucking
So
premise
hold on.
has
So
been
do you think?
falsified.
So do you
Falsified.
think? Do you think
don't
people?
hold on, historian? Give me a second. Yeah, your premise has been falsified. You don't have a sphere. So any explanation coming from the premise of being on a sphere is fucking wrong. Now, we can't give you an explanation to whatever phenomenon you want to ask about, but that doesn't suddenly make the Earth a sphere again.
Okay. So when you say, so do you think people just saw seasons happening, or sunsets and sunrise, or
That's exactly how it all
Let
began.
me
They
finish.
experienced the seasons, and then
So do
they
you think
started
people?
to.
So hold on. Do you think people that believe that the Earth is a globe just saw seasons and go, "Oh, that's happening because there's a globe"? Surely. Like that's literally. You think they just
That's
stopped there?
irrelevant.
No,
You think
nobody
they?
said that.
But
That's
that's
irrelevant.
literally what he just said. Is he said a glober asked to explain the seasons, but they're relying on the Earth being a globe, right?
Your
For the entire
paradigm
premise.
is
So-
the Earth is a globe. Seasons happen because of the tilt of this planet,
right?
And our position relative to the sun in orbit and whatnot. That's your explanation for seasons at current, but we come along, falsify that we're actually on a sphere. So how do you update your explanation for seasons?
So how do you falsify that the Earth's sphere? Like,
Well,
just
there's no curvature to the surface of the Earth.
What'd you say?
Therefore, you can't have a sphere, at least of the dimensions given.
Oh, can you say that again? Sorry, someone.
There's no curvature when we go out into reality and measure the actual surface of the Earth. The thing
Are
that's in
you okay?
question
There's no way.
is
Have you
flat
ever
Earth.
been out in the middle of the ocean? Better
What
yet, have
about
you
it?
been up on a really big mountain, like a really big mountain?
Okay, so now you're talking about experiencing staring out at shit. Have you measured the surface of the Earth?
People have, bro, I haven't specifically, but there have been multiple people that have measured the surface of the Earth.
Okay, can you
Wait, are
present
you doing
me
it
these
from?
measurements then?
Are you doing it from? Wait, so have you personally done this?
I've not personally done it. No.
So you're going off some crackpot who just posted something on what, Reddit?
No, but the thing is that the measurements that are done can be repeated. You'll get the same results.
Hey, before I head out, I just wanted to thank you guys for your perspectives and your point of views, and have a great night.
You too, Guardian. Have a good one.
Good night, bro. Good night,
Thank
bro.
you.
So
Have a good night, mate.
I mean,
Have
I
a good
haven't-
night.
So once again, I haven't like measured the surface of the Earth, but I've been in an airplane, right?
You saw why?
Right,
Many
and
of
so
them
when
have.
when you look out of the window of an airplane,
Again, why are we now in airport? Why are we now in the sky? We're talking about the surface of Earth, no?
He's been
okay.
in planes, so he knows
Yeah,
the
so
ball.
hold on, you don't even need to straight up measure the curvature of the Earth. When back in ancient Greece, right? It was
When they didn't have any planes.
And now you're
hold
on the side of discerning things by vision alone.
Oh no! With math, ancient Greek mathematicians calculated the Earth's circumference to
They
a
didn't
pretty
have any
meaningful
planes
degree.
there.
Yeah, Aristotle.
Well, this is a
Why would you go back to ancient Greece, man?
because you can literally
You know,
discern
whatever
with hold on
methodology
with
he utilized to
rudimentary
discern
math with
the
rudimentary
He's
math.
digging his own grave. It's
No, I'm not. With rudimentary math, hundreds of years ago, they were able to come to
He's
a close calculation of Earth's circumference. So, what makes you think that? And
Yeah,
relative to like,
Do you know how they did it? Wait. Do you know how they did it?
yes, they measured
Hold
the
on,
angle of
Nick,
the sun's
hold on,
rays
Nick.
at two different
Can you
locations.
explain how they did it?
formed
They
the same
measured the
methodology
angle.
on
They
your
measured. Hold on. They
kitchen floor,
measured the angle
and
of
I
the
can
sun's
find
rays
the
at.
circumference of it.
Okay, they measured the angle of the sun's rays at two different locations. The change, the variance in
And
those
how they
angles.
did that?
Are you fucking dude? Okay, the variance of the angles could only be explained by a spherical.
How they did? Okay, how they did
What
the
are you
measurement?
fucking talking about, bro?
How they did the measurement?
Okay, quick question
You've
for you.
never had changing shadow sizes from a light sources. You've never observed that.
Yeah, but wait, how they did the measurement?
He measured the angle of the sun's rays.
What I think
Okay,
he's trying to get
what
to
is an angle? What is an
quick question
angle?
for you. Now, what I'd like to know is
Okay,
the fellow you're talking about is called Eratosthenes. Now, my question for you is, how was Eratosthenes in two different places at the same time? Now, These two places are
Funny you
500
go there,
miles
Matrix.
apart.
Yeah, but
You
even how did he measure the angle?
historian. You see the problem?
I'm getting
Well,
so many people are talking to me. Hold on. Did you say how was Eratosthenes in two different places?
Correct.
Maybe he had two people.
So he had multiple. So he had two different people stationed there. So he had people in Aswan, which is like some dumb name, right? I can't remember the other one.
There's Alexandria and Syene.
Syene. That's Aswan, I think. I mean, you
Syene.
could notice from anywhere on the
430
Earth.
miles apart
So
or
once you can notice from anywhere on Earth that when the sun's directly overhead, vertical objects have no shadow.
How
Right?
did they communicate?
How did they communicate?
What was the communication?
Yeah, to the
I've
camel.
linked you an image there in the chat. Can you take a look at it?
He sent a letter through the camel and wait 1 month.
I mean,
Smoke sight. Smoke sight.
Communication networks were a thing in ancient, like it's a thing, bro. You literally had
he sent the mail.
messengers.
It doesn't really
He
matter.
sent the mail.
It's kind of fucking. It's a moot point anyway.
Yeah, right.
I've linked you something in the chat. Can you go and look at it?
Where?
In the
The Mississippi Great
channel
Lakes.
chat.
Which one?
Just the chat that's tied to this channel. To the
I see
VC.
that, but what am I looking at?
You see it. You see varying shadow lengths, which indicate different angles of light on a
Yes.
flat surface.
Yes.
Okay, you can perform Eratosthenes' methodology and discern the circumference of that flat surface. You can turn it into a ball.
This is the problem with talking about Eratosthenes, historian. Just don't do it. It's not going to get you anywhere.
So
It's absolutely farcical, basically, is what I'm saying.
okay, but the key to Eratosthenes' experience was the difference in the shadows cast at two different locations. They're not doing that here.
Exact same there. It's exact same there, and we know in that example that the surface that the objects are upon is flat.
So
and the
it
light
wouldn't.
goes-
So it wouldn't.
Oh.
But that wouldn't work on the same. But this doesn't work. You can't
Why would it
compare
not?
the,
Why would
because
that not work
you're
scale?
okay.
Tell me.
So it's the assumption of parallel sunlight. So Eratosthenes.
Oh, an assumption, really?
Let me finish. Yes, you're relying on an assumption. So
can you just
Eratosthenes.
argue-
Are you going to let me
height
finish
of
my
the
point?
sun?
You can't sit here and argue with me. Argue with me without letting me even defend my point. I can't just say one word
Watch
and you
him.
just go off on a tangent. Can I
know,
defend
but
myself?
we're just
Can I
going to
defend
assume
myself?
Things,
Can I
then
can
we
I
can
can I
assume
defend
whatever
myself?
We feel like feeling, thinking.
Can I defend myself?
Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Okay, so there's a few
What
different
was
things
the
here.
height of the sun
Let me
that
finish. Let me
he
finish. Let me
he
finish.
assumed?
Can I finish?
It's not going to happen,
Eratosthenes
man.
assumed the sunlight reached the Earth's surface in essentially parallel rays, right? That assumption
What
is.
was the height of the sun?
Wait, Mick, wait.
Let me finish, bro.
Okay,
This
okay,
assumption is reasonable given the vast difference, right, between the Earth and the Sun. If the Sun were much closer, the rays wouldn't be in parallel. So,
What vast
so what I'm.
distance? How was that discerned? How was that proven?
It's a lot closer than whatever light is above these cans. That is the main correlation. And so in a flat Earth model, right, the sun's rays would strike the Earth's surface at the same angle at different locations, which is what this photo of, right? And the shadows cast by vertical objects would be of similar lengths, right? The experiment would not yield the significant difference in shadows lengths observed by Eratosthenes. So what I'm trying to say is they're taking a giant. So the reason his was so significant was the massive amount of space between these two cities and the sun and the earth. So when you put everything on a table and look at vertical objects with a light very close to it, you're taking away his whole point. Like,
No, I'm
yes, it makes it moot.
The methodology that it can be applied on a flat surface with a local light source, local relative to the heliocentric distance of the sun, and you can perform the same calculations and you can come up with a number for the circumference.
Can I ask you a question? During the Eratosthenes time, what was distance to the sun?
Has it changed at all?
Yeah.
Hold on, Sasha. Is that Sasha?
It's gotten different. The Earth is gone. Well, let me
Are
see.
you seeing? Are you, historian though? Are you understanding the issue?
No.
Historian, how many times do you think they've heard that exact argument you just put forward?
Yeah, but so and
No,
then they just
how many times?
undermine
Answer
it.
the
But
question first.
I have, I would say a fair bit, but the thing is, they just
Probably
send
1,000 or
photo.
more.
Probably.
Probably
but they-
every day.
I would, yeah, sure, but so,
Okay.
but they just send one photo to completely deny, like just to completely
No,
throw everything
Yeah,
out the window.
that's what they always do.
Principle of his methodology and showing you how it's faulty.
And I literally just told you how applying that same methodology to a flat surface with a very close local light source makes that photo folly.
And
Like
you're
I
about
just
the
said.
700th person to do that now.
That's what happened in reality with what Aristophanes did.
Wrong.
He's
You're,
on a flat surface.
so what you're saying
with a
is
close
so what
light
you're
source.
so what this photo is a very shrunken down version of his experiment on a flat surface instead of a globe. Is that what you're
Are
saying?
you
Yes or no?
struggling
Yes or no?
with Scale or something like this. What is it?
That's my whole point. Is scale is relevant to his experiment. That's why it was so. That's why the measure
so
between the two
tell
cities is so
me
relevant.
What changes when you scale this up?
The assumption of parallel
part of
sunlight. The assumption of parallel sunlight. I said that multiple times, and the difference in shadow lengths.
Okay, so you need
And the
assumptions
height of
to
the
get to your
sun.
conclusion.
The height
First,
of
you
the
need
sun.
to assume that the surface you're standing upon is curved. Then you need to assume that the light source is effectively an infinite distance away, and that the light rays are reaching Earth parallel. Then you can get your conclusion of a circumference value. That's fucking horseshit, basically.
So
That's the most.
Can you tell me how?
fucking
Can you tell me
shit
how?
ever?
Please tell me how. Tell me how that's just horseshit.
You've assumed your conclusion. You're reifying your. Yeah, it's a reification fallacy. You just assumed your conclusion.
Reification. Do you know how the scientific method works? You have
It's not
an assumption, or
not scientific
how?
experiment.
Let's dumb it down. You have an assumption, right? You have a hypothesis, if you will, big word. You design an experiment to prove or falsify that hypothesis, and then you get a result that either reflects your hypothesis or denies it.
If the Earth is flat and the Sun is local relative to the heliocentric distance, what would the result be if you performed the same?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
If the Earth is in fact flat and the Sun is a lot closer, what would the results be if he put sticks in the ground like 500 miles apart? What would he observe?
What would who would we?
Aristophanes or yourself, if you wish to do it.
Are we on a globe model or a flat model? Sorry,
Yeah, and for you, this hypothetical is if the Earth is flat. So
you would have uniform shadows, right, on a flat Earth with a local light source, which is a closer sun. The sunlight
would
wouldn't
have
arrive.
uniform
It wouldn't.
shadows.
Hold on. It would not arrive in parallel rays. Instead, they would come from that localized direction, right? Consequently, vertical objects at different locations would cast shadows of similar lengths, regardless of the distance between those
So you
locations.
would end up with the same result. You used many words to just say the same result.
No, because there wouldn't be a significant difference in shadow lengths.
We're talking about the same distance.
No, but what?
Took 430 odd miles apart, two cities, right? Sticks in the ground, measuring the shadows that are cast.
You would still,
Definitely on
assuming
flat
it's a,
source, definitely a local light source.
if it was a
close,
local, yeah, if it was closer, then there would be no significant difference between those shadow lengths. There, you wouldn't have angle variations.
You're still assuming the light would arrive parallel.
No, because that would assume that it wouldn't arrive in parallel rays. Uniform shadows is not parallel rays. Right or wrong? Would you argue that the sunlight would not arrive in parallel rays if the shadows were uniform? That is a fact.
You haven't proven the sunlight does arrive in parallel rays. You've just assumed it anyway. It was an assumption.
Are you really about to argue it doesn't?
Conclusion he wanted to get to.
So,
if I may interject again, obviously, B, if it's okay, buddy.
Yeah, man.
All right, I'm pretty new to this. Historian, I can't see the rest of your name, buddy. You seem like a really nice guy. What's the last part of your name?
Databot. What?
All right, no worries, buddy. Look, so it's pretty simple. So you mentioned the scientific method before, and what Obvious is trying to say, and he has said it very, very clearly, but a lot of this is assumption. So with Eratosthenes, which wasn't even taught till the early 1980s, but Eratosthenes, he made assumptions as to what was, and then he made the mass fit that. Now, that's not the scientific method. What is the scientific method?
You have a hypothesis. You design an experiment regarding the assumption of your hypothesis, and then you execute.
Sorry, buddy.
Said experiment.
What's the start of the scientific method before you even form a hypothesis? What is the start?
You observe something, right? Then you make a question based on that observation, and then you form a hypothesis.
Okay. Yep, you're on the right track. So you observe what?
Anything, but that's. Is there something in specific here, or are we just talking in general?
No. You're on the right track, mate. I'm not giving you shit in any way, shape, or form. So, the start of the scientific method is you observe a natural phenomenon, aka an effect. Can we agree on that?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So from there, you form your hypothesis, which is trying to find the what of said effect.
I would agree with that.
No. I didn't say anything that you could agree with. I said so. The next stage of the scientific method after
you make a question. You
observing natural phenomenon. No. I didn't ask you. No. You're doing fine, mate. I wasn't giving you shit. So you observe natural phenomenon. That's step one. Step two is you form your hypothesis. Now, observing natural phenomenon is observing an effect. With your hypothesis,
no, you don't go to the hypothesis. You observe something, and then you ask a question, a very specific question, on that. And the question has to be clear, specific, and testable, right? And then you make a hypothesis based off of the question you ask. That could be a proposed explanation for the observed phenomenon.
Yeah. No. You're right. No. Hold on, Lucky. Sorry, mate. Hold on. I'm hearing what you're saying. So you observe natural phenomenon. You form your hypothesis from that. But the natural phenomenon that you are observing is an effect. Yes, we already agreed on that, right?
It can be effect. It can be a question about the natural world, just in any capacity.
Right, gotcha. So with your hypothesis, what are you trying to find out about that effect?
It's your hypothesis essentially is a proposed explanation for what you observed. It's a testable statement.
Yes, it's a supposition. So you're trying to find the cause for that effect, yes?
It can be, and it can be based on existing knowledge or observation. Another one, like a good hypothesis.
No, you're doing well. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to cut you off. You're on the right track. Okay, so you make observations, then you form your hypothesis, then you test your hypothesis. Yes. So what Eratosthenes did was the direct opposite. He had already assumed. He'd already assumed sun's rays are parallel. He'd already assumed the distance of the sun. He'd already assumed a lot of things. And then later on, he formulated the mathematical formula to prove that assumption. Is that not what modern scientism is? That's not the scientific method. The scientific method is you're trying to find out. You're not making a conclusion or assumption and then trying to make the data fit to your already preconceived assumption. Yes?
I disagree. No, I disagree with you completely about what Eratosthenes did. Completely. I think he followed the scientific conclusion to a T.
Oh my fucking god! Yeah, well that's.
So he observed in the city of Syene, right? That was the South City.
He never observed the sun being 93 million miles away.
What is hypothesis?
Light rays were coming in parallel, and he never observed the Earth to be curved.
But he noticed
he
that
assumed
the South
all
City,
of these things. because
No,
they're
but you can
necessary
look, but
to get to
you
the
can
conclusion
you
he
can
desired.
observe that if you look up and see that the sun is directly overhead, that there's going to be no there's going to be no shadows, right? That was at noon during a
Yeah, what
solstice.
happens when you hold, a light bulb
That was
directly over an object?
hold on. So that was the observation, right? So
Yeah,
let me
and how did
continue that.
that
Let me
correlate
continue.
with
Let me
93? Well, sorry, he
so let me
assumed the
continue.
sun was effectively infinite distance away, so not any specific distance, but
My
distance.
right, okay, that's a separate conversation right now. He's
No,
claiming
it's
that
not a
Eris.
separate
No, it
conversation.
literally no
It's
because I
crux
wasn't even
to what
talking to
we're
you.
talking
I
about.
was, but he specifically claimed that Eratosthenes did not follow the scientific method. Yes or no? Did you say someone said he did not follow the
It's not
scientific
even a
method?
scientific inquiry.
So
He was asking
so what do you think?
what
So
the Earth is, not how the Earth came to be or anything like that. It's not
okay,
even
so what question do you think he asked? Because I can tell you what question he asked.
the Earth is. What's the nature of the Earth?
That's
as
not
far as shape
that's
goes?
not what he asked.
Okay, what did he ask?
What the experiment was, the question
Doesn't
was,
really
is
change
the
anything, by the
sun
way,
directly
so
overhead in
you're arguing
CN?
like irrelevant semantics.
No,
of this.
no, it's not. Yes.
How did he communicate with the guy to
No.
Alexandria?
Okay, that's such a
Historian.
dumb, bro. Okay, so
Historian.
here, I'll just paste it if you're just gonna like not listen to me. So that was the question he asked. It's according to the experiment.
We're listening to you. You're
Is
not
the sun
listening.
is the sun directly overhead and seen? And if so, how does the angle of sunlight differ in another location? Right. So he hypothesized that if the sun were overhead and seen, then the angle of sunlight in a different location, being Alexandria, would be different, as it would not be directly overhead. Right.
And what side he get?
And so
Yeah.
he predicted that
What
the
side?
angle of the
What?
sunlight, and let me finish, shut the fuck up. Predicted that the angle of sunlight in Alexandria would be less than 90 degrees during the summer solstice, right?
He assumed.
No, he didn't. Well, yeah, that was his prediction. You're allowed to have a prediction during
And
that.
what side he
You're
get?
allowed to have a
You
prediction during
can't
the scientific.
explain this to you, man. You're not
Yeah.
going to get it.
What size Eratosthenes get?
Huh?
What size Eratosthenes get? What is the radius? What size Eratosthenes? Because you said that he
What
proved
are
the
you
sphere. What size of the
What are
sphere he
you
get?
yapping? That's not what he aimed to prove.
Historian.
Oh,
How did
he
he
proved the
prove the
sphere
sun
without
was
size.
far?
No, he
How did he
concluded
prove
that the
sun was
sun's
far
ray.
away and that the light was?
He concluded that the sun's rays are parallel, and that the difference in the angle of sunlight between the two cities could be used to
How
estimate
did he
the Earth's
conclude
circumference.
that? How did he conclude the sun rays were parallel?
What? Because he collected the length of the shadow in Alexandria and knew the distance between Scene and Alexandria.
Okay, well that phenomenon can be replicated with a local light source.
But I literally told you
with
how it couldn't be.
non-parallel rays. So, how did he conclude that the sun rays were definitely parallel?
The exact
De
math?
facto, without a doubt, these sun rays are hitting the Earth parallel. How did he conclude this?
I would assume he used basic trigonometry. Shocker.
Show it.
Doesn't prove it.
Show the basic trigonometry.
I got
shock us.
So the circumference would be C equals
No.
360
You're trying to
over
discern the
0.
circumference. You don't have it yet. You don't have the circumference yet.
Why are you assuming both a circumference and parallel sun rays?
Wrong. So you can solve an equation backwards. Shocker.
Okay, shocker. Why are
have
you
a
assuming both parallel
circumference.
sun
So
rays
you're-
and
so
a
you're-
circumference?
But because you don't have to assume
So
parallel sun rays when
what
you
you're
can
trying
see.
to prove true, you've begun with true. You don't see an issue with that.
What'd you say?
What you're trying to prove is true. You've already begun in your premise. You've already begun with it as true.
Yeah. You're already assuming your outcome. You're assuming that there is a circumference to find. You're also assuming the parallelness of the sun's light.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not very productive,
So
guys.
that's your. So you can't just go. So hold on. So that just what you just said just makes my argument folly.
Completely.
It does, because you're assuming.
So, historian, if
Holy
the
shit.
Earth is flat and the light source is close and the sun rays are divergent, what would be the phenomenon we'd observe regarding shadows of objects that are distant from each other?
And God, I had to turn you up. I'm so sorry. Can you repeat yourself just one more time?
Yeah, no problem. So, if the Earth is flat and the light source we call the sun is close, how would the shadows behave? Yeah, and the light rays were divergent. How would the shadows behave of objects that are stuck in the ground, hundreds of miles apart from each other? Last time you said the shadows would be uniform.
Assuming that the sun rays are divergent?
Well, they're experienced as divergent.
So wait, like I said, or like I just asked, are they parallel or divergent in this hypothetical scenario?
You could take a look at like my.
So
my
so you would have once again, I would reiterate that the shadow lengths would be uniform, and that you would have that would be inconsistent lighting of distant objects.
How could you possibly get uniform shadows with divergent sun rays?
Because the shadows wouldn't vary in length, because there wouldn't be a curvature of the Earth. You wouldn't have, because you would have no hold down effect.
Do you see how you're stuck? How you think the only possible way to vary the shadow lengths
because
is
you're
if the surface you're on is curved,
because you keep sticking
and your rays are
into
parallel. You see how you're fucking stuck reifying this?
Yeah, because you're shoehorning me, regardless of what I say, into the same scenario. This is the second time we've walked around. I'm being disingenuous when I say that.
I've demonstrated to you how the methodology used by Eratosthenes can be used on a flat surface with a local light source, and you can get the same conclusion. You can calculate a circumference for any fucking flat surface in this world you want. Just make the same assumptions. Assume the light source is far. Assume the light rays are parallel, reaching the object's parallel, and assume the ground you're standing upon is curved. And then just calculate for a circumference.
Yep, I can come up with a circumference from my living room making the same assumptions that he did. Does that make it a ball?
Yeah.
Obviously
Does anyone
not.
mind changing the topic? Because this is not.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, I think I do mind.
Heretic, you want to take over? I gotta jump out here.
That's all good, whatever. I don't need to, or I can.
So is it not hold on, is it not a common understanding that sunlight arrives in parallel rays? Are you guys just completely opposed to that?
How'd you come up with that?
Because once again, his entire argument of or not his argument, his way of disproving my argument is by to make my argument wrong, you have to disprove parallel rays.
No, you've not proved parallel rays.
Yeah, that was a burden reversal there. You just assume them. Yeah, we don't have
because
to.
Because it is the scientific consensus. It's the scientific consensus that sunrays are parallel.
Stop. Consensus isn't science. So you haven't proved it in the first place, and now you're just attempting a burden reversal. So it's on you, buddy. You're the one making the claim.
Okay, if the sun were not parallel and radiated from a local source, then shadows cast by objects on the ground would diverge away from each other. Alternatively, if sunlight were converging toward the ground from a localized source, shadows cast by objects might converge towards each other in that distance. So that would show shadows coming together. There would be a pattern of shadows coming together, which you have with local light sources. But you don't see that outside. Variable illumination on, then you have variable illumination on distant objects. Did we not fucking learn this in
What are you talking about, dude? Oh, let's find out what you learned. So what are the two shadow angles measured? What are the two shadow angles attributed to Eratosthenes? What did he measure?
He measured the lack of a shadow angle.
Yeah, so what is the angle? What are the two angles?
You have 0 directly overhead, and then you had less than 90 in Alexandria.
Oh. Be more specific than less than 90.
That was his whole point, was it was less than 90. That's why it was...
Be more specific.
Say like 71 degrees.
He needs more detailed information than that to solve for this circumference, buddy. So you don't know. So anyway, your whole argument is that he wouldn't have come up with the angles. He wouldn't have come up with so he wouldn't have come up with the angles that he got if it's a quote flat surface. But you don't know what angles he got.
Okay,
How'd you do
so
that?
he observed a vertical. Here, I love Google so much, dude.
You don't know what angles he got, so how do you know that he
Nobody.
wouldn't have come
No,
up with
but
them?
I do now. You just
No,
asked
you
me on
don't.
the spot.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
It's
7.2, right?
Yeah. So why wouldn't that have worked on a flat surface, quote unquote, flat, non-convex, let's say?
Non-convex.
Yeah. What's the problem? Closer sun, closer light source, different angle to it. Why does it need to be a ball?
Why wouldn't that work on a flat surface?
Yeah.
Because if you had, holy fucking
He's
shit,
moved away from the sun's ground position. Why wouldn't the angle change?
You don't, because you're taking away all the curvature related
Yeah,
phenomena.
you just
It was
assumed
only
that.
assumed to
You
begin
just
with,
assumed
anyway,
it. So why do we need that?
let's just assume it's not curved.
I'm moving away from the sun's ground position. Why is my angle to it not going to change over 500 miles unless the world is a ball?
There wouldn't be a distinct angle measurement in Alexandria.
Oh, really? I
differed-
wouldn't be able to measure an elevation angle unless the world's a ball.
No.
Wow.
Not one that differed significantly from the angle in scene.
Oh, you just found out what it was. You've been saying this whole time, and you don't even know what the difference was. So this is just a chant that's just been elucidated. So you just keep saying it wouldn't have differed significantly. This whole time, you haven't even known what the difference is.
Not to a T, not to a complete T, because
Yeah, it's worthless you saying that because you just found out what the difference even is, and this is the same rhetoric you've been using all this time up till now.
I just found out the exact difference. But
yeah, so it couldn't possibly be
hypothesis
7.2 miles, 500 miles away on the same meridian line. Why not?
7.2 miles, 500 miles away. That
No,
makes
500 miles, 7.2 degrees. 7.2 degree difference. Yeah, you're just saying stuff.
I'm not understanding. Everyone's just saying stuff. Are you fucking dumb, bro? Like, what is that?
Yeah, no, you're just saying stuff. Anyway,
How
we know
about
that now.
How about you show yourself? Go and grab 3 cans of Coke out of your fridge, sit them on your desk, 1 foot apart. Grab your mobile phone, turn the light on, hold it to the right-hand side of all the cans of Coke, and look at the differences in the shadows. Full stop. It's that simple. If you'd like, you can hold the light directly above one of them, if that would make you feel better.
And so what would that prove?
Go and do it and have a look for yourself.
No. What would that do?
Maybe it'll prove your desk is a ball.
Holy
by the shadows off the
shit.
cans.
So you're saying, so you guess you're saying I have circular reasoning, right? Is that this whole thing?
Yes. So I have a much better point, if I may, unless you guys want to keep talking about semantics for like an hour. Is that okay? Everyone good to change the topic to another Glober question? Actually, not even a question, just a fact.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Okay. So when you're in the northern hemisphere, right? Now I'm gonna have to use Glober terms here, so forgive me. When you're in the northern hemisphere and you see the Polaris star, and you watch time lapses, you can watch 1,000 time lapses on YouTube or whatever. The stars go around the Polaris star counterclockwise, right? That's just a fact. We all know that. The stars go around Polaris counterclockwise. Now, if you move to the equator, right? At the equator, the stars move east to west. You can watch another 100 time lapses on YouTube about that. And then when you're in the southern hemisphere, the stars rotate clockwise. They rotate clockwise around Sigma Octantis, which is just a fancy term for southern pole star, right? So by that logic, it kind of just proves the Earth is round, because there's no possible way that a flat Earth, people could see different star rotations on the same face of the Earth, right? It's the same way if you're in the north, you can't see the Southern Cross, but if you're in the south, you can't see Polaris, right? And that wouldn't work on a flat Earth at all. So what would you say about that?
First of all, when you took the picture,
The Polaris star is obviously
you
fake.
were talking,
That is
you were,
the.
you were looking north, and then you turned south. So when you were facing north, everything was turning anti-clockwise.
Wrong.
And when you turn to the south, it turned
Bro,
around.
that's not how that. No matter what way you look at a clock, you can look at it upside down. Like you can look at no matter which way you're pointing at a clock. That doesn't change the way the clock hands move. So that doesn't work. No, you can't. No. if you put a clock on a flat surface, no matter which way you look at that clock, the arrows don't magically just turn.
Doesn't matter. We're just talking about what happens in reality. So no matter where you're standing, if you face north, they're going to be going from your right to your left. If you face south, they're going to be going from your left to your right.
No, but we're talking about clockwise and counterclockwise.
Yeah, it's just what happens. You can be on south of the equator, north of the equator. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's what you will.
So by that logic,
Clockwise and
you wouldn't.
hold on a second. Clockwise and counterclockwise are just relative directions, like left and right. So all you've done is turn around.
Left
you realize
and right?
the stars didn't change direction.
Left and right?
Hold on. They're relative directions, like left and right. So the stuff in the sky is going east to west. It never changes direction, no matter where you are. All you do is turn around.
See, though, then if that were true, then
It's
people
true.
in the okay, sure. If the
So
people
if I
in
face
the south,
if I face south north of the equator, what's going to happen is the sky is going to appear to go clockwise
yes, but they're
because I'm
going
looking south. And if I'm
Yeah.
facing north and I do that south of the equator or anywhere else, it's going to appear to go counterclockwise. But all it does is go east to west. Only thing that changes is which way I'm looking. It's just a
Right.
matter of your orientation. That's all it is.
Sure, but if you're in the south, you cannot see the Polaris, and if you're in the north, you cannot see the Southern Cross.
Yeah, but that's a different thing, though. That's a different argument.
Okay. You'd like to try to tackle it?
Sure. I don't know. Perspective. There's no curve on the ground blocking anything, so it can't be that.
So to assume that the Earth is flat, everyone in the you can be in the south of South America, you could be the south of Africa, you could be the south of Australia, right? You still would not. That's impossible to see the same Southern Cross because they're facing different directions. Africa is facing different direction than South America, and Australia is completely 180 from South America on a flat model. But they all would see the Southern Cross because they're in the south. That only works on a globe Earth. Same with Polaris.
It doesn't. It could quite easily be explained on a flat Earth if you understand the azimuth.
Please, can you do it, please?
Well, if you understand,
Yeah,
you've already
explain
been told. You've already been told it's a perspective thing. If you understand how the azimuthal grid works, then you'll know that everybody looking south will get a southern celestial, the appearance of a southern pole based on perspective. If the source is coming from the north, then the south, like corpuscular and anti-corpuscular rays, what you're seeing in the south is perspectively opposite to the source in the north. So you'll get an anti-corpuscular effect in the south.
So I have a question.
And that's down to your azimuthal grid of vision. Everybody will be able to see. The reason why three observers can all see the same star, the reason why is because within your spheral dome, the sky that you're looking at is curved. So everybody at the south, in Africa, Australia, South America, will all have the same star in a completely different location on their grid of vision. It's just a perspective thing.
So
the sky warps around you.
Question. So going off that assumption, you would agree with me when you said that Earth has no, like celestial pole. Is that what you're saying?
No, everybody will see in the south the appearance of a southern celestial pole.
So if the Earth
but
were
the way
so
that
it's
works,
not, so it's not consistent, is what you're saying. There's not a
yeah, it's
consistent pole.
individual. Yeah, there
Holy
isn't a consistent southern celestial pole. It's based on perspective.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, that doesn't really add up.
No, you need to understand how you're viewing the skies due to a celestial sphere. That is not exactly where the stars are. That is due to your position and your perspective. So all of the stars will
So,
curve
but the
round
thing is, your
into a point. Do you understand how anti-corpuscular rays work?
Nope. Can you dumb it down for me? I would be so delighted for you to elaborate on those big words.
It's not really a big word. It's corpuscular rays. Okay, are what we see when the sun is coming over as the sun goes from east to west, right? You'll see corpuscular rays. But if you look towards the sun, you can see corpuscular rays in certain days. But if you look to the other side, to the west, if you look to the east, if you look to the west when the sun is in the east, you will possibly see anti-corpuscular rays. They will look like they hit a point. They will look like they hit a convergence point on the other horizon.
You got a picture of that? So we can see.
So how can you explain this in a way that demonstrates scientific rigor? Because that would be, in order for you to make that claim, you have to demonstrate that in a way that is A, repeatable, and B, one that is objectively viewable. Because you're saying it's all based off of how we see it, but you're not providing a way for us to actually see that.
You tried to prove a curve with sticks and shadows, so what's the difference?
I'm not making anything up here.
Shit.
I'm not making anything up here. Do you understand how the azimuthal grid of vision works?
No, that's what I'm like. You please.
So you don't know how any of this works. You don't know what these terms are, yet you believe it's bunk. You don't understand perspective.
Yeah, I do believe it's bonk because I can look at I can go on an airplane and see a big ass curve and then come into this Discord chat at like 4 a.m. and hear you guys bitch about sticks and men that walk 500 steps. So yeah.
You're the one on trial here, mate. We know
I'm
how
on trial?
perspective works.
Okay, bro.
Yeah.
Take a GoPro and walk up on a mountain and just stick it up in the air. Please.
You're claiming that the only way the southern sky could work is on a globe. That's false, my friend.
Listen. I have $10,000 in the bank.
Because you don't understand perspective, yeah, you think that the only way the southern sky can be explained is because of a ball. That is false. Because if you understand how we're viewing the sky, the stars will wrap around your dome of vision. That is not what they are doing in reality. Everybody has an individual view of the sky based on their position, and that will converge to the limits of your view. Everything you're seeing in the sky will converge to a convergence point. Same with the stars. The stars converge to the southern celestial so-called pole. It's not that hard to understand. It is it's basic in perspective. You just need to open your mind a little bit and try and use your imagination to visualize this. It's not my fault if you have no imagination.
That's a good straw man, but that wasn't my point. Right? My point was there's constellations like the Southern Cross that are only visible in the south. Now, on a flat Earth model, different countries are facing different ways. South America's facing this way, Africa's facing that way, Australia's facing this way. They're all facing different ways. Though on a globe, they are together because they're all facing towards the South Pole. And that's why they can see the Southern Cross. But on a flat Earth model, it's impossible for them to see the Southern Cross in Africa,
What
Australia.
do you mean they're facing the wrong way? What is that? Like, what are you talking about?
Are you assuming that they are all seeing this Southern Cross at the same time?
Maybe not at the same time, no. And Jerry, from the model of the flat Earth, none of them are facing the same way. Like, have you not seen
Did
any
you
models?
make this model? Like, why would you even consider this model if it's bullshit?
Well, I
What
can
are you
use.
talking about?
I like to use everything from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and even the logo of the Discord channel has Africa facing away from South America. They're all facing different ways.
Someone should take a boat and live stream themselves falling off the edge of the Earth. I'll pay you.
I mean,
dude, you were doing so good.
What did you say? So
Said you were doing so well.
Was I?
Yeah.
So I have another question. I don't. You guys can just choose not to answer this if you want to. So do you believe that assuming the Earth is flat, do you believe that the edge of the Earth is just like heavily guarded, or do you guys really think some corporations wouldn't try to monetize the edge of the Earth? Because I could see Disney stealing billions of dollars each year to go, I made it to the edge, like, you know, like it's like.
I don't know about no.
If the edge of the Earth, dude, if the edge of the Earth really existed, it'd be a hotter tourist trap than Mount Everest. The merch would be like inescapable. It'd be everywhere. Like,
I mean, like what kind of edge? Like a cliff?
maybe a giant. I don't know what you guys think. I have no idea. Because if it was just a pancake, then all the water would fall off, surely. So I'm gonna assume there's a wall, right?
Actually, no. The way gravity works on a flat
is contained, man.
The way gravity works on
The
so
way
do you think
even
do you think the
no,
plane
Let
is
me explain.
large enough that the water just runs off? Because there's not some.
What is contained? It's contained.
So it's a bowl, not a. Oh, so it's not a plate anymore. It's a bowl. I gotcha. So it's half a globe. Where'd the other half go? Did someone eat it?
Actually,
so can we
advocate.
can we bungee jump off the wall of Earth? Because SpaceX should be able to offer that for like $1 billion. But no, there's some government agents that billions of agents actually to go all the way around this big giant fucking pizza dough place to sit along the crust and shoot people that look at it with a death ray from Egypt. Like, actually, I believe that the Earth is in the shape of a platypus and it has a fedora.
You said the dome. If there is a dome, that means they cannot go bungee jump out of it.
Oh shit, you got me, dude. You got me. So what if the dome's upside down? Cooked. You're cooked. What do you say to that?
The
you're
dome
done, buddy.
upside down?
Yep. Think about it. It's crazy, like a bowl. Holy shit.
What are you talking about?
Please, someone respond to me. If the case, no one has said anything. If the Earth was really flat, then the edge would have been monetized as an attraction.
You're talking shit, man. Like, what are you talking about?
I know it was a genuine question. If the Earth is really flat, then why has the edge not been monetized? There's so much money there.
Who told you there is an edge? Anyway.
So there's not an edge. Can someone
I don't know.
Okay, someone stream on. You don't know? Can someone stream on Discord an MS Paint application?
Why?
Answer my question. Someone get on MS Paint and draw me a model of how you believe the flat Earth works. Because you're going against the contrary.
Who cares?
Okay, I got you. I could do that.
Yeah, go and get your proof of what the Earth is by drawing images in MS Paint. 200 IQ.
I got you.
Exactly. What the fuck? Who gives a fuck?
No, but I'm asking for your.
No, you're asking retarded shit.
No, I'm not.
You're asking retarded shit.
No, okay, bro. So if the Earth,
focus. If the Earth is a ball, who measured curvature? Focus.
Me with my penis, dude. Like, if the Earth is
rip
flat,
already, bro. So you give up already. You give up at the first hurdle.
No, because no one answered me.
You give up at the first
No
hurdle.
one answered me either.
How are you going to get curvature if you don't have curvature? How are you going to have a ball?
You still didn't answer my question. I'll get to your question if you get to mine.
No, just show us who measured the curvature for your globe religion to be possible.
A photo of the fucking Earth measured the curvature. I got you.
What?
Holy shit! I'll even make it all nice and fucking pretty for you. Look at this shit. Bam.
Bro's bricked already. Rip.
There we go. Hold on. Let me cook.
We should stick to history.
Let me cook.
You guys are conveniently forgetting like my whole debunking of the flat Earth, but we can move on if it's too
Well,
long.
no one fucking answered my question. Oh no, I did.
Your question
Timbo, I
didn't
did
actually like debunk them.
No, it doesn't need to debunk. I think it does because I think it's way
a
more.
question
It's
is not
way
going to debunk
okay.
observable
Okay,
reality,
sure.
obviously.
So. I think it does debunk, or it does debunk it in a way because it is.
No,
I
you can't
believe it's a.
debunk observable
I believe.
reality
I
with a
believe.
question,
No,
though.
but I believe it is absurd. It is absurd to say that there wouldn't be that no one has seen this, like, or
That's
no
fucking
one has monetized
retarded.
it. So no one's
That's fucking
monetized.
retarded.
That's
You want
dumb.
to prove that the Earth is not flat, then you have to prove that it's curved, you dildos.
I'm talking about the fact. I'm talking about no one monetizing the edge of the Earth.
Oh yeah, so you're not talking about the Earth being a spinning ball, right? You don't believe that?
No, I believe it is, but I'm saying under
Oh,
the
okay. So who
assumption that the
measured the
Earth.
curvature or the motion?
I mean, I would love to get into that, but you've still
Yes,
yet
please
to
do
answer.
then, and stop fannying around.
I would love to if you could
I would
ask me
love
why no one
to,
has
but I don't
monetized.
know, so I can't. Is that it?
I got you. Just say that. I got you. That's all I was looking for. Thank you. I appreciate.
No, that's
your
what you're
honesty.
saying. You're
No.
saying you don't know who's measured the curvature, you don't know who's measured the motion, you just have a religion.
We should actually get rid of Florida in this little fucking debacle because Florida's such.
Well, you can just
fuck
sit
Florida.
down. Retarded. Jesus Christ. Anyone for the globe who actually has an argument to make for it being a ball that spins through a vacuum for no reason whatsoever because you saw it on
Yes.
TV?
What about do you remember my argument? What I said, and then all someone said was perspective, and then they thought that like answered it.
Well, you had a
Well,
question?
people say
Do you remember my
well,
argument?
people say it's perspective all the time.
Okay, well,
All
mine's
the
Yeah,
time.
not
what do you say? It's
perspective. Mine
refraction
is
or gravity.
mine's
Whatever your
empirical
question is,
evidence.
bro. Refraction. There you go.
Refraction.
Yeah, refraction. The Earth's still flat.
Would you care
So
to
who measured the
expand?
curve? Have we figured that out? To know that we're on a ball of some kind. And then we can maybe start to get to it's a ball that spins. It's a ball in a vacuum. But we need the ball first. So we need the curvature first. Has anyone got that? Because if you don't have that, what are you doing? You're looking at a flat Earth and just believing it's a ball?
There's other ways to come to the conclusion that it's round and spinning other than measuring it, wouldn't you say?
No, but if you can't measure any curvature or detect any curvature, then you can't get to curvature. By any means, of looking at the stars, of looking at satellites, of watching the TV. No, those won't get you a ball. What you need is detectable curvature of the surface. Like a ball would have.
Yeah, so
Who's got that?
yeah. So I debunk the flat Earth, and you say, well, let's go to another topic.
Okay, sweet. Show me your measurement of curvature.
Okay, well, I mean,
Tell
that's
him
what
about
I'm
the stars
talking-
again.
Yeah, the stars.
No.
I love the
He said
stars.
He said he debunked the flatness of the Earth, which must mean he's proven the curvature of it.
That's not what that means. That's a straw man.
Yeah, but he has stars.
Huh.
He can't
Well, then-
explain the stars. That means
Now we
the
have
ground is a
stars above
ball.
an observably flat Earth, though. He must be meaning he has proven the curvature for it to be not flat, because otherwise it's just still flat.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I could debunk it for you guys. I mean, if you just want to forget
Well, you haven't
about
shown
it.
us the curvature, though.
Dude, fuck the curvature, man. It's not the only way to come to the conclusion that it's
Ah.
round.
But it does need
Beautiful.
curvature, doesn't it? A ball does need curvature, does it not?
I suppose so. Yeah.
Okay, so where's that been measured?
Yeah.
Yeah? Or no?
I have no idea. That's why I'm not arguing curvature. I'm arguing things
Well,
we
then you're
can
not
observe.
arguing for a ball.
Yes, but my argument, the only way it works is with a ball, right?
No, the only way a ball works is with curvature, I'm afraid, my friend. You can't have a flat ball.
All right. Yeah, we can
All
move
right.
on. I know it's a tough question. We can move on. That's fine.
I do know it's a tough question, so we'll move on to someone else. Who's got the measurement of curvature so that we know we live on a giant spinning space ball? Anybody? Is it the TV?
Would you take a angle?
An angle? We need a flat
Yeah.
baseline for that.
Fuck.
Come on, guys.
I'm tapped.
Not the
Oh,
guy
wait,
with
wait,
the
wait.
MSN.
Hold on. It gets dark outside.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Compelling stuff. Yep, the sun moves. I agree.
Okay. How about it gets cold in December and warm in June?
Yep.
Wrong answer.
How's that?
Oh, this guy's upside down. He doesn't get it.
I wish it got warm in June, mate.
This guy's down under. You're
Oh, I
under the ball, bro.
got the best one. I dropped something. Things fall. Okay. You can't explain that unless the ground is a ball.
That's a good point. Things could only fall on a spinning ball.
You know,
Boom.
you not see how it's a scapegoat what you're doing. Like, if anyone brings a challenge that debunks the Earth, you're just like, well, can you measure curvature or you
Debunks the Earth. See, this is the problem. You think
I
you're
already,
debunking the physical
I
Earth?
did. There's no way you can argue. That's why you're changing the topic, which is fine.
So you're trying to argue with the physical Earth.
The star's rotation proves nothing other than star rotation. Whoop-de-doo. So your claimant of the Southern Cross being in South Africa, Australia, and South America, who cares? The stars move east to west, rotating around a central point. Guess what? We are all going to see stars at night time. So it's very probable that if you're at the same distance from that central point, that you're probably going to see the same star patterns at night time.
I don't know what Nordtime is. What was that?
When it gets fucking dark, smartass.
Oh, nighttime. Oh, not Nordtime. Gotcha, mate.
Reservoir, you
Okay.
sauce this morning?
Did I
You
do
on the
what this
sauce?
morning?
You on the sauce?
No, I'm Christian, sir. I don't do any drugs or drinking.
Mm.
Also, I'm 20, so I can't even buy booze legally.
Skeptical. Well, listen, we're just saying, hey, Earth is doing one thing. You're claiming it's doing another. You say you've debunked the Earth. How'd you debunk the Earth?
Debunk the flat Earth with like empirical evidence that can't be disputed. Even
So when you go outside and you observe a flat Earth, you tell yourself, "I've debunked that."
no, because the Earth is very large, and even if it looks flat, doesn't mean the whole damn
Now, it
thing is
looks
flat.
flat, but you've debunked that, haven't you?
Yeah, I did.
You debunked what reality looks
I
like.
did what everyone who comes in here couldn't do because they're too dumb.
You debunked reality. Wow. This
Yeah,
is the
but
guy who debunked reality.
that's not reality. That's a perception. No.
Oh,
That's just
so your reality is something that you don't perceive. That's your reality.
yeah. I mean, dude,
Sounds
I'm not a crow, bro. A straw man isn't gonna work on me. I'm not a crow.
Dude,
I'm not strawmanning you. That's what you said.
Do you think you're the first one to ever talk about the southern pole stars?
Well, I mean, if no one else has, why is there still flat earthers in here?
Well, it's been addressed like 1,000 times. They've all been addressed. Every argument's been addressed 1,000 times.
God, quit trying to shut down our show. We need them to say this crap.
Sorry, my bad.
Scott, how long have you, Scott? You spent like days
I'm just
in
joking.
here, so I assume you know that they've all been shut down. Though, have you gotten a reasonable answer to all these the questions?
Yeah,
You're
the
still a
Earth's still
Glober.
flat.
Because
You can look at the sky. That's fine.
Yes.
But the Earth's still flat.
Okay, well, Scott's been here for like weeks on end. So, Scott, why are you still a Glober if like everything's been shot down?
Don't put.
What do you mean if everything's been shot down?
You just said people come in here all the time and they make the same argument and they all get
They
shot
do.
down.
They do. Well, they reject them. Not the same as being shot down.
They do get shot down though, because
They will reject every
ground's
argument you
still
put forward, man.
You can't reject what I'm saying. But I'm base, bro. Like I'm base as hell. Like baseball
Yeah, you're
field.
based. Because remember, you said you have debunked observable reality, and your reality is something that you don't observe. Based.
Yeah. When you look up in the northern hemisphere, the stars go counterclockwise. But if you're in the southern hemisphere, they go clockwise. And if you're on the equator, they go east to west. That doesn't work on a flat
They
marble.
always go east to west.
Yeah, but we have time lapses that show it going around the Polaris star in a circular motion. Not east to west motion, a circular
They
motion.
all go east to west.
Yes, you observe the stars moving above a flower. That's cool.
So your claimant is the Earth rotates. So therefore, if the stars in one section are going east-west and the other section are going west-east, the Earth must be split in half and spins both ways. Because remember, it's the Earth that rotates, not the stars.
Yeah.
He's not saying they're going west to east, is he? You're not saying that, are you, Reverend?
No, I'm saying they go in the northern hemisphere. They're going counterclockwise around the North Star. In the southern hemisphere, they're going clockwise around the South Pole Star.
Okay.
So
just don't say that they go west east. That'd be
no,
silly.
yeah, and the equator they go east to west, right? And then if it was flat, then we could all see the same shit,
Yeah,
but we don't see the same shit.
So
We all
why
see
are
different
they
shit.
moving? Why are they moving?
What did you say?
Why are they moving?
Because the Earth is rotating.
Oh, okay. So you'll need to prove that first, then, for any of your claims to be remotely considered. So who measured that?
Yeah, but we see the stars moving.
Correct,
Put on
but
a-
you say the ground is moving. So who measured that?
I don't know.
All right, so that can be dismissed then.
Okay, well, all right. Well, it's nice talking to you guys.
So, Jerry, question for you. If you're far enough north or far enough south, some of the stars never set, right?
I don't know. That's an interesting question.
Ask somebody in Australia if they can see the stars that are close to the Sigma Octantis, right? Those stars will go a little bit above Sigma Octantis over the night and then go back underneath it, and then make a complete circle.
Yeah. Okay.
Are the circles, are the stars going above Sigma Octantis going the same direction as the stars going below it, as in east to west, whatever you said?
Well, yeah, they're all going east to west, as far as I can prove.
So the ones above the circle and the ones on the bottom of the circle are going the same direction?
Yes, east to west. in a circle.
You see it, don't you? I know you see it.
I don't. Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Does everybody else see it?
Well, you got to understand that the stars at the top of the circle cannot possibly go in the same direction as the stars at the bottom of the circle. They're going in different directions, 180 degrees different directions.
The sky. You're not going to say that they're going west to east, are you?
I'm going to say they're going in a clockwise or counterclockwise position, and the ones that are 180 degrees apart from each other are going 180 degrees different directions.
Well, yeah, counterclockwise and clockwise are relative, yeah, but they're still going east to west.
No, they're not. They can't be. They're going in different directions. How can they be going east to west? Or they're going in different directions.
Okay. Hey, why don't you tell all the? I mean, maybe it's a conspiracy, right? Maybe all the astronomers are wrong.
You do understand a circle, right? And if you got things going around in a circle, the things at the top cannot be going in the same direction as the things in the bottom.
Okay.
This should be an easy one.
Yeah, but they can still be going the same direction.
That's not possible, man.
Okay. Picture yourself in your car, in your Subaru, right?
Yes.
And the axle is going forward, right? If you look to your left, the wheels will be going they'll be going clockwise. If you look at the left, at the right wheel, they'll be going counterclockwise, but still the same direction.
You're talking circular, and you're also talking east to west simultaneously. They can't both be true. Either you have a linear direction or you have a circular direction. You have to have one or the other. Can't have both.
Okay.
Lovely. Hi, guys.
So which direction are you going to take this spiral?
Yup.
Will it be a counterclockwise spiral or a clockwise spiral that you go for today?
Talking to me? Might be both.
I'm just kidding, bro. That's all right. Just tell us what you think the Earth is and what your best evidence is.
I gotcha. If you would like to refer to a chat, you can pick from any of those points. There's a
Well,
lot
I'm
of
not
them.
reading the chat, so you just
Okay.
tell them your best. Pick your best one.
You just want me to read them in a list that you can tell me when to stop? Pick a number 1 through 20.
Well, just pick your best one. Read it. Put it in your own words. Whatever you want to do.
Gravity's effect on ocean tides.
Lovely. Yeah, that's a great one. Which number is that?
Do you have a script?
I do have a script, dude.
He's come prepared. He went.
20 points.
He googled it for all of 5 minutes.
I was muted for like 10, and my PC.
Why didn't we
off when
think of that?
Dude,
Why didn't we
Historian,
think to
just a
Google
heads
it for
up,
5
bro.
minutes?
They're just not gonna believe anything you say, and they're just gonna be like rage quit if you
What?
come
What? Do
up
we have to believe it? I thought he was going to bring evidence, or do we just have to believe it?
I got it. I got him in.
Okay.
I got it. Okay.
Just let me know.
Okay. So there's
Just letting you know, bro.
So
I couldn't prove the globe either.
I did, and you guys got mad, and then you like quit.
So are we all aware of Newton's
really?
law
Go
of
for it.
universal gravitation?
They don't believe in
The one that
Newton.
was
Hold on. Do we all believe in Newton's law of universal gravitation? Are we aware it exists?
Yes.
Tell us about it, bro.
No, they don't
Tell us
believe
your
that,
story.
man.
They don't believe it, but we do. Like regular people who aren't fucking schizos.
The one that was superseded by Einstein over 100 years ago. That one. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, you're not supposed to believe that either.
That guy.
Yeah,
Okay,
Einstein-
so
against the
So you guys still believe in that?
okay, let me finish.
You don't
let me
even
finish.
understand why it was
So
superseded.
Newton's law of universal gravitation is a fundamental principle in physics. Yes or no?
Oh, don't just read
Okay,
on for ages.
so
bro.
it is F equals G times M1 and M2, which are the masses of two objects, or I think you can do more, but let's just say M1 and M2 over R squared. R is the separation between the centers of those two masses, right? And so there's a lot more funky stuff that applies to this, and a lot of it has to do with the moon, aka Siesta
Who gives a
mechanics.
shit?
Wow, these are some cool stories.
You guys should.
Let's speed this along. Let's speed this along to how you know the Earth is a spinning ball. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
sounds
okay. Observation: the regular rise and falls of ocean tides are observable. Yes or no?
What do you mean by horizon? Define it.
I didn't say horizon. The regular rise and fall of tides are observable.
Rise and fall. Okay, tides.
Are observable, yes or no? They occur twice a day.
Yes, we observe tides.
And would you say that they're driven by gravitational pull of siestal bodies, yes or no?
How would you have clarified that? How would you verify that?
Well, because the thing is, I have to lead you guys along like babies, so it's a yes or no question.
Okay. So just tell us how you verified the cause of tides. Tell us your experiment.
I'm asking. No. Well, I'm walking you down that path, but I'll have to hold your hand. So
okay, no, just skip to the end. How did you verify the cause?
Do tides occur? Do tides occur twice?
Variable in that one.
Do tides occur twice a day?
Yeah. What's your independent variable in this experiment?
The independent variable?
Yeah, you're going to do an experiment to prove a cause, right?
Motherfucker,
what? That's science, bro.
Yeah, he was the kid calling somebody out about the scientific method earlier too. I knew it would come to this eventually.
No, they were using. Okay, bro. Okay.
Dear.
Oh, whoa.
Who's in now?
So the independent variable are the tides rising and falling.
So you're manipulating the tides.
Yeah, I'm actually Poseidon. No, what?
All right, so you're not manipulating an independent variable.
No, but that is referring. Siestal bodies manipulate the tides. Manipulate the tides.
Go back to sleep, bro.
Okay, so the moon influence. So do you guys think you're
they don't believe in the moon, bro? That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Don't believe
you could literally you could literally take this man into space and he'll tell you it's fake.
You could literally
this is the level these guys are at.
Is that what you did, bro? Is that when you tell us about the time you went
even if
to
you were in
space, bro?
I literally showed these guys a video.
Even if you did do this thing I'd never done.
They couldn't fathom it, bro. They told me it was like
they couldn't fathom my imagination, bro. Can you believe it?
Think about
they couldn't fathom the TV.
These are grown men who instead of just like
men who don't believe the TV.
taking a regular science class just want to believe bullshit. Like it's that
guys
crazy.
To Narnia, and they'd still deny the Ice Queen.
Okay.
Can you believe it, bro?
So, instead of just taking like a basic science,
it's so hard because no matter how many formulas I shove in your face, it doesn't matter.
No matter how many theoretical equations I give them, they don't believe my imagination.
Is math theoretical? Since when is math theoretical?
Math. Well, that would be a language, bro.
You
could describe reality. You could describe reality with math. You could also describe imagination with math. You'd have to show it's pinned to reality somehow.
And I literally was I was on the process of doing that, and you just kept interrupting me with your psyop bullshit. Like, I don't...
Psyop bullshit? Were you the guy talking about the tides?
Yes.
Was that you? Okay.
Yep.
So you were claiming that you know the cause of the tides, meaning you would have had to do some kind of experiment where you manipulate cause.
There have been experiments done.
Okay, what was the experiment? Tell us about it.
I was in the process of doing that, and you kept shooting me down. Okay?
Just tell us about it. No need for the drama.
Okay, so you can do a calculation. So assuming the Earth is spherical.
I thought you said an experiment.
Yes. experiments involve math.
Okay, what's the
shockingly.
setup? What's the setup? What's the method? What's the tools
So
used?
the observation, well, the scientific method, obviously, man. Thank you for asking. The regular rise and fall of ocean tides are observable phenomenon. Tides occur
So you got
twice a day.
observation, step one.
Yes, they are. Tides occur twice a day. That's an observation. So the hypothesis and observation is that the tides are driven by the gravitational pull of celestial bodies, the moon and the sun.
Oh, but your hypothesis has got to be a cause and effect relationship, right? Like you're manipulating a variable to cause and effect.
No, the hypothesis is that
In an experiment?
celestial bodies drive.
Celestial. You keep saying celestial. What is that?
The moon
Celestial.
and the sun.
Celestial.
The moon and the sun.
It's pronounced celestial.
Okay, bro.
Celestial.
Okay. The moon and the sun.
Celestial.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you sound informed, bro. I can tell you're going to change some hearts and minds today.
Thank you. So the tidal forces are a consequence of gravitational attraction between the sun and the moon and the earth. There's an equation for this. Because there's an equation for this.
An equation?
There is. Believe it or
but
not.
Can you derive the equation from natural laws? You should be able to if you understand the equation.
Newton's law of universal gravitation.
Yes. Can you derive it? Can you derive Newton's law based on observation into mathematical principles, and then use those mathematical principles to derive the following equation you're talking about right now?
By Newton's gravity.
You should be able to understand it.
Hold on, did you say derive Newton's universal law?
So Newton's laws are based on observation of natural laws, like phenomena, like the noumena and the phenomena, right?
Yes.
You're talking about Newtonian gravity?
So can you derive
those from observation of natural laws? Like you should be able to derive that, right? You get like let's say you get like a ball with certain weight, you drop it from a certain distance, and then you can evaluate the time it took the ball to fall, the acceleration of the ball, the weight of the ball, all of these things. You can create mathematical formula that will result in a general law.
Yes.
Right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I
no,
can't.
but what you
want me to do that?
need,
Do you want me to do that? Do you want me to do
what
that?
you actually need,
I mean, you should be able to.
Okay. So there's a cause. If you want to claim that there's a cause,
the gravitation. Shut up. The gravitational force. Gravitational force is equal to the gravitational constant of Earth times the mass of two objects involved over the separation of the two center of masses.
Okay, bro.
So
how did you
hold on. Let me finish.
Tell me that. What did you say? Mass of the moon? How did you get the mass of the moon?
That's not relevant right now.
Well, how would you know the mass of it?
Let me finish.
You don't have to use the mass of it.
Let me finish my point.
Well, you've just assumed the mass of the moon in your point.
So F is equal. What?
Tell me how you measured the mass of the moon and the Earth, please.
Or better still, just define mass. That will do me.
Holy. You can go back to science class, bro.
Let's hear him. Let's hear him tell us how he weighed the moon. How'd you do that?
With the scale, obviously.
Is that what you did?
Kepler's law, which is part of that was my whole so you have to combine Kepler's law, right? So Kepler's law describes the relationship. So you look at the relationship of the orbital radius and the orbital period of a planet. Then Newton took that and he applied those laws to derive that the force acting on a planet is proportional to 1 over the radius squared, leading to a consistent explanation for both Kepler's law and the
radius of what? 1 over the radius of what?
The moon.
Okay, how did you get the radius of the moon?
Telescopic observations. We have lasers that do it for us, and gravitational interactions.
Observations. We have lasers. No, let's be specific. How did you get the radius of the moon?
Okay, retroreflectors placed on the moon surface during the Apollo mission allow for precise distance.
Is that how Newton got it?
Hold on.
That's how Newton got it. So Newton was bouncing lasers off the moon. Is that what you're saying?
No, but Newton didn't use that calculation for tidal waves, but his calculations can be used to determine that. No, you're backwards. You're backwards. I
You mentioned
was.
Newton,
I was.
and
You
then a
can use
calculation.
Newton's calculation to do
So how
the
did he
tidal
get the
waves,
radius
but
of the moon?
he didn't get the radius of the moon.
So what equation was he using?
The same
Not the one
equation
you
that
just
you
said.
can't. The same one that you can. I was
Well, the
telling you
one
the
you just said.
No.
Yeah, the one
I
you
was
said had the
asked.
radius of the moon in it.
Yes, because I was asked for the natural derivatives, and that's how that one.
No,
Oh
no
my
one
god.
asked you that. You were asked how you weighed the moon. You
Yes,
didn't know.
I
You said this
literally was
formula.
asked what are the natural derivatives of Newton's law.
No, I
of
said,
gravitation.
can you derive the generalized formula based on natural laws? I said that.
Yes, and
if you understand the formula, you should be able to derive it from
Yes.
Right. No, but your equation that you mentioned, you mentioned the radius, and then we asked how you got that radius.
And I told you with lasers that we put on the moon to tell us the radius of the moon.
So Newton didn't know the size or mass.
No, because Newton did a different experiment to prove that his law was correct. He uses Galileo's law of motion and Kepler's law of planetary
So that
motion.
had nothing to do with your claim about tides, then.
But it did.
Well, you just said he didn't do that.
Not Newton directly, but his law is used. What? That's like saying, okay, so Newton. Okay, bro. So I don't know how else I can frame this. So if Newton watched an apple
just
fall
keep
off,
making shit up. It's going well.
What?
Yeah.
Holy shit! So
keep pretending you think you know the math and the size of the moon.
if we know,
dude, who gives a fuck about any of this? Who cares?
I don't know. You guys are so dead set on living on a pancake. I don't
Damn,
understand. I
No,
don't.
there is no pancake, dude.
I'll help you out. All you need to do, if you want to prove that the Earth is a ball, is prove that it's a curved surface and that it's spinning, and that it's in a vacuum. Why don't you do that?
I got you. So the curvature is pretty easy to explain. I will personally bet $10,000. Yes, kinda. So, but it's not.
Hold on, we got a bet here.
So let me. Yeah. So I'm gonna bet
$10,000.
$10,000 on during the next Kentucky Derby. So I become a billionaire. I'm gonna bet on the worst horse, and it's gonna win naturally. I'm gonna take this $1 billion and I'm gonna shove your ass onto a onto a space shuttle that I built. I'm gonna strap a GoPro to your neck, and I'm gonna stick you to the window, and then I'm gonna send your ass into space.
Story about your imagination about
and you're gonna live stream it on Discord.
Is that your proof for the globe?
What'd you say?
So your proof for the globe is this imaginary story you just told?
The International Space Station existing is great. Gravity's effect on ocean tides is great. Satellite images are great. You can go on a plane.
You're going to prove that there was curvature.
Yeah, go. Have you ever taken a flight anywhere?
Yes.
Anywhere?
Multiple. Yeah,
So when you hop on a plane, what do you see, dude? When you look out the window, or do you guys just keep it down?
I see the Earth.
The window. I see the runway because we probably haven't taken off yet.
No, when you're up in the air, windows wide open, looking out. Have you been over the ocean?
Yeah.
You see the horizon? What do you notice about the horizon? Is it a straight line?
It's horizontal.
Horizontal.
It's a straight line. There's no curve.
No.
No.
You've got to be shitting me. Have you? Oh, so do you guys just fly like right above?
Plane.
I've been on a plane and seen the curve of the Earth. You can go out in the ocean where it's just water and you can see the curve.
Why does the globe? Well, the globe model says that you wouldn't. The globe model says you wouldn't see curve from a plane. According to the size that they claim it is.
The globe.
You know Neil deGrasse Tyson? You not heard Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about it after the Red Bull jump?
I don't know, but he's a fucking blumbering idiot. I don't care.
Oh, he's an idiot. Who's your globe expert? Who do you go to for all your knowledge? Well, who do you go to for your globe knowledge?
Me going up on a fucking mountain with a GoPro. What do you want me to say to that, dude? Probably.
You went on top of a GoPro and you decided the Earth was a spinning ball?
No, probably photos of the Earth just in general. Or during
how did you prove those were real?
The eclipse was very wonderful. My favorite part of the eclipse.
So the photos, the images. How did you prove those were real? How did you verify those images that you saw were real?
With my eyeballs. It sounds crazy.
So you just looked at them and believed them.
Yes.
Okay, so if I show you a picture of Bigfoot, you believe in Bigfoot now?
If it's a good enough picture, you can go for it. Go for it.
Well, there's some pretty good pictures of Bigfoot,
So, another question. Were you alive, like, was it 2-3 years ago? Maybe longer, when the solar eclipse.
No, bro, I was born just 1 year ago.
Exactly. I have no idea. When the eclipse happened, were you present?
I've seen eclipses, yeah.
Were you ever in a part of the world that went into complete darkness? It was lovely. I went down to Kentucky somewhere I can't remember exactly where, with my parents, and it was complete darkness during.
That's cool.
Right.
And
got those funky little glasses, and you got to look up at the
Yes, we know. Okay, and
I didn't see a pancake up there or a bowl-shaped anything.
You were looking. What are you talking about? You're looking at the sun. Yeah.
Yeah, and I saw a big fucking ball, a shadow of the Earth on the sun.
Oh, how did you know it was the shadow of the Earth?
Because it's the only logical explanation, unless you want to offer.
Oh, what other explanations did you consider?
None. If you want to delight me, I'd love to hear it.
Okay.
I didn't think there was another option.
So you just assumed one thing and said that's the only thing it could be, and then just said that's true.
Because no one ever offered me another.
Okay, not because anyone showed you proof of this, but because you've never heard another explanation.
If you can offer me proof other than that, I might walk back on it. Please.
Well, how would you test what the cause is?
You want to elaborate?
Yeah, it was a question. How would you test what the cause of an eclipse is?
You don't. What the fuck do you mean by test? What?
Well, you said you can. Well, you're claiming a cause of it. How do you test that?
The shape of the moon shadow. Observing the shape of the moon shadow.
No, that's just restating the claim.
I visibly with my eyeballs observed the moon shadow.
You saw the sun eclipse.
The solar eclipse is when the moon passes between the Earth and the sun, casting a shadow on the Earth.
Okay, yes. How'd you verify
that? By looking at. I was standing in broad daylight, and I had these funky little glasses I bought for like $5, and I looked up at the sky and I watched the moon come in between the Earth and the sun.
You watched the moon. See, you're another one who doesn't actually know what is even the story. You don't observe the moon moving in front of the sun during a solar eclipse.
The moon passes between the Earth and the sun. Yes.
Yeah, the moon's not visible, so you didn't see the moon. Maybe you need to watch a video of an eclipse again to remind yourself of what you actually saw.
The moon, but I saw the shadow. I was standing in the shadow.
Show me the video of the moon moving towards the sun and then eclipsing it. Post that.
I could find one.
Good. Post it.
When did this happen? What was the date? It was 3 years ago.
This is your story, remember, bro.
I got you. 2017.
We were only born yesterday, so you keep going.
I got you. Boom. Whoa, look at that. A 5-second Google search.
They're asking you to see the moon before it covers the sun.
Yeah, I'm not. Where's the moon?
You can't see it because of the sun's the light source is behind it. That's how light works. That's how light works. Is when something's bright is behind something, you can't see the other object.
Okay, so you agree you don't see it then?
But you can see it. You just can't make out the details of it because that's how light works.
No, I'm not seeing it in your video.
Go to 245. What is that big black ball? Is that like your nuts? Like I'm
245. Yeah, there's no moon there.
What is that? What's that big round spherical
You know what the moon looks like, right?
Yep. What is that? What's that
so
big?
Where's it in this video?
It's the big sphere.
Remember, you just said you can't see it.
But you can. I said you could see it. You said you couldn't see it. Go to 230.
No, you just said a second ago you can't see it because of the way light works.
You can't see the details of it. I said that.
So what do you see?
The moon, the shape of the outline of the moon. You just don't see the anchor tree. You don't see all the little craters. You don't see the color of it because that's how light works. Is when you have a bright object.
You said you saw the moon approaching the sun. before it
Yes.
was in front of the sun.
Yes.
Okay, where's that?
You can go to 2 o'clock in the video. Around there is when it's so bright outside that you could somewhat make out the moon as it's
Nope,
coming.
there's no moon. There's no observable moon moving towards the sun there.
There is. It's right there. I'm looking at it.
Nope, that's just a black circle.
Do you want to offer a different explanation for what that could be?
No, we're just establishing that you don't actually see the moon going in front of the sun. You just assume that.
There's no way you're actually making this argument.
I don't see it either. It's like when you have to trick yourself because you're religious into believing what you see because it's been what you've been told your whole life. But
it's
just from this video, if I
You
was
are
born yesterday,
unreal.
yeah,
You're
no, I
unreal.
don't see it. I don't see anything funny
So
either.
what's the big black
I'm just saying,
circle?
if you were born
what's the
yesterday,
sphere?
like if
What's
I
the
was coming
sphere?
into a conversation and I was born yesterday, but I understood English already, and someone said, I'm seeing this, and then the person says, where in the video? And then you say 2 minutes. Then I look at 2 minutes and I'm like, it's not what I see. So what you're describing is not what I see. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, so show us
I know.
show us
So
the
I know you're
sun.
okay. So here
Show
you
us
go.
the sun
Here
in
you
the
go. Here
sky,
you go.
and then
So
not
what do you? So
overlapping
what do
it
you?
with the moon
So what do you?
going towards
Question.
it.
What do you need for me? What do you need to see with your own eyes
Well,
for
you
you to
said
say that it's
you
the
said
moon? Do
you
you need
see
to
the
see the
moon.
white? Do you need to see the white with all the craters, or because
You
there's nothing
you
else
can't
in the
you
sky
can't
that is
see
of
any
that
moon.
size? So
You don't see any moon though.
So what makes you think it's not a moon? Can you not see the color? Is that what it is?
There's no moon in that video.
So
You said you saw it moving
what's your
towards the sun.
So yes.
Show us it moving towards the sun. The moon.
I literally did. I did.
That white circle of light that we see in the sky. You say you see that moving towards the sun before it
It's
eclipses.
not the
Let's see
white
it.
circle of light.
Yeah, the moon.
Are you dense? Are you dense?
It's called deflection, but show us the moon traveling towards the sun before it eclipses it. That's what you said. Let's see it.
Okay. I sent another video. Look at that second video. Go to 12 seconds and shut your fucking mouth because you're insane. You're actually insane.
Mm-hmm.
Go. Believe it or not, just for right now, ignore the curvature of the Earth in that video. Just completely ignore it for half a second and look at the moon casting a big ass shadow on the Earth. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Almost as like there's two. No, quit talking. So there's only two things in the sky that could be of that size, right? You have the sun, and you have the moon.
That's not what you
just
claimed.
because.
That's not what you
So
claimed.
if
You
you
said you
take
saw the moon.
if you take
You
a
said you saw the moon. This isn't showing the moon. What are you
Yes, it
talking
is.
about?
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You know what the moon is, right?
Yes.
The light in the sky. You're showing not a light in the sky.
You know what, Wolfgang? I don't understand like when people because they get so religious that they don't understand that their words. Yeah, they don't understand that their word. Yeah, they
Oh
don't
no, it's awesome,
understand
bro.
that they're
It's so cool.
just kidding. They don't understand that their words are not matching up with what they're actually explaining. Because I heard you ask him for a video of the moon approaching the sun.
I sent one.
I was talking to Wolfgang.
I don't give a damn.
Please,
I sent one.
Please don't get it. I mean,
you didn't understand.
Just don't
Yes,
be
I did.
disrespectul. Just don't be disrespectful while I finish what I'm saying, okay? Because I didn't cut you off, right? Does that make sense?
Is that enough for you?
Does that make sense? If nothing at all in this conversation makes sense, does it make sense not to talk when someone else is talking? So
happy Black History
so
Month.
I specifically heard Wolfgang say that he wanted to see the sun being approached by the moon before the eclipse. And you said, okay, it's in this video. I look at the video, that's not what I'm seeing.
What are you
So it's
seeing?
just interesting that people will present
What are you seeing?
things that don't
What are you
represent
okay, what are
what
you
they
seeing?
claim they're seeing.
What are you seeing?
I know what seeing is, and I
what
know
are
for
you
a fact
what
this
are you
isn't even a representation
what are
of someone seeing
what are
anything.
you watching in that video? There's something happening in the video. There's
It's
pixels
crazy
moving.
because I could have sworn, like, because I've seen eclipses with my own eyes, and when Wolfgang says, "Show us the sun being approached by the moon," like I kind of envision like
Other
when
way
I was
around.
looking at
Other
like
way
when I
around.
was looking at uh the lunar eclipse, like it traverses the sky like the moon does all the time. So I was kind of imagining, someone with an Earth centric view, like looking at the moon. Maybe they have a camera out and they can see its approach for hours. Maybe they have a time lapse, and then it's going in front of the sun now.
I sent you that. I sent you 2
Uh,
different videos of it doing that. Look
yeah,
at the
I'm just
last one I
saying.
sent.
I'm just saying I don't
Look
see
at the
that. That's
last
all.
one. Oh, so what are you seeing? If it's not that, what are you saying?
Well,
Can you offer?
it's not what you're describing. Why
So
are you asking me what I'm seeing?
you're being
What I'm
disingenuous.
not
So
seeing is what you're saying I'm
as
supposed to be
opposed to what
seeing.
I'm claiming, what is the alternative, please? Can you?
No, it's ridiculous. I don't see what you're saying, is all
Okay.
I'm saying.
So when you watch that video, can you tell me what that video is about?
I can tell you that I'm not seeing
What's that video about?
the moon approach the sun. That's all. It's weird because you would think that someone would just show you that. Like when
Yeah, it's
people
pretty
ask us
straightforward.
to when people ask us to show like flat, like see that, like I can just post it like just on a whim, like I did just now. Look at that perfectly symmetrical fucking reflection off of the surface of the earth. Yeah, that's fucking flat because that's what symmetrical is, right? You have a perfectly parallel picture of the clouds from the surface.
Yeah. So
And
the
what I'm
issue is no,
describing
that's
is
not from the
exactly
surface.
what this picture is taken. That I'm describing exactly
Okay.
what this picture is taken.
So
I'm
the
asking
problem
you
is
to
the problem.
provide
Okay, I got you.
something
I
that
got you. Are you?
represents.
Damn, you're yapping.
I'm
Oh
not.
my
No,
god, you're just going
I
on
just
and on and
need
on
you
and on and
not to
on.
talk when I'm talking. That's all. Then you won't feel like I'm going on and on. That's all. So I just, if you're gonna say that you're gonna show something, it just needs to represent what you actually
So
said.
yeah,
That's
I
all.
got you. So anyways, are you done talking? Because you just went on a fucking spree. See that camera? Do you see how close it is to the clouds in that photo? So do you know how far away the sun is from the Earth? The moon? Do you know how far away it is compared to the
This is a
camera?
non sequitur.
No, it's very relevant. I don't even
No,
if
it's
you
a
don't
non
think it's
sequitur.
okay. So let me make it. If it's not relevant yet, then
It's a
let me make
non
it relevant.
sequitur because I didn't
So,
bring it up for it to be related.
but you didn't.
No, because all I said was separately. Because the only point that I'm making is that I can actually show you something that I'm describing and you can't. That's what my point is. It's not. It's
Okay.
not that this photo is relevant in any way to.
I could argue that it is relevant because if you look at what makes a photo digestible is the clarity of it. Yes or no? You can tell those are clouds.
You've missed
No,
the
I'm
point
not.
here.
I'm not.
No,
So
stop,
you can
shut
tell.
up.
You can tell that.
Shut
You
up.
can tell that's a
You've missed
photo.
the
You can tell
point.
that's a photo of the clouds
You have
because the
missed the
camera is
point.
pointed very clearly and
You still
closely,
have missed the
and there's a
point.
very high resolution
Shut up,
photo
you
of the
muppet.
clouds.
You have missed the point. The point is very simple. If he makes a claim, i.e., the sky is blue, and therefore shows a photo where the sky is fucking red, it's not the same. His claimant was it is a symmetrical view.
You can
That
breathe.
is what he's showing.
You can breathe.
You have not.
I haven't. Okay, so go to that last video I sent once again. I can send it one more time. If you go to just about like 9 seconds and click play, you can see, albeit everything's moving at hundreds of miles an hour, you can see the moon very clearly. It's a big white orb, and you can see the little craters on it move in front of the sun. Isn't that crazy? I can very eloquently and very easily see that's the moon, and it's going in front of the sun, and look under it. There's the shadow, guys. Does anyone offer an explanation for what that big white orb in the sky could be, since you guys are just acting like you're colorblind in the other video because you don't know how light works?
That's pretty desperate, bro. Take a screenshot of what it is you're talking about.
How can I screenshot on Discord? or on PC
It's a big.
keyboard.
No, he's talking about the high altitude where you see the shadow, but that's again that's a non sequitur. Like sure, um, it's something, but again, it's not what
You
we're
love
asking
that
for.
word, non sequitur. Is it? Did you just learn about
Well,
it?
yeah, because it's not related, doesn't follow. Hmm.
So can you what are the
I just
premises?
I
What are
just
what
I
are
just
well, no?
did.
What are the? Can you very doggedly point out the two premises that are incorrectly forming a conclusion?
Okay, you're giving an image of an eclipse and a shadow on the ground, and we're asking you to show the moon approaching the sun during an eclipse.
Okay. And so you're wrong because I sent you a video of the moon approaching the sun. That's
Well,
exactly what you got.
that we've yet to see, though.
Do I need to take a screenshot?
I wish you would.
It's essentially
How you gonna
question,
take a
can you
picture?
see
How you
this?
gonna
Can
take a
you see the
screenshot
moon?
of?
How do I
Because I
screenshot
know
on keyboard? Can
because I
someone?
know the clarity is not. I mean,
Control
the
is shift.
bottom
I
line
can't.
is. I
Okay.
mean, I don't know if
Wait, say that
I don't
again.
know if
I
it would
muted him.
take like an
Control shift what?
hour or 2 hours, like to see the
Shift
approach
Windows
of the
key
moon
S
in
will
the
let you grab a
sky,
part of the screen.
like
Windows
actually
3.
going in front of. You know how
Oh shit! I didn't know this was a
you know
thing. That
how
is
like
awesome.
when an
There's
ugly ass
one.
boy
Can I
like
just copy
yourself
this? Like, cause then I'm
walks
gonna
in
clip it
front of a
now.
hot girl and I can't see her and
Oh
I'm like,
shit!
fuck, move your ugly ass out the way.
Shift
Kind of
Windows
like
key
that.
S. Is that
Like
what you said?
I want to see the
That's cool as
moon
fuck. Thank you for that.
actually approach the sun and block it out. That's what I want to see.
Move your ass out of the way. That's fun.
A good metaphor. Yeah, Shift Windows key S will allow you to grab a part of the screen and turn it into a PNG, and it will immediately be in your like clipboard. So then you can just Control V. So just Shift Windows key S and then Control V in the chat.
Yeah, I got one of
Some
them.
dudes put a photo of space there. That's a real photo, isn't it? Wow, they've already built Discovery. Is that? Which starship is that? Got a warp drive.
It's the new Chinese space shuttle.
How nice,
Wow,
Subdued.
they've come along. They kind of jumped 1,000 years in a bit into the future.
Subdued, that's so nice.
I mean, to be honest, with all the stuff about the Chinese space station where people are like, do you believe that? I'm like, not so much. They have a habit of faking their science. Like, if it turned out they'd faked the space station, I wouldn't be massive.
I don't like the old trolls or the new trolls. I dislike you both.
Yeah, the Chinese are definitely the only ones faking space.
Right, I'm not saying they're the only ones, but I just mean like if you were to be like, I think if you stop the average person in the street and you go, did you know that China actually never sent a space station up there and just faked all their footage? People would be like, oh, that's not so surprising. Whereas if you said, did you know the United States?
Exactly, which shows the implicit bias because they've got as much evidence for the Chinese space stories as they do for the American ones, really. But they'll just subjectively choose to believe the Americans because I guess they haven't been alive for the last 20 years with weapons of mass destruction and everything else they've lied about. So yeah, it's silly whichever way you slice it.
Got caught with their pants down lying about science more than has happened. Oh, maybe not more than's happened. Maybe it is.
I don't know about that.
But yeah, it's a question.
Been quite a lot of lies from the U.S. government. But anyway,
not from the government,
we're still
I mean
waiting to see.
Scientists or rockets, like sure, government lies.
Yeah, NASA, quite a lot of lies from them as well. But we're still waiting to see this moon traveling in front of the sun and then blocking it out because this guy seems to think that's what he sees.
Whatever historians posted, I wouldn't trust that. Like, why is the moon lit up?
That's not the moon. That's a lens flare.
That's a lens flare, you retard.
Very...
Is that what you were talking about?
That's a lens flare.
That's not what I was talking about. I was saying I'm very doubtful of that photo.
Wait,
so
what?
Bro,
wait,
that
what?
is not the moon. You're
Bro,
that's a lens flare. I didn't know lens flare could make a shadow on Earth. I wasn't.
So how does a moon? How does a moon that's about 2 or 3 times the size of the sun cast the perfect eclipse where they overlap perfectly? What's the size discrepancy about there?
Yeah, I think that's not a photo of the moon. I was agreeing.
So
with you.
what makes that? What makes that shadow? What makes that shadow?
God, this
what makes
boy
that
actually
shadow?
thought the lens flare was
What
the
makes
moon.
it? What makes a shadow?
I didn't think it was. I don't
So
know
what
how
makes
you
that
got that so
shadow?
backwards.
No, not you, eggshells. Eggshells. I know you're not that
What makes the
stupid as to
shadow?
claim that a lens
What?
flare is
So
the
how does a
moon
lens?
moving in
How does
front of the
how does
sun.
how does
That's
a
what
lens
this
flare
guy
make a
just did.
shadow? How does it
Well,
make a
That's what
lens
this guy
flare?
just did.
How does a
the
lens flare
thing
make a
thing
shadow?
is that
Okay, historian.
the thing is that
Historian, let's take
riding
a look
on
at your
eggshells
first
is
photo.
more of a old school classy like troll. He's a nice guy, you know.
Historian, were you really
But
posting that? Sorry.
all things
How does the
all
lens
roads
flare make a shadow?
like because the thing that is the common
Please answer my
denominator
question.
about a troll is that all
How does
roads
the lens flare make a
still
shadow?
lead
Answer my
all
question.
roads still lead back to plausible
They won't answer
deniability.
it.
Hang on.
Yo, where the fuck
I
is
get
the
it. Yeah, it's
moderation?
great, but it's going on for
It's
too long.
crazy.
Sorry,
Like
Elijah.
people could just talk
Historian.
straight
Let
through me.
Elijah finish. Fucking hell.
He just trolls for a while.
But you're a classy guy a little bit, but again, the common denominator with trolls is all roads lead to no proof and plausible deniability, really. And well, what do you think it is? Kind of questions. It's crazy. But this
No,
new
I think
guy,
that is
like
not
he
the
just
moon.
sounds like the same guys I've been talking to the last week that I've been coming in here. And it's like they don't have anything to. Dude, the bottom line is you said
Is
that
this
you
one
could
thought
show.
or seven?
No, God, suck my cock. You just said that you could show the moon approaching the sun. We've yet to see you do that. This was
No,
not
I
that.
didn't say that.
No,
Historian,
he's
I
not
want to
talking to
understand.
you,
I want to
not you
understand
riding
from
on eggshells.
historian. I want to
Eggshells, he's
understand
not
from
talking to you.
historian. Do you think that that white blob in the top, white circularish blob in the top middle of that screen? Do you think that is the moon? Is that your interpretation of what that photo shows?
That's the moon. I've never heard of
Okay.
a lens flare making a shadow on the Earth.
Okay,
So
so
if you
if that's the
can-
moon, let's just reason through this logically, historian. If that's the moon and the sun is behind it, correct? Correct? Yes? The sun is behind it because the sun is further away and they're nearly lined up, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why is it bright on our side, you fucking moron?
What do you mean bright on our side?
Why do we see this side of it when this side should be completely in shadow because the sun's nearly perfectly opposite side? So we should be seeing the black silhouette of the moon, shouldn't we?
It's not because it's further away. It's literally just a matter of perspective.
No,
and also
no, it is because
the sun is further away.
No, but
Come on,
it
you
is.
can do this.
It
You can
is
do this,
because it
historian.
is because if you continue to watch the video, then you can see it. If you continue to watch the video, you can see it passes away. So the satellite's further away in
Shut
the
up
photo
for a
than you
second
see.
before someone blocks you. On your third photo that you gave us, I want you to put that into your paint program and draw a line directly from the sun to your moon, and then have a look where the shadow is. They
yes,
do not
I was going to
line
make
up.
this point. That's
Please,
what I was
they
going
do
to
not
tell you to
line
do.
up.
Also, can I also make another point?
That's a good point, right? Because this is what I was going to
Okay,
ask you to
wait,
do.
what am I doing?
Right, so
I wanna make a
the
point
image
that will
that
help
I've
with this.
posted, the image that I've posted at 50 minutes past the hour, right? I will go into Paint and draw your sunlight rays and where they're hitting on the moon to cast that
Exactly.
shadow. So draw the path of light from the sun to the moon and then to the shadow.
So this is our
Perfect.
sun.
Or let me do this. I'm going to do another one that's going to be even more conclusive. That one is good. I'm not dismissing that one, but I'm sharing my screen now. Can you please, everybody, considering the moon is moving around the Earth at a rate of once every 28 days, as is claimed by the globe model, let's just put our finger on his moon. So he's confident that's the moon, and I'm going to put my finger on it and look at it. It's bouncing up and down. It's to the left now. It's kind of moving right. It's moving left. It's looking a lot like a lens flare. Now it's moving left. As the camera moves left, what does the lens flare do? Moves fucking left.
Okay, so where's the shadow coming from?
Let's just go back again. Let's just go back and see this moon and see this moon's rational behavior.
Almost as if
this glober has worked out where the moon is. There it is. Look at it. Look at this sun. Look at this moon. Look at it up there at the top of the screen. And then in the very next frame, it's off the screen.
Very next frame. You're looking at a.
Are you watching my screen?
How long's that video?
Are you watching my screen?
How long's that video?
Are you watching my screen?
Yeah, I am. So tell me how long that video is.
Sure.
Say it out loud.
41
seconds. So how long did this whole ordeal take? Over the span of a whole day, per chance?
Right. So moon is changing. Okay, so let's just do it frame by frame. Let's just do it frame by frame.
But so
sun,
each frame,
put your finger on the sun.
Each frame in a 41-second video over a whole day is going to be multiple hours
below the sun. So now it is put your finger on the moon in this photo, because he's stabilized this, right? Whoever's made this has stabilized this footage so that the Earth appears the same in it. So the moon should just do a clear path across the sky. Are you putting your finger on it? Can you keep your finger on the moon? All right, I'm going to press play now. Keep your finger on the moon. Look at it. Up, down, up,
almost
down,
as if, almost as if,
looking like a lens flare. You
almost as if.
Oh my god!
So where's the shadow coming from? Where's the shadow? Where's the shadow coming from? Where's the shadow coming from? Where's the shadow coming from?
You dribbling moron! Come on, man. Look at the video. It's a lens flare.
Okay, so can you? So once again, I've asked this question.
Does your mum cut up your cornflakes for you? Does she just make sure you don't choke on milk?
Okay, where's the lens flare come
Jesus Christ!
Yo,
who puts on your clothes for you in the morning? Do you have Velcro shoes and a cork on the end of your fork?
But it's crazy because you respond the same way, just nicer and more classy. Like that's what's this shit is hilarious, bro.
How do you not look at that video and see that's clearly a fucking lens flare?
Eggshells.
All right, I was on mute there. I was just telling you all to shut up. So, historian, right? My in the chat has kindly done the work for you. So look in the chat at 52 minutes past the hour. That's what's happening, is it?
Hang on, what am I missing in the chat?
52 minutes past the hour. That's the shadow being cast. Historian, whatever your name
that
is.
looks like it to me. Isn't that how light operates in all worlds that we do live in? It just goes to the moon that jumps around like
yeah. So the satellite.
Somebody just stands there going, "Sorry, not going straight today."
Hold on.
Can you put a policeman in the photo?
No one's letting me talk,
white
bro.
gloves out and is pointing the light.
Let's let historian respond. Let him respond to the image.
There's literally no one letting me talk. Okay, so I have a few points to make, and then I'm going to leave because.
Well, could you address the image at 52 minutes past the hour?
I got you. Yep, I got you. So what's happening is the fact that all of these objects are very far away from me. Let me finish before anybody says a damn word. These objects
I don't think anybody's interrupted you yet.
I've been interrupted lots. So
not now though.
No, not yet.
Just keep going. Just do it. You can do it. We believe you.
Okay, so
describe how that's not a lens flare.
Okay, I'm literally actively doing that. So furthermore, there's a shadow there, and in between the light source and the shadow, something had to occur. So obviously, can you consider for a second that the lens flare is indeed a physical object? So
no,
hold on.
No, it's a lens flare.
So let me finish. Okay,
tell us what a lens flare is. When you say a lens flare is a physical object, I would say no. It's due to the alignment of lenses, which are physical objects, but they were casted in different directions.
Okay, so satellites use satellites don't use normal lenses that any other camera would.
How do we know that?
Because the satellites uses. Okay, you can literally get.
We're making a whole lot of assumptions about things we don't know about.
Tell us about it. We're all willing to learn.
They use telescopic lenses.
I'll tell you what he's
cameras are telescopic lenses.
So satellites really don't.
Satellites use telescopic lenses.
Satellites don't actually take photos.
See, I don't even get to talk. I don't even get to talk, bro. I literally don't. I don't even get to talk. That's what I'm saying.
This is funny.
Tell us.
So
satellites. I can't. Someone's talking. I'll wait my turn.
He's not gonna stop. So it's funny that he brings up the fact that the satellites have a special kind of lens. Actually, they see like my eye or like a camera lens that takes a photo or anything like that. Satellites don't have that. Okay, they're not actually looking at anything in any actual sense of the word, taking a snapshot of what it's looking at. Well, I mean, unless you're going to say it's taking a snapshot of data, because it's a radio telescope.
Just admit it's clearly a lens flare. It's jumping around in the video.
Teach us more about satellites and their special cameras.
Am I allowed to talk
this is clearly from a balloon.
Am I allowed to talk now?
Mate, by the way, good to see you.
You can talk. Make sure you send us photos of these telescopes while you're talking about them.
Yeah. So anything
What
up
you
in
need to
space
say
is
is
going
this.
to anything up in space is going to need to use a very.
Why are you making assumptions again?
It's
Anything
not an
in space,
assumption.
show me
Tell
this
us what
assumption.
camera. You know, that's fine. He's saying they're using a telescopic lens. Tell us about the lens. What do you know about the
Yeah,
lens?
so if you go back to the beginning of that video, you can see
Sure,
that.
can do.
Yep, go to the very beginning, right when it takes off.
Wyoming, USA, August 20.
Yep.
Yeah.
Notice how zoomed out everything is, like just straight up
Sure.
zoomed out.
Yeah, probably done on
And
a GoPro. I would shoot that on a GoPro with linear. Set it to linear. GoPro
that
will
is
deal with the
that doesn't even
altitude.
that doesn't look like linear. I shoot on GoPros. This looks like
Could
it
be.
has the fisheye.
Could be wide. Could be super. It's probably not super wide.
It's not super
could
wide.
be-
I believe it's
Sure.
wide, but when you
Okay.
but as you
And
see
then
it come
what
out,
makes the moon do that?
what
'Cause
makes
I
the
use
moon do that?
GoPros. I got a YouTube
Yeah,
channel.
so
I use them a lot.
right. So the fact is that it's a 41-second video, and so each frame, even if you slow it down to 0.25, is going to be over the span of multiple hours. Like,
Sure. Agreed. Does
Right.
not make the sun. Let me click from
So-
here to here to here to here to here. Are you saying the sun, the moon, sorry, this lens, this thing that's clearly a lens flare, you're saying it's going from here to here to here to non-existent to no longer flaring off the camera? Do you realize, okay, let me just make another thing simpler for you here. This will fix it for you. What is the angular size? This is a direct question you'd need to answer. What is the angular size comparatively between the sun and the moon? Which one
Look,
is larger
pretty
in
sure
terms of angular size?
Pretty sure the moon's larger.
By how much, would you guess?
I would say it's pretty big. I don't know.
30,
exactly.
40 times in this photo? Would you say the moon is 30 to 40 times the size of the sun in this photo?
Don't know.
Let's go through the frames. Let's watch it again. There's the sun, but that's obviously blown out a little bit by the fact that it's scattering through atmosphere. Now it settles down to a very small size. Now we've got a clear size, right? We know what size the sun is. What would you say the moon is, observably from the ground as humans? The difference in its size between that and the sun? 2 times, 3 times bigger than it? 40 times? 5 times? What would you say? How much bigger than it is it?
Pretty big. I don't know. I wouldn't
Take a
assign a number
guess.
to it. I have no idea.
Take a guess. It's necessary that you guess, if this is the moon, it's necessary that it is at least twice the size of the sun. Would you agree to that? If this thing we're looking at...
I would say I would be okay saying that, considering if you look at the size of the shadow.
So what if I told you both of them are less than a degree and they are staggeringly close to the same size, such that they swap sizes? What if I said to you that they are both about bang on 0.7 degrees? So both of them are about the size of your pinky finger's nail at full arm's length, generally is the way you put it. Sorry, pinky finger tip. Pinky finger tip. You can usually cover the moon quite perfectly with your pinky finger's arm's length if you don't have long arms or fat pinkies or something like that. I don't know your biology.
There's
generally, they're
hold on.
exactly the same size.
Give me a second. So me sent a photo where there's 3 sky objects. Why are there 3 sky objects here? Go to so there's multiple cameras.
We'll finish this point first. If that's
there's
okay.
multiple cameras. Well, you guys didn't even let me finish about the whole lens thing. There's multiple
We'll just
cameras.
finish this point first, if that's okay.
It was
We'll
artificially stitched together, so there's going to be...
We can get there once we're done with the size. We're clearly talking about the size now, and you're clearly diverting away from that. Thank you. So they are perfectly the same size, 0.7 degrees. Like the moon fluctuates 0.7 to like 69 to this, and the moon and the sun fluctuates such that it crosses over. That is factual. You can check that right now using any method you choose. And if I'm wrong about that, come back and let me know. So how is it that the moon in this photo that you will not concede yet that it's clearly a lens flare, despite the fact that it is clearly a fucking lens flare?
Because there's a giant ass shadow on the Earth where that.
So you're still going to stick with that's the moon.
Yep.
This thing that dances. So is this moving left and right?
No, it's moving. It's moving right to left if you look at the shadow. And so
is it only moving left to right, or is it moving dancing back and forth in this video?
It's moving in one direction. It's not moving.
Okay, so it's not dancing back and forth. There is no point I can find this at a frame because the balloon's going straight up and the lens is flicking back and forth. But its relative to position to the moon must be fixed, yes?
Yeah,
the moon must be moving steadily across it.
So it is moving steadily across it if you look at the shadow.
Okay,
the reason
it's moving steadily across it. You're locking that one in, are you?
Yes, absolutely.
Great.
Look at the
Let's
shadow.
watch it do steadily.
Look at the shadow.
Have me click on where it is. Let me just get you a series of frames and let's test that.
Let me answer why it's dancing across the sky like that, or you just never know.
You said it's moving steadily.
No, the shadow is moving steadily. I said that the object that is causing the shadow must be moving steadily because because the shadow is moving steadily.
We're talking about the lens flare.
So the lens flare, the moon is dancing across the sky because the footage was stitched together and digitally, artificially, locked together by multiple cameras.
100% you're still going with that's the moon.
Go to the description of the video.
Are you insane?
Go to the description of the video.
I'm just astounded you're still going with that's the moon. But
dog shit. Go to the description. Read the description out loud, please.
Okay.
Subscribe for our channel for more space.
So here's what I would suggest.
Go to the description. Go to the description. No, go to the description. Don't ignore me. Go to the description.
The description is not going to do shit.
Yes, it is.
I'll go to the description. In 2017, a total solar eclipse filmed from onboard high-altitude weather balloon. The Great American Eclipse was filmed above Wyoming for the BBC series Earth from Space. We launched a high-altitude weather balloon filled with helium to an altitude exceeding 50 kilometers, timing the apex of the flight to coincide with totality. Using a series of cameras aligned with nanometer precision. So that's why they're always going to keep, this is what I will suggest to you in this photo, that you can use to test this idea of yours.
Continue.
Yeah. Okay.
Align with nanometer precision.
Sure. We filmed 360 degrees of footage for 3 hours from launch. On landing, we stitched the footage together and digitally stabilized the footage frame by frame to artificially lock the viewer perspective on the horizon. Exactly, yeah. Dropping to a traditional 16.
He thinks the moon is 50 kilometers away.
No.
Are you fucking dumb? Dude. So what it sounds like
finally
is...
we speed ramp the footage. Yep, yeah.
So let me explain this. Yeah. Right, exactly. So using multiple cameras, right? So what's happening is they're using a program that is keeping the perspective locked on this horizon.
Yes.
And so it's taking bits from each camera and creating so keeping one 16 by 9 photos. So what happens is when you artificially mesh, I've done it. When you artificially mesh, yeah, exactly. So you should know when you artificially mesh multiple cameras to create one solid photo and it has a focus point, then things around the edge of that are due to distortion. That's why if you look at the Earth during this, you notice that is the only thing that remains somewhat constant is that horizon, because that is what it's locked on. So everything
what else
around the edge
constant. I'm with you. I'm with you.
The horizon and the shadow.
Constant. Right.
Yes, and the shadow.
So the horizon,
on the bottom,
the shadow. And what else remains constant? Look at all of these images.
That is it.
That is it. Okay.
The horizon and the shadow.
Missed. I've got what you've missed now. I can help you with this. We can solve this now. Do you know what else they lock it on? You don't just lock it on the horizon. They've
That's
also
literally what it said they
locked
locked
on
it
the relationship. I can help you with this, but you've got to listen. They've kept the relationship locked between the sun and the horizon. So as you watch this video through, we've been watching every time so far the lens flare. What I want you to watch is the sun and its relationship with the surface of the Earth. That's what they've done. They've made this as pleasing so that it maintains that relationship, right? So we are moving kind of across the Earth. We were a bit there, and now they've slowed it right down again for this. But the sun and the horizon always stay roughly locked. Now, obviously, in very slow time, they've flipped it around to watch that move away. As much as everything else is dancing, even the horizon and the apparent curvature of the Earth is dancing, and it would, even if it was flat, it would look like a sphere in this anyway, because that's what fisheye would do. So this isn't evidence for that, nor are you suggesting it is. But everything that is moving slowly, i.e. the Earth and the sun, continues to move slowly and steadily in this picture. If you use your hands to block out everything except the surface of the Earth and the sun, they maintain a steady pace through this photo. Because
are you acknowledging that anything outside of this horizon is due to fragment, including the moon or including the sun?
We just need to fix this first. We just need to deal with the fact that you're so incredibly wrong.
In the video, when the sun is mostly blocked out, it starts to fragment just like that moon. Isn't that
we
crazy?
still just need to fix the fact that you're totally wrong, and then we can get to talking about things that are unrelated to how wrong you are right now. But we need to fix the fact that you're totally wrong. Okay, we need to deal with that first, then we can talk about refraction. What we need to deal with is the fact that the sun, you cannot debate this, right? Or no, you can, but stick on this topic. The sun maintains a steady pace over the earth, and the earth remains steady. So the fixed steady things, what are they doing in the shot? They're remaining steady, even though it's been sped up with a 360-degree camera. I've done this regularly. I drive long roads and you do flow motion, so that you deliberately lock it on like certain turns or a mountain bend up ahead, and then you can ride and you can speed up 40 minutes and you're kind of zipped down the road and transported to this mountain pass you can see originally. It looks beautiful. It's amazing. It's wonderful. And you kind of lock it on, you want one thing to remain steady, and that's how you tell a story. And if something is remaining steady, like on a boat, the horizon's coming towards you always, or in this, you're going up and the earth remains steady and the sun remains steady, you can keep it in roughly the same thing. And that's in fact what steady is. Right? Steadiness is maintaining a predictable relationship between these two things, right? An even relationship. What is not remaining even in this photo, right? The moon, pretty steady relationship with the earth. Now let's look at the moon in your clip. So you're right, they've slowed it down, they've stabilized it, it's a 360 camera, they've sped it up, they've locked it on things, all of those things.
And they've stitched multiple cameras together.
They've stitched the cameras together, that too, I'll add that in. So we see the sun is steady in the earth, in the sky, and we see the moon is steady in the sky. I can't, when I look at them, go, well, that one's going quickly. Both of them do the same thing. The things that are steady in this video are steady. Let's watch your moon in this video one more time, shall we? Look at the steady things that we know are steady, and look at how it dances around and changes direction. An object that you and I both believe has mass, you think is jumping around in the lens. Even though, except for that bit, hang on, let me go back. Here the sun does start to move. Look at this. Now the sun's starting to move. Is that the sun when it's flickering left and right? There. Is that the sun? This one. Now, up here, you saw that, didn't you? You saw that, didn't you? As the sun started to dance around, let me find it again. Are you saying that's the sun? Yeah, here we go. There it is. Where are we? Is that the sun or the moon? What is flickering? Is that, okay, which one's the sun? Which one's the sun? If that's the moon, despite the fact it's clearly following the sun because it's clearly a fucking lens flare, in this frame here, which one's the sun? If only one of them's the sun, then we've got a fake sun on the screen. And what dances around? When you waggle a 360 camera and multiple lenses and try to stitch together later, what waggles around? The camera or the sun? Which one waggles around? You can answer this. I know you can get there, man. You can do this. You just need to have a glass of milk, look at yourself, go into the bathroom, slap yourself in the face and go, I can understand reality. That's clearly a lens flare. Otherwise, you need to check yourself in somewhere. You need to call up people, get a power of attorney assigned, have somebody else be in charge of your bank account because you don't understand how obvious things are obvious to people. I don't want to drive on the roads with somebody who doesn't know that's a lens flare. If I had a daughter and you went out with her, I would suddenly be like, wow, I'm now voting for certain people being.
You went to fucking high school and learned physics, and you're denying what you think is probably the biggest world lie, or your claim. What in order? For
I don't even think the Earth is flat. I just think you're stupid.
You think the?
I think the Earth is a globe, and that is clearly a lens flare.
You think the Earth's a globe?
Yes. Of course, it's a fucking globe.
So what's making this? So I've asked this a million times. What's making the shadow?
Once we're done with a lens flare, we can talk about the shadow.
Holy shit!
It's
no,
the moon.
That was
the moon's
the first
making
thing
the shadow. Clearly, the moon's making the fucking shadow. We know it's the moon making the shadow. What we also know, because we're not retarded.
Are you mad? Ooh, easy. Calm down.
Jesus,
hey,
man. How can you not see this by now?
Don't let your sped show, dude.
Okay, describe to me the shape of the moon in the clip that me just posted. How would you describe the moon? Just the same as we see it every other night, eggshells? Oh, how's that? Just perfectly circular? No, it's got tits tonight. The moon's made of tits tonight, just like we normally see. Come on, man.
By the way, there's no fish.
What rock do you live under? Come on, tell me a bit about yourself.
Chester Buckley, there's no fisheye in that video.
Okay.
The one that I
The
sent.
one we posted. We both posted the same one at 11 minutes past the hour because the moon looks like testicles or boobs now. What would you say that looks like? The moon's looking like more in that shot. Testicles or boobs?
Probably I would say testicles, but it's almost as if there was a program that stitched together.
That's
and
no
it
moon.
distorts on the edge. Yes, it is.
Right,
Yes, it
so
is.
it distorts things. So
That's
it's
a
difficult to
space
tell what it is
station.
there because it looks like testicles or boobs.
Okay,
So
so
what
then
makes
it's
you confident it's the moon and not a lens flare coming from the sun?
the fucking
Because
shadow
the
on the
sun is the
ground.
lit up thing here,
The
and
shadow
the
on the
moon,
ground. The shadow on the
because
ground.
it's
They
a
don't line
sphere,
up.
The shadow on the
moon-
ground. It's almost
the
as if
moon-
a program they used a program to digitally
Go on, Defender.
almost as if they used a program to digitally stitch together multiple I couldn't tell you how many cameras. It doesn't say how many cameras.
Sure.
But when you
I do the
stitch
same.
when you
I
when
use
you
360 video.
yeah, and so you should know that especially when you use a wide lens, things on the edge distort, and when you stitch
Sure,
together
you get
multiple
artifacts.
distorted
Okay.
photos, you get multiple artifacts and you get fragmenting.
Hold on.
Do you know what
said
else
there
I
was
get?
no
You hear me?
wide lenses used there. You said no
Oh,
fisheye
definitely
No,
lenses.
wide
that's
angle lens.
it's a wide lens. It's not a super wide lens. Very
I mean, that's
obviously.
360. They say it in the thing. You said, read the description.
Yeah, that's
They've
a wide-
used 360 footage. They filmed it with 360 footage.
Yeah, so
which
it's a
is
wide lens.
as wide as you can possibly get. There's no wider than 360.
But that doesn't.
If the lenses,
no,
let's
wrong,
be clear on
wrong,
this, man.
Wrong.
Okay.
Wrong.
How much
That's
wider can
true.
you get than all of
that's,
it?
Yeah, that's true when you use one camera. That's not true when you use a series of cameras. Next question.
Right, but what do you use to make 360 footage? Wide
use
or
wide
tight?
video.
You
You
make
don't-
two wide. You make two 180-degree lenses to get
Wrong.
all of it. So
That's if
how
you're using
wide
two.
is
There's-
all of it?
What'd you say? It's not
Okay.
super wide. It's
Let me
not
ask
super
you a
wide.
different
That's not
question.
you literally said yourself that wasn't super wide. Don't walk back on it.
Let-
You said it
let's-
yourself.
Let's
Don't
ask
walk
this.
back on
Let's
it.
ask a different question because lens discussion is boring. Let me ask you this question: since you know a lot about 360 footage, I bolt one to my handlebars and go driving in strange places because the crash footage looks fucking epic. When you use 360 footage, or when you've seen 360 footage, if I search some other 360 footage right now, will we or won't we see in that photo? This is a yes, we will or no, we won't question. You need to answer directly. Will we see lens flare?
It depends if there's a light source. Regardless of 360, there's going to be lens
Okay.
flare. If
Will we
there's a light
sometimes see
source.
lens flare? Yes, we will, or no,
And
we'll never see
and
lens
there
flare.
are purple and green and all those different
It's a direct
colors.
question. I feel like you can say yes, we'll see lens flare.
There's lens flare in that video. It's just not the big one. That's not
Okay. So we do see. Okay. So let me just get 360 video of a surfer. Do we want to see a surfer, or do you want to see a
I don't give
glider?
a fuck. I don't care.
No, nor do I, because we're just 100% going to see lens flare, aren't we? Like, if there's
coming through all right?
light in it, there'll be flare.
Right there.
And there'll definitely be flare in surfing, because what will we have in there? Water droplets, other little lenses, droplets making other little lenses on our lenses, refracting light, so we end up with thousands of lens flares. The moment this fucking lens gets wet, you'll see lens flares. There we go, lens flares, lens flares, lens flares.
Not.
One's caused by the actual sun. There we go. Lens flares. Don't they look like, oh my God, look at this surfer. You know, the coolest thing about
Why
this
is the
surfer's
moon-
day? Why is the moon
by the
this guy's
ocean?
surfing
I
with
don't get
two
it.
moons? Look at this guy. How lucky is he
moons
that he
everywhere.
can surf
Stop it,
with so
stop
many
it.
moons?
Yeah, because there's water present in that other photo.
Does these look similar? Do
Yeah,
these look
because
similar?
there's
would
water
you say?
present in the other photo.
Historian, would you
Nope.
say these lens flares?
There's water
these,
in the other
these
photo.
moons,
There's water in the other photo.
Forget the water. Do the little circles look the same?
No,
They
they
look the
don't.
same.
No, they
Sorry,
don't because
anybody
because
hear me at all?
Okay, great. Why do they look different? What is the primary
the
difference?
water. I'm not saying
Historian,
the water.
you're an
the
idiot.
water.
I want you to
Okay,
listen to
cool.
something.
So the only
You
thing
are
that causes
suffering
lens
from
flares.
cognitive dissonance.
This is epic. This is
The
just.
water.
I don't see
The
people
water.
as
It's the water.
disabled as this
It's the
in
water.
real life.
It's the water. Yep,
What do
that's
you
the
do,
water.
man? What do you do?
Anybody hear me?
It's the fucking water. Isn't that crazy?
Sure,
No,
that's why I
no.
picked a surfing video because, as I said, the water droplets make extra little lenses, which increase the
Exactly.
lens flaring amount.
So
okay,
then you
fine,
can't
fine. We'll
compare
go away
that.
from it. We'll
You
go away
can't
from it.
compare
Will
that to a
we
different
find?
one.
Will we find? Direct question, yes or no. Will we find lens flares without water?
I would
Yes or
say
no?
so. I would say so, but it wouldn't look like
Yes.
like that. Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Yes.
360 weather balloon.
Lens flares in anything if there's a light source that is pointed directly at the camera.
Let's just go to the edge of space and somebody else's fucking video. It's not meant to have the moon. And
see how everything.
Does he have?
Hey, go back really quick. Go back really quick.
Go.
Halfway through the video. Look at the surface of the Earth and see how it's rippling.
Oh, shit! Look at that. There was a moon there, wasn't there?
Go back.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Here we go.
You have to scroll around. You're the 360.
Well, that's what it is. Yeah, it's an actual 360 photo. Yes, so we'll definitely find a lens flare, right? Because there's 100% going to be a lens flare. Do you know why I know this? Because I spent thousands of hours of editing 360 footage. There was a lens flare. There was a lens flare that went past. Look at those shooting past lens flares
those look like
that are
moons.
refracting off clouds.
Notice how it's stitched together.
Right?
Notice how it's stitched together. So as the program updates,
there's a lens flare.
Things distort.
It went that way. Here's more. See them shooting past, left to right. Those are lens flares.
So what he's saying, Eggshells, is stitched equals lens flare.
No, I'm
exactly.
saying
you're more likely to get
stitched equals like there's going to be augmentations and fragmentation, not necessarily lens flare. There's going to be augmentations.
Is there going to be lens flare? Yes or no? Yes or no? Come on, man.
There's going to be lens flare regardless. What are you on about?
Yes or no, man? Pick one. Pick one.
All right, can I say something?
There's going to be lens flare. There's definitely not going to be lens flare for the following reason. Pick one. Pick one.
Am I coming through at all?
Yeah, go for it, Manu. Sorry, man. You were before.
Sorry. You're doing fine. But at some point, this is just starting to trigger my fucking Asperger's.
Any physical evidence of what's good?
No. Go to 15 seconds in the video.
Sure thing.
Down.
You there? Okay. Where does the sun go?
Oh, the other video. Sorry. Where's that?
Yeah,
video? Sorry, I'll scroll up for it. Here we go.
Sorry, are we talking optics? I've only just joined. Are we talking optical phenomena or physical?
I'm trying to explain to this retard Glober that this footage clearly is lens flare. He's claiming this thing that's dancing around left and right is the moon.
Nothing to do with physical Earth curve measurement.
Look, if you want to do a script, go to Nathan Oakley's or something. One day we're doing something right now.
Yeah, I can do what I please. Thank you very much, my son.
But it does sound like a script is something I think you would agree with, right? It sounds like
is it optical or physical Earth curve measurement you're talking about?
What we're looking at the moment is footage and deciding where we think the moon is. If you want to join us here, I think that would be awesome. So we're discussing whether this thing that now looks like a woman with boobs or like somebody taking off their shirt, like it's his armpits.
Mickey Mouse.
We're debating. It's Mickey Mouse. We're debating whether this is the moon. With a globe.
Some of the members
have you ever seen the face in the moon? I've seen its fucking ears, man.
Some of our members claim that extra big white blob is a lens flare. Our little friend, however, claims that is the moon.
Because
you go to 15 seconds.
Bless him. He repeated the third grade 4 times. So, just cut him some slack.
Is he even still here? Did he leave? Is he still here? Did he leave?
He left. Sorry. I did go hard on him, but Jesus, man.
Cognitive dissonance
15
is kicking
seconds,
in.
the sun dims. That's the moon. You can see the moon dimming the sun. It can't be both.
Yeah, it's just epic.
What is epic? Lens flares prove globe Earth or what?
Wait, Manu, did you say it is the moon? Because I heard Mez said it's the moon, so there's some controversy right now.
No, the moon is that
hang on. Somebody said it's the balloon.
Yeah,
hang on. I've actually just got to slow down one, and I'm now actually like, that's pretty fucking good, actually, which it's the balloon, but it appears to have a shadow on it. So you could be like, is the camera somehow flicking around and capturing frames of this balloon because the balloon burns so much into it? That's not a bad theory. So he says, okay, look at this vid at 250, move the cam up. Okay, let's give it a go. You might be going to make a better argument at it. Okay, yeah, so that's not bad. Let's look at that one. That's pretty good. It's clearly not the moon, but could it be the balloon is what Mez is saying. I'll put it in the chat as well for those who can't watch the stream I'm doing. It's not a bad claim, right? Because you could imagine it's the big white balloon that's buffeting along in the winds, and that's two separate frames it's caught of itself pulling up this device. Because if the device is capturing 360, it will have really low. The problem that cameras get is when they look down, the light gets blown out, everything's lit up. But as they look up, or if they look into anywhere dark, but same as riding at night, everything gets a bit blown out. So it would be overexposed at the top. So it's possible that it's a balloon. I wouldn't throw that one out, but it's okay. Might be the balloon. It's clearly not the fucking moon. Okay, sorry. I might have been too confident it was a lens flare, but it's not the fucking moon. Sorry. I can breathe.
Where would the moon be?
Well, the moon necessarily would be doing almost exactly the same speed as the sun and go from as invisible as it is during a new moon, so as difficult or easy to see as it is during a new moon, and cross past in front of the sun.
Common sense.
Because it happens
would say
exactly at a new moon time, right? It cannot happen at a full moon. You never get an eclipse at a full moon.
Common sense would say the moon is halfway between the sun and the earth.
Exactly. Yeah. It just says it's like somebody stepping in front of a car's headlights. You know, the only thing you're going to see of that person is where they're not.
A silhouette. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So to clear it up for people that have not long joined, okay, so Cyclone was speaking to a young fella, and he was challenged on showing footage of the moon approaching the sun prior to a solar eclipse, right? Because the was, do you actually see the moon? Right? And this kid said, yes, I definitely did. I'll show you. And he went to show footage. It didn't show what he was saying he claimed to see. And then he posted this other footage where it allegedly shows a bright object, right? Which even the Globers agree is a fucking lens flare, and that's where we're at, right? Like that's how we got to here.
I just don't understand how people like that can operate. Like,
or the balloon.
It could be the balloon. It could be the balloon. Mez has been muted, but he was the one offering the balloon defense, and I think the balloon defense is not without its merits. I'm confused as to where it's at because it seems much more related to the visibility or not of the sun. But that also could be if the balloon's not lit anymore, it's not flicking around in the view.
Mez wasn't offering the balloon defense. He messaged me and said he thinks it's the moon, and I just replied, or it could be the balloon.
Right, I see. He's saying it could be the moon. He was trying to defend the moon theory.
Yeah, he was a moon defender. It's going on his record.
Let's burn him. Like, does anybody have some sticks? So next topic, exactly as me says. Like I've been stuck on the last few days. This one about
Brick has a pretty loud mouth in the side chat, but he doesn't want to speak up.
Oh, Chester, would you like to debate?
Go for it,
Chester.
This will be good.
Would you like to prove your stripes in a debate?
Does Floyd Mayweather fight little kids?
So I'm taking it that you're not yet prepared to debate a Glober, right? That's fine.
I don't know if we're taking tickets on the Floyd Mayweather beating kids, but whoever in this thinks they're Floyd Mayweather, I want to hear them again because I think I did that to the last guy. So whoever reckons they can win, let's do it again. Come on, Chester.
Mr. Chester's been calling me out, saying I'm stupid. I'm a stupid Glober. He's intelligent. He's a flat earther. And I think,
you're just an idiot.
This might be something. This might be something we could agree on, like everyone in the room, that you don't get to just call yourself intelligent. You have to show it, right? So, by all means, step up to the plate, Chester. And if you don't have anything, sit back down.
I can't be bothered.
Ooh.
This bro.
You got this.
Oh, what a failed call out. He stepped on, called you out, and then backed down.
Who's your daddy?
That's just
Never have backed down.
Well, it's a lot easier to just text, back and forth.
You know what?
But he called somebody out for just being in text.
Do
It
we?
was like, okay, let's do it in voice. It's like,
it?
no, I'm good.
Do we really need these Globers in here? Anti-flat earthers?
Oh, I never said I was an anti-flat earther.
You do need us. Your servers die
Yeah,
when
yeah.
you don't exist.
Eggshells.
It'd be kind of boring if we weren't here.
Bricked nut.
If we weren't here, it would be boring.
They are
let's be honest.
anti-flat earthers. No, we were
I'm
not.
anti-flat Earth. I'm not anti-flat Earther. I like. Flat
Yeah, you
earthers
are
a lot.
eggshells.
I'm
you
anti-flat Earth. Sure, it's
It's
a
like
dumb
get
idea.
beget.
It's
I feel like you
clearly
find.
wrong.
Are you an anti-glober get beget
poor
or like
logic, not all round?
Are you anti-glober get
Yeah,
beget?
I am anti-glober. Yeah.
Oh, okay then. Then I'm an
Yeah.
anti-flat earther then.
No, I like flat earthers. I like
I
the
like
idea
some
of
flat
questioning
earthers. I like some of them.
Well,
As in, I like the.
don't get it misunderstood, because the Nathan Oakley show did define what an anti-flat earther is, being that they don't actually go with the standard rhetoric of heliocentrism in the globe, but they come up with their own arguments, yada yada yada, to refute whatever claims or whatever.
I
I don't
that's a
know
good
what an
description.
anti-glober is though, because I'm sure it's not defined the same. Like, because pretty much we go with the same rhetoric that most people go with in the current paradigm, and we're just pointing out things that are either missing, lacking, or wrong wrong objectively. So
I thought an anti-flat earther was someone who just thinks that flat earthers can't be right
Yes,
about anything.
Elijah.
So like,
it's good I cleared it up for you, right?
well, yeah.
Anti-glober, I would say,
every
is
flat earther's told me
an
something slightly different, and I don't think Nathan Oakley is the arbiter of what an anti-flat earther is, since everyone in here seems to
He's a
have their
fucking
own
idiot.
He is not an arbiter.
An
I'm afraid.
anti-glober is a synonym for anti-fanatic.
Well, don't miss the message. It's just that we coined the term, so I'm just telling you what we meant when
coined
we said it.
anti-flat earther?
Yeah, I'm just telling you
Nathan
what
Oakley
we
did?
meant. I'm just telling you what we meant when we said it.
Okay. What does get beget think it means?
Who cares?
He's the one who charged it. It's kind of important. Oh wait,
Yeah,
no, it was
because that's what you guys are. But again, I just want the people listening on the side, if there are any, there is a difference. It's not the difference being that an anti-flat earther is not actually someone who will go all the way from A to Z with the heliocentric rhetoric. They will veer off. They will come up with their own arguments that are actually against their own claims. Not their own claims, but the claims of the current rhetoric that's out there about the globe right now. That's what anti-flat earthers do. So saying someone's an anti-glober is kind of ineffectual in the same way, because an anti-glober is just someone who has, I'm assuming, debunked the current rhetoric that the globe is offering.
No, that would be silly. But the anti-flat earther thing, if anti-flat earther is just to say that even if I don't use the globe model, I can show you that your
You said
argument's
no, but
stupid.
anyway, that was a hand wave dismissal, by
Hold
the
on.
way. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's exactly what we were talking
if I
about.
may,
What Elijah was telling you,
if I may.
anti-flat earther.
Yeah.
It's a
I
person
heard
who
what you said,
denies
Jessica. I don't need to repeat. I'm just going to say that if it's the case, then anti-flat earther is just someone who has the ability to show the how silly your argument is without even appealing to the globe. Then, by all means, call me an anti-flat earther. Right? I don't mind that.
I can show a flat Earth argument is wrong without the globe being right. So I'm invested in the argument. I actively try to help flat earthers realize how broken flat Earth arguments are without needing the Earth to be 3959. Like, I can be like, that's a good answer.
so much.
And it can be wrong, and it can be right, and like, there are so many different options before yours is the most probable, and here's the logic problems within your argument. That's an anti-flat earther, right? I'm specifically trying to help people realize flat Earth is wrong.
Okay, which
Earth is a
argument?
globe.
Which argument?
Which argument is worst for
gas
name?
pressure without a container?
Is
That's
gas
better.
pressure. Gas
Listen,
pressure easily.
eggshells. You have to name at least 2 arguments because you said
At least
multiple arguments are wrong.
We named one immediately.
I think all of them are wrong. I think we can do this. I can describe.
All of them.
Britnat and I can describe to you why the the gas pressure argument is really wrong. That it's an argument from absence. That it is an argument from authority because the dictionary says so. Right, the people who wrote the dictionary are in charge of that.
No, listen.
That it is against the flat earther ethos, and that it is by itself.
Stop.
And then you can, here's my suggestion for the next one. You can present the strongest flat earther argument, and I can show you why that one's illogical.
Are you talking to me or are you monologuing yourself?
Well, you asked me the 2. I gave you the 2, which is we can tell you
Yeah,
what's gas
okay,
pressure,
good.
then you can
But
put one up.
when I ask you to stop, in regards to Britnat's gas pressure and vacuum argument, I'm pretty sure he told you that in the last days we were arguing on this, and my argument was that he is using the word vacuum wrong.
Okay, so why don't, rather than you and I talk about what Brit said, you tell me what the gas pressure argument is.
Listen, vacuum is absence of matter.
You're kind of black,
and that
so
means
vacuum is
no that means no solid, no liquid, no gas, no plasma. The 4 states of matter. Matter is not present in a vacuum. That shit cannot exist. Cannot exist.
This is an ongoing issue with Get Beget. I would differentiate a medium vacuum, a high vacuum, and ultra high vacuum.
I didn't ask you, Britnat. I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you. I was clarifying this, our argument with eggshells, not with you. I don't care what you feel. So, low pressure, low gas pressure, and high gas pressures, those are not fucking vacuums. So stop hijacking the word vacuum and misusing it.
So my understanding of the gas pressure argument is this, and it is a double negative that is stating gas pressure requires a container. And the double negative is you cannot have gas pressure without a container. I argue that that statement is a positive claim of the necessity of A following from B, that there is an antecedent consequent relationship between A and B. That is what that claim is, that there is an antecedent relationship. To which I'm like, fantastic, good. Now we've got something we can test. Let's work forward. If the argument is you can't
show me gas pressure without a container, demonstrate. You can have a volume.
That was what I was going to say, that the flat earthers say next, but thankfully you said it, which is now you say to me, well, disprove me. Okay. So that doesn't work, right? I'm right unless you disprove me.
No, I'm not disproving you. I'm not disproving you, eggshells.
That's not what I said.
Listen, eggshells. You make a contradictory claim in regards to the definition of gas pressure. Okay. So you are actually saying that the definition of gas pressure is wrong.
So we make a contradictory claim about the nature of gas pressure. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So I've written that down. I'm keeping a board. What is the contradictory claim that I make? So
because you say you can have gas pressure without a closed container or isolated container.
So what is the contradictory claim is my question. Your answer is because we say it again for me, please. What is the contradictory claim?
Your claim contradicts the definition of gas pressure, which states that to have gas pressure, you need to have a closed container or isolated.
Or so
One
closed
of the
container
two.
or isolated.
Yeah,
So,
open containers, they cannot hold gas pressure.
What does isolated mean? Because I agree. I think I agree with that. It must have gas pressure
Yeah,
inside to be isolated.
isolated means that there is no transfer of matter and energy.
Okay.
Closed container means that you have no matter transfer, but you have energy transferring.
So would close to close
It
mean
can
less?
lose
Is
or
what I'm saying. Is
receive.
what I'm.
It can lose or receive energy in a
Sure. Yeah, I think I get what you're
closed
saying,
container.
which is a container physical barrier would provide a force, and you would say your claim is that it contradicts the definition of gas pressure. What definition of gas pressure? And you said it must be a closed container, and then you added it must be isolated. And I think I agree with you there.
One of the
isolated
two.
means
There
there's
are
no
three
transfer of
types.
matter.
Listen,
I think I agree with
in physics, there are three types of containers:
that. Mm-hmm. Okay.
open, closed, and isolated. And
physics there are
yeah.
Three containers.
Yeah, three types of containers.
Very good. Open, closed, and isolated. That's very good.
Yeah.
So an open container, open, closed, isolated. So could the Earth, with its sea level gas pressure, be an isolated system or an open system?
Yeah, it's one of the two.
So could Earth...
That's what the second law of thermodynamics states. One of the two.
Which one can it not
closed
be?
Or isolated.
Why could it not be open?
Because the gas would escape.
You have to demonstrate that because the gas
I don't need to demonstrate it. You need to show why it's logically impossible because we're dealing with your claim here. So I don't need to prove to you
You're not dealing with my claim. Listen, you're not dealing with my claim. I did not invented the definition of gas pressure, and I did not invented the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay, let's get to the definition of the thermodynamics.
You're dealing with those guys who invented this definition and the second law of thermodynamics.
So I think this argument sounds to me like it rests on the definition of gas pressure. That if your definition of gas pressure is wrong, or I can challenge that, though I'm challenging a core tenet of your argument. Would you say this argument rests upon the definition of gas pressure, that if the definition's wrong, then the claim is wrong?
Well, show me that you can have gas pressure without a solid container. So I really want to be able to have a gas pressure of 3 bars around my car wheel, so that I don't need to buy every year new tires.
So what you can do.
So if you can help me with this, I would appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. I would even work 1 year in your service.
Sure, I can help you with that, man. Yes, if you want a enormous differential of gas pressure in a very short distance. So if you want there to be, like I run at 17 to 30 PSI in my bike tires, 30 PSI, about 2 bar, twice atmospheric pressure. It's a bit to get it in there. Like you're not going to do it with a hand
those are
pump.
low. In my speed bike, I have to put 9 bars.
Wow, okay. Yeah, you would be a much more powerful motorbike than me. Yeah, no, I'm trying to crawl over
No,
rocks
not
and stuff,
motorbike. Carbon fiber bike.
Oh, bicycle.
Bicycle,
Wow. You're fit. I'm fat. This is why I'm obese.
So yes,
I would agree with you.
Tires.
I would agree with you that if I want an enormous differential over a very short distance, like on one side versus the other side of a racing bike tire, because those are fucking small tires with thin sidewalls, right? If I want a great differential, the easiest and most efficient, I think the easiest and most efficient way to do that is with a barrier. Because while I think there are other methods of creating a differential, right?
Yeah, but you see these barriers, come on, if
man.
I drive on glass or on nails, it pokes holes and my gas pressure is shooting off.
Exactly.
I need it to stay there. Yeah, so help me make it stay there.
Sure, I can help you.
Without the tires.
But it's not about saying I can make for you something better than a car tire out of not car tire. Because let's face it, we don't really want the air. We want the rubber, right?
No, I want air. I want air.
Let me show you why that's not the case. I posit you want the rubber there. You don't want the air. The air helps you.
I don't want rubber.
Come on, man. You're not letting me speak. Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
You want the rubber there. So what you're using is the air as a spring to apply the rubber so it melds around the surface of what it touches, such that you use mousses in off-road motorbike riding, which is just like a pool noodle inside a tire. Again, it uses tiny little air bubbles. I'm not saying air doesn't play any part, but the idea is like, I don't keep a car tire at pressure because I want to carry air around in my wheels. I want my wheels to grip the road, and I use air to do that. So if I want a great differential, I can find them. They exist. I'm not saying white swans don't exist. If you want to point out another white swan to me, that's fine, but it doesn't at all answer our question about whether black swans exist, which is do pressure differentials exist? Over very short, do pressure differentials exist?
Eggshells.
Without containment, without a physical barrier. And so if I can point at high and low pressure systems, I go, there isn't a barrier between them. Then we go, okay, maybe to make an extraordinary differential, like 9 bar, 9 times more air molecules in one space than another. Yes, I need a barrier. That's the most efficient way to do that. But if I can move those molecules around with wind or temperature, which we know affects the movement of air molecules, or a barrier,
so I need to make
a standard acceleration.
And make a fire to make hot air.
What does that mean?
Around the wheel.
What do you think I meant? What do you think my argument is?
I didn't understand how would you use hot air to keep it around that wheel?
Not to keep it around. I know I can use things that will move molecules. I know if I want to move molecules up, I can heat them. They'll move up.
Okay, but they need to go in a circular direction. So how am I gonna guide them around that wheel, 360 degrees around that wheel, and no other direction?
I'm not suggesting to you I can make a car tire. I'm pointing out to you that trying to make a car tire that was just out of air is pointless because you actually want the rubber. That's my point about the whole car tire. You don't care about the air. Why would I try and make a car tire?
Do you have any idea how cool it will look when I drive on the street and people see that my car is actually walking on air like it's flying?
Yeah. So what does that mean? What do you think I think about the world? You think it's possible? Describe to me this car and why you think I should think this car is possible. What does it mean? Describe to me why this car is a reasonable proposition. Because you brought up this car that runs around on air tires. I don't think that's necessary. I think if I filled the tires with water and ignored pressure, I'd still have rubber on the road. So tell me about this car that you're dreaming of and why this is a problem for my argument when it's coming from you.
I want you to show me how I can hold 3 bars around my car wheel. Sure. Yeah, so my car can rest on that air pressure and it will look like it's fucking floating in the air.
Right. Who thinks that? Who thinks that should happen? That the car should float
Well, you're
in the air?
saying that's possible.
No, you're saying that's possible. That sounds absurd to me. I didn't bring that up. Who brought that up here?
You said
did you bring that up or did I bring that
pressure. You said you can have gas pressure without a car tire.
And then you brought up a floating
Without
car. So I said
container.
what I think, and then you brought up a floating car and tried to suggest that I think cars float. Do you understand how broken that logic is? You brought up that you think cars should work that way. That sounds insane to me. I don't think cars work that way. I think I would need rubber, and if I filled the car and it had solid rubber tires like the old ATM vans used to, so that you couldn't pop the tires.
You're going back now.
I don't think the air is necessary.
And now
you think the air is the only thing that's necessary.
Now you are admitting that you cannot have gas pressure without a container, without a closed container.
Yeah, I think that a closed container does do it. I think other methods also work.
So
tell me about these isolated and open systems.
Can hold gas pressure.
So could the Earth be an isolated system, or could it be an open system? Could it have?
Well,
could it be isolated?
Listen, that shit. I have not made this world. I do not know which type of container. I do not believe that any man can demonstrate that it's a closed or isolated system.
Okay, so my argument then holds. It necessarily holds. If you believe that to be true, then it's possible that this thing isn't caused by gas pressure, that gas pressure can be caused by isolation, which I think you mean the same thing I mean by isolation, which is that a distance that is a car tire's width, like 3-4 millimeters. Yes, I can't keep 9 bar on one side and 1 bar on the other. But if 9 bar is 400,000 kilometers away, then yeah, I think I can do that. Right? So it's an isolation of distance. And I think you and I are agreeing the same thing. The Earth could be an isolated system. I don't need to demonstrate gas pressure without a container because the person who claims, which is not your claim either, the person who claims, let me finish though. The person who claims that gas pressure requires a container needs to demonstrate that to be true. Not that they need to ask me to prove that it's wrong. If they want me to take them seriously, they need to show why it's probable, not go, but you can't show it's not there. If you're asking me to show it's not there, are you asking me to prove a negative?
Eggshells, you come again, contradict the second law of thermodynamics and gas pressure, and you try to throw the burden of proof onto my shoulders to demonstrate that you are actually correct when you are denying the second law of thermodynamics and gas pressure.
I'm not denying the second law of thermodynamics. I'm asking you a yes or no question. I'm asking you a yes or no question, which is, does gas pressure require a container? Yes or no?
Yes.
You're on the same side as me.
But not... Listen, from the 3 types of containers, only 2 can hold gas pressure.
Right. So does it require a physical barrier? Let me ask you
the
that.
Open container, you can't have gas pressure unless it is inside the pressurized system.
So could I ask you this question? Because
the world is already a pressurized system. And to prove the contrary, you have to show that you can have gas pressure in an open system somewhere where there is no fucking air.
So let me ask you, I've got 2 questions for you, because I agree with this. I understand the argument, which is we've got gas pressure. This is why many cultures thought we were surrounded by something that keeps the air in, because they saw bubbles and they were like, well, it must be like that. So I get it. I'm not saying it's improbable. It's like beyond comprehension. I get the arguments for it. But I would say it seems like you agree it doesn't require a physical container, because isolation and a closed system to me would generally be closed with a physical container. A isolated system, I think, sounds close to what I'm thinking. So is the container isolation? Is the container not a barrier but a distance?
Isolated means also a closed container, but that container does not allow energy transfer.
Sure.
So any amount of energy in that container will remain in that container.
Sure. So we don't know how much energy's in it from moment to moment, so we don't know which of those it can be, right? I can't measure all of the energy inside the system, nor can you.
Batteries, yeah, when you look at them, they approach to what an isolated container is. Yeah,
Okay,
they
so
store energy.
Let me ask it this way. A physical container, the job that a physical container does, in my mind, tell me if this is where your mind's at too. Molecules are bouncing in all directions, like bouncing balls bouncing off the walls of a room and off one another, bouncing this way and that. And the force is when those bouncing balls bounce into the wall and then bounce back.
Eggshells. Eggshells. That's a theory which you say they are bouncing in all direction.
What do you think?
I do not know if the molecules are bouncing or dancing or they are following some sort of order. Yeah.
I look at them like springs.
Believe that
like
actually the behavior of molecules is actually a lot more ordered and organized than we can comprehend, but we perceive it as very random and chaotic.
I like that. I think I agree with all of that. Yeah. So would you agree with my idea that like there could be an order to it? I love that idea, and I think that's quite possible. Probable, in fact. That they're like springy. And what the container's doing in the gas pressure requires a container argument. The container is providing a force, an equal and opposite force. So the molecule bounces into it, but because it's met by an equal and opposite force, this much larger wall that's got a high coefficient of restitution, it's bouncy, so it pings back off in the other direction, same as a bullet hitting a wall. Like it might lose some energy or something, I don't know, cool down. Not super important. But do you think the container provides a force? And if the container is just providing a force, i.e. force being F equals ma, the particle of air has mass and a force is definitionally required to accelerate it in a different direction. But if anything else provided that force, that would be good enough. So if I suddenly heated molecules at the edge of the atmosphere, if there was just this like searing hot layer of at like 400,000 meters or 40 kilometers or 4,000 kilometers, there was this searing hot layer of something such that the molecules always got so excited by it that they bounced back down. Can we show that that's not the case, that some other force is providing gas pressure? Do you get what I'm asking?
Yeah. This is speculation now, eggshells, and I do like to speculate my own beliefs, yeah?
Well, it's just saying maybe the container doesn't exist. Maybe we do have gas pressure, but a physical barrier isn't necessary. It could still be there, but it's not necessary. Other things could do the same thing.
The container, in my personal belief, is fluid, liquid.
Sure, which I think is also possible. The water's above, like an air bubble.
And we all know that human frequency, resonance frequency, the Earth has a certain frequency of its own, yeah? And we can actually use sound waves, certain frequencies, vibrations, and we can make liquids levitate.
Right.
And
so yeah, we can apply force to things
tiny,
even far more massive than air.
Even tiny little boats, they can float upside down in those levitating liquids.
Do you think we can, with like electromagnetism or strong magnetic charges, change the direction of air particles? So oxygen and nitrogen mostly, and oxygen, whatever else, carbon dioxide, all of that stuff. Do you think if we apply force or a charge? So could the container in fact be a force or a charge and not a physical barrier, but some sort of field or something that accelerates molecules away from it?
Well, this is what they use at the particle accelerator at CERN in Switzerland. They use supercooled magnets. They are cooling them with liquid helium. They reach extremely low temperatures, and the magnetic fields are super powerful, very strong magnetic fields. And with those magnetic fields, they can accelerate. They can accelerate helium gas. They say they accelerate it very close to the speed of light, but at a certain speed, that helium atom gas is no longer an atom, but it becomes a proton, a very highly charged particle. It's a particle with very high amount of energy to it, and that's what they use to smash each other and use all those kind of sensors and stuff to record that information and see what those collisions are emanating. Now, at CERN, there is teams of hundreds and even thousands of scientists working there, everyone working for every doctor's idea or whatever they want to test. If you go there, I think you get first-hand information.
Your body wouldn't be able to survive without a spacesuit. Yeah, so I think we end up with a very similar conclusion on it, which is why no, I don't think it's the waters above Recknell. But I think that the point I'm making is that the whole argument for the existence of a physical barrier is an argument from authority. The dictionary says so, right? The people who wrote the dictionary in charge of this. I don't think they are.
I tell you what,
think that's debated.
I tell you what to look into, eggshells. When you look at the heliocentric glow model, above the 100 kilometers, there is thermospheres.
I've heard
there is a thermosphere. And they call that region a region of highly charged particles.
Sure.
And even the Van Allen belt, which they say that radiation from the sun is actually being deflected by the magnetic field, and that radiation, it's actually following the magnetic field vectors, and it's being directed at the North Poles and creates the aurora borealis and stuff. But actually, that radiation they claim it's all types of radiation. The sun is emitting all types of radiation, even gamma, which is deadly. But we don't get that kind of radiation here on the Earth. And I speculate most likely because the sun doesn't emit that kind of radiation in lethal amounts or something.
I feel like that would be a testable thing with light technically is radiation.
With the Geiger counter, you can measure the radiation in the air in all the places,
And UV is radiation, right? Ultraviolet is radiation. We can test that with just a UV
Yeah,
camera, right?
there are sensors for UV light also. Yes, of course. Sunlight is actually exposure to UV light.
So that
so
is
sunlight.
radiation already.
Yeah, there will be no day in the in the world's history where we had zero UV exposure in daylight. Like,
so what kind of radiation are you saying the sunlight isn't? Because if you agree UV is radiation and the sun does emit it, what is?
Well, those deadly X-ray and gamma rays, those are extremely low quantities.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I thought mostly we just got cooked all day long by UV, and while it's emitting other types, it doesn't. Like it's the sun. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and now what's actually going on is that we have helium gas rising from the ground up into the sky. Helium gas and especially molecules of tralfium, helium-3, which is very rare element. It's the state of matter which is the most rare in nature. But these elements, they absorb energy from anything to rise. Once they reach those regions at high altitude, they're accelerating to the state that they become highly charged particles. And those places where they do this, those places are actually extremely cold. And if oxygen were present or nitrogen there, it would condensate and rain down back into the air here. Now, if we actually send into that region a gas pressure gauge, it will show you fake readings. It will show you like there is a very low very low pressure, because the temperatures there are way below the normal operating temperatures of that designed pressure gauge. So
I see. So they're not able to measure low enough.
Yes.
That does mean the pressure's low if it's below the bottom of the gauge.
Yeah, all these pressure gauges, they have a temperature range which they can operate and measure gas pressure.
Let me help you with that, Get Beget. It's gauge. Americans would say gauge.
Oh, gauge. I see.
Yep.
Okay.
No, you're good because you speak very well. I thought you would appreciate it. Yes, I think I would agree with that. Like, it's going to say that it's very low pressure, and then you need a device able to measure very sensitively the lower the pressure.
If temperatures go below minus 170, minus 200, minus 250, at those temperatures, helium gas, that's a medium where helium gas becomes to be in a very pleasing state.
Pleasing state.
So the colder it is for helium gas is good. Helium condensates at minus 269 Celsius, minus 5 degrees 5 degrees Kelvin. That's it's the element which has the lowest condensation point in nature. So this liquid, you cannot naturally see it present in nature.
Right. It's so rare to see it clustering. It's so flighty that it's very difficult to cool it down enough to turn it into a rock.
Yes. It is very elusive.
very bouncy in some way. Kind of. I don't get it, but I get it. It's a very lightweight, so it sort of flits around. Whereas the heavier stuff is like lead.
Yeah.
I'm like, I get that's heavy. I don't know why, but yeah.
Now that air which is up there cannot have oxygen gas in a gaseous state. At minus 250, oxygen will no, actually much lower.
But it will boil off as well because of low pressure.
I forgot the condensation of oxygen, but yeah, minus 260. This is where you reach the point where hydrogen liquefies, condensates.
But doesn't the temperature at which stuff condensates and boils and stuff changes state is dependent upon pressure? Like, isn't it a balancing scale between ambient pressure, like sufficiently low pressures, then water will boil, but it freezes at 100.
Yeah.
Zero.
When we use these vacuum pumps to remove air, from a chamber, the boiling points of liquids drop. Now, when the liquid starts boiling, that causes evaporation. And the evaporation process is actually extracting energy from the liquid, which, sorry, I heard someone saying.
3 batteries. There was one in the camera, 2 spares.
Enraged is hot miking, I think.
Oh, hot miking, yeah.
He's on Xbox, so that's probable. Yeah, so I to wind it back to the gas pressure thing, I think that you and I end up agreeing that a physical barrier, which is like what is described with a propane tank or a car tire, is not always what everybody means. And so I think if that's a claim that somebody's making, they can make that. But I want to test that, and I say, I know things that other physical things will do, such that I know that if I stand in a valley and I go, whoa, I'll get a whoa, whoa. Like a steep, rocky valley, I know I will hear an echo. And that's one of the ways I can tell that it's that which ahead me is physical. So if I get told there's a physical barrier and it's up there because I read a definition in a dictionary, I go, but I know what echoes do. And when I go, whoa, or when lightning crackles across the sky, or when volcanoes erupt, I do not get back a whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't get it in the right way. I know where it's coming from. I know where it does happen, and it doesn't happen above me. The sound doesn't bounce back down. So actually, radio waves and stuff do. But if sound waves don't bounce back down, does anything else not bounce back down from this physical container that might surround me because a dictionary says so? And I would go, well, radio bounces off physical things. We know we can bounce it off buildings. We know it like the way it interacts with mountains. We've had many wars. Radio, lots and forth. Can we bounce radio off it? And we go, no, we can't bounce radio off it. And we can bounce radio off the moon. And the radio comes back from the moon at a distance that if we got it that far back on Earth, we would call that 250,000 miles. So we cannot get a bounce back across this physical barrier that is the dome, but we can off the moon. And the moon tells us, based upon the fastest it could possibly be going, it cannot be any closer than distance from us, 250,000 miles. Fuck. So we've got a barrier that must be there because the dictionary said so, that we can't detect, we can't see, we don't know what it's made out of, we don't have a sample of it, don't have a measurement of its radius, know if anybody maintains it, that keeps in all of the air, that's a completely airtight structure that surrounds us every day, that we're completely incapable of detecting, but we can detect the moon. So we can bounce something that minimum is 250,000 kilometers from us, and we haven't bounced it off a giant dome yet. And the higher that dome gets, the less we need it for the air pressure, because the air pressure is dropping anyway. So if the air pressure is decreasing as you go up, your dome needs to arrive at a meaningful point, because if it's infinitely far above, then the air pressure is zero by then. So
Okay,
you need
but
to show it is less than infinity.
yeah,
Can you
eggshells.
tell me it
Okay.
is definitely
Yeah.
closer to the Earth than 400 million kilometers?
Listen. So if it's an ocean of superfluid liquid helium, that is a frictionless environment, medium. A sound wave will not bounce off of it, but that sound wave will be actually immortalized into that medium and it will never be lost.
Sure. I think that's probably the case.
When
It
you
kind of thrums throughout
go into
eternity.
that medium, you can actually hear that sound wave which was emitted towards the sky.
You find the screen.
It's registered forever there. So, and this does not contradict the theory of information that information cannot be destroyed.
No, but it is a.
So, we can lose information, but it will be there in the sky, recorded forever.
Yeah, I think you and I agree on a lot of these things. It's that there is a unshakable sense that this is all being written like onto a hard drive that just saves every interaction. Like that everything is. My feeling is if you could build an unimaginably large computer, if you imagine an infinite computer,
It's not the same
and
as
you
your
knew
phone
every
card.
molecule and electron and quark and
smaller
whatever
version.
else throughout all of existence, could you rewind to any point? Do you know what I mean? Like the way I used to think about it is when somebody would light a note and burn a note
Yes,
and chuck
this
it in the
is
bin. And I was like, if I
interesting.
could capture all the smoke and know exactly how the fire burned, could I put that note back together?
Now,
Is that possible? Entropy says no. But I like the idea that it is recorded somewhere, somehow. It's like a persistent reality. It's just a sort of the story of what did happen in the real world.
Eggshells. I was looking into the 90s, what simulations they were running on supercomputers in those years. And all those models of simulations and stuff that they were running, creating and running then on these supercomputers, they were models which were starting from the foundation of the heliocentric model.
No problem at all.
Yeah.
And yeah, what they are running, they are recreate all these images with galaxies, with stuff, pictures of so-called satellite. Those images are actually generated by these supercomputers in the 90s. They are virtual simulations which have been created in these supercomputers. Now, those machines, they were actually crunching a lot of information and generating a lot of information because they started from um, um, Newtonian gravity. They gave models of rocks, of stars, and they gave these laws that, hey, this is how a star actually functions. It's nuclear fusion inside it, and it's millions of degrees Celsius. The atom of hydrogen explodes into all component particles, and then it is being formed back into a helium atom, which also gets obliterated, emitting all those particles, and all those particles make another hydrogen, and so this is the model that they started from. And if you start from a wrong cosmology concept, then of course you will not have any information of this possibility which I told you, that the sky could be superfluid liquid helium, and that would require a totally different kind of approach, and everything is new, the way it works and functions.
Yeah,
So
it's a sort of it's a grand awakening you're describing, and yeah, normies don't get woke, right? It quite often takes a pretty
yeah.
significant thing in people's lives to get wokened.
Yeah.
Because a lot would have to turn upside down for me
I
to think
was
the Earth's flat.
This is something in the 90s. I was still young in high school. I was very passionate about these sci-fi movies, the cosmos, and satellites and whatever. But I saw with my own eyes. I was trying to get my hands to hack all sort of supercomputers or super networks and stuff. It was fun for a Romanian child. There was no laws in our country, so this was not something illegal. And I saw these simulations, what these teams of engineers and so-called scientists, they were creating these models, and I saw published on internet everything. I was following their news. These news, they were not giving um, in the mainstream media straight away. Like, I saw these things, and then okay, in 1 year or 2 years, they will actually present in the mainstream media now that we have a cosmology model. We've been able to simulate the whole galaxy, uh, fix this Newtonian gravity and stuff like that. And those simulations actually generated also these rich images that we actually see, and they are presented to us as being photographed from Hubble telescope or whatever satellite. Even that one, with the cosmic background radiation, that map, that's actually the same as a supercomputer simulation. This scam is very, very intelligently manufactured. It's a deception, but it's very intelligent in its design. It wasn't one person that worked on this. It's tens of thousands of people that got master's degrees. They got these jobs, and they worked for years in these governmental institutions and on these supercomputers. How can me or you actually fight their narrative and agenda? Yeah, not even actually hacking into these servers and stopping the simulations and deleting everything, installing different operating systems, and start using that supercomputer, make it do completely different tasks. Yeah, like turning into a sniffing tool or logging or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, when you had a supercomputer, it was cool. You could start scanning the internet, and hack even more supercomputers, and yeah.
Yeah, I think graphene
Like,
is a good one for the dome, but again, it's just got this problem that
nah,
anything that is
yeah,
physical, you could bounce
yeah.
off. So it needs to be a field you can't bounce off, right? I don't echo off magnetic waves. Like if magnetic waves are there, I can't echo off them. And I don't
Well,
think you would
you see,
naturally bounce
look,
radar off them. So if you called it a field,
I tell you what,
fine. If you called it a
Eggshells,
force, fine.
when you have,
If you call it a
when you
physical
have,
barrier,
listen, when you have superfluid liquid helium, and you bring close a droplet of water, that water will be repelled by the temperature differential. And it will actually cause the molecules in that water, the hydrogen, to separate from the oxygen, because the oxygen wants to take its liquid state. It needs to condensate and become a liquid and form oxygen ice. And also the hydrogen, because the temperature of liquid helium is much lower than the condensation point of hydrogen. So hydrogen will actually condensate also into a liquid, and it will even take its ice state. So you cannot have liquid hydrogen into liquid helium, because that is a very high temperature in a very cold medium. It's like when you put hot iron into water. For a short moment of time, there will be no water, physical water, touching that metal, hot red metal. Even if you throw the metal deep inside the water, it will cause the water to evaporate violently, yeah, and make vapor. And that's a gaseous state. So there will be gaseous state between the cold medium of water and the hot medium of the metal. There will be no physical contact. They create immediately gaseous state and bounce from each other. Yeah, the hot iron is solid, but the vapor actually absorbs energy very quickly and efficiently from the metal. And once the metal loses energy below the water boiling point, the boiling will stop. And this is the same with liquid hydrogen and helium. If a droplet of liquid hydrogen will drop into liquid helium, it will make the liquid helium violently evaporate. It's like throwing something very hot into a very cold medium. So helium will create gas, it will boil instantly. And those are the lowest energy states in nature.
Sure. Things, tend to settle down. That to me is the issue with a container, and that is a container is a physical barrier. It can't be air, and I think lighter is higher up.
But
so a physical container would be elevated mass. So mass suspended quite highly over low density stuff, and that to me, I'm like, that sounds like a giant engineering nightmare. You know, a massive unsupported dome. Like if it was a bubble and the air pressure was holding it up, fine. But the less the air pressure gets, quickly it's like, well, the glass must be heavier by now, right? You know, there's not much upwards pressure once I'm at Mount Everest, let alone U2 plane or something.
This dome that I see in my mind is very much like laminar dome fountain. If you search images with dome fountains, you will see. And this is like the top part which we see. The sky is that dome fountain, but at the outer extremities of Earth, like South Pole, southern circle in the
Can I just clarify something quickly, please?
AE map. Yes.
So,
Go
do
ahead.
you mean there's a dome of liquid helium that's in a laminar flow state, so you can't see it's flowing?
Yeah,
it's like a kind of surrounding barrier.
Actually, the way it flows in nature is toroidal shape, just like the magnetic field, and this is what is actually also the cause of this uniform giant magnetic field that we experience in the world. So you know that the further away you are from a magnet, the lesser it attracts. And when you reach a certain distance, there is no more interaction. But the closer you get to the magnet, the stronger it will attract a ferromagnetic or a different magnet to it. Yeah. So
to me, anything that's forcing molecules to turn around, to go from high back to low, whether that was weight, whether they cool down, so they fall back down, anything that's doing that would do the job of containment. So it would be a container, an isolated container, like you were saying before, where it would just become rarer and rarer that they escaped. That isolation is like there is very, very little. I know you said a container is like there is no energy transfer, and I would say, well, what would you think it would be fair to say? It's close to containment the closer you get to isolation. So it's not completely isolated. There's still a bit of, the odd asteroid hits, and there's a gaseous escape. But for the most part, we maintain a steady mass and on Earth. Do you get what I mean? So it's not perfectly one or the other. It's the closer you get to being an isolated case, because anything that causes a downward acceleration of air molecules, right? Air has mass. We put our hand out a car window and our hand's been forced back. The only thing that we know that can do that is mass hitting our hand and accelerating our mass of our hand backwards. Right? If you're going to know how to do that, you're going to rewrite
you see,
if mass,
the way two magnets repel each other. The way two magnets repel each other.
Right.
You know
it could be like that. Could be a field.
Yeah. So it's an invisible force, but it's tangible. You can feel it, Now, this is the same kind. There is such kind of a force which is between extreme temperature differential, when you have something very hot close to something very cold. There is a repulsion.
Sure. Yeah, I can believe
So
that. That sounds
they
entirely
cannot
plausible.
join together straight away, like something very hot to get in contact, physical contact with something very cold. It must gradually transfer energy to the cold, and the cold actually to cool down the object very hot. And
This is like the
once
Leidenfrost
they
effect,
get,
right?
yeah,
You know, you
sort of.
drop a water droplet in a very hot pan, and because they're two different temperature, the
Yes,
outer side of
it
the
will
water droplet is boiling
splash.
off
Yeah,
instantly. It
it
stays in
will
a water
explode.
droplet form
Yeah,
and bounces around like a sort of
yeah,
ball bearing, highly oiled ball bearing. You know, very
yeah. And
yeah. I think that's the case.
I mean,
That's kind of the way I see it. Molecules, springs.
listen, when you throw a droplet of water into hot oil, yeah, it causes explosion and it splashes everywhere. You know, so
Yeah.
so that's how these mediums are actually separating each other. So the sky is this superfluid liquid helium, which actually matter to other elements to go into that medium. For example, gold and many other metals, they all become superconductive at those extreme temperatures,
And
low
then it does
temperatures.
really weird stuff when it's superconductive. Like
Yeah.
that quantum locking going around that train track and stuff. I'm like, wow,
Yeah.
there's really weird shit when stuff gets very cold.
Well, this for me is how actually I can explain for myself how do these meteorites fall on Earth. Well, in many years ago, a volcano erupted, and we have accounts of super volcanoes erupting and throwing stuff very, very high into the sky. And once this matter got there into this cold medium, it got quantum locked there. And it will stay there until it loses energy, and after 1,000, 2,000 years, it will fall back down on Earth.
2,000 years, Jesus.
Yeah.
So then you could have the moon
and
getting put up
the
there.
funny thing is that this concept is actually found also in Greek mythology stories. Like the ancient Greek writers, they wrote about this phenomena, and they even there is a story with these Greek gods, yeah, where a god is threatening Hercules, if I'm not mistaken, that if he helps the Trojans, then he will throw him into the sky so high that he will never fall back to the ground. You know, so that's
these are these sort of like thought experiments where I'm like, yeah, they all end up sounding crazy, but that's that's why it's a thought experiment. Like the cannonballs, somebody was saying the other day, like they thought it was true. Somebody was saying the cannonballs, they fire them up and they land back in the barrel.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it can happen. Yeah, not all the
time. Are you
time.
saying people have landed? I just doubt that anybody's ever managed to succeed at doing that in human history. To me, the odds of being able to do that are so.
Oh, it's doable. Like shooting a cannonball high into the sky and to have it fall back into the cannon barrel. Yeah, that's doable.
It can be done. Is there a single bit of footage of anybody succeeding this ever? I've heard people say this before.
I've seen that video. Yeah.
I would love to see a video of it, because to me, I'm like, I'm generally lean on the side of if enough people do stuff, then amazing stuff will happen. But to me, I'm also like,
the chances of that are just so low. Like if I threw a cannonball at a cannon, the chance that it went smoothly in first time, like I'm not going to accept it bounced next to it and happened to land in the barrel. That's not what, to me, the argument is. The argument is it went up and then went, like swish, went like bang back in the barrel. That to me is the requirement. And I just cannot imagine that happening ever once.
I'll tell you what, to actually be able to do this, your cannonball must be very, very round.
Right.
And the barrel also very round. Now, you also have to do some precise measurements. The barrel diameter with the ball diameter. There has to be a tiny gap between them. But when you spin the ball inside the barrel, its diameter must not come in contact with the barrel. So all the ball has to be very spherical, yeah. And the amount of gunpowder that you put into the cannon, these are calculations. It will tell you precisely how far you will shoot that cannonball according to its weight.
To do it in a vacuum, though, wouldn't you? Because if you've got any sort of wind, it would affect it. You can't calculate the wind.
Exactly. That's me. It's going to shoot up. It's going to shoot up into winds that you can't predict.
No,
that are going to be way more Coriolis. Like, how are you going to know it's a still day at 10,000 feet? Who's done this? Like, I've heard this so many times. I would love some evidence for it because people are like, well, there goes Coriolis. And I'm like, well, yeah, like there goes a lot of my understanding of physics if people were reliably, repeatedly landing cannonballs back in the barrels they shot them out of. That I can imagine somebody wrote that happened, but Gilgamesh was meant to be 10 feet tall. I don't think people are 10 feet tall. Gilgamesh lied about his height. People tell Porky Pies. Where's our data?
Eggshells. The problem is you have to know exactly the barrel diameter and the ball, because there has to be a little gap between them for the gases to release around the ball, and they lift the ball, yeah, but it's not touching the walls of the container. And even if the ball will be spinning, its diameter doesn't get bigger to touch, because if it touches the cannon barrel, then it will vibrate in the barrel and it will give it a funny trajectory. It will shoot left, right, or sideways, So, and
wouldn't you also have to light the gunpowder perfectly evenly?
These people, they know exactly what that gap between the ball and the cannon barrel must be to actually achieve this perfect lift of the ball. Yeah.
Sure. I want to see evidence for the cannon's balls landing back in the barrel, because it's such a bold claim that would be so easily evidenced by just showing me the thing that convinced you that it's true.
I've seen video on YouTube.
If you could show me, or anybody here who thinks that cannonballs land back in their own barrels, that is an amazing claim. I would love some evidence, because I've asked a few times and people are like, oh, it happens. Debunks Coriolis. And I'm like, it kind of does actually to me.
I think
unless the person who launched it was like, I did it 1 billion times. I'm like, okay, well, 1 billion times, like, who gave you all the gunpowder?
I think,
but if
I'm
the
not
guy said, I counted for Coriolis like this, that maybe, I don't get it. But I just don't think it's happened.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Mythbuster did it also.
Mythbusters landed a cannonball.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Jesus. Okay, now I'm just about to get destroyed.
Is it in its own barrel or a barrel of a different
landing
cannon? Or we're shooting it vertically straight up, or like?
No, that's a cannonball shot. Landing cannonball. Hang on, let me just ask ChatGPT. God, it's good. ChatGPT is so good. You just go give me the links, and it does give you the links, or you just go make it quicker, make it simpler. It's so good. You're not onto it. Get onto it. Has anyone ever fired a... Do we have any good evidence? How do we want to stay in the... What is the best evidence we have? What is the best evidence we have that someone has landed a cannonball back into the barrel they shot it from? That's my question. Best evidence we have of someone landing a cannonball back in the barrel they shot it from would likely come from historical accounts, documented experiments, or reliable eyewitness testimonies. However, such an event would be highly improbable due to the physics involved. In the realm of historical accounts, there isn't any widely accepted evidence or documented instances of this feat occurring. Given the challenges associated with such an endeavour, including the precise timing and alignment required, it's highly unlikely that it has ever been successfully achieved. While it may make for an intriguing fictional scenario, a tale of extraordinary skill, the practicalities and physics involved in redirecting cannonball back into the barrel make it more of a myth than a legend rather than documented occurrence. So yeah, if you've got documented occurrence, ChatGPT is like very reliable for these things. That to me, if I say, does this thing exist? It just goes, yeah, here it is. If it's saying it doesn't exist, I say, now you need to put evidence for this extraordinary claim, because I called it as extraordinary and ChatGPT is being like, yeah, basically what Harry said. Yeah. So what's the evidence that somebody's landed a cannonball back in the barrel? Because somebody was saying it. Subdued was supporting it as well. Rip Coriolis, I think, was the.
You should be a bit careful.
Present it?
I work with large language models.
I saw this video, and actually, first time I saw it, it was on TV, a documentary on mainstream media.
Somebody cough
TV.
it up. Like it's ball busting.
Then I also searched it on internet. I saw, but this was like 7-8 years ago.
I love how Mike is moving the goalpost before he's even been proven wrong. Like nobody's found the footage yet, and he goes, "But even if it's close, it debunks Coriolis." It's like, oh, you just made that goal a little bit wider. It's like when you're losing too much at football, but you're using just backpacks as a goal face, so you just pull them a little bit, pull them in a little bit.
But I'm right though. You know I'm right.
Has it happened? Has it happened?
Well, you know I'm right though. It debunks Coriolis though.
What does? This thing you made up that ChatGPT and I both call bullshit on that you can't show any evidence for debunks Coriolis. Okay.
Yeah, but what goes up comes back down. What goes up comes back down. Yeah.
Does it come back down into the same barrel? Nobody's debating. Does it come back down?
Are you claiming that the world rotates under what is coming back down?
I'm claiming nobody's landed a cannonball back in the barrel.
So again, are you claiming it's because the world rotates under the bullet coming back down?
I've got no. I think it would be very difficult.
Okay, there we go. We're done.
No,
has it happened? Have you seen it?
I don't give a fuck about disproving Coriolis. I want to know if someone fucking did this, because this
exactly
is no way.
Like this is so irrelevant to Coriolis. It's like this is the most amazing story of human perseverance or intelligence.
I love the fact that you think you can't spit a marble out of your mouth and then catch it back in your mouth. Like that's impossible.
Yeah,
that's physically impossible. You can't spit a marble out of your mouth and catch it back in your mouth. You believe that? It's physically impossible.
When did I say that? That sounds like a silly
so great. This is just a larger. So is that physically possible? Is it physically possible to spit a ping pong ball out of your mouth and catch it in your mouth?
I don't think you could do it. No.
But is it physically possible?
It's possible.
I don't think you could do it.
Okay, great. So it's physically possible.
You can
so now we're just debating on height. Now we're just debating on height.
Right. And if you're saying they can do it, I'm saying they can't. You know who can win this? I can't. I'm just the doubtful position. I'm the null hypothesis. I'm the one that says that sounds insane. You're the one
it sounds insane that you can't catch something back in your own mouth as you spit it up in the air.
You're telling me about ping pong balls like I'm going to a cow soy nightclub.
Now we're just debating height.
I'm fine, thanks, man.
Now we're just debating.
Time in Thailand.
We're just debating height and velocity, right, little buddy?
About whether this is really happening in reality.
Are we just debating height and velocity?
Actual
cannonball. Are we just debating height and velocity now, little buddy?
Did you make it up?
Are we debating height and velocity now?
Wind is real.
Did it happen in reality?
Are you denying wind?
Are we debating height and velocity now? Or are you saying it's physically
happen in Minecraft or reality, my boy?
Is it true That's what we're asking.
Is it true that we can shoot a ping pong ball up in the air and it'll fall back into
I don't think
the
you
thing it shot
your
at?
ability to do that, but that's not the question. The question is, do
So
we
now
think
it's the question is, it has to be higher,
cannonball
right?
back in a barrel, and you're defending yes.
How high until it can't be done?
Hold on, one at a time.
I don't know. How high until it can't be done, right? Can we shoot a cannonball 1 foot out of a cannon and it'll fall back into the cannon? Yes or no? 1 foot.
No, I wouldn't call that
Is
successful.
it possible or not? 1 foot up, 1 foot down. Cannonball out of cannon, 1 foot up, 1 foot down. Is the 1 foot possible? Is 2 feet possible? Is 3 feet
by you,
possible?
no, I don't
At
think you
what
can do it.
height does it become impossible?
To you, about 12
I
centimeters.
mean,
don't
we'd
think
have
you
to
get
get
it
a
out the end of
cannon
the
and a
barrel.
cannonball and a lot of gunpowder to test that.
Yeah,
You
I
don't
think
need
you'd struggle,
you don't
man.
need a lot of gunpowder to shoot it a foot up, buddy.
I'd
1
stay
foot.
away from explosives if I were you. If you think this is the
Yeah,
way to
but
defend
you'd have
the
to do that
argument
many
that
times. You'd
has
have to keep
happened-
going up.
All we need is to prove it 1 foot. That
Sure,
proves
you
it
just
can
need to
be
show
done.
that it's real and not a thing you're imagining right
Are you
now.
you're
Has it
joking, right?
actually
You can
happened?
pop something up and land it back in the tube
No,
that
I
it
don't
popped out
think
of?
you can. If you can,
Even
show
an
me when you
inch? How about
did.
millimeter? Once it leaves the cannon, 1 millimeter will.
I believe.
You believe
I'll
that's
believe you when I
impossible?
get the 1 millimeter video. I'm with
That's
you, man.
hilarious. Oh my
It
god,
is.
that's
Have you
hilarious.
done it? So has
I
anyone
know
done
because
it?
it must
Have
be
you
the
done it?
world turning underneath the cannon, right?
Okay,
Right,
it's
little buddy.
irrelevant to
Have
Coriolis.
you done it?
I think wind exists, man. I think
Yeah,
cannonballs.
I think
we went
wind
away
is
from
real.
using
That's my
cannonballs and started-
defense.
I'm so glad we're now arguing over wind. I totally agree that it's nothing to do with the world spinning underneath the cannon. We're
That's the most
done.
ridiculous logic ever, which is
I
it must be
agree.
one thing, so
It's
it cannot be another
definitely-
thing.
yeah,
It can't be multiple
because it's
things.
definitely because you were arguing Coriolis and now you're moving to wind. Thank you.
No, I've got a better one. He said wind. I would say deformations in a cannonball will mean that it's not even with mass and it will have a drag side, which is why we go to rifle
Yeah, make a
barrels for
perfect
slugs.
cannonball for me right now. CNC that bitch.
Yeah, exactly. Like even with a shell, that's going to be subject to a bunch of chances, such that they put little brakes on them to try to correct them in their path. So if you're saying you can land a cannonball when the highest accuracy we've got for like artillery devices are like we've got an area of effect that's like a sort of house. We'll just smash everything in that house, but given all of the gusts that happen on the way, we're not going to be able to do it. And you think with an old cannonball that doesn't have that perfected rifling in the barrel, so it's got just a ball that spins in any direction. And we know what happens when we shoot BBs, don't we?
But yeah, it's got no rifling as well. It would never
spins
come
off
out
to the
perfectly
side.
straight.
One goes up, one goes down, one goes left, one goes right. You've just got this area of effect that you landed on. You reckon
Excellent.
you shot that in the air and landed in the barrel, and your best evidence is like, what, you think I can't do it at a smaller level? Man, you know what the test is. Have you done
So
it?
again,
Do you know of anybody doing it? Show us the
So
evidence
again, so
of
we're
this thing
arguing
actually
height.
happening and
We are
not being
now
a thing you
arguing height.
imagined.
We
Okay,
now
did it happen?
know it's possible to do it at a millimeter. It might even be possible to
I
do
don't
it
think
at
it is
2
possible.
millimeters.
Here's
I
a
don't
little,
think
no,
you
no,
can.
here's a little tip for you. So the higher it goes, the more time the Earth has to spin underneath it. So we are arguing height.
Exactly.
Great.
Are arguing
Thank
height.
you so
Oh,
much.
good
You so
point,
much.
Rob.
So which
Well done.
direction will it land? Because the Earth is spinning underneath it. Where is it going to land?
Are you running from the question? The question is, can you show
No.
happened?
He just put a positive claim forward that it's sure going to be the Earth spinning underneath that ball going up in the air. So where does it
Which
land?
ball going
It's
up in the
always
air?
going to
Who's
land.
whose
I
claims
think
first?
you're
His ball.
autistic, my friend. I was being sarcastic.
Oh, you were being sarcastic. Oh, okay. So now we agree. There's no ball Earth spinning under ball of being shot in the air.
No,
I'm
that's
glad we
not
got
the
that sorted.
conclusion.
I never said the Earth was flat. I never once said the Earth was flat.
Yeah, you're just tilting.
I never said it was flat
You're not
either.
following the conversation.
You
I
just
never said it was
there's
flat
no
either. He was
ball-
talking about
clouds.
Coriolis. He was talking about Coriolis, genius.
You've just said
Yeah, you're trying to make.
You've
us
just
talk
said
about
there is
Coriolis,
not a ball
telling
Earth
why it is
spinning.
dumb, regardless of Coriolis. It's not possible to do it. You're defending that.
I agree.
somebody
It's
has
1
landed
millimeter
cannonballs
is
back in
totally
a barrel, but
impossible.
you just
So how
you
much
just
shall
won't
we
show it.
bet? How much shall we bet? Let's wager on this.
Oh,
Can
sure,
I shoot a
$500.
ball
I'll
up
bet
in
you
the air?
$500 it's
and
never happened to any reliable record.
How much would you like to bet me that I can't?
Cash right now.
No. I want real money. I'm going to
$500.
set
Let's
up
do it.
a.
I'll fucking escrow it right now. If you escrow it, I'll
No,
escrow it right
like
now.
$100,000. No, let's escrow $100,000.
$500 right now.
No, $100,000. I'm not doing shit for $500. I don't get out of bed for fucking less than $10,000. $100,000.
$100,000. 100 grand.
So I
do it.
do. 100
Do it right
grand.
now.
Excellent.
100 grand, this is
Right. All
sample.
right. My job is to shoot a
500
ball
500, bro.
out of a tube. It leaves the tube
500
at any
grand, put it in
height
escrow.
and lands
No,
back in the tube.
a cannon. It has to be a cannon.
Mike,
it has to be a cannon
we put
with a
it in
regulation
escrow.
cannonball.
You put it in escrow, and then we. Then
Oh,
we
now
know
we
what
have
we're
a
talking about.
regulation
And
cannon,
we're
and so
talking
we
about
can, and I can
has a
use anything I
cannonball.
want to eject the cannonball from the cannon. I choose pneumatic
It has to be
tube.
gunpowder. The argument was
it has to be
gunpowder.
The argument's
gunpowder.
not whether
Okay.
you can do it, Mike. The argument's not whether you can do it. The argument's whether it's already happened. If you do it by showing it, this is.
I'll
how
be the
it
first one in history, right?
You'll win.
And you're going to pay me
you'll
100
fail.
grand.
Yeah, I'll pay you 100 grand if you do this in reality.
Yeah, if I just
But
get
what
a
we're
cannonball
talking
to go
about-
a
what we're
millimeter
talking
out of a
about-
cannon and then pop back down into the cannon.
If you can manage to get a cannonball to come perfectly
if
a
you think
millimeter
that's
out of the
what's in
cannon, I will
question-
personally send you 100 grand.
No, it's fine because I'll just play back this whole chat to a judge, and if you think you'll be able to get that past a judge that that's what the test is, whether somebody fired a cannonball a millimeter out of a cannon, or whether the actual question was, did
So
somebody
now we're arguing height. That's all we're arguing is height.
time the actual thing? We're
Okay, great.
discussing.
So all we're
Has
arguing
somebody
is height.
landed
Excellent. So
a
it can be
cannonball in a
done.
barrel?
It's just a question is.
Have they landed in a barrel?
Great.
That's the question.
Great.
Just one question the
We're
whole
ju-
time.
we're just
You've been
questioning.
talking
Maybe
about
we'll
whether
get
you can
Dude
do it by
Perfect to work
millimeter.
on it for a couple of
You
years.
seem like somebody who does things
Eventually,
by millimeters.
at any height, it can.
I mean, they're
it
more
is
qualified than
physically
you.
possible.
By you? No, I don't think you could get even a millimeter out. Like, I'm not going to bet you 100 grand on that, but I would be surprised if you could get a millimeter
You
out
certainly
of a
aren't going to bet me 100 grand on that. See you later, little buddy.
Of course not. But I mean, that somebody's done this. There's an easy way to do this and the hard way to do it. The hard way to do it is go, I bet I could do it. Let's have a bet about whether I can get a cannonball 1 millimeter out of a barrel versus
If you've got
has this
100
happened
grand
in
lying about,
reality?
just set up the
Of the
experiment
people
yourself.
saying it did happen, what's the evidence that led you to that conclusion? Because I don't think it was that. That didn't lead me to the conclusion that this has happened. Mike Jones saying he reckons he could get a cannonball a millimeter out of a barrel. So of the other people here believe that's the case, that somebody's landed a cannonball in a barrel, what evidence convinced you? Show me that evidence. It doesn't exist, does it? It just became a thing that it's like, let's all just choose to believe this impossible thing definitely happened in a repeatable way. There's nobody asked that question before.
Favorite part.
What's the
You know what my
evidence for
favorite
this?
part about this is? My favorite part about it is that you believe that it has something to do with your worldview. That's
No,
my
it's
favorite
nothing.
part of
It
it.
just shows
you
how
believe it
broken
has
flat
something
earth
to do with
logic
your
is.
paracosm. You
nothing to do with
believe
my-
that it's impossible to do, and he said it was impossible to do. Your little buddy over there, your little cheering section, he said it's impossible to do because the
Yeah.
Earth is spinning underneath the cannonball as
Well, I
it
think
leaves. So therefore,
I think that would
it must
make up
land
for 5%
in the
of the
direction that the Earth is spinning away from.
Sure. Yeah, we're understanding the problem. Yeah, none of us are confused about the idea of whether Coriolis would call that bullshit on that, and actually a debate about whether what would happen to the cannonball.
Let's look into where Felix Baumgartner landed when he jumped out of his helium balloon.
No, we don't need to. We just demonstrated that we have a bunch of people here who believe that this impossible thing did happen despite having zero evidence for it. And we don't need to consider anything else. We go, these people are so broken at deciding what is good evidence
A bunch of people.
that I don't need to
We've
take
got
them
one
seriously
guy who
and what they
claimed it.
consider is good
We've got
evidence.
one guy here who claimed it. I'm saying it's possible. I've never seen it
jumped
done.
in, man. You
We've
white
got
knight it.
one-
You accept the position. If you white knight for somebody, you accept their position. That's just the only way it works.
I didn't say it was
Otherwise-
done. I said it's
otherwise you
possible.
just-
I didn't say it's ever been done. I said it's possible. and then I just
too
and then I
bad.
said
You're white
it's
knighting
just
for the wrong
depending on
side
height.
then, man. Sorry.
Then it's I said it's well fine.
just doesn't
I haven't seen it done. I'm not going to defend.
never
Oh
happened.
fuck off. Oh
so
fuck
it's a made
off.
up thing. So it's a made up thing. So why is it ripped to Coriolis?
You're saying it's impossible. Look, here's the thing. You're saying it's impossible. I'm saying it's possible.
No, he said it's never
you
been
said
done.
rip
He's not saying it's
Coriolis. Did
impossible.
you-
He said it's never been done.
Great. I'm glad we agree that it's possible. Thank you. Cheers.
Right.
I didn't.
Okay,
I
so you've
didn't say
chosen
that.
to
I said he
accept
didn't
my
say it was
argument.
impossible.
Yeah, I don't think it's impossible. I just don't think anybody's ever done it. Like, I don't think there's any
Excellent.
physics that says that you
Excellent.
cannot
My
ever
point
do it.
exactly.
It's
Thank
possible,
you.
but highly improbable.
I agree
Yeah, I don't think you can do it.
100%.
No, it's impossible
It's
for
possible, but highly improbable. I agree
No, it's impossible for
100%.
you. I don't think you're. I will
I
bet cash
honestly
you'll
don't
never
give
do
a fuck what you think I can do or I can't do.
Because he couldn't follow even this discussion where I was saying I don't think that's happened, and you waged it on the side of it could happen, could have happened, without being
Yeah,
like, yeah,
did you
why
not
don't we ask
understand
this question of
possible-
this thing that is ripped for the Coriolis?
Holy
people claim
shit!
it has
You are
happened in
fucking
order for it
broken.
to
Your
disprove
mind is broken.
Coriolis.
This is your big win for the
never
day.
happened.
Go off to your friends
made
and
it
tell
up.
them that I
You
didn't
all
make
invented
anything
it.
up. I just said
Just
it's possible.
confabulated this idea of the
I
cannonballs
love the
land back
fact
in
that
the
you're
barrel
so
and nobody went,
delusional
"What's
that
our
you think I
source on
made
that,
this up.
actually?"
I love
said that
you're
first?
so delusional that you think I'm the guy who claimed it. And even though the
No,
entire
you came
time
into
I've
White
said
Knight
it's
for
not,
them.
and I never said it was. I never said it's been done. I just said
What
it's
did you say
possible.
then? What did you
I
say?
said it's possible. Let's roll back the
Great, so
tape.
you're white knighting for them. It's not possible. You're not going to do it. Prove me wrong. I'll bet you $100,000 you can't do it. Not by
I bet you don't have
Nobody
$100.
thinks we're
Yeah, let's
talking
do it.
about that. Nobody thinks we're
$100,000.
talking about that.
Done.
Sure, I'll put it in escrow.
$100,000.
Absolutely.
Ball out of tube, 1 millimeter above tube,
No,
falls back
we're
into
clearly
tube.
not talking about a
No,
millimeter.
cannon.
Why does that
It's got to
disprove?
be a
Okay,
cannon.
fine.
Stop saying
Okay.
cube.
I know. And why does that disprove Coriolis if it comes out by a millimeter? That's the real test, isn't it, you monger? The test is for Coriolis. What is a millimeter test?
Listen up. Fucking Felix Baumgartner fucking disproved Coriolis, you
Now we're talking
clown.
about Felix Baumgartner rather than the thing you just said that I asked you
What's
to
the
explain.
difference between Felix Baumgartner falling off of a friggin' balloon and a,
Well, he
and a
knew what was
cannonball
going on
falling
and
back
you
to
don't.
Earth? So he knows which way to
He
fall?
was in charge of his own faculties, and evidently you don't even want to stand by the things that come
Oh,
out of
I
your
love
mouth.
this. This is so great. It's so different. It must be different, right? The ball falling down versus a man falling off of a balloon. Must be completely different, right?
I mean, yeah. Was the man
Different to what?
perfectly
Everything
spherical?
falls towards the ball. It's literally all we see.
Oh,
Is stuff
everything
falling towards
falls.
the ball.
But the ball is spinning underneath you, right? The ball must be
That's the
spinning,
question.
correct?
What does a millimeter out of a barrel
Oh, but how about if Felix
that's what you
Baumgartner
think you're
fell
doing with your, for
130?
your $100,000,
How about if Felix
what does
fell
a millimeter tell you
130,000
about
feet, little buddy?
Coriolis?
Oh
What does a
no,
millimeter-
Felix fell 130,000 feet, little
Now we're
buddy.
talking about
Which
Felix
way did
again.
he fall?
We're not talking about the cannons
Which way
anymore.
did he
We've given up on the
fall?
cannons, have we?
Oh no!
I've
Did you
run
figure
from
it
them
out
too,
yet?
man. That was a dumb
Oh, he landed in New Mexico when he should have landed in the Pacific Ocean,
Are you
according
getting
to your
fitness
theory.
running from your own argument?
Oh, it's so
Just gonna-
hilarious.
you're gonna
I'm
look
here. I'm waiting.
fantastic. Okay, so we're
I'm
going to talk
waiting.
about
Felix
cannons.
Baumgartner
What are you
didn't
testing?
orbit the Earth.
Yeah, nobody.
Yeah, he didn't orbit the Earth. Yeah, that's.
And the Earth didn't spin underneath him either.
So let's stick to it. Let's stick to it. What do you
Let's
think?
stick to it. Yeah, things fall down
what is
to
a
the ground.
millimeter? What is a millimeter?
Things fall down to the
gravity
ground.
exists.
What
Oh my
will you
god.
calculate?
Uh-oh.
What will you calculate from a millimeter about Coriolis? If that's what the point
What would you
is, if that's
calculate
what
about
you-
it from 130,000 feet?
It's your test, man. Are you going to stand by it or not? Are you going to stick by the things you say or just randomly?
Yeah, I'm
blurt a
saying the
different
ground is
thing at me?
stationary and not rotating underneath me. That's my test.
Cool. All right. Where's the cannons?
Prove it.
How do the cannons fit into that?
Let's
We're just
do
talking
it.
about
Where's the
Let's
ca-
do it.
Where's the cannon?
Excellent.
Forgot
So
about the
now,
cannon.
we agree
Okay.
that
Buy a
your
cannon.
theory is that the world is spinning underneath the cannonball. Correct?
My
That means
theory
the
is
cannonball
irrelevant.
is
You're
always
trying to
going to
get
land in
$100,000
one
for
direction.
landing a cannonball in a cannon.
The cannonball is always going to land in
cannonball
one
that
direction.
doesn't
Correct?
exist.
Huh?
Has to
I don't
land
know
in
where
one
the cannonball's
direction,
going to go. I think my ability to predict it would
You
be
don't know?
extraordinarily.
Can it go in any direction? Can it
I
land
don't
in any
think I-
direction?
I mean,
If you shoot it up directly straight, can it
There's a
land?
strong gust out.
Sure, yeah. Like, I don't know what the thing's doing up there. Like, it might be
Great.
magnetic. It might have a abnormality. Cannonballs don't fly straight. You know that, right?
Great. So
They're
now,
not like
we know
artillery
that
shells.
it's
So they
definitely
go any
not,
direction.
it's
They've got no
definitely going to be
rifle. They've got
affected
no
by
rifle.
wind.
Difficult to predict is my guess. Difficult to predict.
Wind, yeah. Magnus effect. What else?
Sure, yeah. Coriolis would be some of it. Gravity.
Coriolis? Wait.
air,
What's Coriolis again? Wait.
huh?
Explain Coriolis.
Oh my god, this fucking
What I
guy.
think it's a pseudo force that I think would be acting on it. It wouldn't
What's the
actually
force
be
of
Coriolis,
Coriolis
I don't
again?
think.
What's the
I don't
force?
think it'd be Coriolis.
What's the
I think
force?
it'd change. Sure, I think it would be change.
What's the force?
I think.
What's
it
the
would be a
force? What's the force?
You let me know when you're done, and then I'll tell you what I'm talking about.
What's the force of Coriolis?
Ask Vader.
Just keep doing it. Just ask me a few more times, then I'll tell you.
What is it? Why don't you just explain what the force is? You just said Coriolis force.
I'm so ready
What's
to.
the force?
Right. Okay, I'm ready.
Look at you! Look at you! You're terrified because you know it's not a force.
I'm
Maybe if
ready
you-
for you,
maybe if
man.
you
Might
spin
be-
it
Coriolis a real force or a super force?
Sure. So it's
called physics.
It's angular
movement
momentum
and speed
It's
and
angular
direction.
momentum.
Yes.
And it
Angular
is
momentum?
dependent- Yeah, it's angular momentum. You can get through this, man. You just need to let me say
Keep
it.
typing it to
and then move on.
ChatGPT. Make sure ChatGPT tells you what it
Angular
is.
momentum. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go when you are. Angular
No,
momentum.
he's actually typing it too
That
hard.
is dependent
Okay.
upon my period and the radius of that period.
I'm a distinguished
so if I
international
increase the
student.
radius
Excellent.
of that
So that
period,
means that all
through
cannonballs
any you can get here. You
are
can can
going
get
to
it,
be
man.
affected
you can
by a
allow me to finish.
rotation. underneath the cannonball, correct?
You're allowed. You
Actually,
can do
that's
this. You can hear me say a full thought and then
But
ask
that
a
was
question. I
incorrect.
know you're
That
able
wasn't
to.
that wasn't
It's okay,
no.
little buddy. Get it all out.
That
Emote
wasn't
for
I mean, the
me.
whole thought, that would be nice, right?
Keep
I
emoting
rebuttal
for me.
so
That
you know who
wasn't
you're
the
talking to and what
definition,
you're talking
Mikey.
about.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know who I'm talking to.
Good. Okay. So what is it?
Coriolis
Okay,
affects your
emote.
piss.
So I think Coriolis might be a force that acts on something dependent upon its orbital period. So how often it takes to do 360, a function between that and its radius. So a big
It affects
radius
your poop
orbiting
before it
quickly
splashes in the
will have
toilet.
more angular velocity. That's what I think.
My shit do be
Excellent.
spinning.
So
And you
what do you good?
and you
There we
believe
go.
that's testable?
Of course, yeah, absolutely. We use it in instruments to make them more precise. We
Excellent. And you've
harness
got it.
this
So
in
you've
order
got
to
two.
find
You've
north
got
and
two
south.
frames: inertial and non-inertial. Correct?
We've got a mechanical gyro compass. I don't know if your
Do you have
understanding
inertial
of
and non-inertial reference frames?
Okay, I
Do you
don't
have two
understand
reference
what those
frames?
are. I can describe for you a mechanical
You
gyro
don't know what
compass.
they are?
You're trying to bring
No,
a point?
I don't think you do either, if I'm honest.
Do you,
I am confident I know what they mean. I'm confident you are
Never mind.
misunderstanding what they mean.
I'm confident that you don't know what they mean. I'm confident you don't know what an inertial and non-inertial reference frame are. 100% confident.
Sure. Okay.
I'm confident you have no balls,
we
so it must be true.
Like
He's so
what I
funny,
think
it's
an
keeping
inertial
you
and a
another one.
non-inertial
I'm confident you're
reference frame is.
17, and I don't give a fuck what you say.
I'm
What I would
actually 83.
Sure you are, little buddy.
I think a inertial reference frame is generally, if you're doing physics and you consider a body to be moving, like a car to be moving, an inertial reference frame would be fixed on the Earth. But equally, you could do it where the inertial reference frame is a giant ship that is not fixed in its place, but you treat it as inertial when you look
So
at
you've got inertial reference frame being both moving and non-moving.
Yep. If I can finish, we'll get through this. Such that a car has an engine, such that a car, you can get through it, man. A car has an engine which has a flywheel and pistons, and they operate creating physical forces that the engine itself, the bike itself, will be doing all sorts of different contortions as it drives, bouncing up things, sweeping around corners, doing all sorts of cool stuff. So it's moving, but when you design it and you're figuring out the physics, you would call the inertial the bike, and you would call the non-inertial the movement. Essentially, the reference frame doing is, what question are you asking? And a reference frame that we're inertial in that could be the flywheel. And I go, well, what is the rotational velocity of the flywheel? And for that, I look at the non-inertial reference frame, which is the one that's not fixed, the flywheel that's operating inside the bike that is being treated for the purpose of this exercise as if it's stationary, even though we know in practice it won't be in reality. And that is the non-inertial frame. That moving thing where we go, this is spinning around at this time, or this piston's moving up and down at this linear speed, or what torques we're getting out of it. Some of those.
So the bike is pushing the earth underneath it?
So then you could go, when the motorbike operates, you might be bang on. Now you treat the entire bike as if it's the non-inertial reference frame. It's the bike and the world is moving past.
That was me. You need to answer the questions that are asked to you. If you don't want to answer any questions and you just want to monologue, then you can sit there in silence. So if I were you, answer some questions, please. Otherwise, you're not having a conversation. You're just talking.
I have a question. So if we shot at each other from 1,500 yards and I had a rifle that was corrected for Coriolis effect and you had a rifle that wasn't, would you be willing to shoot against me?
Eggshells.
Whatever Coriolis claims have existed are negligible compared to the ballistics dynamics of the physical environment itself.
No, it's not right. You don't even hit the target if you don't correct for Coriolis.
That's not true.
Yeah, just 1 second.
It's
No, 1 second. Eggshells, you need to, when people are talking with you and
Oh, sorry, I
asking
missed
you,
the question. Yeah, that's fair
That's
enough.
fine. If they're asking you a question, you need to answer it, man. You just ran
Sorry.
right over Amish when he was talking to you.
I should also be allowed to finish, but yes, you're right. You're right. I
Yeah,
should
but
answer
he asked you a
questions.
question and you just continue to whatever you were talking before, he interrupted. So Just saying.
Sorry, what was your question, Amish? That's fair call. That's a fair call.
I mean, what I'm getting to is you can't apply a force measurement to Coriolis. Like you can't measure it in newtons.
Yes,
That's
you can.
not done. It's an apparent. It's a pseudo force. No, you can't.
Right. But
I'd like a demonstration of the Coriolis force measurement in newtons, please, if you may.
Sure. Yeah, I calculated it the other day. We can do it again right now.
Not calculate. I want a measurement of the force in newtons.
Yes, yeah. So it's a function of, like, so for starters, it's a pseudo force, sure. So is a centrifuge, but we know a centrifuge applies a downward force that can be measured in newtons towards separating out blood plasma from blood, for example, right? We know that's the case, and that's a pseudo force. So please,
centripetal force is a real force.
It's also a pseudo force.
No, it's not.
Also a pseudo force. Okay.
It's not. No,
so
centripetal.
Let's start with there, shall we? What are centrifugal force, right? Because it's a centrifuge.
Centrifugal is a pseudo force like Coriolis.
Okay, so I was talking about in a centrifuge, wasn't I? That's what you use to separate blood plasma. That's the word I used. That's a pseudo force, isn't it? Yes or no?
Centrifugal is pseudo force.
Right. So centrifugal, because I was talking about a centrifuge, a blood centrifuge that's using centrifugal forces because it's a centrifuge, is applying pseudo forces, and it is separating from blood plasma. Is it doing that with newtons? Yes or no?
The centripetal force is measured in the I'm not done talking. The centripetal force is measured and the inverse is taken to calculate the pseudo force of centrifugal force.
And what's it measured in? That's the question.
Centripetal, you can measure that in newtons.
Okay.
You can't measure centrifugal force directly. You can only calculate it because it's a derivative. It's derived from an actual measurement, just like the Coriolis.
What's it measured in? Can you measure?
I already answered that. Why do you keep asking the same question? Come on, try something.
I've got a new question. Can you measure a pseudo force in newtons? Yes or no?
No, not. You can calculate it and derive it from an actual force.
You can't measure it by itself. So I can't put a weight, a scale. So let's say I do this. I put a kilo weight in a large centrifuge, and underneath that I put ordinary bathroom scales, and I spin them around. Are you telling me I cannot measure that centrifugal force?
You're measuring a tangential velocity, which isn't the same.
It's called a centrifugal force. We know it's a pseudo force. What can I measure it in newtons? Yes or no? Does a scale measure newtons? Yes or no?
Well, a scale would.
Yes.
I mean,
thank you.
Yeah, but you're calling it something it isn't.
Why was it like pulling teeth to get you to admit that you can measure pseudo forces in newtons? Why were you so determined not to say yes to that? Is a centrifugal force
because you're asking about a different phenomenon than the one in question.
Because you're trying to suggest that a pseudo force doesn't act in newtons, and it does. And you know that.
You're measuring the tangential velocity of an object, the rim velocity. And it's force against a surface.
Sure. So
that's not centrifugal force.
Can it be measured in newtons? So that was the question you had. So you want a Coriolis force calculator. I worked it out.
All right. I'm like talking to a brick wall. Go ahead, Miggy.
That's what you started with, right? You said, can we calculate this? Is it measured in newtons? Because it's pseudo force. And I said, pseudo forces are measured in newtons. Yes, let's calculate this. So here we go. Kilograms, and I just do kilograms of an A380.
All right, go ahead. Finish up, eggshells. Before I jump in.
Don't we want to measure the pseudo force and know what it is in newtons? Wasn't that the question? Why is he now? I don't know. He seems like he's noped out of his own question of. So we're putting in the kilos there. How much is it?
He's deafened, so he probably won't hear you, but I just want you to finish your point before I go in.
Okay, so 500,000 tons, so we'll go 500,000. Is that right? That's 5 million now. And what's it going? We'll say 2,000 kilometers an hour, so that's crazy more than the speed of a landing plane. Twice the cruising speed, about thereabouts. And then we'll do it at near the equator. So not 90 degrees, 10 degrees latitude. Hemisphere northern, doesn't matter. Coriolis acceleration is going to be that, which you can work out because of the weight of the plane in newtons. So
Your incredulous question of, isn't it a pseudo-force? Yes, it is, and it can be measured in newtons, same as any force, and we can derive it from the acceleration acted upon that plane if we choose to look at that reference frame. Thank you. Done.
All right. Sorry. I'm chewing my chips.
Do you think a cannonball's ever been landed back in the cannon or got fired out of, Alpha?
I was waiting
Do you think
for
that's
it.
a thing that's happened?
What was the there was a test about that. I don't know which one it was, but I think they've done that before.
You do think that humans have achieved that feat?
Listen, I haven't seen that test, so I'm not gonna weigh in on this. I'll just say that much.
Because
I haven't
a
seen
lot
it
of
done.
people have
I haven't seen it done,
sympathised
so
with
I'm not
that
gonna
position
say one way or the other. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just because to me, I'm immediately like bullshit. Like I'm going to need like uncut. I don't know how it would take so much to convince me that a human being has
I'm
done
not
that.
even. Yeah, I'm not even gonna attempt to do anything like that because that to me is some people just having fun with things. Has nothing to do with the main course of the crux of the argument.
Well,
So
it does to me because
whatever
it puts
that
in,
was, you can have that argument all day. I don't care.
well, it puts in question the crux of the main argument in terms of it casts into doubt one's rigor, inability to weigh probabilities and evidence. Because I would say that is something so incredibly improbable that would require a large amount of evidence based on the heuristics I use, which is the less probable, the more evidence required, which I think you agree with generally with the globe. It's a bold, extreme claim with many numbers. Those should be clear to me. I should be able to discern them. And it's just generally that same thing. If somebody says got to strike every game in bowling, I'll be like, But, if he's got a video cell phone of the last frame, I might believe him because everybody went bananas and the whole alley came out and gave him a cake, and you're like, okay, maybe.
Let me test some of these new people.
Such an extraordinary claim with zero evidence.
I'm gonna test some of these new people that are in here. You can take 5, go drink some water, and have some popcorn or something.
Fair enough. I am pretty pissed.
Yeah, I know. All right, so anybody that's new in here, do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe? I don't want to talk to the guys who've been here forever. Because we can dance any time of the day.
I just posted it in chat. Gunworks video on YouTube.
Gunworks video. Is a gun a measuring device? Yes or no?
Coriolis effect. Watch the video.
Oh, those are nice buzzwords. I'm asking you a question. Is
Nobody
a gun
cares,
a measuring
retard.
device?
I'm not paying you to fuck around.
Is a gun a measuring device?
Mess with the bull and get the horns, motherfucker.
Are you some kind of internet tough guy or something?
I'm a distinguished international shooter.
Okay, but you still got Cheeto dust on your shirt and sit on your mom's basement.
No, that's poison. Prove it.
So
prove it. You can't prove it. You're a liar.
All right. So if
you're
in
yourself
here,
to be a liar, you have not shown it to be the case.
This dude just showed pictures of his fucking toenails coming off.
No evidence
dude.
at all.
Just
Yeah,
mute
I
him.
got toenails fell off from COVID in 2020, and I'm naturally immune.
All right. I'm gonna give you one more chance, and really, that's all the chance
I
you're
don't
gonna
give a fuck, motherfucker.
Oh, dude. You know what, dude? You sound like a fucking geek or some shit. You're not. You shouldn't even say.
I made the internet in the 80s.
I don't think so. Get out of here. Good riddance. All right.
I think doors prove that the Earth is a flat Earth.
What?
Doors, the concept of a door.
Yeah. What about a door?
I mean, a door opens up, right?
Mm-hmm. What about it?
I'm just saying. I mean, that's a proof that the Earth is flat.
No, it's not. That's you trying to be funny, and you didn't crack any laughs.
No. I can explain. You just
not really.
You're just
I don't want to
interrupting.
hear. I don't want to hear.
You're
it.
just
That's
interrupting.
Garbage. No, that's garbage. I don't want to hear that. So if you're gonna prove
You're
evidence,
interrupting people. You know what? I'm just gonna listen. I'm not gonna talk because you interrupt people.
Yeah, that's great. Best idea you had all day. All right, next person. Anybody have any evidence that the Earth is a globe? You can chime in with your evidence. Usually nobody wants to talk when I'm in here, and I like it that way. I want you guys shaking in your boots every time
because
I'm in
you're
here.
a tyrant.
Yeah, you better
What
believe
was
it.
the
Well, check
previous
this out.
topic
Hold on, Embo.
about the Coriolis forces?
We'll
I
get
just
right
joined.
back. Embo, we'll get back to that.
Okay,
Mish,
thanks.
this is the thing. If you have any evidence, you can present it. I don't need well, if the Earth is flat, I don't need that. I need you to say, look, this is how the Earth is a globe, and present your evidence. You got any of that? Yes?
See, you
No?
just proved to me that you don't listen. I proved in evidence that the Earth is flat. That you're not listening.
Because of doors opening.
You know what?
Right?
I don't feel like talking to you, man. You're a bad person.
Okay. See ya. Fucking, I'm the one with the fucking troll away. Spray you. I'll douse you idiots out. Fuck on out of here. If you guys don't want to have a conversation about the shape of the Earth, then you don't need to be here, or just sit there in silence.
What is the shape of the Earth?
I don't know. I'm asking for people that think that it's a globe to produce some evidence. Now, if you guys out there think that the Earth is a globe, please produce some evidence that it is. Does anybody think that the Earth is a globe? Raise your hand. Anyone?
I want to know what you think the shape of the Earth is.
Nah, I'm not really talking about what I'm thinking. I'm asking the question to everybody here. I don't like when I ask a question and people say, well, I want to know what you think. Nah, don't work like that. See, we're all about you guys who think that the Earth is a globe producing some evidence. Now, if we don't have any evidence, that's great, right? We're in a good place. Now, if you do have evidence, please present it. Anyone? I'm going to give you the floor. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you the floor, produce your evidence, and let's see what you got.
Would you accept pictures from space?
Listen, if you think something's evidence, that's what I'm asking for, and then we'll go through it. How about that? I'm going to give you a fair shake. Does anybody have evidence that the Earth is a globe? I don't care what you present, we'll go through it.
Yeah, I do. I'll post it in the side chat. Just give me 5 seconds. Well, more than that.
All right.
Like 30.
Duncan has stepped up and said he has some evidence for the Earth being a globe. Let's examine it. My money's on a troll, but who knows? It's that simple, guys. If you guys think that the Earth is a globe, step on up, present your evidence, and let's see what you got. Not you, Embo. Everybody else. You have a dance partner anytime, man. These guys that are brand new, they're in here for like 5 minutes, if that. They'll probably lose interest after this question and then never return back to this channel. We'll see. You toss him back a glass of wine or what, eggshells?
I just tossed it.
Yeah, I had some wine tonight. It's Friday night, you know.
Yeah,
going for a bit of a walk tomorrow.
I just posted in side chat.
All right. Let me see.
Friday night. It's about fucking. I don't even know what time it is. It's 1:20.
I know what it is, but for the audience sake, Duncan, what are we looking at?
That's a picture from space. From a live camera feed.
Pictures from space from a live camera feed. Where's the camera? I'm going to quiz you now.
It's on the space station.
Okay.
Okay. So I presented evidence. What's your dispute of that evidence?
Well,
I don't think that's a real footage. even according to the globe site, I think it looks simply as a 3D simulation that's supposed to show like the location where the ISS currently is, or at least it's composited.
Embo,
No,
speak
it's
up
not
a little bit.
composite. It's a
I didn't hear
live
you.
camera feed.
Say again, Embo.
I think it's either a simulation supposing to show what's the current position of the ISS or a composite. Because, for example, you can see there are stars at the background, and it's impossible to capture the stars and the Earth at the same time because the Earth is too bright and it overwhelms the sensor of the camera, so you have to set lower exposure, which removes the stars.
Oh, you guys are talking about the same image, right? The one that he presented?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you send the guy who sent the screenshot of the image? Can you post the source of the video?
Yeah, go ahead and post the source, Duncan. Will you?
It's on YouTube live.
Was
ISS.
that a screenshot that you
Yes.
just done?
Yep.
Oh. Give us the link to the video. Will you?
Yes, there's plenty of YouTube ISS live feeds. It's not like a single one.
Yeah, but are you gonna go back to your previous statement, Embo? I guess not. All right, Duncan. So let's examine your whatever that is, image, video.
It's a screenshot of a live feed.
Okay, looks like the Earth's a globe, right?
Okay. So do you have anything to dispute that evidence?
Yeah, I do.
What's that?
So if you're seeing curvature from that distance, what distance do you think that the ISS is falling around the Earth in a decaying orbit? What is the altitude that it's at?
I don't know. I don't claim to know. I just claim that there's a photo from a live feed.
Yeah, I know, but like what we're doing is now investigating your image. We're not just gonna say, "Oh, voila, the Earth's a globe." There you go. No, we're gonna investigate, right? So if we're saying that the
height of the camera is irrelevant.
No, it's not.
What's relevant is what the picture shows.
No. I'm gonna take you back to that question. The height is relevant. Do you know why?
No, I don't.
Because then I would ask the question: at what altitude can we start to see the curvature of the Earth?
Well,
you can respond at the height of the ISS.
That
right?
question would be relevant if we're talking about the size of the Earth, but we're not.
No, not the size. No, I'm not. We're not talking about this. What we're talking about is actually seeing the Earth's curvature, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So when you look at that image that you pulled off of that live feed or whatever, is there some curvature on that image? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So now the question is relevant because now we're talking about the same thing. We're talking about curvature. I just said so, and you agreed.
Right.
Yeah, you
So
agreed to it.
So let me. Yeah, I agree. So now let me ask you something. Hang on. Let me ask you something. If you have a very small sphere, can you see the curve from closer?
A small sphere? How the hell should I know? I don't live on a small sphere. All right,
No, just a ball. Just a ball. Like, how far away from a ball do you have to be to see the curve?
Well, Duncan, that's the question that I'm asking. So this is what we're getting to the root of, right?
That's the question I'm asking you. How far away do you
Why
have
are you
to be?
asking me, dude? I asked you that question. Like, so now what we need to do, Duncan,
slow down a sec,
relax,
slow down a
brother.
sec.
But
no,
you're
I
not.
know.
No,
I'm
you're
asking
not.
you to
You're
relax.
not. You're
Hang
not.
on.
Dude, take it in. Just hold on a second. You're getting too excited. Relax.
I'm not.
All right. So here's what we got to do. Right. We got to identify at what altitude can we see the curvature of the Earth. First of all, that's number one. Let's get some foundation going, right? Because if you're showing us an image that has curvature and we're saying that's Earth, okay. Now let's figure out at what altitude can we start to see the curvature, because from the ISS we can see lots of curvature from that image. So now it's relevant, right? So I'm not even talking. Yeah, it is. It is because you're presenting. You know why it's relevant, Duncan? Because you're presenting an image that shows curvature. That's why it's relevant. Now I need to know.
Can I explain why it's irrelevant?
No, Because it's relevant, dude. It's not irrelevant because it's relevant. So if you're saying that from the ISS, the altitude from where it is from the ground to where the ISS is, we can see that type of curvature, then I'm going to ask you at what altitude can we see curvature? Not just the ISS. I want to know at what altitude can we start to see that beautiful curvature. So you need to tell me at what altitude can we see it? Because if we're seeing it already at the ISS altitude, then for sure we can see it earlier than that, right? Sooner, I said earlier.
Right. So if the Earth was smaller, you would see the curve from a smaller altitude. If
We're
the
not.
Earth was
Yeah, that's not
you
Duncan.
would
We're
have
not.
to
We're
go
not
higher
assuming. Duncan, we're not assuming anything. If the
This
Earth's
is
smaller or
basic,
bigger,
this is just basic visual, like
what?
science.
Did you
So
say
like,
visual science?
yeah, I'm not getting the right word, but the point
Okay.
is, so like if you have a small sphere, you can see the small sphere from a very short distance away from it.
Bro, we're
As
not talking about a small sphere.
Let me finish one statement before you
You were
interrupt.
saying a small
Let
sphere.
me finish
We're not
one.
talking about. First of all,
Let
you
me
got to get
finish.
the. No, you got to get
Let
the
me
argument right,
and
Duncan.
let me
No,
finish.
you're erroneous. You're erroneous to continue. If I let you continue, you're already in error. I can't do that because you're going to be in error the whole way through. I'm not going to listen to like 2 minutes of error. You're already in error. We're not talking about a small sphere. We're talking about the Earth's alleged size, which you should
We're
know
not
right
talking
now.
about see, that's the thing. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the size. I'm talking about the shape. That's the thing. That you're talking about size. I'm talking about shape. That's what I'm trying to get to you.
Bro, if
Thank you.
you're saying that the Earth is has curvature from the ISS, you are talking about size and shape. It's all together.
All I want to talk about is shape for now. That's it.
It doesn't matter. It's married. You can't say that you're looking at the Earth from the ISS and you don't know the shape or the size. Either one, it's married. You're gonna have to know both of them at the
No,
same
you do
time.
not.
Yes,
No,
you
you do
are.
not. No,
If
you
you're
do
flying
not.
it, listen. If you're in a decaying orbit around the Earth, falling around the Earth for over 20 years in the ISS, then you need to know how big the Earth is because you're going around it in an orbit. Number one, right? You need to know
No.
the size, and
No.
you need to. Yes, dude. What do you mean no?
The
What are you
picture that
talking?
I'm
Why?
the picture that I posted shows shape. Size we can talk about later. Let's just talk about shape.
What? That it's a sphere?
Yes. That's all I want to talk about. We can talk about size later. I just want to
Yeah.
talk about shape only.
Yeah.
That's it.
So okay. So right. So then, if you want to stay relevant, back to my point. So a sphere has curve. Yes or no?
Yes.
All right, so we're seeing curvature in your image. Now, what we need to know is at what altitude we can start to see the curvature of the Earth. Because
If you want to start talking about the size, yes.
No, dude. Because if we're trying to identify that from that image we see curvature, then we're going to have to say at what altitude can we start to see this curvature? So altitude means like from the ground to however high up in the sky do you have to be to start to see curvature?
Right.
So
and
we're
that
not
would,
talking.
and that
Listen,
would relate,
dude.
and that would relate to the size of the sphere. At what point
Why
do you
are
see
you
the
having such a
curvature?
hard time with this, dude? It's like a
I don't know
normal
why
common
you're
sense.
having such a hard
A
time with
normal
it.
common sense thinking person could get through this easily
I
because they
agree.
know that.
I
Yeah,
agree.
yeah. So then, therefore, why are you struggling?
I'm not struggling. You are.
Yes, you are. I'm asking you for the curvature of the Earth because that's the image that you presented. And the next thing you should do is tell me, well, from about, I don't know, 60, 70 miles up, we can start to see curvature. You
That's
should give me an
irrelevant.
answer that's plain and simple. You don't have to be dancing. I don't like dancing. Just tell me at what altitude we can start to see this curvature because from the dude,
The shape of
from
the
the,
object.
hold on, dude. From the ISS, we already see the image you presented that shows curvature. So we already know we have your image that's your evidence of the Earth being a globe, and it shows curvature. So we know that much already. So now
So we
have
okay.
to.
Wait. Pause right there. So we know
What?
the Earth has curvature.
No, from your argument. I'm going based on your argument. I'm not
No,
saying it does.
I'm not
based
presenting
on
it.
your
I
argument.
haven't even presented an argument yet. I just presented evidence.
Yeah,
I haven't
that's
even
the
stated an
that's the
argument yet.
foundation. Listen, that's the foundation of your premise of why you think the evidence supporting the Earth being a globe stands on its own because you showed me this image. So what I told you was, dude, what I told you was that we're going to examine your evidence, and we are, which means that image you presented. Now we're going to look to see like how at what we're going to identify. We're looking at the Earth as a globe, a sphere, and we're going to want to know at what altitude we can start to see this curvature that you can see from the ISS. So
that altitude, at what point you would see the curve, relates to the size of the object, not the shape.
It doesn't matter. We are still seeing curvature.
I agree. I completely agree.
Then right. So since you agree, let's go back down to the point where you're telling me at what altitude or what height I can start to see it. Because once again, from the ISS, we already see the curvature enormously. So now you have to tell me, because that's one thing you need to know. Right? You can't just claim in images of the Earth as a ball. Therefore, that's all we need, right? Mic drop.
Why do I need to tell you the size of the globe?
Because you're justifying you're justifying your evidence by saying I know exactly that the ISS is able to see curvature because we can start to see curvature at X altitude. That's why.
Oh, did they request an updated survey?
Yes.
Are you at work, dude? You need to go back to work. You need to go back to work, dude. What the fuck? Be arguing on Discord. Go back to work. The fuck out of here. What up, y'all? You know me, I'm doing my thing.
What the hell is going on with this one?
Duncan Darth?
Yeah.
More like dunked on Darth. Dunking on this guy. Nah, but I don't mind, man. I felt like playing my food today.
No, that's fine, man. You're entitled to play with your food.
I'm not. I didn't go for the jugular. I'm just like, dude, you need to go back to work, man.
All right, sorry about that. Was dealing with the client. So
yeah,
I keep going back to the fact that we can talk about first, and then if you want to talk about size later, we can. And
well, it doesn't really matter, dude. But like,
how high you go up, how high you go up before you see the curvature, only relates to size, not shape. That's the only thing that relates to.
So what size is the Earth?
I don't know. I just know the shape.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. I've seen the pictures from space.
Yeah, I know you've seen the pictures from space. That's a mouthful right there.
Do you accept that's a picture from space or not?
Okay, how do you know it's from space?
Because I can see the entirety of Earth in those.
Yeah, but how do you know it's taken from that place they say that they are? Did you verify that?
Verify it in what way? I mean, I can see that.
Actually, go and see if you can go see that perspective for yourself.
So one thing I've done once is where I've looked at like their picture and they have a timestamp on it, and then I looked up the weather patterns of that area that they're showing, and the clouds match.
Oh no shit! Clouds match, therefore the Earth's a globe.
No. Clouds match, therefore the picture's real.
No, clouds match, therefore your image is that superimposed or a sphere.
No, it's
you think is real.
A live.
How about we have an answer?
What I'm asking you though is important, right? So I need to ask you the question: how you got to the sphere part, right? How'd you get there?
Visual, you can see it in the picture.
No, you can see that the Earth is has curvature on it, right? So what I was asking for, have you or anybody else in history ever measured this wonderful curvature, the drop over the distance? Has anybody ever done that?
See, when you ask that question, I feel like it's kind of loaded, so I need clarification. Do you mean measured the entire radius in one measurement, or the entire curve in one measurement, or do you mean measured parts of it and extrapolated the entire size based off of that partial measurement?
Well, I'm asking if anybody's ever verified drop over distance. So let's just say that within 20 miles, you can actually tell me how much curvature the Earth would predict there to be. Has anybody ever done that?
Yes, lots of
people. Okay, give me one
There's
person who's done that.
calculators online that you can find.
No, I'm not talking about calculators. I want to know the method by which that was done. Can you tell me the method or the person who's done that method?
So yeah, they've done laser tests. They've
Wonderful.
done
Who?
Scientists, people, random people. Just
that's a claim. That's a bold claim. Now tell me who.
Flat earthers have done it, and they
Flat
proved that.
earthers. No. Leave flat earthers out of this. I need you to tell me from academia, right? Because you obviously know the Earth's a globe, and every scientist and yada yada yada, X, Y, and Z, and Jimmy Two Toes, and fucking Sally Six Pack, and fucking
architects.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Yeah, that's great.
Physicists. What else? Who else do you want?
No, I don't want you to say a bunch of dumb claims. I need you to tell me the method by.
The question I gave you the answer.
Duncan. No, that's not an answer. That's you saying, well, the milkman, the guy at the grocery store, like, who gives a fuck? I need you to tell me the method.
I don't know. You apparently care because you asked me the question.
Listen, dude.
You care.
Duncan, focus, dude. What is the method by which the drop over the distance was taken? Tell me the method. Focus.
Which one? There's a few.
No, there isn't. Direct measurement. Listen, direct measurement of Earth's curvature would be the measurement of drop over distance. So elevation change from your let's say relative from your position off into the horizon.
Drop over distance doesn't have to do with elevation. Just so you know.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
You bet your ass it does. Yes, because when you're standing, listen, dude. When you're standing, it doesn't matter where you are. You're basically on top of the ball, wherever you are. Relative to you, any position away from you would be a drop away from you.
Right.
Do you understand?
Not necessarily a change in elevation.
What do you mean? It's not going to be the same elevation where you are.
Maybe not the same exact, but if you have one point,
then it's elevation change, my man. That is elevation change. That is elevation change, Duncan. That's elevation change, bro.
No, it's not. Elevation change.
Yes, it is.
To do with sea level.
If you stand on a fucking hill and away from you is a different elevation, that is elevation change.
Yes, of course. If it's a different elevation, of course it's elevation change.
Then you understand that if you're standing on a ball and any point away from you, it drops away from you.
That's not what they're talking about.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
You bet
I'm sorry. You're
I'm
mistaken.
sorry, dude. You make it sound like, oh, I know what I'm talking about. I'm sorry, man. No, you don't.
Yeah,
because if you're listen, dude. Yes, I do. If you're standing on a hill, any point away from you, the ground will be dropping away. Yes or no?
Dropping away. It appears to drop away.
It appears. What the fuck, dude? Are you having trouble like understanding like basic things?
I don't like when you say drop away. It's very weird phrasing. It's a weird phrasing.
What do you mean it's weird phrasing? Is the ground? Listen, let me put it to you in baby terms. Let me draw some crayons and shit. If you're standing on a mound of dirt, is the dirt at a different elevation on the bottom of that mound?
Of course,
than where you're standing on the top.
It's a different distance, from sea level.
Okay, then.
Of course,
then that's elevation change.
Right, but
right. So then, thank you for agreeing with me. See how we took the long way around, Duncan. You see how we took the long way around, but finally you got there, and you now understand.
No,
you don't understand. What changed? What changed within like a minute?
So when you talk about drop over distance, the whole point of the experiment is not whether something at a lower elevation.
It's not an experiment.
Of course, it's not an experiment because I haven't finished my statement. But
it's
whatever.
Not an experiment.
Someone else talk to this guy because he doesn't want to have a conversation.
I do, but you got. Listen, dude.
Let me speak. Then let me speak.
Well, and I can if you're saying things that are in error. Why am I going to let you speak? What's an experiment?
What did I say that was an error before you just interrupted?
You said that it's an experiment, and it's not.
I did not say it was an experiment. In fact, I said it's not an experiment because you didn't let me finish. So clearly you're not listening.
He did. I was listening. You said experiment. Stop lying.
I did not say experiment.
All right, dude. Can you just get to your point?
So the point is, if you're sitting on top of a hill at a higher elevation than another point on the lower, then yes, it drops from you.
It's elevation change.
Yes, that is elevation change.
Okay.
But when we talk about drop over distance over the entire Earth, we're not talking about elevation change. We're saying when 2 points are at the same elevation, when you're looking at the further point, it appears to drop from you.
They're not in the same elevation on a globe, dude.
What? Has it dropped over distance?
It's fucking elevation change. Why the fuck are you guys?
What's
so hard about? Dude, you just told me that amount of dirt made sense to you. You could have elevation. You could have elevation change. Now think about this. No, yeah, but hold on, dude. You get too excited, and I think you lose the plot. So if you're an ant,
don't lose the plot.
Yeah, you do. So if you're an ant on a fucking like a ball, like an orange, anywhere away from that ant, the elevation from the point where the ant is to anywhere away from it will change.
If the distance,
yes or no, Duncan.
If you're describing the elevation as the distance from the center of the orange, then no. As the ant travels across the orange,
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. You changed my shit. You changed it. You changed it. And it's not that. I didn't say that.
What's your definition of elevation then? Maybe that's where
relative to you. Any point. I said this. This is the fourth time I'm saying this. Any point away from you.
What does elevation mean to you? Tell me what elevation means to you.
Okay, dude. Why do we have to define these terms if you understood what it was? Listen,
what elevation
I told you.
Is.
Listen. You agreed already that a person standing on top of a mound of dirt. Well, I drew it in fucking crayons like a baby for you. You're standing on a mound of dirt. Anywhere away from that person standing on the mound of dirt, lower on that mound, right? Like as you go over the hill or the mound of dirt.
Yes.
At the bottom, there's going to be an elevation change from where the person was on the top. You agree, yes or no?
Yes. What?
Okay. Now we're on a wait. No. Stop. I can no.
What's the elevation measured from?
No. Fuck no, dude. Fuck no. You're not gonna get away from me. You agreed. No, you agreed. Stop. You agreed. So now we're gonna go from stop. No, I'm gonna fucking stop you now.
When you're standing on a hill.
Nope. You agreed. You got it. We're not going to go around and around and around in fucking circles with this shit. You understood. We're stopping right here. That's where we stop. Where you understand. So you understand what elevation change is. We got it. Now, we don't need to say any more. Now we're going to continue forward.
Would also
no, you understand what elevation change is. Yes or no? I'm going to unmute you, but you're going to either say you understand what it is or not. Do you know what elevation change is? Yes or no?
I understand it. I don't think you do.
We agreed on it, dumbass. It was the same shit that I told you.
I'm sorry.
Yes, we did. All right. So let's go back again because it seems like you want to just go on this fucking merry-go-round of the same thing over again. All right, so let's go back to it. I'm going to mute you now. Either agree, you can agree or disagree, but I need to know why you disagree. So if a person is standing on a mound of dirt, same thing. Now, I'm not going to change anything. And he walks down from that mound of dirt onto the bottom of the mound. Did his elevation change from the top of the mound of dirt? Yes or no?
Yes, and now let me explain why.
Okay, no, we don't need your explanation. Now, I need you to answer the question. Was that elevation change, yes or no?
You asked me to explain why.
No, I didn't ask you to explain why. Was that elevation change, yes or no?
Yes, that is elevation.
Okay, that's it. That's the dance move right there. That's what we need. We don't need any more. Don't fucking add anything to it. Don't take away. We got the point. You get the point. Everybody got the fucking point. All right? We're good. Just full stop. All right, so now let's continue forward.
We're not good.
Yeah,
not good.
We agreed.
No, we're still not good. No.
We agreed. Why? Listen, I have to stop you again. Why don't you want to keep agreeing that you understood, and why do you want to change back to that now you don't understand? Tell me what this back and forth is all about.
You don't understand what elevation is.
I just laid it out for you. in simple terms. How are you saying that I don't understand something I laid out for you and we both agreed on?
Because you don't understand it fully. What is the so your elevation at the top of the hill is what? Like name a distance.
You are just a big fucking doofus, aren't you? I've been saying this over and over. This is about the 5th time I'm going to reiterate the same point. I don't need to do this, okay? This is fucking redundant. Either you get it or you don't. But we're not going to go around and around. This is what the epitome of fucking sophistry is. And I don't like it. So you're going to get your act straight and fucking tell me that you understand, or I'm going to sit you on mute because I don't want to fucking go around in circles. And nobody's going to come in here and say, but let me try. Fuck that, dude. Seriously, if you don't want to entertain this conversation in simple ways and be honest, then fuck off. So one more time, did we understand what elevation change is? Yes or no?
Yes. Can you tell me in one simple explanation?
Duncan,
can you tell me in one?
Duncan,
no.
Stop. No, there's no me. I'm asking you. So now we agree that we understand, both of us. We're in agreement that elevation change is from a person standing on top of a mound of dirt to the bottom of the mound of dirt. His elevation changed. Yes or no?
Yes. What's the reference point?
The top of the mound of the dirt to the bottom. Got it?
No. What's there?
Nah. There's no. Sorry. We're not going to do this back and forth thing with you. I had it with your ass. Simple things like elevation change escape you. We ain't going to do it. Yeah, I know, Reckoner. But that's the reason why we're not doing that, because he wants to obfuscate and red herring to another point, and I'm just not going to do it. Sophistry ends. I don't deal with it. Listen, guys, if you got gimmicks, that ain't going to work. You either know your shit and we're going to be in agreement by simple things like elevation change, or we're just not going to have the conversation. If you guys don't know how to be honest, then it's up to you. I mean, we could disagree in different points, but not on simple things. That's ridiculous. We don't have to disagree on simple things. If you want to talk about other things you think are complicated maths or something, like, that's different. This should be something everybody could say, like, we all understand.
That's what I'm saying.
What was that, Amish?
The problem is we're the ones saying it. They would otherwise agree with what we're saying in close quarters with their friends. But because they're here, they have to disagree because we're always wrong.
Not always.
Not always.
For sure.
Sorry, I had to. It wasn't.
Hold on, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep it moving. Fucking drop my water on my keyboard arguing with that numbnuts. All right. What else we got in here? If you guys think that the Earth is a globe, chime in. But we're not going to be doing this like dance around the point. And simple things, if you can't understand those things, then we're not going to entertain your sophistry, guys. It's not going to happen.
The simple one I'm proposing in chat is nautical miles is a measurement of the radius, is derived from the radius, you could say. Or derives to the radius is another way you could say it. Just accepting a nautical mile is in some way accepting a radius of 3959 or very close to it.
Thought they came from latitude.
Yeah, it comes from the sky, nautical miles. Those are up in the sky.
Right. Nautical miles aren't up in the sky. They're just a line. They don't exist in reality. You just draw them wherever you want to measure something. That one didn't win. You can try again, though.
No, I mean, there's a direct correlation between the arc size and the mile, and it's in the sky.
But do you get what
you can correspond it to a GP on the ground, which is a separate matter, but nautical miles are expressed as angles of displacement in the sky, and the distance between them to the GP on the ground.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's
so those are sky miles.
Displacement in the sky. Well, you could say it that way, sure. But I mean, the same thing would be said if you looked at the ground and you say the ground should be dipping away at 1 degree every blah blah blah. That's also the same thing, right? So it's also how much it dips down. So it's not just sky miles. You would get the same 1 degree per nautical mile.
Well, sky curvature is not ground curvature, so.
No, it's not a measurement of curvature. But what it says is, if you're exactly as you said, if you're turning an angle into a linear distance, the only way you can do that is on something that is a circle or part of a circle, which is why
That's not true.
Protractors. Okay, great. That you can disprove me then by showing me a device, basically a line like a ruler that has degrees laid out. That is like 1, 2, 3, 4, blah blah blah, all the way to 90. Maintaining an equal distance between all of those degrees. So the distance between 1 and 2 should be the same as 45 and 46, should be the same as 98 and 99. The equidistant between each degree. And I will challenge you that the only thing that you can find me that shows that is a part of a circle, like a compass or a protractor. Angles and circles just go together, right? Like any device that even like measures, like puts things at funny angles, quite often just has this randomly circular bit to it. Because then if you want to choose to make a cut at 56 degrees, it has to put that on part of a circle. So a nautical mile, if it's a segment of a circle, there's 60 nautical miles per degree. Well, that's 1 degree. What's a full circle? 360 degrees. What's the circumference of Earth? 60 nautical miles.
We're not saying that the stars are fixed to an arc.
No, I'm just talking about
they appear to be in your arc of visual space, which updates as you move.
I'm saying on Earth.
So that's how you reconcile the difference.
What I'm saying is on Earth, the nautical miles
I know what you're saying.
Even if you ignore the stars, if you just go, I don't know where they come from, but I'm just going to test this idea of nautical miles. What it says you would get to as a conclusion is if you travel 360 times 60 nautical miles, you would end up wherever you left. If you did an unchanging path, you would turn up back again wherever you left. And you would have described a number that is very close to or equal to the equator of Earth. So
assume stars are fixed to an arc in the first instance, which they appear to be in an arc of your visual space. And as you move, the stars also appear to move, don't they?
The simple thing is we need to show that the relationship between angles because show me how else it fits. Show me this arc. Show it fitting. I can show you this one fitting.
You can pop open Stellarium and get an idea for how it's modeled.
Right, but that's with the celestial sphere. I can.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure. Okay. So I'll show you what flat Earth can't do.
Well, it's a celestial sphere model over a flat stationary plane.
Sure, it's a celestial sphere model. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and it rotates. It rotates in the sky. Your surface doesn't rotate.
So let me calculate or estimate. Where. So that's going to be the equator. Right. So that's west. So then down here is south. Somewhere up here should be the Southern Cross. Where are you? That far? There it is. Southern Cross. Bang. Gay Crux, A Crux, Mimosa. Bang. That. So that times 4.5 stars to about there. About where I'm clicking on there. About there. Where I've got my mouse now. That's where the stars will rotate around that point. See? Bang. About there. About where I put it, right? So it's rotating a bit further over, maybe about here. But I basically found that spot. Despite seeing it at a fixed time, I could see where it was.
You're not sharing your screen, mate.
Oh, damn. Fuck, I'm going to have to do the whole thing again. Thank you. So there's the Southern Cross, right? And the standard thing you learn is 2 ways to do it are 4.5 times the staff length, or use Hadar and Alpha Centauri and make a straight line between these, and that makes a straight line that goes down here where these 2 lines cross. So yeah, about there. And then if you scrub one time, you go, and they will move across the Earth. Like these ones, you can measure their GP. Where are they again? Here we go. These ones are on the equator. That's Orion's belt. Everybody gets that. Everybody on Earth sees that. You don't get to see the Southern Cross. I don't get to see Polaris. But here's what I was saying I can predict. I can go the opposite direction from there, and I can say somewhere down about there is where I should find Polaris. Right, because I know it's got to be opposed to that. So I know where Polaris is. Is that it? No, Altair. It's kind of hard to figure out what is perfectly behind you in Stellarium. But I know where stars are that I can't see based upon the stars I can, because that will find me a celestial pole that looks this way. So if there's a celestial sphere, I can point straight up sometimes, and Southern Cross is nearly dead overhead. Right, not quite dead overhead, but very high in the sky. I know that Polaris isn't. How?
Why should I have a problem with the rotating celestial sphere?
Because it works perfectly if it's a ball. If we're on a ball that's spinning, then we should have two poles around which all of the stars rotate, one going clockwise, one going counterclockwise, that are 180 degrees diametrically opposed to one another. And I can tell where stars like Polaris are based upon the stars I can see and go, right, it's sort of somewhere there under my feet. And on Stellarium, I can make Stellarium go invisible and go, oh, turns out it is.
It doesn't mean they're actually down there, right? Because it's a model.
No, I'm saying if I model it in this way, I will get it right. I will win, you will lose.
Well, I mean, it's fairly accurate, I'd say.
Well, it matches reality in a way that you can't show where it doesn't match reality. And it works based upon this assumption of a sphere, a celestial
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's actual reality, though. I mean, just like a model of an atom works for chemistry, but, we have no idea what it's really like.
Sure, but we do know whether the Earth is flat, right? That's what we can test. So if you point at something you can't test that I can't test, great. This we can test. Does it fit into a sphere? And does a celestial sphere necessitate that at any point there is another point that is diametrically opposed to it? Whether it's got a star on it is a separate question, right? But there is a point that Polaris must be opposite if they are the inside of a sphere. Correct or incorrect?
I'm not sure what you just asked.
Okay, so for a star like Polaris, if the stars fit into a celestial sphere, then there must be a point that's diametrically opposed to that. So Polaris must look into the sphere.
Oh yeah, in the model, for sure. The model, as you described, is the model.
Okay, so show me how the stars don't fit into a celestial sphere, and I'll show you how they do.
I think the celestial sphere is a fantastic model. It's just you think you live on a ball.
Sure, yeah, because what you'll have is some people pointing up at Polaris, and I can show you that from here in Sydney, doesn't see that white ring on my screen? I can't see through that, right? That's the ground in reality. But I can show you that spins around. It always stays fixed there, always under my feet, but I know exactly where it is. And the only way I can make that assumption is if I go on the bottom side of a ball, and this ball is the point at which we're both rotating through. So
that is the only way you can make that assumption. I guess you're not that creative.
It's the
we have no evidence, meanwhile, in reality, that you are pointing in the direction you think you are relative to me.
Because I can show you that there are some people point up in the sky for Polaris, and I can show you very convincingly based upon stars.
Well, on your ball, yeah, okay.
No, you can't.
I mean, but confirm it in reality, that's a whole other matter.
Right. I can come up with a model that does work on a ball that explains why our up is different directions. And all you can say is, oh, but you can't prove it to me. Can you show your
right, because the surface doesn't measure at all. So you are affirming the consequent. Congrats.
You're not even presenting anything, though. Like, sure, I'm testing to see if something's
Crimea River.
Hey, look, it does kind of work for that. That is kind of affirming the consequent. But are you even attempting to explain?
Crimea River.
So, okay, where does the second celestial pole fit on flat? Because for us, it should be on the South Pole, and all of the other stars should rotate beneath that.
Yeah, the celestial sphere model, great. Okay, no problem.
Sure. So it matches all of current observations, is what you're admitting. You're admitting that the current two balls...
I didn't say that, you did, okay.
Okay, where's it wrong? I'm saying it is. That's my challenge. I say, get me to test anything, and I'll be able to show you how this works.
Well, I mean, for example, in reality, people have seen Polaris from beyond the presented equator.
Okay. Yeah,
towards the south direction. Yeah, so Stellarium kind of fell short there.
Sure, yeah, or that's a bullshit claim, because that claim is a little bit like cannonballs landing in their own barrels. I have seen that one before, and so if you've got good evidence that is true,
all right. Well, I trust the captain's ship log, so okay.
Sure, show us it. Show us the captain's ship log. We'll find out who he was. We'll see what he got up to.
Oh, okay. You haven't seen this posted before? Seriously?
Flat Earther. It wasn't just something made up by Robotham.
Made up by Robotham? What does that mean?
Sure. It's not that other people have searched for this captain's ship and nobody else has any records of it. And he says, oh, they saw Polaris at 23 degrees south or something. And everybody else is like, we don't know anything about it. We struggle to even find a captain of that name. But Robotham got it when he was trying to prove flat Earth. Show us the evidence that led you to the conclusion that people have seen Polaris south of the equator. Because beyond about 1 degree south, which is really pushing it with like extremely good conditions and maybe being up in a plane or something, but like 23 degrees south, I'm calling bullshit. It would debunk the globe model. So Robotham was right to lie about it because he would have won. But I'm calling bullshit. Do you have evidence for it? Or is it just another claim like cannibals landing in their own barrel?
Hold on, man.
Yeah, why don't you go into our server? It's all over the place. Indio posts it all the time.
It's all over the place, but you can't just get it and show it here now because you're being asked for it.
Man. We don't want to entertain you right now, man. Like you're in here anytime, man. These new people
provide evidence for extreme claims like Polaris.
Yeah, there's no.
Yeah, he's talking about some shit he's never even tried to do. So fuck it.
But his
meanwhile, I'll go and grab it and post it. I just need a while.
No, Eggshell's shtick is that he's going to keep you doing the work. That's what he's done. He's good at it,
well,
too,
I'm just showing that you believe things without evidence.
No, you do.
That's not true.
That's called projection.
You're accusing me of being a liar, and that's a whole different matter.
No, I don't think you're a liar. I think you're sincere in your belief. I just think the belief is silly. Show me the evidence that somebody has seen Polaris significantly far south.
You know what? You're like a runaway fucking horse. You got to fucking bridle your dumbass with a fucking bit. Because you don't shut the fuck up. All right, so
at least he accepted the picture from space and
you
showed.
You can go back to mute. You could have just easily not talked because it had nothing to do with you, Duncan. But since you're cruising for a bruising, there you go. All right, so Eggshells, really, you ain't got to be just monologuing. This isn't the Eggshells answer question hour. All right, so we're always asking questions you don't have answers to. You don't have to flip the burden of proof onto us and start making people do the work. Now we're not going to do that. Not at least when I'm here. Fuck it. So, yeah, you can sit there on mute, and Duncan, you can too. Like, you guys don't have to chime in for each other. You just sit there and wait for somebody else and such. Anyway, does anybody brand new in here want to present evidence that the Earth is a globe? You can do so, if you think it's a globe.
I'd like to rebut the flat Earth evidence, if there is any.
Rebut. What do you mean rebut the flat Earth evidence?
Debunk, whatever. Sorry. It's my fourth language. Yeah.
You want to debunk the flat Earth?
Well, the flat Earth evidence.
Oh, well, yeah, but you. All right. So, do you think that the Earth is a globe?
Is that your flat Earth evidence?
No, I have to know. I have to know your position before.
Are you saying that there is no flat Earth evidence?
Grim.
Because I'd like to address the evidence.
Grim, dude, I have to know your position in order for. Okay, so you're not going to answer any questions. You just like want to take control.
Well,
of
you're
the
just
argument.
reasoning around, right? I told you what I'm trying to do, right?
Yeah, but you're not going to do it. That's the thing. All right, so it's simple. All you got to do is tell me what position you hold. Are you a concave earther? Are you a globe earther? Are you a hollow earther? Or do you think the Earth's a matrix? I don't know. That's what I want to ask you, dumbass. But you don't want to answer those simple things. That's all I wanted to know. Why the fuck do you got to make it so hard? Go ahead.
Okay, no problem, asshole. So my position...
Oh, now I don't want to hear it. All right, so next. It's real easy. That's all I want to know. What position you hold, and whatever it is, then go ahead and present your evidence for it. Because that's what we're asking. Pretty simple, right?
Will you allow the entire evidence to be presented? Or will you
if it's
truncate
like,
us halfway?
It's not like a preponderance of evidence I need, because that's not how this works. So if there's one thing that you say it leads to the information to be directly verified, then yeah, let's look at let's look at some evidence. Well, like the gentleman Duncan Darth or whatever the hell his name is, he produced an image from NASA or live stream or some shit, and we're starting to talk about it, but he got bogged down by elevation change. His brain just like melted once we got to elevation change. He's like, "What do you mean? What does that mean? What does it all mean?" Like he didn't. Once we got to elevation, see, that's what I don't like. You guys who are trying to defend the globe are not intellectually honest, and it's fucking tiring. Like to get you to be honest for 1 point. Like Grim didn't want to answer one simple question because he doesn't want to like admit where his position is. And I don't understand why. Because if you say, "Are you a flat earther?" and I say, "Yeah, I know that the earth is flat and stationary." So what is your position? "Well, I don't know. I'm earth agnostic." Some bullshit right there. I don't need to hear that. Like, what is your damn position? Hold it and let's go. Otherwise, why are we talking to you? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just that simple.
Yeah. No, that makes sense, and I agree with you. And I think we had a chat last night, probably, and I think on a few points we agreed to disagree, right? But on the flip side,
man,
right?
But like, if you have if you have evidence, you can go and produce it. Put your evidence in the live stream, in the text channel.
So I'm happy to do that. I'll acknowledge I've just come back from a big festival. I've had more beers than I can normally cope with. But so this morning, right? Well, this morning my time, whatever time it was your time, I don't quite know where your time zone is. I wanted to discuss some basic geometry. I tried to make no claims about whether or not it actually represented reality. I just wanted to talk about some geometry. And it's the basic geometry of the basics of celestial navigation as I understand it. I know that I don't know the whole celestial navigation solution problem, but I have a handle on the fundamentals of the way that we work out the angles required and that relationship that the other guy was talking about the 60 nautical miles per degree, right? But the problem this morning was that I had the chat and I could not turn the conversation to a conversation about geometry.
Was that the one with geometry Lou involved?
Yeah. So I got muted, right? So I wanted to just talk about so I wanted to talk about the geometry independent of whether or not it represented reality. It was a simple discussion about geometry to show what the celestial navigation belief is versus what some basic version of the underlying geometry might look like. And it got muted, it got shut down. We could not even discuss the geometry without everybody going off their nut about you can't do that. It's got a radius and perpendicular.
Now that we got some room here. What was your argument for that? Celestial. Okay. So let's just kind of summarize here. Celestial navigation, geometry, right? You're gonna put all this together, like how it all ties into what you in your argument.
Yeah. So first of all, I'll preface this by saying I am not an expert in.
You cut out, man.
My finger slipped off the button. Yeah, so I'm not an expert in celestial navigation. All I've done in practical reality is a basic noon sight that I did by hand. So a noon sight is where when the sun is at its highest altitude, you measure either the elevation or in my case, I measured the co-altitude angle directly because I didn't have a horizontal reference. I couldn't see the horizon where I was. So I measured from vertical down to the sun. And you do the geometry and you can work out your latitude. And I got a reasonable result, right? I was within a couple of degrees given the precision of my measurements. And I wanted to discuss what I'd used to do that. And it got very difficult. So, yeah, I'm happy to share that image again. Have a quick chat about why I thought it was useful. For two reasons I think it's useful. One is that So I clearly believe in the globe, right? I think the globe is the shape of the Earth. But I think that this particular thing shows one of the reasons that we think it's not flat. And it's just a simple geometry problem. It's nothing sort of, we don't have to worry about gravity or anything like that. It's just a kind of a basic geometry, and that's all.
Yeah, go ahead and show it as long as you don't draw a center to the ball, a line to the center to the ball, and you're not dropping a string to create a 90 degree on the surface of a circle. Anything other than that, you're more than happy to present your stuff. But when you start making 90s on the surface of a ball, that's it. You're done.
You just sabotaged this whole argument, Radwin.
Yeah. So Redwin, I can promise you one thing. I won't make any 90-degree angles. But I will draw a radius to a center, right? Because so can I go back to the beginning here? Right,
unfortunately, that's not reality. So you're just presenting imagination now.
No, yeah, exactly. I'm presenting imagination. I fully admit this is imagination. I'm not attempting to represent or justify reality. Oh. Yeah. This is just a simple geometry representation. It may or may not represent reality. I believe it does, but I just want to show you some geometry.
Yeah, real quick,
we can do.
Yep, I don't mean to just real quick. Nathan Oakley's live streaming from 24/7 live stream number 2. So if anybody wants to go join there for a little bit, I don't know what it's about.
Nobody cares.
I just wanted to go see what's over there. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, no, you go to that. He's a interesting man, Mr. Oakley. He's a what's the word? Grifter? I don't know.
Hey, why don't you go and show Nathan your new geometry for us, and let's see how that goes.
He wouldn't go to his
I reckon Nathan would mute me faster than you guys do.
Yeah, he's not as nice as I am. I'm the nice flat earther.
Look, he makes Radwin look like Little Bo Peep, man. Fucking hell.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. I think so I'm an Australian, clearly, and the colloquialism we would use to describe Nathan Oakley is a cunt, I think.
Cunt, dude, you're so stupid. All right, I gotta go, man. Later.
Yes, thanks for your time.
It's pretty disappointing such interesting topic died so soon.
Yeah, it lasted longer than it did this morning, to be honest. I tried to have the conversation about 2 angles, and it was really tough to get past it. And got shut down pretty fast.
Yeah, I think when they say that the celestial sphere is a model, so it can't make any arguments about the reality, that the argument is really about measuring the angles to the stars, and measuring angles to the stars is a type of direct measurement. The fact that you can project these angle measurements on an abstract sphere with infinite radius, which is a model, it doesn't dismiss the original measurements, and these measurements themselves, without the model, they already debunk the flat Earth, and they are direct observations. So it's simply just using the next step as a way to supposedly debunk the previous step, while you can use the angles without the celestial sphere.
Yeah, and so I'm new to the whole celestial navigation thing. Well, I'm not new.
When I see the sun and I see the horizon, and I measure with a physical protractor the angle between the horizon and the sun, then I don't need to imagine that I'm looking at some kind of abstract sphere in order to know that I measure this angle, because I see it physically, and I can use that data in order to debunk the flat Earth.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the other day, so when I first learnt about celestial navigation years ago. My father had a book, The American Practical Navigator, another one called Celestial Navigation by a guy called Jeff Toghill, I think. And we were sort of learning a little about it from those two books. But yeah, it wasn't really until a few weeks ago that the penny dropped about the relationship between the angle from your local vertical to the star matching the angle along the arc of the surface of the Earth, which is where we get our 60 nautical miles per degree thing from. And so I went back and I drew that up in GeoGebra and just came up with the basic relationship myself. And then from that, I worked out how I could do a noon sight. And so I did a noon sight. I waited, looked up the GP of the sun for the day, measured the angle with my phone, and yeah, I got my latitude within a couple of degrees. And that, for me, that was a good bit of evidence that the whole thing kind of works. And globally, the evidence is it works for everybody all the time. So it's an interesting fact from my perspective.
Nice.
That's pretty cool. I would love to hear some person try to address that, but I'm afraid it's not going to happen, or it's going to get handwave dismissed by using some kind of misinterpreted fallacy.
Yeah, and the disappointing thing about this morning was, so this time yesterday, or a bit earlier, I was talking to Jedi and Elder Bear, I think, and we had a similar discussion. We were talking about celestial navigation again. I'm not sure what the specifics were, but Jedi was talking about a patent he found for a planetarium, or what's the word? It's not planetarium, but it was a mechanical means of doing celestial navigation. So you had a
planosphere
representation. Planosphere, yeah, that was it. Yeah. And we agreed to disagree, but we managed to talk about a whole bunch of different features and things like that. We ran out of time. I had to go back to work. Something blew up and I had to go and deal with it. But we had the conversation and we disagreed on things, but we were able to talk, let each other finish. But this morning, I was just trying to discuss a simple, the geometry I just pasted in the chat. It's a circle, some radiuses, and some parallel lines. And I wanted to talk about that. And I got muted. It was like a pack mentality, just trying to stop the conversation. And I was very clear that I wasn't claiming anything about the shape of the Earth. I just wanted to talk about the geometry.
Yeah, that's not a topic of the channel then, is it?
Yeah, how to do geometry problems? That's not a topic in here.
Yeah. So if you see, like, if you're brushing up against the rules of the channel, it's nothing personal. Mods are going to say either one way or the other, it's time to move on. Some mods just mute you. Other mods, hey, try to like gently brush you back to the topic. It really depends on what's going on. But if you think it's gatekeeping going on because you want to bring up some off-topic issue, I offer you to come back Sunday. And then there's like, we hardly ever even broadcast Sunday. That's how off-topic Sundays are.
Yeah, I don't think it was off-topic, Crit, because the general topic was celestial navigation and how it's done, and what the mathematics or what the geometry behind celestial navigation is. And
yeah, but it's not what you drew. People don't draw 10 lines on a circle and make triangles and all these other different shapes and then figure out what's going on. By that time, shit's already moved.
Yes. So, but Radwan, nobody even let me explain what my diagram was, what those lines were, what the angles represented. All I needed was like
why you need to draw a line to the center of the ball. I don't understand why you need to do that.
Well, can I explain that?
Sure.
Cool. So do we have my drawing that I've just. Well, geez, what's going on in the chat? So you can see the diagram I've posted. When was it? 13 minutes past the hour? 7 minutes ago. Cool. So this is so. Once again, I'm making no claims about reality. All I'm claiming here is this is my understanding of how the geometry of celestial navigation works.
So somebody told you wrong then.
Well, maybe.
Celestial navigation is a very technical, high demand career field. Okay. If you're a celestial navigator and you have that skill set, you could basically walk into the door of any shipping company and they'll hire you on the spot, 6 figures.
Absolutely.
Okay. Absolutely. And even better, if say you know how to do it, but you don't have the qualifications or certifications, you can go to a company, a shipping company. They'll pay for you to get certified, and you sign a contract that you'll work for them for like a couple years. Guaranteed, you can't quit.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, because these celestial navigators are so in high demand that companies are constantly sniping them from each other. So someone to come in here to this forum and be like, "Hey guys, I'm a celestial navigator," red flags pop up everywhere when someone says
absolutely.
That.
So I'm very clear here that I'm not a celestial navigator. I'm learning about the geometry myself, and this is what I have derived from scratch. But I've also done at least one observation based on my understanding, and it lined up with what my understanding was. And I get what you're saying, Crit, about that. I for 5 or 6 years, a long time ago, I worked in a it was a university, but it was a maritime university, and its job was to train nautical people in nautical arenas. So marine engineers, ship's captains, people learning navigation, people doing ship handling, people doing anything in the maritime arena. Where people in Australia go to do their qualifications. So I get it, right? Those guys coming through there that were coming in for their reaccreditation in the organisation in Australia is called ACMA, the Australian I think it's Communications Marine Authority, something like that, that certifies all of these guys. So the whole place of all these people, they come through every 12 or 18 months, they've got to get recertified, and they go through and they do their navigation courses. They go in. My job was to look after a ship handling simulator. So we had a room, and it was a full ship's bridge. So if you imagine, if you go into a ship and you look at the bridge, great big, 20 or 30 feet long, full of wheels and navigation instruments and controls. And we had which at the time, this is a long time ago, it was state of the art. We had 7 full height projection screens, all synchronized. So you stood there, you had the bridge, you looked out the window, and you had a panoramic view of the world around you. And that was my job, to look after that system. And so the guys would go in there, they do the navigation training. The other half of the school was doing engineering. So people doing maritime engineering, fluid dynamics, hydrodynamics, ship design, structural design of ships. We had towing tanks. So you may remember the America's Cup. When Australia won the America's Cup for the first time off America, that model was designed at the place that I worked. And when I was there, they had cavitation tunnels. They built a cavitation tunnel to test propellers and things like that. So yeah, I get you. Those guys made big money. They made more money than me as the guy behind the scenes helping them run it. But anyway, back to my geometry.
What you said cavitation tunnel?
Or yeah.
Okay. Like where it's like mixing different.
So in this case, it was cavitation of propellers. So
okay,
it was
okay.
Yeah. So they had the building was about metric, sorry, but it was about 30 meters long, 30 meters tall, and they had like around that perimeter of the building was like a giant loop, a big fish tank loop that circulated water around in a big circle.
Yeah, I've heard about this before.
Yeah.
Like I remember some people talking about it. So like using basically pressure to move like heat
That's
and
it.
stuff.
So they put a
Okay.
propeller in the top, and they spin the propeller and pump the water around, and they measure the cavitation that occurs in the propeller, and they're able to control the water flow, control the pressures, and see what the effects of cavitation were. And it was pretty interesting. The guys there that were developing that were pretty switched on. It was quite amazing. So back to basic geometry. So my understanding of
all that time you were there, were there big pictures out on the wall with lines drawn to the center of a ball?
No, but when I after I left Red One, they built a towing tank for doing simulations, and that was about 50 or 60 meters in each direction, so they could do like free water towing tests. And I can go back and ask the guys. I still know the people that work there, but I think it's like the one somebody today posted some information about a tank in the UK where they. So when you're doing hydrodynamic modeling, the depth of the water is really important. So if you've got a 100-meter or 200-meter long tank and you want to tow your boat and do measurements over a period of time, it's absolutely crucial that the depth of the water is constant all the way, because the depth of the water changes the properties of the flow.
Yeah, they use a laser. I know how they built them.
Laser.
Yeah, it got the document.
Yeah. So the depth of the water has to be perfect, right, all the way across. And they use a laser to make sure they know what the shape of the water is, but the key thing is the depth has to be uniform. So that whole
use self-leveling concrete when you pour the bottom. That'll make it perfectly flat.
No, it makes it level. Yeah. But they need to be able to know what angles and things are going on. But I won't go into that now because I don't know the details, so I'll be speculating. But
I'm just telling you how construction works. I know when we pour pads at work, because our machines are $25 million and they have to be perfectly level, they'll pour a whole new pad with self-leveling concrete. They don't touch it. They pour it and walk away. And it comes out smooth as glass.
It does. So how big are those pads?
No curve to it, no nothing. Can't have a curve to it. How does that happen?
How big are the pads?
How does that happen?
How big are the pads?
Oh, it doesn't matter if we pour them in giant sections or small sections, whatever. None of them have curves.
So they're 5 kilometers long.
So one of the buildings is like 1/8 of a mile long, and it's got concrete poured from one end to the other, and it's perfectly flat.
Cool. So it's laser flat?
They had to check it because of the equipment that we run through there. So they had to
they checked it with a laser or something, or what?
It had to be flat, not curvy, not on a pitch, not circular, just flat.
So 1/8 of a mile, how much is that in meters? Sorry, I need to...
I don't know. You have to do the earth curve calculator.
No. How many? No, sorry. I need a quick brain check. What's 1/8 of a mile in meters? So miles like
I wouldn't even know anything about that. It's hard.
The mile's bigger than a kilometer, isn't it?
It's hard enough dealing with millimeters.
Yeah. So miles like 1,500 meters or something, isn't it? I used to have a car that had a speedo that was in miles per hour, and our speed zones in Australia are in kilometers. It was a little mini. So 50 miles an hour is 80 km, so 5/8. So how big was it? 1/8. So it's a few hundred meters long, or 100 meters long. 100 yards? We can do yards. Yards and meters are pretty close. How many yards long was it?
I don't know.
You say 1/8 of a mile.
5,286 divided by 8, then divide that by 3.
It'd be feet, wouldn't it?
You wanted yards.
Yeah. Is it 5,000 yards in a mile? No.
5,286 feet.
Oh, it's feet. Sorry.
Divide that by 8. Then divide it
You
by
get yards? No. Yeah.
3 feet in a yard.
So where's the 8 come from? Sorry, my bad. I'm lost.
Where's
3.
what?
5,000 divided by 3 gives us yards.
And then divide that by
It doesn't
8.
matter. Anyway, so it sounds like it's an eighth of a mile, an eighth of 2 kilometres. Yeah, it's 100 metres or so, give or take a bit, 100 yards, say, roughly. So, yeah. So that'd be pretty flat, right? Even if you took into account the nominal Earth curvature, 100 yards, a millimetre and a half or something. But anyway, so I don't want to talk about the curvature of the Earth. I want to talk about my geometry because that's the thing I wanted to get past this morning. I couldn't do. So the model that I understand that celestial navigation uses is that you take your vertical, you measure to the star. You assume the stars have parallel light coming from them, which means that the line from the GP of the star to the star and the line from your feet to the star are parallel. And according to the globe model, which is what my geometry is showing, is you have an angle between your vertical and the line to the star. That angle is the same angle as the angle across the surface between you and the GP, which is why the angle is important and why it's called a distance, the zenith distance. And that's the limits of my understanding of the details.
Any height distances.
Yeah, so, and I guess that's where the conversation starts, right? That when you do the calculation, it is the angle between your vertical and the star that is the one that is used in the calculation of the distance. It's not your elevation to the star, it's this other angle, the co-altitude angle.
Right, so nautical miles are the zenith to zenith distance in the sky.
No, nautical miles are the ground position to your position.
They're sky coordinates. Every time I said this yesterday, Alex wasn't here. You guys just blow past that.
No, nautical miles are distance on the ground, aren't they?
Yeah, one nautical mile is 1,852 meters.
Yeah, so it's a linear distance across the ground.
No.
And they can feel free to correct me if I
GP
get
to
this wrong.
GP in the sky, the zenith.
No.
It's got an angle relationship. 60 nautical miles per degree. So that star, you could say, is moving 60 nautical miles when it rotates 1 degree.
No.
It's ground position. It's ground position.
The ground position moves 60
sure. But that's after it's translated to the ground.
Yeah, that's only for stars at the equator.
Yeah, and we're talking about the ground position of the star here, not how far it moves in the sky.
Right. So the sky exhibits this apparent arc, this rotation, this angular rotation. Think in terms of more omega than theta as the sky rotates. And people confuse that for the ground arcing.
No, look, so here I'm not claiming anything, right? All I'm showing is that if you have a like in my drawing, if you have all those parallel lines that represent the lines up to the star, the angle that you measure from a perpendicular to the sphere to the star is the same as the angle between the ground position of the star and where you measure the angle from. So Amish Earther, I don't know if you can see my image that I posted it or not. Uh, 13 past, 22 minutes ago. Although it may not be 13 past. I'm not sure whether you guys are half a time zone behind or not.
It'll still say the last photo ever. Oh, I see it over 30 minute. Yeah, 30 minute might throw it off.
Yeah. But I think we're probably on hourly.
Everybody has the same minutes on their clock.
Well, there could be half a time zone.
No. In Australia, we've got some time zones that are only half an hour away. So I'm in Eastern Australia, and
it's not 35 minutes after the hour for you.
It is here, yeah, but there's this time zone. So I'm in Eastern Australia, Australian Eastern Daylight Time at the minute, or Daylight Savings Time. So it's 1:36 a.m. here at the minute. In Adelaide, Australia, the next time zone across is 1 a.m. It's only half an hour different.
Isn't that messed up, Radwan? They got half-hour time zones in the south.
Yeah, and then the next one across is an hour again. So Australia's like, I think it's 3 hours between the earliest time zone and the latest time zone. Although not all Australians use daylight savings as well. We have some that do and some that don't. So it gets very confusing. But yeah, we've got some half-hour steps. That's all. And there's actually a step in. So a couple of months. Sorry to blabber along here, but about 6 months ago, I drove around like half the perimeter of Australia, the western half of Australia. I drove around it in a car, 15,000 kilometres in and 5,000 kilometres out. There's a time zone right on the border of South Australia and Western Australia. It's very narrow. It's basically a specialised local time zone, and it was 30 minutes again. So instead of going having a 2-hour jump or an hour jump, they had a little special one, 30 minutes just for this little town, so that they weren't too far out of whack with either side of them. It was because it's a big distance, right? There's nothing between them and Perth, which is like 700 k's in one direction, and Adelaide, which is 800 k's in the other. And they're just there by themselves. So they need a time zone that's kind of useful in both cases.
Back to why you need to draw a line to the center of a ball in order to prove that. Not to prove. You don't want to talk about the ball or curve. You don't want to talk about any of that, but you have to draw a line to the center of it. So go back to that.
Yeah. So this is explaining the nature of the fundamental nature of that degrees per kilometre, where the globers claim it comes from, right? So in that drawing, we've got segments D, E, and I haven't labelled F, but each arc between GP 01, 02, and 03 is equal length. The angles are also the same. So that makes sense, right? That if you've got three segments of a circle of equal angle, each circumference section will be the same. And so what I'm showing here is that the parallel lines, so one runs through the GP and each of the others runs through the observation points, 01, 02, and 03, they're all parallel. The distance DE and F, which is not marked, or it is marked, but it's marked in the wrong spot. Each of those arcs is the same length as well. And that's where that 60 nautical miles per degree comes from.
Right. So here's how we interpret it. You move forward and the ball rotates over your head, bringing a new star to a new GP at a new zenith.
Does the ball rotate faster or slower, or is it the same everywhere?
Well, so we hear the claim all the time that there's this linear relationship, right? But there really isn't. And one of the reasons given is astronomical refraction, slowing down the descent of stars and their ascent when you get close to the horizon.
Okay.
Even say that during a sunset, you don't see the real sun because the sun is already set and you're seeing a refracted sun.
Yeah. No,
and this should be debunked with infrared pretty easily, but nobody's done it.
Yeah. So the thing, Amish, is... Sorry, I don't know if I need to call you Amish or Earther or Amish, but so one of the things we can do, right, and particularly in the case of the noon site, if you're close to the equator, the altitude is very high. So if I look at my trip again, I hate to talk about my travels, but
All right, can we pause 1 second? So there is no linear relationship in reality, right? It's just a rule of thumb.
How about
well, it seems to be pretty precise.
Let me just ask one question. Sorry. If there is no real linear relationship,
sorry, Bacon.
People observe the star slowing down when they get closer to the horizon. Not linear.
No. So
sounds like the stars are just kind of going away then, and it's just some kind of weird effect that you're seeing.
Yeah, and they're so big and so far away and so high that they appear to do that due to perspective.
Yeah,
that's what it sounds like to me. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a ball of stars going down around the edge of a ball, because they would.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It would always be the same speed.
Yeah. So that's the cool thing here, right? That you can actually make these observations with the sun almost directly overhead. So going back to my little trip that I talked about before, the northernmost point that I went to.
All right, so there's no linear relationship. Okay, case closed. Dang.
No, I didn't say that. So I went to.
All right, well, we need to stay on that point, right? I mean, this is a point of contention. Your entire worldview now rests on this being the case.
What being the case?
The linear relationship.
Yeah, okay, cool. So I'll go back to my personal experience. The furthest most point that I went to on my travels was Darwin in Australia. It's 11 degrees south of the equator. So, and I was there in Darwin, July. So July, midwinter in Australia. The sun is about 18 degrees north of the equator then. And at midday, the sun was not directly overhead. It was slightly north by the amount that you would expect. We came back down the middle of Australia. So if you look at the map of Australia, there are two cities right in the centre, one at the very far north, which is Darwin, the other one, which is the very far south of the centre strip, which is Adelaide. In the middle, there's a place called Alice Springs, a small place, a few 100,000 people. There's a road that runs more or less directly down the meridian there, and we drove down that. And it's about 3,000 kilometres, so which is about 3,000 nautical miles. I think Adelaide's 34 degrees south, Darwin's 10, so we've got 30 degrees roundabout of latitude change between those 2 points. And as you come down there, you can measure that linear relationship. So even when you get as far south as Adelaide, that co-altitude angle in winter is 30 plus 18, so it's only 40 degrees. So it's very high up in the sky still. And I actually further south than that. I'm another 10 degrees south again, at about 41 degrees south. And but I'm not in the same meridian. I've got to go across the east another 700 or 800 kilometres, and then south further. So that relationship appears to hold true at least down the middle of Australia. And then about a week ago, sorry, I lost my mute button, and that lined up as well. So I took the measurement. I was sorry, I lost mute again. So I took another measurement. Can't see the horizon where I am. I had to use vertical. I measured from vertical to the sun. It was about 22 degrees or something like that. Added that to the 18 declination. It gave me my 42 degrees. There's a rough estimate of my latitude. I'm about 41.5. So I got a pretty good result, all things considered. There's some random chance there, obviously. But yeah, my observation is that angular relationship holds true.
while maintaining pretty high angles in the sky. So, in southern Australia at the minute, it's summertime. Yeah, 22 degrees is pretty good. There's not a lot of refraction or anything to do with the horizon. We're well and truly above the horizon at noon.
Hello? Is anyone talking?
Just you.
Yeah. What's up, dude?
So who here believes the Earth is flat?
Not a belief.
Anyone? Okay, who's here is convinced it's flat? Man, you have to speak semantics.
Well,
Are you
just to be
convinced it's
honest
flat?
with you, see, if the Earth is what the Earth is, regardless if someone believes it or not.
Yes.
Do you agree with that or not?
Just please answer the question. I have a follow-up question. Come on.
Okay, how about this?
Do you?
Use any answer you need for all questions you have and just make the point you want to make.
Because I want someone that's like genuinely into it, like that's convinced and believes in it.
Okay, so
and,
you
like,
have a
to
need and a
convince
want
me.
that people generally will not
Convince
care
me.
about in this channel. So the best way to get someone to care about what you have to say is offer them something to care about. Can you do that?
I guess not. Shit.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming by.
Thanks, dude.
Damn. That was fast.
Something tells me he wanted an answer of yes so he could get to his punchline.
Oh.
Yeah, see. That's what's going on. He had jokes.
Oh, yeah.
It's Comedy Friday.
No, I didn't have jokes. I wanted to say, if you genuinely believe it, then convince me. I want someone to
Oh
convince
yeah,
me.
we're not here to convince anybody. That's some kind of misconception you guys have about flat earthers. I'm I'm definitely not here to convince you of it. I might be here to tell you might be an idiot for thinking you live on a ball, and there's a bunch of reasons why, but that's up to you to convince yourself.
Okay, then give the reasons.
The matter of fact, informant, the reason, if you don't get it, that to me is a boon for Flat Earth. That people like you are just stumped by the word flat. I'm like, I know for sure that guy is full of shit. Or stupid, as was just so elegantly said by Randwick.
How can you want me to believe in like the
I
flat
don't.
Earth theory?
I don't want anything from you. I don't want anything. I don't need anything from you.
Information that you have.
I don't care. I don't care anything about you at all. You are completely irrelevant in any manner, shape, or form.
It's almost like we walked up and knocked on his door, and we're trying to.
You know what? I'm gonna go outside and I'm gonna go fart. Bye.
That was like a double dunk. He got dunked on and decided to get dunked on again. I'm like, all right.
Let's go to the flat earthers room. They're stupid. We can make fun of them. And then they run away because they just got smoked. I want you to convince me. Nope. No, I'm going to call you stupid for thinking you live on a ball. How's that for convincing you? That's right. I use eloquent words like stupid, retarded. Things that just basically make a point real quick. Instead of pretending I've got a full word salad of words to use today and I'm going to string along long sentences just to say you're a retard. Nah, I just say, you're stupid. That's it.
See, for me, like, once they brain fart something that's
So
simple...
you basically admit you don't have arguments.
As soon as they brain fart something simple, it's like, hey, who here believes in X? And you're like, well, homie, it's not a belief. Then he doubles down and says, well, I'm looking for belief. Okay, that's not the right channel. This is about, even if you don't believe or believe, it doesn't change what the earth is. Then he says, okay, so who believes? Like, he's not listening. He couldn't even listen to that part. And the best thing is, I'm sure he gets roughly the same feedback in every channel he goes to. It's not just here. The dude's just bricked.
Why do people want to be convinced of something? That's weird.
Scary not to know.
But why do they want to be convinced? Like a magician or something weird.
They see themselves as like a baseball, like an umpire in baseball. You know, like when you think about umpires, and like a minor league umpire is like, you know what? I call them like I see it. You know, I try to do the best I can. I call balls and strikes, but you know, sometimes I make mistakes. And like the major league umpire is like, you know, they pitch a ball, but it's nothing. It's not anything until I call it a ball or a strike. That's what they see themselves as. They're not in here in sort of like just trying to really understand something and then putting it into whatever bucket they want to put it into. They think they can change and modify reality just by calling it a ball or a strike based on their individual observer dependency. Which is why the globe is so weird. Why you can ask globalists multiple questions and get all kinds of different answers. Because they all think they're using the same source, but they're filtering it through their worldview, which is really corrupted at the end of the day. It's corrupted by all kinds of other baggage they've attached to it. Hence why Copernicus said, hey, if you enter this, you know, enter astronomy trying to make a worldly claim, you're going to be a bigger fool than you were before. Their goal is to be the biggest fool they can possibly be.
How do you, excuse me. How do you tell when the corruption starts and ends, Crit?
If you look at a star, and that star tells you something other than what the star is, you're already walking down the wrong way, the wrong path. Looking at, like, if I look at a painting on the wall, and I'm like, you know what, that painting's telling me I should go have a ham sandwich for lunch. That's fucking weird, dude.
But
and it's already batshit territory.
In chat, the only way you can go sailing is if you believe that you live on a ball, according to Bacon.
Actually, I said what you need for a 3-star fix is that you use a ball.
And
well, guess what, Bacon? You're cooked.
Yeah, you use the celestial sphere above you. That's what they consider the ball. Derp.
Well, not only that, I'm talking about what you're using what assumption you're using for the Earth shape or the Earth geometry.
Oh, you don't need
Not
any
just for the celestial sphere.
There's no assumptions. It doesn't tell you the Earth is a ball on page 1, and this is what we do.
Well, if there's no assumption, then there's no method derived from those assumptions. Like, you need to start with a certain geometry if you want to derive a method.
Yeah, derived from looking at the sky, not measuring the ground.
So you're saying all you would have is an angle, and you can't do anything else with just an angle. You need to assume other bullshit.
Yeah.
No, that's all I'm saying. I'm saying is if you want to get your position, you using star angles and where those stars are above on the Earth, then you need to take into account the Earth's geometry because you're using positions on the Earth's surface and you're using your distance to those positions to get your location.
No.
You need parallel light. Right?
Not exactly.
Really?
For example, the moon experiences parallax. The light from it it's no longer assumed parallax.
Hey, Embo,
correct for it.
Can you say if he dies, he dies?
No, I can't because for some reason you want me to, and I don't want to do the things you want me to do. I want to annoy you.
Can you say I must break you?
What we could do is like add a rule called no fun suckers.
I must break you. Come on, Ambo, do it, Ambo. Come on, bro.
What's the purpose of that? I want to know the purpose.
That's no purpose at all. That's the purpose. No purpose.
Oh, the purpose is it's probably going to be used in some kind of parody or something. I don't think you would want me to do something like that so much if it didn't have any higher purpose.
Embo, have you ever seen Rocky IV?
No.
Okay. You should see it. It's a good movie.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the recommendation.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? That when you have the main analogy that often appears in the memes, that's supposed to ridicule the idea of discovering the shape of the Earth based on the stars, which is discovering the shape of the floor based on the ceiling, the lights in the ceiling. That method actually unironically would work by establishing what's the relationship between the angle of descendance of these lights in the ceiling and the distance you travel on the ground. If that relationship would be linear, then you can be sure that you're standing on a spherical floor for some reason. So basically, a strawman argument that's supposed to prove something opposite actually proves that the thing is opposite to the thing it's supposed to debunk. It only further proves the method works.
I think if we try to discuss the geometry of it, the math of it, this discussion is never going to end because it's lasting for 2 years and the arguments have been the same. So maybe it's time that we demonstrate.
Yeah, in 2024, I decided not to let you guys tell those stories anymore. So when you can't do a right angle on the surface of a ball, that's the end of all the math in this room. When I'm here, we're not doing math anymore.
Sure. Yeah, let's not do math. Just show a single example where 3 circles are on the same plane, and their intersection is giving you your position. Because that's
just make 3 horizontal circles.
Yeah, you use a flat map. I think that's called some kind of table in a ship, map table or whatever they use. flat table, or they call it. They lay their map out and they take the readings and they draw 3 circles, and where they cross.
Don't do that. Yeah, find a single example where that's actually being done. That's not what takes place in
They
reality.
use a curved map, like a ball-shaped table.
They don't draw circles.
Whoa!
They don't draw 3 circles on a map. That's not what anyone does.
What? Sure they do.
Okay, find one example. Let's see.
We're talking about earthquake.
Okay.
I'll give you an year, so you can find an example where that works.
What are you going to give me? $5,000?
What are we talking about?
Well, if that's what's actually taking place, it shouldn't take you more than a couple seconds to find. I'm not gonna give you $1,000 to make a Google search of a couple seconds.
What the fuck, dude? I was just unmuted to find out how much money I need, or you're giving, because Jerry and I think, are going to split this one. If he said it was 5,000, I'm taking 2,500, because him and I both probably have it on our screens right now of somebody drawing 3 circles.
3 circles that intersect your position, like a working method where you can draw 3 circles to get where you are. I want to see that. I mean,
You got to put some money down. They're holding it back. Money down.
I mean, you guys weren't requesting money to give any of the previous arguments on this subject. Why, now that you found like a demonstration that what you're claiming actually works,
you're paying us? You're paying us, dude, to do some research for you.
Radwin said so. He gave a reason why. Did you remember the very beginning?
So you just found proof that I'm wrong, but you don't want to post it unless I pay. That sounds very convenient.
So what your claim is that I can't use a scale map to make 3 circles and find my position or something?
Yeah, if you try to do that, you're gonna get hundreds or thousands of miles off. It doesn't work.
Hundreds or thousands.
Yeah.
So then
I mean,
the scale would have to be useless then, right?
yeah, the doesn't matter the scale. That doesn't. Whatever
Really?
scale you use, the circle just is scaled by the same amount. That wouldn't change the result. Every single group of star sites you give me, I can
Not
tell
talking
you.
about star sites.
Let me make sure there's none of my work information on here.
Star sites are just the angles we read from the stars to the horizon. That's what
Okay,
the star
so
sites are.
this is from Copilot from Microsoft that's doing live searches. Looks like you gotta you draw a circle on the map around the star. Let's see, find the intersection. Your position is where all 3 circles intersect. You owe Jerry $2,500 and you owe me $2,500.
That's not what I asked it for. I didn't ask for something claiming that. I asked for something showing that.
Hey, stop with the excuses, Bacon. Pay up. Stop with the excuses. Pay up.
We need he asked for a solve fix, an actual working example.
Yeah, not a claim, an example, a demonstration.
Yeah, pay up.
It has nothing to do with what I asked it for.
And are you saying Copilot's correct there anyway?
I can
How are you validating what Copilot?
Sorry, Deza, go ahead.
Oh, no, you go. I was just going to say, how can you validate what Copilot has told you? It is not a source of truth. It is a text generator.
Regardless, that's not even what I asked it for. I'm asking for working example. Just one example that shows that this works. That's all. That's all.
But
that's all I need.
that 3 horizontal circles can intersect and show where you are?
Yes.
Wow.
With specific values, Jerry. We need specifics. We need a worked example. We need those 3 angles as measured, and fix that is correct.
Of course, if you just simply draw 3 random circles on the paper and then point the arrow to the intersection and it writes down, this is where you are, that's obviously not what I'm asking for.
Oh, that's not what you're asking for.
Oh, that doesn't tell me anything.
That's not what you wanted?
3 random circles with an arrow saying that's where you are?
3 horizontal circles all on the same plane, showing where you are.
Yeah, I need something that works for me to figure out where I am. So I'll give you 3 GPs and 3 radiuses taken from 3 star angles.
Well, the guy who said Copilot sucks, which I like to use AI to piss you guys off. Anyway, yeah, its category was celestial navigation. It went doop, 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 down through all the categories, and it came up to celestial navigation requires this. So that's you may as well argue with people who are programming that shit, because it seems like they're wrong about everything, and you guys are doing something completely different. You should fix these things.
Ask it about the map. What kind of map do you use to draw those circles on?
It said a flat one.
No, it didn't. It just said a map. The map is important.
It said a flat map.
Talking about programming these stuff, I'd programmed at least 4 different tools that can tell you where you are based on star angles. And you can fact check them with any navigator, or you can pick any work from any navigator and then plug them into my tools and see if you get a different result. You don't. What I do matches exactly what any people that is doing navigating does.
Drawing triangles?
There's not drawing triangles, not drawing circles on a flat map. That's not how my methods do. That's not how navigators do it. It's just how you guys claim it does. Navigators are not drawing 3 circles on a map. My softwares aren't. No one's doing that. It's not a working method. It's just a claim.
How did they get around before you came along?
They weren't. Wait, before me? They're not using my methods. They're using theirs, which is pretty much the same thing as I do.
Yeah, I mean, that's. How did they do anything before you came along with your invention?
Not with circles on a flat map.
Wow. Maybe I'm in a time warp or something, because that's how I know celestial navigation works.
You mean how you think it works? How it actually works?
Have you ever validated that? Have you ever tried to put that in practice? Because I had.
And doing what? What were you doing?
I put 3 circles on a flat piece of paper. Yeah, I tried different types of plotting of latitude and longitude, because latitude and longitude are not even a Cartesian coordinate system. So that doesn't even tell you where to put the circles. But I tried various different transformations to try to get there. They're working. None of them did.
Yeah, I wasn't really talking about the sky. I thought we were talking about actual, maps that are made from measuring the land and stuff. No, you weren't.
Well, what he wants to do is he wants to use the celestial sphere that's above. That's what it's called. And then somehow transform that into a ball on the flat ground. Because you can do that.
So, Red One, I think what is being discussed here is that everything we see from Jedi and you guys, you draw 3 circles on a flat map, show the intersection point. And it turns out it's more complicated than that. So what we'd really like to see is that working in practice. So you have a model, right? Whether you like it or not, you are representing a model. And we would like to see some evidence that the model is actually working.
So you want a model of flat water, and then you want celestial navigation done on water.
We don't care whether it's water or land. It doesn't matter. Lat long is independent of those things, right? We want you to be able to show that if you've taken these measurements to the stars, drawn it on a map, whatever map you have, I don't know what map you have. I haven't seen a map that represents the flat Earth. So you'll have to find a map.
Can I give you a rebuttal to that as being in the military and the 3rd generation soldier? Like the military uses a grid system on their maps.
Mm-hmm.
So what you're trying to say is you're using celestial to represent the grid level that the modern day military has used for over 100, 200 years. That is your example as far as maps go. They don't go for curvature. They don't go for the, whatever. Like,
how big are the maps? What's the distance? What's the scale? XY scale on a typical?
On average, it's a click is a kilometer. So they have
kilometer.
a map that has all these squares. Then they're all kilometers.
Yeah. And how many clicks across? 20 or 50 or something?
Check a map.
I haven't seen these military
Depends
maps.
on
I
the
don't
map.
know. Yeah,
MGRS. You can find them on DoD. Some of them are classified, depending on the area, but you can get a lot of them just.
They're relatively small
a lot
slices,
of training
right?
purpose ones that have cantonment areas. Okay. If it's totally a cantonment, you can get it no problem.
So can you use those for celestial navigation?
No, use those for navigation.
Yeah, just regular navigation, like real.
Yeah, but can you use them for celestial navigation?
You can use
to draw your fix.
Other tools for celestial navigation, like that ancient device we were talking about a few weeks ago. There's other tools, but you're trying to convolute celestial navigation with land navigation, and land navigation shows that it's more consistent with a flat Earth like type of model.
So you would have seen a lot of these maps, I assume. Have you ever actually had joined them all up and seen what happens?
How many maps do I have to have? There's areas, dude. There's radiuses that are, 100 miles, 200 miles.
Yeah.
So you want me to get all the maps, all the military maps, training maps all over North America and get them all in a room and look at them all.
If you like. If you've got them all, that'd be
out
cool.
In your driveway.
But you don't have to go very
out of
far.
my driveway.
That's what you're going to need. That's what you're going to need.
I live in a small place. The island I live on is about 300 kilometers across, right? And we have a collection of 1 in 25,000 maps that we use. They have a rectangular grid, and you can't stack more than about 3 of them in a row.
Red street maps here that you can buy still in the store, the red books, those are all grids.
Yeah. But what I'm saying with these 1 in 25,000 topographical maps with a rectangular grid is that if you line them up, you only have to go like 3 or 4. And I think they are, I'm just trying to remember how big across, they're about a meter or 800 mils by 600, something like that. They're an A0 size, whatever that paper size is. 30 by 40 kilometers or something like that is the dimensions. You only have to stack 3 or 4 of them in a row, and you can't fit them together like a jigsaw. They don't line up anymore. The grids stop aligning as you go.
Why would you stack them like that?
Maps. Well, that's one of the things they used to tell us about, that those maps are projections. And
why wouldn't you just get a bigger map?
You get a bigger map and you get distortions. They become not useful.
No, the only things that get distorted are the long lines, not the actual scale.
Yeah.
Horizontal
here's
distances.
the thing, Jerry, right? If you've got a map and you want to take a bearing to a direction or measure a distance, you need to have a map that has the right projection, and the projection needs to be centered on the area you're working. So these maps are designed for people that are doing bushwalking, coastal navigation. Same with the nautical charts, right? They all have a finite area, and you can only navigate reliably within the small area. When you go from boundary to boundary, you have to translate your bearing from one map to the other. You cannot draw a continuous line across all of the maps and get a safe and reliable navigation path. You have to use each map individually. Okay?
So you get a bigger map?
No, that's the problem. The bigger maps, you can't use that because the distortion becomes so severe.
Okay, so what's wrong in your worldview? Is it the map that has math or the globe? Which one was incorrect?
Now, the globe is correct. The map is just a representation of the globe.
Also, how come when I use an atlas,
so the math is wrong.
How come when I use an atlas, a U.S. atlas, to go from New York to California, I can just use the one page that has the highway routes and go?
So have you ever measured?
It all lines up. The little roads are on there too. They just have the major roads highlighted, but you can still navigate with that, and they're still in those positions, and that's a bigger map. Or I can go right to one state and then go into a grid system on that one.
What if there were no roads on the map? What if there was nothing but topography on the map, and you wanted to navigate?
I better bring a tent,
a
tent and some horses, because I don't know.
Yeah, that'd be handy.
This just comes.
That's a good answer. That
geometry.
Not just the tent and the horses, but you need something to eat and something to drink as well, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
This is like that video game where you go out west.
There's no way
Oregon Trail.
Absolutely accurately project a spherical surface onto a two-dimensional surface. You can get very close with approximation.
Yeah.
And the smaller the individual sections you break that sphere down into,
so
the less distortion there is.
So your math is fucked up.
No, it's not about math. It's just a geometric limitation.
What exactly is being distorted? Because it's not the scale.
So no, it is.
The scale is being distorted.
The relative size. It's the relative size. It's basically either one of two things, right? Depending on how you do your projection. Either the relative size of certain objects, depending on latitude, are going to get messed with, or the relative locations comparative to each other, right? Like where continents are to each other, will be messed up.
I'm not talking about the entire world. I'm not talking about the entire world.
Sure. So again, that still translates down to even like the really small projections where you're only looking at, a small part of the Earth's surface. You're either going to have a projection that distorts the size of the object based on latitude.
How about that one? All right.
What do you mean, what about that one?
I just posted one of Africa, right? So show me where that straight line scale does not apply.
What do you mean straight line scale?
You see the scale on the top right?
Yeah, there's a scale on it, so you can find places and know their distances right there. That thing.
Yeah.
Same kind of thing they have on a U.S. Atlas for the whole United States. They have a scale on there. It's accurate too.
So those are roughly accurate, right? But it's not going to be as precise as it will be in the real world. So there is going to be some distortion. This looks like a Mercator projection.
Show me where. Show me where that scale is distorted. Show me
the entire thing. The entire thing.
Wow, really? So it's useless.
No, because again, is it accurate enough to get within an acceptable percentage of error for this like part of the world? Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, right, this gigantic area of the world. Yeah.
Yes, we're not trying to get down to 1 centimeter accuracy with this fucking scale on the side of the map, right? This is for general, people are looking at it and like, oh, I wonder, roughly how far away these places are. And they look at it there, right? If you there's plenty of sites which will show you how the Mercator projection, which is the most common one, vastly expands the apparent size of things. Well, sure. I'm just saying that what you posted in the side chat there, right? That looks like
so. Let's give an example. Let's give an example of this post that Jerry put here in Africa. Okay, depending on the year that is, we'll just say this is from. If we give a modern example, like 2015, right? If you want to talk about topography and all these things, you have to account for earthquakes, mudslides, all this stuff. So even with all those factors and variables in place, it's still it's not going to be down to the centimeter like he's saying, but it's still going to be fairly accurate. The Earth is always changing, the flat Earth. So the consistency would be that if you take into earthquakes and all these things, it's still it's pretty much accurate. It's not going to change that much depending on the year of the map. There are natural occurrences and events that affect that closeness of the distance.
Yeah. So one of the things that will happen with this map, and I'm trying to have a look at the projection here, and as the other guy said, it could be a Mercator projection, but so one of the two things could potentially happen. One is that distances won't be accurate on different spots of the map. They give you a scale. That's no guarantee that distances will be accurate. The other thing that might change is angles and the shortest distance between 2 points. So you might get that map out, measure an angle from A to B to take a bearing, and that bearing won't be accurate. It's not the bearing that you would have to follow. Why not?
Because the map is distorted compared to
the map is distorted.
Geography.
No.
So you can choose to
that scale applies to the entire thing.
Again, but it's
nowhere on that map does it say this scale doesn't work here or here.
Again, because it's roughly accurate, right? This is being made for, I don't know, some book or something, right?
Some book or something.
Yeah. So again, it'll be roughly accurate, right? But is this going to be centimeter precise? No. Is this going to be, accurate down to the second of a degree? No. Right? It's a mass-produced thing for general reference.
Yeah, I could use it to get to any of those villages on there or cities.
Sure, you could probably, within some margin of error, get to those cities.
No, I could get to them. I could just get to them.
That's fine, right? But you mightn't be able to use it to measure how much. If you say you were running a cable from A to B, you might not be able to work out how much cable you need. You might be off by 10%.
You send surveyors ahead to figure out exactly how much you need, so that
you don't need
to explain at the end of the year why you ordered 50 miles more fiber optic cable than you needed.
But if the maps are perfectly accurate, like what you're suggesting, then I shouldn't need someone to go out and double check it. I should just be able to read the map. So obviously the map is not perfectly accurate.
No, like Coyle said, the land changes, right? So they have to keep on sending surveyors out there every so often to get accurate measurements. But this one is from 1988, so yeah, it might have changed from then, but it doesn't mean that they don't measure distances horizontally.
Dude, some of y'all just never leave this chat. Feed Batman, I never see them leave.
So what I posted in the chat is a dioxin map, and it's not completely accurate. It's not a model, but that's what they use for Google Earth. They flatten everything out, and then the more you zoom out, it starts to turn into a globe. But the reality is they base it off a flat model, whatever it is, to create that globe. When you start, scrolling your mouse and you zoom out, then you start to see the globe. That's how they develop those Google Maps, where they use the surveyors to get the accurate locations and grid and everything and the coordinates. But that is their base model to establish that, is everything goes flat, and then they zoom out more and they turn it into your perception of seeing a globe. But that's how the measurements are made on a flat model before they're turned into a simulation of a globe model on like Google Earth.
Are you saying that the distances in that map, once it's laid down flat, are the same as the distances you get from Google Earth?
The distances are measured.
I'm asking Coyle.
Yes. Yeah, no, he can answer for me because I'm not saying I don't know, but yeah, they're measured. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you could watch the video there that I just posted. It's not a flat Earth thing. It's a real thing. It's how they measure the land.
My question stands. If the distances you get from Google Earth match the distances on that map once it's laid down flat, because if Google Earth is based on that, then I understand that that's where the distances will come from.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Does the surveyor that comes to my street and is doing a Google Earth map thing, are they accounting for curvature in their technology? Because I'm pretty sure they're not. Like on a street view, are they accounting for curvature?
No.
Yes, they're not. That's my.
I've been told by surveyors that they do. Even total stations have.
Yeah, and my dad works at Nintendo, dude. Come on, dude. You've been told by surveyors, citation needed. Not to interrupt, but come on.
Yeah.
I didn't say I read somewhere. I said, well, the only
you read
surveyor
it? So first you were told by surveyors, and now you read it somewhere that surveyors are applying curvature. Because I'm pretty sure they're not.
He said he didn't read it somewhere.
So there's
Yeah,
two.
I said I didn't read it somewhere. So let
So
me
there's
just finish
two-
what I'm saying. Stop speaking over me, please. Yeah. So the first time I heard about this discussion of whether or not surveyors do or don't, the flat earthers were saying they don't, the globers were saying they do, and some flat earthers were saying they do because the math is fudged in the curvature. So I talked to an actual surveyor, and he told me they do. So that's what I can offer you. Yeah, that's all. I didn't read about it. So, but if you Google, like, for example, the difference between planar surveying and geodetic surveyors, you're gonna.
Okay, so what did that video say that Jerry posted?
I don't know. I haven't watched it yet.
Okay, so we're all gonna watch it.
Yeah. So Red One, I can answer some of that question. So I've worked in two of these spaces. So I've worked in the 3D modeling space, and when I was working in that ship simulator that I talked about before, and I've also worked in the GPS space, working with augmented GNS, so using raw GPS calculations to assist with car navigation. And what I can tell you about how Google Maps Street View is they drive around with a car with GPS. Every photo that they take is recorded with GPS coordinates. Each photo forms a tile. Or in the case of the Street View, it's a 360 sphere.
We've all seen the Google cars driving around.
Yeah. Okay. So they take a snapshot every. They actually record a video, right? A high resolution video, along with GPS coordinates, right?
Mm-hmm.
And those GPS coordinates, then they can take the images from the 360 cameras, and they process them, and they turn them into tiles. So they take the 360 representation that they see, and they turn that through simple mathematical transformation, like you have in your video games, that turns polygons into spheres. They map that back.
Okay, yeah, your argument is falling flat, dude, because you're saying polygons, which are horizontal, are turning into spheres.
Yeah.
No, listen.
Very small.
There's a difference between surveyors who are using we'll say telemetry data, so to speak, and there's a difference between the Google Street Car where they're using lenses. I don't know if you've been on Google Street like View, where it looks like everything is curved. I would be suspect of what exact camera they're using, what they're doing. Yeah, because everything, I don't know if you noticed when you go down Google Street Cams and you're clicking and you're going up and down, like it seems like they're adding some sort of curvature to that view.
Oh, no.
The surveyors are using actual like horizontal data to get their information. And on Google Street Car, it's a car that's using lenses that are going to add curvature to it, because that's what it looks like. They're adding curvature to the view.
They use highly spherical lenses.
Oh, highly spherical. Okay,
now, will you let me finish, right, Coyle? So they use highly spherical lenses to capture the full image around, right? So yes, individual Street View images look distorted because they are. But the question was, how does Google Earth generate its or Google Maps generates its Street View? And this applies broadly to any image that Google has on Google Earth. It's made up of tiles, so they don't have an image. Well, they have some images from high altitude, but so in the case of, once again, where I live, depending on how close you zoom in, they use the local aerial photography. It's a slice of tiles.
Yeah,
they take those tiles.
Yeah, you're the one who just debunked satellites doing all that shit, and I've been saying it forever. It's just people driving around and airplanes flying overhead, period.
So there are some satellites, it depends on the level of detail that you're having. And you'll see this. So Radwan, I think you've worked in doing software development. Have you worked with something like the Unreal Engine or a 3D gaming engine before?
Yes.
So you're familiar with the level of detail, and when you've got texture maps, you have different levels of detail in texture maps, right? So Google Earth is the same, right? It has different levels of details in their texture maps depending on the altitude that you're viewing from. And the sources of those texture maps is different as well. So, but what I'm talking about here is the low-level case, when you're as close to the ground as possible as you can be on Google Earth. That's made up of a whole bunch of different data sources, sliced up into little tiles. So some of it will be aircraft for sure. They fly across, and aircraft aerial photography takes a strip photograph typically. Google will
I think your headset died, Daza. Continue. We've
Your
lost
science has your science has failed you.
He might not even know it happened.
Daza, your mic is muted.
yeah, I'm back. It's all right. Yeah. So yeah, I have to hold my button on the push to talk thing. So yeah, so let's take the example of the aerial photography that Google Maps use. The aircraft flies over, and typically the aerial photography is the highest resolution that you'll see in Google Maps. The aircraft flies over, it generates a strip photograph. You can often see this. You'll see, if you zoom out a little bit, you'll see like a banding in the image because it's taken in strips. The aircraft flies along. It takes strip images with GPS coordinates, and Google takes those strips and the GPS coordinates, chops them up into tiles, and then it uses the same technology that something like Unreal Engine would use. All those tiles are turned into textures with their GPS coordinates. And those GPS coordinates are spherical, right? They don't have to manipulate them or anything like that. Each tile forms a small slice of the sphere. They all map together. And then as you zoom in and out, those tiles are the engine under the hood.
Flattened out. When you zoom in, it flattens back out. When you zoom out, they start curving, and they do that on purpose.
Yeah.
I know how to texture map.
No.
You're not telling me anything I don't know how to do already.
Yeah, exactly
Hey,
right.
Daz, I got an idea. Can you come up with an original argument for the globe? Something other than photos from space, why would they lie, and flat earthers are just stupid? Okay, flat earthers being just stupid or more their opinions would be anything that's not a knee-jerk reaction to something a flat earther said. Like an original proof of the globe that doesn't include why would they lie, a photo from space, or a freak out about flat earth.
Yeah. So I think everything I've discussed here, I haven't included any of those things.
Yeah, well, celestial navigation became a talking point after the 10th man brought it up about 2 years ago. No one even knew that was a thing. The globalists had no clue. They had no idea that celestial navigation was even a thing until the 10th man did a 10-part video series explaining celestial navigation on a flat baseline. Then suddenly, every globalist was an expert in celestial navigation. So I'm saying something other than that. Okay, is there a topic that has not been flat earthers are stupid? Category C. And I'll just say, just try to think. It's not. I'm not trying to put you on the spot or anything. Do you have anything like that? Yeah, I mean, if you don't, that's cool too.
Yeah,
because that fits my worldview. My worldview is globalists only have those three things: photos from space. Why would they lie? And minority opinions are just stupid. That's really all they got.
So can I just, before I answer that, give a response that is not the answer to the question, if that makes sense. So firstly, it's clear that you guys aren't stupid. I heard you talking the other day, Crit, about you're talking about, I think it might have been seatbelt statistics and accidents and a whole bunch of other stuff. You know, you clearly have read a lot and absorbed a lot and can articulate it very well, right? So you're clearly not stupid. Same with the Red One, right? I'll be honest with you, Red One, you annoy the shit out of me. But you're not stupid. I've heard the stuff that you talk about. You're not stupid, right? And the same goes to a lot of people on this forum. They're not stupid. There's some extremely intelligent people here that are flat earthers. For me, I find that an oxymoron. I don't understand the relationship between what I think is something that is obviously not right and that, but that's not for me to say.
Well, I don't want to annoy you, but water is just flat, and I live by Lake Erie, and I cannot argue with water, so I gave up, and I became a flat earther. It convinced me. So the water actually sat me down and convinced me.
Yeah, but I'm the opposite, right? I spend a lot of time by the water as well, and that's what convinced me that the Earth is a globe. I see things that just don't make sense if it's flat. But that's both our perspectives, right?